Prologue. Zhou Xiang didn't know whether God was giving him a second chance at life because he wanted to show him a little extra love, or because he simply hadn't tormented him enough. Otherwise, how could it be that both in and out of his entertainment career, whether in his past life or his current one, Yan Mingxiu would always regard him as a substitute for the same person? He also didn't know which of them, he or young Master Yan, was actually more pitiful, the one who could only ever be treated as a substitute, or the one who could only ever find a substitute. In his past life, Zhou Xiang had been the stuntman for the famous star Wang Yudong. But he hadn't merely been Wang Yudong's martial arts stunt double. Even in his deeply ill-fated relationship with Yan Mingxiu, he had undeniably been nothing more than a substitute. Disheartened, Zhou Xiang joined a documentary film crew heading deep into the treacherous mountain valleys. Unexpectedly, he lost his footing and fell off a cliff. When he woke again, 2 years had already passed, yet he had awakened in another person's body. What was even more tragic was that he still couldn't escape the fate of being a substitute. Characters: Zhou Xiang, independent and easygoing, with little ambition. He is caring toward the people around him. His parents and sibling passed away when he was 8 years old. Before his rebirth, he lived alone in a condominium. After his rebirth, he lives with his reborn mother, Qian. Older Zhou Xiang refers to Zhou Xiang before his rebirth, while younger Zhou Xiang refers to Zhou Xiang after his rebirth. Yan Mingxiu, extremely attractive, cold, and indifferent, the youngest of the 3 Yan siblings. He comes from a wealthy, prestigious military family and has a crush on Wang Yudong. Lan Shirong, a young, attractive, and popular actor who was once close to Zhou Xiang. He likes Zhou Xiang. Wang Yudong, the person Yan Mingxiu has a crush on. Kaiwei, Zhou Xiang's close friend and boss. He is almost like a brother to Zhou Xiang. Qian, Zhou Xiang's mother after his rebirth. Yandejiang, Yan Mingxiu's grandfather and the patriarch of the Yan family. He is a prominent figure in the country's government. Yan Fei, Yan Mingxiu's father. Yan Mingxiu, Yan Mingxiu's older brother. Yan Mingmei, Yan Mingxiu's older sister. Chapter 1. Zhou Xiang tried to open his eyes, but they were dry, and the light was so blindingly bright that he could only squint. Everything in his sight was pure white, so white that there wasn't even the slightest sense of human warmth. All the sensations in his body gradually returned. He could smell the familiar disinfectant. He knew he was in a hospital, and he was very shocked. I'm actually still alive? Falling from such a high cliff, I'm actually still alive? It must have been because his moral character was too good, so good that God was unwilling to accept him, leaving him to continue living. Anyway, it was a good thing that he had gotten his life back. But he didn't know whether he had broken any arms or legs. He couldn't feel them. His hands, his legs, he couldn't feel them at all. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps it was a good thing that he was alive. But if he was disabled, wouldn't death be better than living? Zhou Xiang, you're awake. A middle-aged woman's voice rang in his ears. Her voice sounded solemn, tinged with deep sobbing. Zhou Xiang exhaustedly tried to turn his neck toward the voice. She was a woman in her 50s, looking very frail and very kind. Even though she had called his name, Zhou Xiang didn't know her. Who is this? Zhou Xiang. The woman wanted to cry, but was trying very hard to suppress herself. Stumbling to the door, she grabbed a nurse and shouted excitedly, "My son is awake. My son is awake. Quickly, call the doctor." "Son? Who is your son?" Zhou Xiang opened his mouth to try to speak, but his throat was as dry as fire. He tried for the longest time, but still couldn't make a sound. Gradually, he began to feel his limbs. He moved his toes and could feel them. His hands and feet. He could feel them too. Soon after, a group of doctors and nurses rushed in and busily surrounded him. The nurse sighed. He really woke up. He had been in a coma for 2 years, and he actually woke up. This is such a miracle. Auntie, congratulations. The woman cried and laughed at the same time, so excited that she couldn't even speak clearly. A nurse poured Zhou Xiang a glass of water and used a spoon to feed him a sip. She only gave him a little before taking the water away. She softly murmured, "Don't worry. Right now, you need to get used to it first." Zhou Xiang asked hoarsely, how am I?" His voice sounded so rough that it didn't seem like it could have come from a human being. Zhou Xiang. The middle-aged woman rushed over to caress his face while crying. Mom knew that you'd definitely wake up. You finally woke up. Mom wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Zhou Xiang looked at her in shock. Does this woman really think I'm her son? Zhou Xiang recalled his memories, and everything seemed fine. All 33 years of his experiences were still vivid in his mind. Even though the days before his death had passed in agony, he wished he could completely forget everything connected to that person. But he was sure that he hadn't forgotten. And this woman definitely didn't exist in his memories. Even though her sobbing made him feel distressed, her tears were so heartfelt. These were the tears of a mother. You are? Auntie, I don't know you. Zhou Xiang spoke the complete sentence with great difficulty. The crying stopped as the woman stared at him in shock. The doctors and nurses were all stunned. It took them a while to react, and then the doctor patted the woman's shoulder. Miss Chun, Zhou Xiang's brain sustained a serious impact. Anything is possible after he wakes up. If it's just memory loss, he is considered to be very lucky. Chuning brushed away her tears and touched Zhou Xiang's face with her trembling hand. Zhou Xiang, son, you really don't remember me? I'm your mother. His name really was Zhou Xiang, but his mother had died when he was 8 years old. In his dreams, he still wished that he had a mother, but, Ms. Chun, please restrain your emotions. Don't put too much pressure on the patient. How about this? Go out and get some rest first. We're going to give him a more thorough checkup, okay? The doctor winked at the nurse. The nurse softly said to Chuning, Auntie, let's go out first. Calm down. After saying that, she took her out without hesitation. Zhou Xiang was pushed out of the ward for x-rays and other examinations. His mind was drowsy. He wanted to go back to sleep. As he unconsciously turned his head, he saw his face reflected on the doctor's computer monitor. When he saw his face clearly, he was utterly shocked. Reflected on the dark computer monitor was a face that wasn't very clear, but clear enough to distinguish the facial features. Zhou Xiang looked at the person's sluggish expression. Who is this person? This isn't his face. Who is this person? The doctor waved a hand in front of him. What's wrong? Mirror. What? Zhou Xiang suddenly shouted loudly. Give me a mirror. The doctor was shocked. He thought for a moment and then handed him a mirror. Your face is completely fine. Relax. Don't get so emotional. Zhou Xiang snatched the mirror and took a look at himself. It clearly reflected the face of a young, attractive man. This young man appeared to be 25 or 26 years old. His eyes weren't big, but they were very vibrant. Although his face was pale, after looking closely, he still looked very manly. But this wasn't him, Zhou Xiang. No wonder that Auntie had called him her son. She wasn't mistaken. She simply didn't know that there was a different soul in her son's body. So he had still died. At least his body had. Falling from such a high cliff, how could it not have been smashed to pieces? But his soul had been reborn in another person's body. This young man was also named Zhou Xiang. The doctor looked at him strangely. What's the matter? Do you feel any discomfort? Zhou Xiang threw the mirror to the side and weakly lowered himself back onto the bed, covering his eyes with his hands and murmuring, I'm fine. His whole body was still in shock. How could he accept everything that was in front of him? Maybe it's because we have the same name, so God took the wrong soul? In any case, this was all too bizarre. He had always been an atheist. He never believed in ghosts and spirits and had never been afraid of them. But what had happened now had shaken him to his core. For a moment, he really didn't know how to react other than being in shock. The doctor empathetically added, just close your eyes and rest. You slept for 2 years and just woke up. Your psychological burden is too heavy. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Sleep. The doctor's low, deep voice was like a hypnotic needle. Zhou Xiang closed his eyes as he felt a wave of fatigue rising in his heart. Gradually, sleep consumed him. This isn't so bad. He survived, but with a completely new identity. This was an opportunity God had given him, so he could start all over again. He could cast aside his past and live well. Put aside all that. All that he felt were failures, and don't look back at it. Come, drink this chicken soup. Drink some soup before eating to nourish your body. Chuning looked at Zhou Xiang distraughtly. The kindness in her eyes made Zhou Xiang feel grieved. He could not tell a mother who had tirelessly raised her son that another soul was living in his body. Drink it. Why are you in a daze? Even if you don't remember me, you definitely remember the taste of this soup. You've loved drinking my stew since you were young. Drink it. Zhou Xiang took the soup bowl and scooped up a spoonful of flavorful chicken soup. He took a sip, and it tasted delicious. He couldn't help but drink a few more mouthfuls. Slow down. Don't burn yourself. After Zhou Xiang finished the bowl of soup, he looked at Chuning and softly said, "Ah, Mom, you don't have to bring me food every day. The hospital has food too." It had been 3 days since he woke up, and it had rained for 2 of them. Every time Chuning came, he saw that her pants were completely wet. This short, thin woman took a half-hour bus ride, and then walked for more than 10 minutes just to bring her son a hot meal. He felt sad and touched. This was the feeling of having a mother. He had thought he would never experience it in this lifetime. Chuning said sorrowfully, "What's the big deal about bringing you meals? Before, when I brought them, you couldn't even eat them." Thinking of all the hardships of the past 2 years, Chuning's eyes became a little red, but she immediately laughed. "Don't say these things. You waking up is great. Mom isn't going to ask for anything else, and I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. I only want you to live well." Zhou Xiang faintly felt that there was more than just the obvious meaning in Chuning's words. But he didn't ask, for fear that it would provoke her sadness again. From what she and the doctor had said, he was able to piece together that some heavy objects had fallen on this body 2 years ago. Everyone had thought that he would remain in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, he had woken up. Zhou Xiang also knew that it had been 2 years since he had accidentally fallen off the cliff during the storm. He also looked at the elderly man in the bed next to him. This double ward had only the 2 of them. The old man had been lying there for more than half a year after suffering a stroke. It was said that he was still conscious, but he was similar to a dead person. The old man didn't have a wife, only a son. His son was busy with work, so he could only come once or twice a week. Chuning sometimes helped the nursing staff take care of the elderly man. As Zhou Xiang watched Chuning tirelessly help the caregiver wipe down the elderly man's body while sweating profusely, he could imagine how Chuning had taken care of him over the past 2 years. How much had this woman suffered for her son? But when he woke up, she didn't mention anything. When Zhou Xiang looked at her, he couldn't help but wonder if his mother were still alive today. Would she worry about him like this? In his heart, he gradually accepted the fact that Chuning was his mother. He even felt a little glad. Even in his dreams, he had wanted a mother. Now that he had woken up, he actually had one. God really had treated him well. Not only had he given him a second life, but he had also given him a mother. Zhou Xiang finished his meal under Chuning's watchful eyes. Chuning fanned him with a fan and looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of warm kindness. Zhou Xiang felt a little embarrassed by her attention. Chuning immediately asked, "Son, do you want to watch TV for a bit?" "Oh, okay." Chuning turned on the TV, but the 2 of them didn't really concentrate on whatever was showing. Zhou Xiang asked, "Mom, when can I be discharged from the hospital?" He could tell that Chuning wasn't rich. He felt that he was fine, so it wasn't necessary to continue staying in the hospital. Chuning responded, "There's no hurry. Most of the money has already been used up over these past couple of years, so what's the difference between staying a few more days? Mom wants you to leave the hospital in good health. Let's listen to the doctor's advice. The few doctors who treated you are very good. When they say you can be discharged, then that's when you'll be discharged." Zhou Xiang nodded and asked, "Mom, can you tell me about our family? The doctor also said that if you tell me more things, maybe I'll remember." Each time he said the word mom, Zhou Xiang felt his heart beating faster. He didn't know whether it was because he felt thankful or because of his guilty conscience. Chuning smiled. "We don't need to rush this, either. Once you leave the hospital, I'll show you pictures of you when you were young. We'll look at them and talk. The doctor said that your mind can't get too exhausted. You just need to rest. Don't think too much." Zhou Xiang didn't force the matter. He inadvertently glanced at the TV screen. The TV was broadcasting a movie's news conference. The camera moved, and a very familiar figure appeared on the screen. Zhou Xiang's eyes opened wide. Wang Yudong. The director gave the male movie star a close-up. This man was undoubtedly very attractive, graceful, and cool. His tailored, well-fitted suit accentuated his slender, tall body, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised into a smile like that of a glorious, warm spring breeze. It was no wonder that so many women's hearts were mesmerized by him. Zhou Xiang was more than familiar with this extremely popular movie star. He had been this man's martial arts stuntman for many of his previous movies because of their exceptionally similar figures and back silhouettes. If it weren't for this reason, Yan Mingxiu really wouldn't have glanced at him. Unfortunately, he hadn't known this initially. If he had known, He could have calmly been content with just being friends with benefits with Yan Mingxiu. Then he wouldn't have fallen into such a wretched state. Waves of painful sorrow struck his heart. This heart that wasn't exactly considered to be his own heart still hurt because of these depressing matters. It was really unbearable. Zhou Xiang laughed at himself. Mom, let's change the channel. Okay. Chenning turned to look. Isn't this Wang Yudong? You know him? Hey, your mother isn't so old that I don't even watch TV, right? Chenning smiled and glanced at him. Who doesn't know Wang Yudong? He's a very famous big star. When he got married earlier in the year, our neighbor, Auntie Zhang's daughter, cried and whined as if there were no tomorrow. I really don't know what these children are thinking these days. Zhou Xiang shuddered. He got married? Chenning glanced at him strangely. Son, you remember him? No, I don't remember. Just that. Don't male stars usually get married late? I think he's in his 20s, no more than 30. Yeah, the newspaper said that he and his wife had been together for several years, and that the woman's background was very mysterious. Anyway, she's very likely the young miss of an influential family. The reporters can't dig up too much news. I just remembered that his wife's surname sounds particularly nice. The surname is Yan, not the yen from swallow. It's whatever Chenning said afterward. Zhou Xiang didn't hear any of it. What kept repeating in his mind was that Wang Yudong and Yan Mingmei were married. If they got married, then what would happen to Yan Mingxiu? Would he have wailed and sobbed pathetically? Wanted to die? Yan Mingxiu was so infatuated with Wang Yudong. Seeing Wang Yudong change from being his sister's boyfriend to his brother-in-law, he would go crazy, right? Huh, it's ridiculous. Speaking of this, although he and Yan Mingxiu weren't the same, they had both made the same mistake. That was coveting something that didn't belong to them. Chapter 2. After staying in the hospital for another 2 days, Zhou Xiang felt physically fine. He really didn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. Once again, he told Chenning that he wanted to leave. Chenning went to ask the doctor, while Zhou Xiang waited alone in the ward. The grandfather sleeping in the bed next to him would probably never wake up. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, Zhou Xiang would think about the person lying beside him, completely silent. In fact, this grandfather was very pitiful. At that moment, the door to the ward opened. Zhou Xiang thought Chenning had returned, but he didn't expect to see a man in his 40s walk in. The moment he saw the man, Zhou Xiang froze. Kaiwei saw him and was startled as well. He said in shock, You're awake? Zhou Xiang blinked. He was even more shocked than Kaiwei. He had only been awake for a few days, yet he had already encountered one of his former friends. Kaiwei took a few steps forward and stopped in front of him. This boorish older friend was so excited that his face had flushed red. He slapped both hands on his Zhou Xiang's shoulders, hitting him so hard that Zhou Xiang felt a little pain. He said excitedly, Buddy, you don't know me, but I know you. He pointed toward the bed with the hand carrying a bag of food. That's my dad. My dad has been lying there for more than 6 months. I see you every time I come here. My dad is already this old, so let him be. But you're still so young. If you were to lie there like that forever, your mother would be devastated. I didn't expect you to wake up, but it's great. He patted Zhou Xiang's shoulder heavily, his face revealing a candid smile. Zhou Xiang's heart trembled. He immediately grabbed Kaiwei's arm, so excited that he couldn't even speak. He wanted to open his mouth and say, Wei Gu. But to Kaiwei, he was merely a stranger who happened to be called Zhou Xiang. Kaiwei looked at him strangely and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll help you call the doctor. Zhou Xiang responded, No, you don't need to. You don't give up. Maybe your father will wake up one day. Kaiwei put down the things he was carrying beside his father's bed, then sat in the chair and sighed. I don't expect it. Getting a stroke at his age, he's just hanging on. He's practically half dead like this. The entire family is suffering, but we can't just watch him die. Kaiwei looked at his father. Anyway, no matter what, he's still alive. His voice sounded dismal and fatigued, making Zhou Xiang feel particularly somber. Kaiwei was still doing well in the entertainment industry. His work was relatively diverse, with many different responsibilities to manage. His social network was broad, too. Many aspiring newcomers had to look up to him, so Kaiwei's income was considered quite good. However, supporting his wife and children while also caring for an elderly father whose hospitalization fees were mounting day by day was a heavy burden. Even though only 2 years had passed, Zhou Xiang felt that Kaiwei had aged considerably. Zhou Xiang wanted to comfort him, but he was afraid of saying too much and accidentally revealing himself. Telling someone that another person was living inside this body was even more unimaginable to an ordinary person. Kai Wei looked at him silently, then sighed heavily and wiped his face. His expression looked somewhat pained. Zhou Xiang asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" "Zhou Xiang." Kai Wei called his name. His tone was exactly the same as when he used to call him. Zhou Xiang's heart trembled. "You know, I used to have a buddy. His name was also Zhou Xiang. If he were still alive, he'd be 35 this year. Very young, very loyal. He was a really good buddy." Kai Wei's face showed an expression that was both crying and laughing, and his voice sounded choked with emotion. "From what your mom said, you had an accident 2 years ago, right? My buddy was also in an accident 2 years ago. But you woke up, while his body couldn't even be found. That job, I introduced it to him." Kai Wei sniffed. If it weren't for me. He couldn't say anything more. His guilt and grief seemed to consume the air around them, causing Zhou Xiang to feel an indescribable sense of oppression. He especially wanted to scold Kai Wei, to tell him to stop talking nonsense. Why would his death have anything to do with him? At the time, Zhou Xiang had offended Wang Yudong, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. Only Kai Wei had helped him. Kai Wei had pestered and sweet-talked others into introducing him to a cast and crew that was filming a documentary in Sherwin Mountain. But encountering such horrendous weather that day had simply been bad luck. If he had really died, then so be it. But now that he was alive and had realized that Kai Wei had always blamed himself for his death, Zhou Xiang felt even worse than Kai Wei did. Normally, Kai Wei was definitely not the kind of person who would say so much in front of a stranger. But at this moment, his emotions were somewhat out of control because the young man in front of him reminded him of so many painful things from the past. He felt a little embarrassed and quickly cleared his throat. "Please don't mind me. I've just remembered some things from the past. My name is Kai Wei. If you don't mind, just call me Wei Ge. Fate brought us together. In the future, let's look after each other." Zhou Xiang's voice trembled as he softly called out, "Wei Ge." He really wanted to drag Kai Wei to a small restaurant near the hospital, order a few dishes and several bottles of white wine, and drink heartily with him like they used to. Back when they were in sports school, Kai Wei had always taken care of him. After Zhou Xiang graduated, he couldn't find a good job, so he shamelessly went looking for Kai Wei. Kai Wei arranged for him to run errands on drama sets and do miscellaneous work in various studios. Later, he slowly began working as a martial arts stuntman for other people and earned a good income. The two of them had always gotten along well. In Zhou Xiang's heart, Kai Wei was like a real brother. Kai Wei smiled. "I'll tell you the truth, but don't think too much about it. You give me a very intimate feeling, like someone I'm very familiar with. I don't know if it's because you're also called Zhou Xiang, but I feel that you're kind of like him." Zhou Xiang smiled as well. How could Kai Wei know that he and that Zhou Xiang were one and the same person? Just as he was about to speak, Chen returned. "Xiao Kai, you came to see your father?" "Yes, Auntie Chun. Why didn't you let me know that Zhou Xiang had awakened? This is a cause for celebration. When will he be discharged? I'll take the two of you out for dinner." "Oh, you're so busy with work. How can we trouble you?" "What trouble? You always help the nurses take care of my dad. I really can't repay this favor in this lifetime." "What are you talking about? I'm free and have the time. You still have to earn money to support your family. You can't compare yourself to this idle person. Don't say such courteous things. If you have free time, come visit your father more often. Perhaps he'll wake up one day." Kai Wei smiled. "Yes, maybe we can also rub off some of your luck." Chening's face was radiant, her entire body practically bursting with happiness. "Xiao Kai, come have some fruit." The three of them chatted for a while. Kai Wei stayed for more than an hour. He helped his father change clothes, fixed his hair, and then left. After he left, Chening said to Zhou Xiang, "I didn't say anything in front of him. I don't want to trouble other people. The doctor said that you can be discharged tomorrow." Zhou Xiang said happily, "That's great. I'll clean up and pack everything. You get some good rest. We'll go home tomorrow." Zhou Xiang softly muttered, "Mom, you've worked hard." Chening smiled and caressed his long-grown hair. "As long as you wake up, any amount of hard work is worth it." The next morning, they got up very early to complete the discharge procedures. Unexpectedly, Kai Wei came. Kai Wei smiled. "Auntie Chun, you're too kind, not even telling me that he's being discharged. Good thing I asked the doctor myself." Don't argue and don't be so modest with me. Today, I'm here to help and have a celebratory meal with the two of you. Qian was particularly embarrassed and said a few polite words. She couldn't overcome Kai Wei's enthusiasm, so she could only accept. Kai Wei rushed out to take care of the discharge procedures for them. Zhou Xiang put everything into his car. Having lived in the hospital for 2 years, his discharge was practically like moving house. If it hadn't been for Kai Wei's car, they would really have been in trouble. After a busy morning, everyone was exhausted. Qian was worried about Zhou Xiang's health. Actually, Zhou Xiang felt that his body was fine and that he was physically energetic. This body had been lying in bed for 2 years. What it lacked now wasn't rest, but exercise. Kai Wei took the mother and son to a very high-class Cantonese restaurant. Seeing Kai Wei's new car and then witnessing his extravagance, Zhou Xiang knew that Kai Wei had been doing quite well over the past 2 years. He was very happy for him. Zhou Xiang also graciously accepted the invitation, and they ate and chatted. Qian didn't talk much with them. She said a little and then stayed quiet, leaving the two men to talk among themselves. After chatting for a while, Kai Wei looked at him strangely. Zhou Xiang's heart jumped. What's wrong? The feeling you give me is very much like that of a close friend. What's with this? Zhou Xiang quickly recalled whether he had accidentally said anything. He had already tried to be cautious. He shouldn't have said anything wrong, right? Finally, he laughed. Didn't Wei Ge say, we have fate? Kai Wei shook his head and smiled. That's true. I'm thinking too much. Who told you to have the same name as my brother? After saying that, he sighed. Zhou Xiang was afraid that Kai Wei would start reminiscing about the past again, so he quickly poured him a glass of wine. Come, Wei Ge, let's drink. After 3 rounds of alcohol, both men's faces were red. Kai Wei asked, Zhou Xiang, what are your plans for the future? Look for a job. What did you do before? Zhou Xiang was speechless. He turned and asked Qian, Mom, what did I do before? Kai Wei smacked his head. Oh, I forgot. You can't remember. Then what you learned in the past might be wasted. Can't be, right? Whatever Qian was thinking, her expression didn't look good. You used to do photo shoots for magazines and model at auto exhibitions or something. You said that you wanted to be a star and were going to join some training. At that time, I urged you to be more realistic, but you wouldn't listen. Ache. Qian sighed. She seemed to realize that she had said too much and lowered her head to eat. Time seemed to stop. Zhou Xiang hadn't expected that the former owner of this body had actually harbored dreams of becoming a star. The qualifications of this body weren't bad, but there were many attractive young men in Beijing, so he really didn't stand out. Without anything exceptionally distinctive, there was essentially no chance of becoming popular. He had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had seen too many young people with excellent qualifications leave dejectedly in the end. To become popular, even if everything was in place, without luck, one would still end up empty-handed. Kai Wei smiled. So you wanted to be a star? This just happens to be my profession. This brother here can help you out. Qian raised her head. Not good. So many people want to be stars, but how many actually succeed? Why not just find a proper, steady job instead? Zhou Xiang also nodded. Wei Ge, I don't want to be a star. I also know that my qualifications won't be enough. I know that you're from an entertainment company. If you want to help me find some work in your company. Something like a backstage assistant. I can do that. Kai Wei nodded. That's not a problem. Our boss recently bought a model agency with about 1,000 square meter photo studio in the Luan area. There's a lot of work to be done. If you're not afraid of hard work, the salary will be enough to support you and your mom. Zhou Xiang decisively nodded. I'll thank you, Wei Ge. Considering that he didn't know anyone at the moment, if Kai Wei was willing to introduce him to a job, having an income immediately was exactly what he wanted. If he had died, then so be it. But he was alive, so he had to figure out how he was going to live. Qian opened her mouth, but seeing that Zhou Xiang had already made up his mind, she said nothing. However, her expression was filled with worry. Chapter 3. After the 3 of them finished their meal and left the restaurant, it was precisely 2 in the afternoon. The sun was scorching overhead. Zhou Xiang squinted and looked up. Across the street, a huge LED advertising screen stood atop a commercial building, broadcasting a commercial. Because the building blocked some of the light, the screen was difficult to see clearly for a few seconds. Just then, a flock of birds happened to fly past, briefly blocking the sun. The image on the screen changed to an advertisement for a luxury watch. A man walked out from a completely black backdrop. Zhou Xiang's expression suddenly changed. The man was in his early 20s. His tall, perfect figure, dressed in a pure white suit, created a striking contrast against the dark backdrop. He raised his head slightly, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. His face was expressionless. His chilling gaze and tightly pursed lips gave him an unapproachable aura. He was putting a diamond watch onto his wrist. Even such a simple gesture was performed with elegance and grace, making it incredibly captivating. Many passers-by either turned their heads or stopped in their tracks just to stare at him. A piercing pain struck Zhou Xiang's heart. His face paled as he took a deep breath. Yan Mingxiu? Why would he do commercials? With his influential family background, why would he sell his looks to the commercial industry? Kai Wei snorted beside him, his tone full of resentment. Zhou Xiang suddenly came to his senses and adjusted his expression, afraid that Kai Wei would notice something unusual. Kai Wei knew everything about what had happened between him and Yan Mingxiu. Because of that, Kai Wei hated Yan Mingxiu deeply. That had not changed in the past 2 years. It seemed that one person's influence on another really was not easy to erase. To Kai Wei, 2 years had passed. But to Zhou Xiang, everything that had happened between him and Yan Mingxiu had occurred only a week ago. Even his last phone conversation with Yan Mingxiu was still vividly etched in his memory. He could still distinctly remember the scent of Yan Mingxiu's body, his overbearing and willful demands, his stubborn insistence on doing things his own way even when it hurt others, and his uncaring personality. Even his smiles, his temper, and his unquestionable love for Wang Yudong were still vivid in Zhou Xiang's mind. He wanted to forget all of it as soon as possible. To him, those things had happened only a few days ago. They said that time was the best medicine, but he had not had enough time. What he needed most right now was time. He had thought that he was starting a new life. If he stopped seeing and thinking about Yan Mingxiu, perhaps he could completely forget this ill-fated, failed relationship. Unexpectedly, on the very first day after being discharged from the hospital, he was forced to see Yan Mingxiu again. In fact, it was likely that he would still have to keep seeing him in the foreseeable future. Seeing Zhou Xiang and Kai Wei looking at the commercial across the street, Qian also looked over and praised him. How can a boy look so beautiful? So beautiful. Kai Wei responded disdainfully. Being beautiful doesn't mean shit. He's just a bastard. Qian was stunned. Xiao Kai, you know him? Kai Wei answered gloomily. Yeah, I know him. What about him? He's not a good person? Kai Wei forced a smile. Auntie, the entertainment industry is chaotic. There aren't many good ones. Zhou Xiang resisted the urge to ask Kai Wei about Yan Mingxiu. The less he knew, the better off he would be. It would be best if Yan Mingxiu completely disappeared from his life. The watch commercial on the screen ended. Zhou Xiang secretly sighed, but the trembling in his heart did not disappear. He was powerless. He had offended Wang Yudong, fallen out with Yan Mingxiu, and fallen off a cliff. All of it caused him to lie awake at night. To him, everything had happened not long ago. He needed time. What he needed most right now was time. After Kai Wei drove them home, Qian remained bashful for a long time before finally saying, Xiao Kai, normally Annie Chun should ask you to come upstairs for a chat, but this rented apartment is too shabby. I'm embarrassed to invite you up. Thank you for today. Kai Wei frowned and looked at the old residential area. The area was run down, and the surrounding environment was poor. It really was not a good place. He sighed silently in his heart. In order to treat Zhou Xiang, Qian had depleted all her savings and incurred a large amount of debt. Although Zhou Xiang had awakened, the difficult life awaiting the mother and son had only just begun. After Kai Wei left, Qian led Zhou Xiang upstairs. The 7-story building was at least 20 years old. The corridor was dark, the stairs narrow, and the walls so dirty that their original color could no longer be seen. The small apartment Qian had rented was only a little over 40 square meters, with just one bedroom. Although she had tried to clean and organize it, she still could not conceal the owner's dire financial situation. Qian smiled. I cleaned up the bedroom and bought a new bed. From now on, I'll sleep in the living room. Zhou Xiang quickly said, Mom, I'll sleep in the living room. That won't do. You just left the hospital. You need to take care of your health. I'm used to sleeping on the hard bed at the hospital. It's fine. Mom, that's not right. I can't let you sleep in the living room while I sleep in the bedroom. The two argued for a while. Chening could not win against him, so she could only agree. Chening brewed a pot of tea, took out a large photo album, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Then she slowly told Zhou Xiang about his past. Zhou Xiang had been an ordinary child growing up in the imperial city. His father had been a civil servant, while his mother had been an accountant. Their family had initially lived a good life, but his father had passed away while he was in college. Then, when Zhou Xiang was 24, he had suffered his accident. One could well imagine how painful and miserable Chening's life had been. Zhou Xiang was not very interested in his past, but the more he learned, the more sympathy he felt for this woman. Chening talked and talked until she began to cry. My life is really terrible. I almost can't go on anymore. Son, it's good that you woke up. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to keep going. For 2 years, she had held on to the hope of a miracle, never knowing when it would come. She had used that hope as her motivation all along. This thin and frail woman looked much stronger than her appearance suggested. Zhou Xiang put his arms around her shoulders and let her cry freely in the embrace of her beloved son. After releasing all the emotions she had kept bottled up, Chening became embarrassed. Seeing Zhou Xiang sitting healthily in front of her, she could not help laughing. Zhou Xiang asked, Mom, when I was in the hospital, you owed a lot of money, right? Take out the bank book and let's have a look. As soon as he mentioned it, Chening's expression turned gloomy again. She hesitated for a moment, stood up, and pulled a book out of the drawer in the TV cabinet. Inside, all the loan slips had been carefully and neatly clipped together. Chening had previously been an accountant, so everything was very organized. She sighed heavily. There were some savings in the beginning, but your hospitalization fees were too high. I sold both of our condos. The real estate market wasn't doing well at the time. If I'd sold them during these past 2 years, they would have been worth nearly 1 million more, but we desperately needed the money then. Zhou Xiang turned through the thick stack of loan slips and quietly asked, Mom, how much do we owe? Chening sniffled. My retirement pension is only about 2,000 a month. Later, I had to borrow money from other people, relatives, friends, and colleagues. When they see my phone number, they won't even answer. Chening said quietly, Now, we still owe 370,000. 370,000. Zhou Xiang calculated his previous savings. If he did not count the condo and the car, he had about 200,000 in savings. The old condo had been given to him through his father's former employment, but its location was very good. 2 years ago, it could have sold for 1,300,000. His car was secondhand, but it could probably be sold for around 20 or 30,000. He could not sell the condo because he and Chening still needed somewhere to live. By his calculations, paying off the 370,000 would not be too difficult. But as Zhou Xiang was calculating, he inadvertently looked at a photograph in the old photo album. He suddenly realized that he was no longer that Zhou Xiang. He was already dead. How had his bank accounts and property been handled? Who had managed them after his death? He knew nothing. How could he use a different identity to reclaim his own assets? Zhou Xiang broke out in a cold sweat. So, essentially, he had not only become a pauper, but a pauper with 370,000 in debt? Chening saw his unpleasant expression, and her own expression became depressed. Her son had awakened, but the hardships of life were far from over. Zhou Xiang glanced at her. Although this woman was not his mother, he felt that he had a responsibility to take care of her for the rest of her life. He had taken over her son's body, causing her to lose her son forever. He, on the other hand, had been given a precious second chance at life. He could not simply accept that without doing anything. He should also take on the responsibilities that this life should have carried and fulfill his obligations. Zhou Xiang cleared his mind and closed the book. Mom, don't worry too much. We're both doing fine. Money is earned by people. The debt can be paid off one day. Chening forced a smile. You're right. We have to stay optimistic. With you waking up, Mom can see hope. Tomorrow morning, go to Xiao Kai's place to work. I'll also go look for a job. Zhou Xiang grasped Chening's hands. Okay. Zhou Xiang slept terribly that night, thinking over and over about how he could earn money. Finally, he decided to find out as soon as possible what had happened to his assets after his death. By morning, he had only managed to sleep fitfully for a short time. After getting up, he realized that he had not thought about Yan Mingxiu at all the previous night. That was a good sign. He washed his face, changed his clothes, and then went to Kai Wei's company to report for work. Chapter 4. Zhou Xiang came to the company very early. Kai Wei was now the administrative vice president of the company, the right-hand man of the big boss. He managed almost everything. The big boss was rarely in Beijing, so Kai Wei basically took care of the company's affairs. Over the past few years, both his connections and his status in the entertainment industry had grown far beyond what they had been 2 years ago. Naturally, it was easy for him to arrange a job for Zhou Xiang. 2 years ago. No. For Zhou Xiang, it had only been last month since he was an employee of this company. In the past, the jobs Kai Wei introduced to him had the lowest commission fees. Kai Wei had always treated him very well. He had worked at the company for a long time, got along well with everyone, and had good relationships with the company's employees. He liked this company very much. Being able to work here again felt like a good start. Zhou Xiang ran into several former colleagues in the office building. He excitedly resisted the urge to greet them. In their eyes, he was a complete stranger. Kai Wei took Zhou Xiang to his office and warmly asked him to sit down. Then he answered a phone call. Afterward, he picked up his keys and told him, "Let's go. I'll take you to the filming studio for a tour. Our president Wang invested more than 10 million in this studio, and it's currently the biggest one in Beijing. Now the company can get a lot of work every day. You can start there and do some miscellaneous work first. Don't be afraid of hard work. There are a lot of activities there. If you're lucky, you might even get a chance to shoot an advertisement." Zhou Xiang smiled. "Wei Gu, right now I just need a job. I don't want to think about anything else." Kai Wei looked at him with admiration. "That's good. At your age, you're not impulsive. That's very rare. Do it well. When there's an opportunity, Wei Gu will definitely help you. I know it's not easy for you and your mother. Because of your health, she must have spent a lot of money. Take it easy. You still have to live your life. Things will get better in the future." Zhou Xiang was touched. Although, in outsiders' eyes, Kai Wei was strict and harsh, with an air of deceit and ruthless shrewdness, Zhou Xiang knew that this was merely his facade for establishing a firm foothold in an industry filled with all kinds of people, both good and bad. Kai Wei was actually very affectionate toward his friends. Kai Wei drove toward Tongzhou district and took him to the newly built studio on the Liuhuan border. Their boss had reserved the 1st through 4th floors of the building, with the entire area totaling more than 1,000 square meters. The interior had been converted into a large-scale filming base. Each floor was divided into 2 areas. The themes of each area were different and could be changed at any time. Once he entered the building, he saw several tall models walking around in stylish clothing, their faces covered in heavy makeup. They didn't seem surprised by their surroundings and went straight to the 2nd floor. They passed by a group of people filming a family sitcom, and then went to the other side of the functional area dedicated to shooting special effects movies. Those people were shooting a science fiction advertisement. The male model had a healthy, beautiful figure and was dressed in white, silverish tights as he flew around, dangling from a wire. "Alu." Kai Wei greeted a fat young man. The man named Alu quickly ran over and warmly called out, "Wei Gu." Zhou Xiang didn't know this person. He might have been new to the company. Kai Wei said to Alu, "Let me introduce you. He's a younger brother from my hometown. His name is Zhou Xiang. Arrange some work for him here. He was just discharged from the hospital not long ago, so don't work him too hard. Try to let him learn everything there is to know about the studio. I'll leave the arrangements to you." "Okay, no problem. Wei Gu, don't worry," Kai Wei said to Zhou Xiang. "Alu is 24 this year, 2 years younger than you. You can call him Alu. He's part of the support crew here and is in charge of various things. Follow him around and learn. In the future, there will be opportunities for independent planning and various stage management tasks." "Alu." Zhou Xiang smiled and greeted him. Then he quickly nodded to Kai Wei. "Thank you, Wei Gu." When he graduated, he had worked in filming studios and on various kinds of sets. All of this was familiar to him. His accumulated experience was more extensive than anyone else's. Returning to his old line of work might be hard, but at least he was capable of doing it. He was very grateful to Kai Wei for taking care of him. "I still have business to attend to later this afternoon, so I won't be able to have lunch with you. I'm going to leave first. Wei Gu, you don't have to worry about me. I'll take care of myself." Alu laughed. "Wei Gu, take care." Alu was a natural socializer who smiled at everyone. After Kai Wei left, Alu took Zhou Xiang around the studio and briefly introduced him. "This is our new employee and a handsome guy. You all don't need to be jealous. Work hard. Several busy people laughed mockingly. Zhou Xiang swept his gaze over everyone. Unexpectedly, he didn't know a single person. The high turnover in the entertainment industry was a fact, but in just 2 years, he couldn't find even one familiar face. Zhou Xiang couldn't help feeling depressed. Zhou Xiang smiled courteously. I'm Zhou Xiang. Please look after me. Thank you. Zhou Xiang. A person who had been adjusting the lights with his back facing him suddenly turned around and looked at him silently. Zhou Xiang was shocked. He had finally found someone he knew. This was the company's former lighting brother, also named Zhou. Everyone called him Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou stood up and looked at Zhou Xiang, seeming to be thinking about the Zhou Xiang from before. He sighed. Greetings. The relationship between him and Lao Zhou had been good before. Now they were facing each other, but they couldn't acknowledge one another. Zhou Xiang didn't know how many times he would have to experience such a sad and awkward situation in the future. Alu said to Zhou Xiang, It's almost noon. I'll take you around and familiarize you with the work after lunch. You can walk around and take a look right now. It's interesting. Just don't mess with the filming equipment. It's very expensive. Zhou Xiang nodded and began wandering around to familiarize himself with his new work environment. From childhood to adulthood, Zhou Xiang had always gotten along well with people. He was generous but principled. People saw him as open-minded and full of aspirations, but they also wouldn't dare casually offend him. He was righteous, honest, and upright, and he had never used his seniority in the entertainment industry to bully newcomers. He was humorous and could chat with anyone. Whenever the people around him encountered difficulties, they always liked to discuss them with him or ask for his help. The young women and men he came into contact with all basically liked him. If he hadn't been gay, he would have already married a good wife. For such a charismatic man, it only took one lunch for him to become familiar with his colleagues. After starting work in the afternoon, he first helped Lao Zhou set up the lighting and then went to help the prop engineer. He was busy for the next few hours. Although he was a little tired, everyone praised him for how quickly he learned. Zhou Xiang simply pretended to be inexperienced so he wouldn't leave any trace that could arouse suspicion. After filming the commercial was completed, it was almost 8 p.m. The director was too hard to please, taking an entire day of filming before he was finally satisfied. Everyone was hungry, so they quickly packed up and prepared to go eat. When Zhou Xiang helped Lao Zhou pack up the equipment, Lao Zhou looked at him and sighed. You're called Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang pretended not to understand. What's wrong? I used to have a little buddy who was also named Zhou Xiang. Oh, I heard Wei Ge mention that, too. Lao Zhou responded. I don't know if it's because the two of you have the same name, but why do I feel like you're very similar to him? The way you talk, your mannerisms, and how you are with other people. Maybe it's just in my head. He's actually been gone for 2 years. I don't remember him that clearly anymore. Zhou Xiang forced a smile, not knowing what to say. At this time, Alu answered his phone and yelled, Right now? Fuck, it's already 8 p.m. I'm starving. Someone joked. Lu Ge, did your girlfriend ask you to buy dog food or something? Ha ha ha. Alu hung up the phone in frustration and glared at the boy. You only know how to talk nonsense. And you're still laughing. I'll see if you can keep laughing. How can I not laugh? Alu revealed a distorted expression. Everyone, don't pack up yet. We haven't finished today's work. A big star is coming to shoot an advertisement. Ah! Everyone groaned. Although it wasn't uncommon for them to work overtime to accommodate certain stars' schedules, it was Saturday today. Their working hours weren't fixed, and it was rare for them to have a day off tomorrow. After a busy day, everyone wanted to hurry home and rest. They hadn't expected to have more work at this hour, and they didn't even know how long they would have to work. The most heartbreaking part was that if they didn't do a good job, they might have to work overtime tomorrow as well. Who is it? Who is it? Young Master Yan. He's already downstairs. They have to shoot today. One of the newly recruited female assistants suddenly screamed, shocking everyone. She was so excited that she jumped around. Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu. I want to see Yan Mingxiu. The blood drained from Zhou Xiang's face instantly. The hand that was picking things up was shaking so badly that he could hardly control it. Lao Zhou resentfully spat out a curse. He looked down and saw Zhou Xiang's daunting expression. Xiao Zhou, you okay? Hungry? Zhou Xiang vaguely responded. Yes. A little. Yan Mingxiu? How could this be? It wasn't that he hadn't thought about running into Yan Mingxiu again on this career path. He had thought it would be fine as long as he didn't get involved in any jobs Yan Mingxiu participated in. But he had never expected to be forced to meet him on his very first day of work. He wasn't prepared to meet him at all. For a moment, he suddenly felt stupid. Alu also glanced toward Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang, are you all right? Why is your expression so bad? Zhou Xiang stood up and awkwardly responded. Alu, I just got out of the hospital. Maybe I haven't adapted yet. Can I leave for today? Without even looking around, he could already feel the resentful gazes on him. As a man, using illness as an excuse to escape overtime, especially as a new employee, would inevitably earn him criticism from others. If this weren't his last resort, he wouldn't have made such a request. Although Alu wasn't willing to let him go, knowing that the others would definitely be bitter about it, Zhou Xiang had been brought here personally by Kai Wei. From the beginning, Kai Wei had said that Zhou Xiang's health wasn't very good. Alu couldn't make things difficult for him, so he nodded. Then he asked the person with the most seniority, Lao Zhou, Zhou Gu, what do you think? Weiga told me that he just got out of the hospital. Maybe he's really not feeling well. Lao Zhou nodded. Let him go home. Look at his face. He's so pale. The others glanced at Zhou Xiang and realized that he really didn't look well. His body looked as though it were on the verge of collapse. He had been fine working all afternoon, but the moment he heard they had to work overtime, he suddenly felt ill. It really wasn't very convincing. Alu said, go out and take a taxi. I'm too busy right now, or I'd give you a ride personally. Zhou Xiang waved his hand. No need. I can go by myself. I'm sorry, everyone. Next time I'll work more to make up for today. I'm very sorry. He repeatedly apologized, then packed up his things and fled toward the elevator. Just as he reached the elevator, it dinged. The elevator doors on the second floor slowly opened right in front of him, and he couldn't leave. Zhou Xiang's heart trembled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Gradually, his heart calmed down. Yan Mingxiu didn't know him, so what if they came face to face? The elevator doors opened completely. The man standing in front of him was the man from the LED commercial that day. He was only 23 years old, yet he was already well known to half the world. He was the mighty movie star no one dared approach, Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu had grown a little older. Zhou Xiang's memory of him was still that of a teenager who liked wearing sportswear and jeans. His entire person had radiated youthfulness and a flamboyant aura. The Yan Mingxiu of today was wearing a casual suit, looking calm and restrained. His expression seemed to have solidified on his face, making him look extremely cold. Zhou Xiang had been in the entertainment industry for nearly 10 years. He had seen all kinds of beautiful people, but whether it was 3 years ago or now, he had always felt that Yan Mingxiu's appearance was the most perfect. He didn't know how God had crafted him so finely and superbly. It was no surprise that millions of spectators would be awed by him. Even Zhou Xiang, who believed he had encountered many beautiful people, was fascinated by Yan Mingxiu. There was no way for him to suppress the memories between himself and Yan Mingxiu. From the time he and Yan Mingxiu had met to the last phone call they had shared, it had been merely a year from beginning to end. Yet those memories were too recent for him. The feeling was very strange. It was as though he had only seen the person last week, when he was still a teenager, and then, just 1 week later, he had become a man. To him, the 2 years in between were completely blank. Those 2 years had changed everyone and changed many things. Except for him. He had not only lost 2 years of his life, but had also been forced to accept all the changes that had occurred during those 2 years. Zhou Xiang was standing directly in front of the elevator. When Yan Mingxiu was crowded out of it by a group of people, his first glance fell on him. Originally, Zhou Xiang was a stranger whom Yan Mingxiu would never have given more than a glance. However, when he saw Zhou Xiang's deeply complex and incomprehensible expression, his attention seemed to be drawn into it. He felt his heart beating erratically. Why was this expression so familiar? Yan Mingxiu bent forward slightly, unable to suppress the frantic agitation in his heart. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why could a stranger give him such a shock? The two of them faced each other directly, only a few meters apart. The distance between them was so close, yet so far away. Zhou Xiang felt completely helpless. In front of Yan Mingxiu, he still couldn't be himself. He forced himself to steady his mind. Lowering his head, he intended to take the stairs. When he passed by Yan Mingxiu suddenly took a big step forward and grabbed Zhou Xiang's arm in front of everyone's horrified gazes. His grip was so strong that Zhou Xiang furrowed his brows. Zhou Xiang suddenly turned to look at him. Yan Mingxiu's tall stature, nearly 1.9 meters, gave him a great deal of pressure. He saw only the radiance in Yan Mingxiu's eyes, his lips trembling slightly, his chilling aura. Yan Mingxiu couldn't help but blurt out a stupid question. Who are you? Chapter 5. 3 years ago. Xianggu, can you eat a little more carefully? Asked the beautiful makeup artist, Miyu, as she came over with a powder box. Zhou Xiang smiled while stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth. You're blaming me? Look at me. My face is caked with foundation. Even the slightest movement will ruin my makeup. I haven't even had lunch yet. If I faint from hunger, I'm blaming you. Your skin is quite different from Wang Yudong's. If I don't put more powder on you, how is it supposed to work? Miyu gave him a look. So hurry up and eat. I'll give you 5 minutes, then I'll fix your makeup. After that, you have to stop moving around. Okay, it's still early. The big star isn't even here yet, so why are you in such a hurry? Miyu poured him a glass of water. Have some water. Don't choke. Oh, Miyu treats you really well. Xiao Lu firmly tightened Zhou Xiang's belt. Come on, let me make Xiang Ji's waist even smaller. Zhou Xiang laughed and scolded him. You little brat. If you tighten it any more, be careful. I'll vomit all over your face. After he put on the costume, Zhou Xiang turned around in a circle. The navy blue costume on his slender body made him look heroic and refreshed, with quite a bit of an ancient hero's aura. How is it? Handsome, Xiao Lu laughed. Handsome. He walked around to look at Zhou Xiang's back. Hey, Xianggu, your back silhouette looks so much like Wang Yudong's. If I'm not looking directly at you, I definitely can't tell the difference. Your hair is just a little darker. Isn't that the point? If not, why would they look for me to be his substitute? Zhou Xiang jumped in place. I hope today's filming can finish early. Hey, let's go karaoke after work. Okay, let's go to the one in Samleton. The sound system is good there, and the chicken wings are delicious. Xiao Lu, hurry up and make the reservation. For what time? Reserve 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. After saying that, Zhou Xiang laughed. Whatever time they got off work depended entirely on whether the director was happy or not. The others also started laughing. The scriptwriter ran over to tell Zhou Xiang to get ready. They would begin shooting his scenes shortly. Zhou Xiang had already discussed everything with the martial arts coordinator. The action scenes weren't difficult, and he could perform them without any problem. Zhou Xiang had already been a martial arts stuntman for 6 or 7 years. In the beginning, he had done all kinds of odd jobs. Over time, martial arts coordinators began to notice his good figure and physical fitness. In addition, with Kai Wei promoting him, he slowly began to come into contact with this type of work. While attending sports school, he had practiced swimming. He had learned all the various martial arts skills he knew from his buddies in the dormitory. He had never expected those skills to become something he would depend on for a living. His reputation in the entertainment industry was good now. Every month, he would have 1 or 2 jobs. There were also many more opportunities for him to play small roles in movies where his face would be shown. Recently, he had even been able to take on some martial arts coordinating jobs for low-budget films. After his parents died, they had left him a very good condominium in an ideal location. He was homosexual, so he didn't have to worry about getting married or having children. Therefore, his income was more than enough for him to live well in an international metropolis like Beijing. He lived very comfortably. Although Zhou Xiang was alone, he was an optimistic person. He loved enjoying life and always found ways to entertain himself. His positive and enthusiastic attitude toward life was very appealing. The people around him liked him a lot. Some of the young newcomers who had just entered the industry all loved treating him like a big brother. Zhou Xiang was born with a kind of charm that made people trust him and want to be close to him. At this time, Zhou Xiang barely moved, afraid that if he did, the foundation on his face would slide off like a donkey rolling around. At that moment, a particularly clear and pleasant male voice sounded from behind him, calling for Donggu. He couldn't help wanting to turn around and see what kid had such a nice voice. Just as he turned his head, a dark shadow came from behind and hugged him around the waist. The force was so powerful that he was knocked forward, and he had to take several steps before he could steady himself. The chest behind him was fiery hot. Even with their clothes between them, He could feel the explosive power of that body and the firm abs pressing against his back. Zhou Xiang felt restless and jumpy for a moment. What day was it today? He had just arrived at the film set, and already some little boy had thrown himself at him. He quickly turned his head to see who it was. The moment he turned his head, both of them were stunned. Zhou Xiang's heart beat so erratically that it almost burst out of his chest. This face was so damn good-looking. With their faces so close, he could see that the man's skin was so smooth and delicate that he couldn't find a single pore. Those eyes, that nose, that mouth. Hey, he had been in the entertainment industry for a decade and had seen plenty of beautiful young people. But today, he was utterly shocked by this young man's beauty. He really didn't know which company was promoting this kid, but if he didn't get aroused, God help him. Yan Mingxiu was also shocked. The face that had turned to look at him wasn't Wang Yudong's, yet this person's back silhouette was so similar to Wang Yudong's. Yan Mingxiu quickly released his arms and took a few steps back, embarrassed that he had mistaken him for someone else. No matter how Yan Mingxiu looked at him, Zhou Xiang's smile seemed to be mocking him, making him feel even more ashamed. He frowned and impolitely asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Xiang didn't mind and smiled. "My name is Zhou Xiang. Are you looking for Wang Yudong? I'm his stuntman." No wonder their physiques were so similar. Yan Mingxiu didn't know why, but seeing someone with a physique similar to Wang Yudong's, yet an entirely different face, made him feel displeased. Perhaps it was because he had done something stupid by mistaking the wrong person, and the man's gentle smile reminded him over and over again of his mistake. The person next to him couldn't help snickering. Yan Mingxiu's expression darkened. "Where's Dong Go? He's not here yet. His scenes are scheduled for 2 hours from now, but he might come early. If you know him, you'd better give him a call. The director also wants him to come quickly." Yan Mingxiu gave him a cautious look before going to sit on the side and wait for Wang Yudong. Zhou Xiang looked at him a few times and couldn't help marveling at him. Unfortunately, this kid seemed not to like him. Mistaking him for the wrong person wasn't Zhou Xiang's fault, so he felt quite innocent. He asked Xiao Lu, "Who's this? He's so attractive." "I don't know." His tone is pretty demanding. As soon as he got here, he wanted to see Wang Yudong. Since he can actually come in here, he must have some connections. Maybe he's close to Wang Yudong. Miyu also couldn't help glancing at him a few times. Is he some company's new star? He's so handsome, and his figure is so good. He'll definitely be popular just by filming some drama series. Yan Mingxiu was merely wearing a casual white t-shirt and jeans as he sat to the side. The surrounding scene looked like a still picture inside a photo frame, possessing an indescribable beauty. One person's beauty could be so overwhelming to so many people. This was the first time Zhou Xiang had ever felt so deeply affected. Zhou Xiang really wanted to go over and talk to him. Unfortunately, he had to go filming, so he could only endure his disappointment as he entered the set. This scene was similar to a banquet, with the purpose of murdering a guest, but it took place during the Wulin leader's birthday celebration. Zhou Xiang was responsible for performing a sword dance to liven things up, using the opportunity to assassinate the Wulin leader's left protector. Zhou Xiang weighed the sword in his hand. To make it realistic, he treated the sword as a real one. It felt heavy. Sword dancing wasn't his specialty. His martial arts movements were more beautiful, but this wouldn't pose a problem for him. The director shouted, "Let's start. When I call out, take position, pay attention and concentrate. Lao Wang, stand firm and raise the lights higher." Zhou Xiang began waving his long sword according to the martial arts coordinator's instructions. His movements were beautiful and precise. However, the director's demands were quite high. Even the simple movements of doing a body flip and thrusting the sword forward had to be performed 4 times. Yan Mingxiu's eyes, which had been wandering around, were gradually enthralled by Zhou Xiang's movements. He narrowed his eyes and watched as Zhou Xiang's slender figure danced flexibly across the film set. Chapter 6. Because the camera was misaligned for barely a minute, it took more than 2 hours to finish filming. This director was a prominent director in China, but the old man had a very strange temperament. When he was working, no one could please him. Even a well-behaved girl in her 20s had been scolded to tears by him. This was the 3rd time Zhou Xiang had worked with him, so he was well aware of his temper. No matter how many times the old man wanted to redo a particular scene, Zhou Xiang never got angry. It wasn't that he didn't have a temper. He simply knew that if he became irritated, the old man would become even more irritated. Today, no one would be thinking about leaving. After completing the scene, Zhou Xiang was sweating profusely. The old man was very satisfied and had even remembered his name. After filming, he told him, "This film is short of a character. If you have time in your schedule, talk to Zhou Xiang. There aren't many scenes. In total, you won't appear for more than half an hour, but the pay is guaranteed to be satisfactory." Zhou Xiang smiled. "Thank you. You personally took the time to talk to me about such a trivial matter. I'm very grateful. If I can't make time in my schedule, then I'm obviously thinking too highly of myself. I'll go talk to Qingge then. In the future, if there are opportunities like this, I hope Director Wang will still think of me." The old man nodded expressionlessly. But the fact that he hadn't gotten angry for 2 hours showed how satisfied he was with Zhou Xiang's performance. "Hey, Wang Yudong is here." Everyone looked toward the doorway. Wang Yudong walked in with 2 assistants following behind him. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a casual suit. He looked extraordinarily handsome, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Wang Yudong was a movie star who had become popular over the past 2 years. It was said that his background was exceptional. He had made his debut in an ancient drama specifically produced to boost his popularity. Wang Yudong could be said to have all the qualifications needed to become popular. His appearance was excellent, his speech and mannerisms were appropriate, and he also had powerful people promoting him. Although his performances had been somewhat bumpy at first, that couldn't stop his attractive face from appearing in all kinds of media outlets every day. As a result, his popularity had been steadily rising, until he became the highest-earning artist in Yixing media. Originally, Zhou Xiang had only done stuntman jobs on the side. But because his figure was very similar to Wang Yudong's, he had also been able to climb the career ladder alongside him. Now, whenever Wang Yudong needed a stuntman, they would basically look for him. After Wang Yudong came in, he laughed and removed his sunglasses to greet the staff. There wasn't a trace of arrogance about him. He quickly went over to apologize to Director Wang. He didn't explain why he was late, merely apologizing to the old man with a smile. With Wang Yudong being so humble, Director Wang couldn't bring himself to be angry with him, so he simply told him to hurry up and get dressed. After Wang Yudong finished appeasing Director Wang, he turned to look at Zhou Xiang. "Hi, Xiang." Zhou Xiang smiled and nodded. "Donggu, you're here." He was actually a few years older than Wang Yudong and had more experience, but his position and status were insignificant. There was no reason for Wang Yudong to call him Go. However, he didn't dislike Wang Yudong. Wang Yudong especially knew how to conduct himself. As long as there was no conflict of interest with him, he always gave people the impression of being a gentleman. As for the rumors about Wang Yudong, Zhou Xiang was too lazy to care. He was just a minor stuntman. It was impossible for him to have any conflict of interest with Wang Yudong in his life. The two simply coexisted peacefully, which was good enough. Wang Yudong patted him on the shoulder. "You're finished filming. Go take a shower and change. You're so sweaty. If you catch a cold, who am I going to depend on to be my stuntman?" Zhou Xiang laughed. "Okay, Donggu. I can only leave once you're here. I'll go first, then." "Okay, see you." Zhou Xiang was planning to remove his makeup and change. When he turned his head, he saw the very attractive young man coming in from outside. He guessed the boy was going to the toilet. When the boy saw Wang Yudong, his eyes lit up, and he happily called out, "Donggu." Wang Yudong suddenly turned around and said in surprise, "Mingxiu? How come you're back?" After saying that, he took a few steps forward and hugged Yan Mingxiu tightly. Yan Mingxiu smiled brightly. "I've graduated." "Graduated? Then you don't plan to work there? You just came back like this." Yan Mingxiu grabbed Wang Yudong's arm and looked at him cheerfully, his eyes full of smiles. "What's so good about being abroad? You didn't even come to visit me." Wang Yudong smiled and softly muttered, "Didn't your sister go on my behalf?" Zhou Xiang was nearby and happened to hear this. He couldn't help guessing that the relationship between the boy's sister and Wang Yudong was certainly not ordinary. Yan Mingxiu's mouth twitched. "That doesn't count. Fine. Home is still the best. It's good that you're back. Wait for me. Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner to welcome you back." Yan Mingxiu looked at his watch. "I thought you would be here earlier, so I specially waited for you. Now it's too late. I have dinner plans with my dad this evening. I rushed over here, but seeing you is enough. Don't bother with the welcoming dinner. We'll just do it another day." Wang Yudong said regretfully, "Indeed, it's too late today. How about tomorrow? You set the time. No matter what, Donggu will make time for you, okay? Yan Mingxiu smiled happily. Seeing the smile on his face, Zhou Xiang's heart felt tingly. He sighed with a bit of pity as he passed by the two men, who were still conversing, and went into the dressing room to remove his makeup. As a man, he wasn't afraid of repeatedly scrubbing his cheeks. He rubbed in the makeup remover for a long time, then finished by washing his face. After that, he changed into his own clothes and went out. Yan Mingxiu had already left, and Wang Yudong was putting on makeup. Zhou Xiang walked over and asked Lu, "You guys have to work overtime?" Lu scowled miserably. "Yeah, you're done, but we..." He pouted toward Wang Yudong's direction and lowered his voice. "We still have to wait on him." Zhou Xiang gloated and smiled. "I'm leaving then." Lu looked at him with a grin and responded sarcastically, "Leave. When you're gone, don't come back." Zhou Xiang patted his head and smiled. "Get lost. I'm going home to take a hot shower, have some snacks, and play video games." He said these words loudly, causing everyone around him to grumble. Zhou Xiang loosened his shoulders, feeling a bit more relaxed as he hummed a song. With one hand in his pocket and the other swinging his car keys, he walked toward the parking lot. At this time, Yan Mingxiu was trying to hail a taxi at the intersection. He had just gotten off the plane and hadn't even returned home. After hearing about Wang Yudong's schedule, he had come to the filming set with his luggage. His older sister had told the staff to let him in. He wanted to surprise Wang Yudong, so he hadn't called him. He had simply waited there. Although he had waited for more than 3 hours, being able to see Wang Yudong had made it all worthwhile. When Yan Mingxiu thought of Wang Yudong's warm expression and smile, his fatigue no longer seemed important. Telling Wang Yudong that he and his dad were having dinner was actually a lie. He had been on the plane for more than 10 hours, and with the time it had taken to catch the plane and all the waiting, he hadn't rested for nearly 20 hours. Although he could endure it, he didn't want to show his fatigue in front of Wang Yudong, so he planned to find a hotel and sleep first. Right now, it was rush hour, with people getting off work. The taxis were either fully occupied or rushing to change drivers. He had waited for more than 10 minutes, and not one had stopped. Yan Mingxiu was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting to stay open, making him a little angry. He wanted to call the driver to pick him up, but he was afraid his mother would gripe that he hadn't even gone home after getting off the plane. Initially, he had planned to pretend that he was coming back tomorrow. While he was hesitating, a Volkswagen stopped in front of him. Zhou Xiang lowered the car window and smiled warmly. He kindly said to Yan Mingxiu, "Where are you going? I'll give you a ride." It took Yan Mingxiu 2 seconds to recognize him. He only remembered that he was Wang Yudong's stuntman. When he had seen Zhou Xiang earlier, he had been wearing an ancient costume with heavy makeup. Now that he wasn't dressed like that, Yan Mingxiu really couldn't recognize him for a moment. When he gathered his thoughts, he remembered that Zhou Xiang's silhouette from behind was extremely similar to Wang Yudong's. Even he himself had been confused. When Zhou Xiang had been demonstrating his swordsmanship, his agile figure had occasionally jumped in front of him. All afternoon, he had basically watched Zhou Xiang film his scenes to pass the time. Yan Mingxiu frowned slightly and hesitated. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously, this person hadn't done anything to provoke him, but he was somewhat resistant to him. Zhou Xiang laughed. "You can't get a taxi at this time. Look at the weather. It's going to rain soon. I'm off work and have nothing to do. I'll give you a ride." Seeing Yan Mingxiu's hesitation, Zhou Xiang laughed. "What are you afraid of? That my car will swallow people." For a moment, Yan Mingxiu couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he nodded. "Thank you then." Zhou Xiang popped open the trunk and got out of the car to help Yan Mingxiu with his luggage. Yan Mingxiu felt that his enthusiasm was a little strange, so he grabbed the luggage. "I can do it myself." Zhou Xiang opened the trunk and pointed to the cluttered space. "I'm sorry, it's a bit messy." He was an outdoor sports enthusiast. There was plenty of equipment in the car that he hadn't had time to put away at home. Yan Mingxiu's luggage wasn't large, but fitting it inside was still a little tight. Zhou Xiang bent over and gathered his own things together, leaving an open space for Yan Mingxiu's luggage. Yan Mingxiu looked at Zhou Xiang's short hair, his broad and powerful shoulders, and his slender neck. He couldn't help getting lost in his thoughts. How could this person's back be so similar to Dong Ji's? After Zhou Xiang finished clearing the space, he said, "Come and put it in." Yan Mingxiu put the luggage in, and the two men got into the car. Zhou Xiang smiled and stretched out his right hand. "My name is Zhou Xiang, the Xiang that means to soar or fly." Yan Mingxiu smiled slightly and shook hands with him. "My name is Yan Mingxiu." Chapter 7. Where are you heading? Zhou Xiang asked as Yan Mingxiu put on his seatbelt. His pearly white hand and slender fingers looked very alluring. Yan Mingxiu was just about to say a nearby hotel when his cell phone rang. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was his sister, Yan Mingmei. She told him to stay at her place and then return to their parents' home tomorrow. Yan Mingxiu really didn't want to go. He hated hearing everything about her and Wang Yudong from her mouth, but she was his sister, after all. He couldn't think of a reason to refuse. So, after hanging up the phone, he gave Zhou Xiang an address in the San Juan area. Yan Mingmei had bought that condo essentially for the convenience of commuting to work, so she basically lived there during the week. Zhou Xiang laughed. "It's not far from my house." He turned the car away from the parking lane onto the congested main road. Soon after the car started moving, it began to rain. Yan Mingxiu stared silently at the dark clouds outside the windows. He didn't want to talk to Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang didn't feel awkward at all. "Are you Wang Yudong's fan?" Seeing how affectionate Yan Mingxiu had been with Wang Yudong that afternoon, he had seen plenty of this kind of reaction from fans, so it wasn't strange at all. He just felt a bit unfortunate. This boy looked very indifferent and didn't like responding to people, but he was only enthusiastic about Wang Yudong. This was the charm of big stars. Yan Mingxiu certainly wouldn't tell an outsider that Wang Yudong was his sister's boyfriend. So he merely responded, "Yeah, I'm Dong Ji's fan. Which company are you signed with?" Zhou Xiang guessed that Yan Mingxiu was definitely a newcomer who had signed with some agency. Otherwise, even with such an attractive appearance, he shouldn't have been able to get in and out of the set so easily. Yan Mingxiu was baffled. "What company?" "Your agency." Yan Mingxiu responded, "No, I haven't signed with any." Zhou Xiang was surprised. "You haven't? Then do you want to consider mine? My company isn't big, but our financial resources and industry connections are considered superior." Yan Mingxiu finally understood what he meant and explained, "I won't sign with any company. I don't want to be a star." Zhou Xiang was startled, then realized that he had been mistaken. He smiled. "Sorry, you're so attractive. I thought you were a newbie. What a pity. With your qualities, you'd definitely become popular." Yan Mingxiu said absent-mindedly, "I'm not interested." His good mood from seeing Wang Yudong had been completely ruined by his sister's phone call. He knew that in Wang Yudong's heart, he would always just be his girlfriend's brother. But for him, it was far more than that. When Zhou Xiang noticed that Yan Mingxiu was giving him the cold shoulder, he felt a bit bored. Although he was dying to find out a little more about Yan Mingxiu was totally disinterested in him. So what if he was gay? Homosexuality was such a thing. If two men looked at each other and found the other likable, they would have realized it long ago. Who had the patience to dig into a person's inner beauty? Although Zhou Xiang felt that it was a pity, he wasn't someone who would pry into other people's business. To have such stunning beauty accompany him on his way home through congested roads and heavy rain was already a beautiful thing. Just having this sexual fantasy in his mind was enough. He should keep his mouth shut and focus on driving, or else he might offend this person. So Zhou Xiang no longer tried to get a disinterested person to talk to him. But in order to ease the awkward atmosphere in the car, he turned on the music. The car entered Wuhan and moved forward at turtle speed. Today was Friday, and with the heavy rain, the extent of the congestion could well be imagined. The bean-sized raindrops hit the car with loud pattering sounds. A soothing English song playing in the car quietly echoed through the enclosed space. The inside and outside of the car were like two worlds. They clearly felt that in the world inside the car, there were only the two of them. This feeling was extremely wonderful. Yan Mingxiu couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhou Xiang. At this moment, Zhou Xiang was holding the steering wheel with one hand and resting his chin on the other, his elbow on the edge of the window. He looked deathly bored as he stared at the heavy, misty rain in front of them. His eyes were unfocused, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Zhou Xiang wasn't considered good-looking, but he was manly. His figure was good, and his entire person exuded an aura of purely masculine charm. His side profile was particularly attractive, and there were some similarities with Wang Yudong. But compared to Wang Yudong's refined and elegant appearance, Zhou Xiang was far from him. Yan Mingxiu's heart was filled with a strange feeling that made him observe Zhou Xiang for 2 seconds before he could turn his eyes away. Zhou Xiang felt his gaze. He turned to look at him and slightly raised his brows, giving him a concealed, ambiguous look. Yan Mingxiu was startled. He could immediately read the naked desire in his eyes. He slowly turned his head and looked back out the window. After a few seconds of pondering, he faintly said, "Let's go to your home." This time, it was Zhou Xiang's turn to be startled. He instantly stepped on the brakes and looked fearfully at the dangerously close distance between his car and the one in front of him. The car behind him angrily began to sound its horn. Zhou Xiang slowly released the brakes and let the car continue to slide forward. He remained in shock and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, my home is a little closer." Zhou Xiang's heart pounded continuously. He didn't think he'd have a chance, at least not with Yan Mingxiu's indifferent attitude. There was definitely no chance on their first meeting. Originally, Zhou Xiang hadn't even intended to get his phone number. But he hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events, with Yan Mingxiu unexpectedly taking the initiative. What day was today for it to be such a good day? To be able to do it once with such a gorgeously breathtaking person, the aftertaste would be enough to last him a long time. Yan Mingxiu sent a text message to Yan Mingmei, informing her that he wasn't going to her place, and then turned off his phone. He didn't want to go to his sister's place at all. When he thought of Wang Yudong having slept there, and that it hadn't been with him, he hated it. Initially, Zhou Xiang had quite enjoyed having a beautiful man accompany him through the congested traffic. But now, his heart was set on speeding home. He couldn't wait to get home. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly over, so he could only slowly move forward. Zhou Xiang's parents and younger brother had died in an accident when he was in elementary school. His father had been a deputy director of a state-owned factory. The factory had good benefits at the time and had given them a condo that was a little over 70 square meters, located at the North 2nd Ring Road. In the beginning, when all the condos were similar, they hadn't thought about how good this was. But now the condos in this location had risen to more than 20,000 per square meter. The condo was old, but even though it was old, having a place to live in Beijing City made Zhou Xiang very content. After parking the car downstairs, the rain was already very light. Zhou Xiang quickly opened the trunk. When Yan Mingxiu got out of the car, Zhou Xiang was already at the doorway with his luggage. He flung his head to shake some of the water from his hair. "The second-floor lights are broken. Be careful." Yan Mingxiu assessed the stairwell. The walls had recently been painted, but the paint strokes had been done very poorly. It was basically covered with putty powder to hide the traces of aging on this type of old condo. The more they tried to conceal it, the thicker the accumulated layers of paint became. He glanced at his luggage. "I'll take it myself." Zhou Xiang energetically climbed up the stairs. "It's okay. Your baggage is light. Besides, my home is on the 3rd floor." The lights on the 2nd floor were indeed broken. Normally, there was still moonlight, but due to the heavy rain that day, the moon could hardly be seen. Zhou Xiang was too familiar with the corridor and could walk up with his eyes closed. He was afraid that Yan Mingxiu would trip, so he intended to use his phone to provide some light. But in the end, before he even got his phone out, he accidentally kicked Yan Mingxiu's luggage. Because his soles were muddy and slippery, he couldn't stand steady and fell. Yan Mingxiu, who was just behind him, grabbed his waist with one hand and the handrail with his other hand. Zhou Xiang also grabbed the handrail in time. His entire back nestled in Yan Mingxiu's arms. He sheepishly turned his head toward Yan Mingxiu and smiled. Yan Mingxiu's deep eyes were especially bright in the dim light. He looked profoundly at Zhou Xiang. The two men's faces were in very close proximity, with their breaths brushing against each other's faces. If they just moved forward a little, they could kiss each other. Zhou Xiang revealed a shallow smile. The atmosphere was so good that there was no reason not to continue, so he leaned forward and kissed Yan Mingxiu's lips. Yan Mingxiu was startled and slightly unhappy. But Zhou Xiang's kiss, tinged with the faint taste of light tobacco, and his soft lips quickly made him feel a little restless. He gently bit Zhou Xiang's lips and deepened the kiss. After the two separated, both their expressions were a little unsettled. Yan Mingxiu said roughly, "Go into the house." Chapter 8. As soon as they entered the condo, Zhou Xiang immediately pressed Yan Mingxiu against the wall. His slender fingers stroked Yan Mingxiu's smooth face as he smiled softly. "Xiaoyan, you look so fucking good." Yan Mingxiu reached out and grabbed Zhou Xiang's already hardened cock, murmuring from the corner of his mouth, "Well, I can see that you like it very much." Zhou Xiang gently licked the corner of his mouth and murmured softly, "Like, of course I like it." Wrapping one hand around the back of Yan Mingxiu's head, he pulled him forward and kissed him intensely, carefully sucking on his lips. His tongue also delved into Yan Mingxiu's open mouth, entwining with his tongue and skillfully teasing and pulling it. Ever since Zhou Xiang realized he was gay in his teens, he had had 2 long-term relationships over the years. But there were no longer any traces of them left in his heart. He had also had a few short-term fuck buddies, but not many one-night stands. He wasn't a promiscuous person, just a normal man with a healthy sex drive. To him, a stable and genuine relationship was a luxury that could only happen if one was lucky. In their circle, there were only a handful of couples who could last. Zhou Xiang also yearned to meet someone he could truly connect with. But before that happened, it was obviously more practical to sleep with someone he found pleasing to the eye. Yan Mingxiu was only 20 years old that year, fairly young. Although he wasn't an innocent youngster, he didn't have much sexual experience. Zhou Xiang's aggressive flirting was a little too much for him to bear. Both of their breathing grew heavy, their kisses tinged with eroticism. Yan Mingxiu's hand reached into Zhou Xiang's clothes, stroking his smooth, firm back. Zhou Xiang's hand also reached into Yan Mingxiu's clothes. The 2 men caressed and stroked each other, creating a heated atmosphere. Yan Mingxiu raised his neck to allow Zhou Xiang to kiss his throat and collarbone. His hand continued moving downward. Finally, he gripped Zhou Xiang's waist and pressed his back against the wall as he reached into Zhou Xiang's pants and kneaded his ass. Yan Mingxiu's movements became more and more intense, while Zhou Xiang was still indulging in the flirting. It took him a long time to realize that something was wrong. He suddenly came to his senses and grabbed Yan Mingxiu's finger just as it was about to penetrate that tight area. Yan Mingxiu was also shocked. Both of them realized the problem. Zhou Xiang asked awkwardly, "You're a 1, T/N? T/N. 1 is the top, Sameh, in a gay relationship. A 0 is the bottom, Yuk." Yan Mingxiu didn't respond, but merely furrowed his brows at him. Having gotten this far, being forcibly interrupted so suddenly would make anyone unhappy, especially someone as selfish as Yan Mingxiu. The 2 of them felt as if cold water had just been poured over them, their lust extinguished instantly. They had hoped to unleash their desire, but once they set foot on the bed, they discovered that they were both 1s. It was really disappointing. Zhou Xiang didn't resist being a 0, but he had never been 1. You couldn't just give him a gun and immediately expect him to go to the battlefield. No matter what, he needed time to gradually prepare himself so he could mentally accept it. In addition, seeing Yan Mingxiu's gloomy face, he knew that nothing would happen today. Zhou Xiang was annoyed and disappointed. With such a stunningly beautiful man in front of him, after they had kissed and touched each other's cocks, the only thing standing in their way was the question of who would be the top and who would be the bottom. At this point, even if he wanted to continue, he really couldn't force the matter. Yan Mingxiu was quite disappointed. He picked up his luggage. "I'm leaving." Zhou Xiang grabbed him. "Hey, don't. It's still raining outside. Where are you going at this time? The elevation around my home is low, so cars won't be able to get out right now. Although we can't do it, I won't kick you out. Since you're already here, just sleep here tonight." Yan Mingxiu looked out the window. The heavy rain didn't seem as if it would stop. Thinking about how he could leave was indeed a big problem. Zhou Xiang took the luggage from his hand and placed it beside the shoe shelf. "Come on, go inside. We need to eat. Let's solve the livelihood problem first." Once he went inside, Yan Mingxiu was finally able to properly assess the home. The condo was a little over 70 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The layout wasn't very good, but it didn't feel cramped. Although the condo was old, the decor had a modern touch. The homeowner's attentiveness to cleanliness and maintenance was visible everywhere. Zhou Xiang's home was completely different from an ordinary bachelor's home. It was clean, refreshing, and warm, the same feelings Zhou Xiang gave people. Zhou Xiang quickly adjusted his emotions, acting as if nothing had happened as he handed Yan Mingxiu a pair of slippers. When the 2 of them had been making out at the front door earlier, they hadn't even taken off their shoes. Thinking about their passion earlier made things a little awkward. Zhou Xiang poured him a glass of water and smiled softly at him. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine. Then watch TV for a bit. I'll go cook." Yan Mingxiu nodded, his expression a little sluggish. The kitchen was relatively open, connected to the dining room and separated from the living room only by transparent glass. Yan Mingxiu merely needed to turn his head to see Zhou Xiang's busy silhouette moving around in the kitchen. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure moving constantly before him, feeling a burning urge in his lower abdomen. He fantasized that the person standing in the kitchen, making dinner for him, was Wang Yudong. That back, so similar to Wang Yudong's, blurred in his mind before completely overlapping with Wang Yudong's. In the next instant, the figure seemed to turn around. Wang Yudong's beautiful, elegant face, wearing a gentle smile, would ask him, "What do you want to eat tonight?" He fantasized about hugging this man from behind, tearing off his clothes and doing all kinds of shameful things to him, leaving his own traces on this body. Suddenly, that back turned around. Zhou Xiang's face appeared before his eyes, shattering his fantasy. Zhou Xiang smiled. "Do you eat spicy food?" Yan Mingxiu felt an obscure fire rising in his chest. He answered firmly, "No." Zhou Xiang seemed to have noticed his cheerless mood. He shrugged and didn't mind. Yan Mingxiu was very likely at least 10 years younger than him. He wouldn't go so far as to get angry with a little boy. After his parents died, he lived with several relatives, but it was too hard to bear. These relatives didn't care for him. He was shuffled around between them. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and went back to his own home. Since the 4th grade, he had brought food home to cook, washed his clothes, and taken care of himself. When it came to housework, he was an expert. In half an hour, the meal was ready. He had managed to make a 3-course meal with soup. Placing the steaming, savory dishes on the table, he turned toward Yan Mingxiu. "Come eat. It's already past 8 o'clock." Yan Mingxiu went to the table and looked at the food. They were very ordinary home-cooked dishes, the kind he hadn't eaten in many years. He sat down and couldn't help praising them. "You did a good job. It smells delicious." Zhou Xiang smiled and pinched Yan Mingxiu's delicate cheek. "It smells even more appetizing when you eat it. Hurry up and eat. Afterwards, give Xianggu a smile, okay?" Zhou Xiang had been very hospitable all along, so Yan Mingxiu couldn't stay angry. He smiled, reached out with his chopsticks, and put a piece of potato into his mouth. Zhou Xiang gave him a bowl of soup. "How is it?" "Good." For the first time, Yan Mingxiu revealed a natural smile. "Good. It's delicious." Zhou Xiang was happy too. "Come on, eat more. I still have sugar candy snow pear that I made yesterday in the fridge. Leave room for dessert." The two of them ate in harmony, as if the awkward scene from when they first entered the home had never happened. Chapter 9. After the meal, Yan Mingxiu continued watching TV while Zhou Xiang went to clean up the kitchen. After cleaning up, Zhou Xiang brought out dessert and tea. He had not entertained anyone in his home for a long time. He rarely had people over. Even if he brought back any fuck buddies, they just had sex. They certainly would not have time to sit down for tea and chat. Although it was a pity that he and Yan Mingxiu could not achieve their goal, sitting and chatting with him on this rainy night was quite romantic. So Zhou Xiang was in a good mood. Zhou Xiang casually chatted with Yan Mingxiu, asking him about what he was doing now. Yan Mingxiu had started school earlier than usual, so he graduated from college at just 20 years old. Now, he had come back to work. He did not disclose much, but Zhou Xiang was very interested. The two chatted for a long time. Zhou Xiang was a very humorous and considerate person, so toward the end, Yan Mingxiu obviously became less reserved and would occasionally reveal a smile that made Zhou Xiang's heart jump. Seeing such expressions from him, Zhou Xiang could not stop his heart from beating erratically. He had not experienced this feeling in a long time. Time went by quickly. Soon, it was already past 10 p.m. Yan Mingxiu yawned a few times, and Zhou Xiang also felt tired. The two of them were exhausted from the day. Zhou Xiang smiled. "We've chatted for a long time. You must be tired. Go take a shower first and get some sleep." Yan Mingxiu opened his suitcase and took out a set of clothes, then went to the bathroom to shower. When he came out, Zhou Xiang was watering his flowers. Zhou Xiang turned and saw Yan Mingxiu wearing loose pajama shorts. He looked refreshed and especially captivating. The two looked at each other. Both had lust on their minds, but when they remembered the embarrassment from a few hours ago, neither of them made any further moves. Zhou Xiang pointed toward the bedroom. "I got a newly washed blanket. Tonight, you'll have to bear it a little and sleep next to me. My guest room hasn't been cleaned in a long time, so it's not suitable for anyone to stay there." Yan Mingxiu nodded, then turned and walked into the bedroom. When Zhou Xiang came out after his shower, Yan Mingxiu seemed to have already fallen asleep. He quietly walked into the bedroom and heard Yan Mingxiu's even breathing. Looking closely, Zhou Xiang saw that Yan Mingxiu was really so exhausted that he had fallen asleep. His long eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows around his eyes, and his prominent nose and defined lips made his side profile look perfectly beautiful. Just looking at him made Zhou Xiang's heart continue to beat erratically. Zhou Xiang was not a person who judged others by their appearance. Still, he had to admit that most gays in the ET circle were quite superficial. Men paid more attention to sexual temptation than women. In the ET circle, they sought out people who looked attractive, had good figures, could be messed around with to their heart's content, and would take off their pants at the first meeting. Who had the time to truly look into another person's inner beauty? With Yan Mingxiu's attractive appearance, it was hard for Zhou Xiang not to fall for him. Zhou Xiang still felt a little regretful that nothing had happened that day. He leaned down and secretly kissed Yan Mingxiu's cheek. Then he climbed into bed and slept beside him. Yan Mingxiu gently opened his eyes after Zhou Xiang lay down, and an unreadable radiance flashed in his eyes. Due to the long-distance flight, Yan Mingxiu was very exhausted. He slept until 2 p.m. the next day. He was dazed when he woke up. For a moment, he did not know where he was. Shaking his head as he tried to recall, he realized that he was in the home of a man he had just met the day before, and that he had even almost had sex with him. When Yan Mingxiu had sex with others before, he never went to their homes or took them to his own home. He did not know what had happened yesterday. He had actually gone home with Zhou Xiang without hesitation. His mind could not get rid of the image of Zhou Xiang's back as he cooked. He dazedly glanced at the empty space beside him on the bed. There was a strange and unfamiliar feeling that left him continuously lost in his thoughts. Zhou Xiang happened to come in at that moment. Seeing that he had awakened, he raised his eyebrows. "You slept so soundly. You slept for 14 hours. Yan Mingxiu's throat was a little hoarse as he softly murmured, "I just got off the plane and hadn't slept for more than 20 hours. Zhou Xiang smiled. "I got a new toothbrush and towel for you. Go wash up and come out to eat. I'll heat up the food for you." Yan Mingxiu had slept so much that he was dizzy, so he wobbled into the bathroom. A new toothbrush and towel had already been placed on the sink. The scene made it seem as though he would be living here. Yan Mingxiu gave a mocking smile. After washing up, he came out of the bathroom. The aroma of the food filled his nose. He had lived abroad by himself for many years. Being able to wake up to breakfast already prepared by someone was not a bad feeling. Zhou Xiang pulled out a chair. "Hurry up and eat. You must be hungry." Yan Mingxiu nodded and stretched. "I didn't expect to sleep for so long." Zhou Xiang sat down beside him. He watched him eat and asked, "You have to go home today? I can give you a ride." Yan Mingxiu nodded. "You don't need to. The rain stopped. I can just take a taxi. Don't be polite. I'm off today. It's okay," Yan Mingxiu added seriously. Zhou Xiang could only say, "All right then. It's usually easy to get a taxi here." After Yan Mingxiu finished eating, he turned on his cell phone and saw several text messages, mostly from his sister. He felt a little annoyed. After thinking it over, he called her back. "Hello? Mingxiu? What's going on? Why did you turn off your phone? No battery. You didn't charge it at the hotel? What hotel are you staying at? You said you couldn't come back because of the rain. I can go pick you up." "Don't. It was raining really hard yesterday. I'm coming home now. Where are you? I'll go pick you up." "It's okay. I've already called a taxi. What is the matter? You sound weak. Did you catch a cold?" Yan Mingxiu did not know why, but when he heard his sister's voice now, he felt annoyed and could not wait to hang up. Trying hard to suppress his temper, he responded, "No. I'll go back by myself. Don't worry." Yan Mingxiu hung up the phone and sighed. Zhou Xiang sat on the sofa with a faint smile. "So you're leaving?" "Yeah." Yan Mingxiu nodded. "Leave me your number?" Yan Mingxiu walked over, bent down, and took Zhou Xiang's phone from his hand to enter his number. When he was done, he handed the phone back to Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang looped his arm around his neck and pursed his lips. "Will we meet again?" Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes and breathed against Zhou Xiang's face. "If you're willing to let me top you." Zhou Xiang smiled. "That's not a big problem, but do you have any experience?" "I'm a manual worker. I can't get injured." Yan Mingxiu faintly smiled. "You'll know once you try." Zhou Xiang gently pecked Yan Mingxiu on the lips. "Why don't you stay today?" Yan Mingxiu stood up. "I have to go home." "Another day." Zhou Xiang's eyes revealed a pitiful expression. "Let's go. I'll walk you downstairs. He had never been this attentive to his fuck buddies. After Zhou Xiang walked Yan Mingxiu to the taxi, he was a little reluctant to go home. He fiddled with his cell phone, looking at Yan Mingxiu's phone number, while his heart began to imagine their next meeting. Chapter 10. Zhou Xiang rested at home for 2 days. When he had work, he would be busy well into the middle of the night. But when there was no work, he did not even have to go out for a week. Over the past 2 days, he had sent 2 text messages to Yan Mingxiu but received no response. Zhou Xiang was somewhat disappointed. It was likely that even if he took the initiative to ask Yan Mingxiu out, he would not come. By chance, a young model named Abe, whom he had just met the previous month, asked him to go out to eat. He also said that he would bring a friend along and asked Zhou Xiang to pick them up. Zhou Xiang was free, so he went. The two had just come to Beijing for work. Their only assets were their good looks. They had no money, no special background, and did not know anyone. Each month, they relied on magazine postings and modeling a few sets of clothing to survive. Sometimes they would call Zhou Xiang out to freeload a meal. Zhou Xiang was also happy to take them out for delicious food. Being a migrant worker in Beijing was harsh, so he understood these youngsters quite well. After dinner, he drove the two of them home. When they arrived downstairs at their place, Abe tugged at him, eagerly hinting that he wanted Zhou Xiang to join them in a threesome. Zhou Xiang looked at their desperate expressions, but he really was no match for them. He could deal with one, but two would take his life. He simply did not have the physical stamina, so he refused, saying that he had something to do. The boy he had just met unhappily asked, "Xiang, is it because you don't like how I look?" Zhou Xiang forced a smile. "How can you say that? I really have something to do." After all, he could not tell them that he would not be able to endure doing it with both of them, right? Abe tugged at his clothes, refusing to let him go. "Xiang, I've been bragging to my friend for a long time, saying that your skills are really good. Play with us for a bit, okay?" Zhou Xiang patted his face. "Stop pulling at my clothes. I really have something to do today. My friend is waiting for me." "Which friend? Is it because you have one hiding at home?" Abe asked unhappily. "Really no? Be good. Stop making a fuss." Abe reluctantly sighed, then told him the truth. "Xiang, we want to ask for your help." "What is it?" Zhou Xiang knew there had to be something. Why had he not just said so from the beginning? "Isn't your company recruiting models? Please help us submit our profiles." "Ah, okay. That's nothing big. Thank you, Xiang." Abe kissed him on the cheek. Zhou Xiang smiled. "No need to thank me." Abe sadly said, "Xiang, it wasn't because of this that I wanted to have sex with you. I really like you. You really can't come up." Zhou Xiang was getting an ongoing headache. Just when he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that the call was actually from Yan Mingxiu. Elated, he quickly answered the call. "Hello. Hey, where are you?" I just finished doing something. I'm about to go home. Come out to eat with me." "Okay. Where do you want to go?" "I'll go pick you up." "Don't need to. Gongti Workers Stadium. I'll text you the address. Just come over." He hung up after saying that. Zhou Xiang put his cell phone away and looked up. He saw the two boys looking at him mischievously. The space inside the car was small, and it was quiet, so they must have heard. "No wonder you're so eager to go. That voice sounded really nice." "A singer?" Abe asked with a wink. Zhou Xiang smiled, but did not explain. "Since Xiang has a date, we won't stop you. Hurry and go." Zhou Xiang ruffled Abe's hair. "Give me your information. I'll help you as much as I can." After the two went upstairs, Zhou Xiang quickly drove toward Gongti Workers Stadium. He followed Yan Mingxiu's directions in the text and found the Thai restaurant. When he entered the private room, Yan Mingxiu was already sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at the menu. His imposing mannerisms made it seem as though he were reading a contract worth hundreds of millions. Beside him stood an extremely polite and courteous-looking waitress who was sneaking glances at him with her sparkling eyes. When Zhou Xiang came in, both of them turned around. Zhou Xiang cheerfully greeted Yan Mingxiu. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay. I just got here." Zhou Xiang sat down next to Yan Mingxiu. The waitress immediately poured him a cup of tea. The tea tasted a little strange. He did not know if it came from Thailand. Yan Mingxiu closed the menu. "We'll have these first." Zhou Xiang quickly added, "Don't order too much. I ate something before I came." In fact, he was already full. "You ate already?" "Ah, no. I just ate some snacks at home, so I'm not too hungry." "These aren't too many dishes." Yan Mingxiu handed the menu to the waitress. After the waitress left, the two of them were alone in the private room. Zhou Xiang asked, seeing how busy it is outside, business here must be very good. Are we really using such a big private room just for the two of us? He could guess that it would not be cheap. Yan Mingxiu did not even pay attention to what he was saying. Instead, he stared strangely at Zhou Xiang's lips. Zhou Xiang said a few things, but seeing that Yan Mingxiu was staring at him, he felt that the atmosphere had changed. He cleared his throat and asked flirtatiously, "How come you have time to ask me out today? The text messages I sent you went unanswered. I thought you'd already forgotten who I was." Yan Mingxiu faintly responded, too lazy to respond. Yan Mingxiu's arrogant and selfish nature was actually quite detestable if displayed by an ordinary person. But when Yan Mingxiu showed such an expression, Zhou Xiang felt that every one of his expressions was extraordinarily charming. Even his relaxed, indifferent attitude made people's hearts tingle. Zhou Xiang wondered if he was a bit too starved for sex. If he had known, he would have gone upstairs with Bei and the other boy today. Perhaps after having sex with them, he would not be daydreaming about this man so much that he looked like a horny pervert. Yan Mingxiu looked at him. Zhou Xiang's attraction and desire for him were so obvious that they could not even be concealed. Actually, there was no reason to conceal them. Between men, it was better to be direct. Each took what he needed. Zhou Xiang leaned close to him and softly asked, "So, have you really forgotten me?" Yan Mingxiu gripped his chin and gently touched his lips. "Maybe I've only just remembered you." Zhou Xiang burst into laughter. "It's quite timely." He bit Yan Mingxiu's lips, gently tugging at them. "But I've been thinking of you every day." Yan Mingxiu asked softly, "Think of me?" "Thinking of me topping you." "Actually, thinking of me topping you. But if you're not willing, I can only suffer this time." "You've really never been a zero?" Zhou Xiang jokingly responded. "Nope. I wanted to be a zero when I was young, but people wouldn't even look at me because they thought I looked too mature. When I got older, it was even more unlikely. There are more zeros than ones in the circle, so many fresh meats waiting for me. You think I'd go looking for people to top me?" Yan Mingxiu gently reached his hand into Zhou Xiang's clothes and pinched his slender waist, then said hoarsely, "So then, if you're going to do it with me, it'll be your first time being a zero?" Zhou Xiang laughed. "Exactly. Don't you have to be responsible? Haven't topped you yet. What's there to be responsible for? Give you an IOU. Then you top." Zhou Xiang blocked Yan Mingxiu's mouth from saying anything else and slipped his tongue into his mouth. In the midst of the heated kiss, he murmured, "Otherwise, why did you ask me out for a meal?" Yan Mingxiu also did not bother with the nonsense. They were both adults. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He responded to Zhou Xiang's kiss intensely. Thinking of pressing this man beneath him on the bed and fucking him fiercely that night, the feeling must be very good. He would use the back position and pull Zhou Xiang's hair, forcing him to lift his ass. Those tight muscles and that elegant figure would definitely make his arousal increase tremendously, since Zhou Xiang's back looked so much like Wang Yudong's. The Wang Yudong whom he dreamed of fucking. Just when the two were unable to separate from their intensely wet kiss, a knock sounded at the door, and a few girls strolled in with the dishes. Zhou Xiang wanted to push Yan Mingxiu away. Although he did not need to hide his identity, he did not want to scare these young girls. But in the end, Yan Mingxiu tightly gripped his waist and pressed him even harder against the sofa, his tongue licking Zhou Xiang's teeth and making it impossible for him to close the corners of his mouth, where transparent bodily fluid was oozing out. The girls were so frightened that they did not know whether to continue coming in or walk back out, so they simply stood frozen in place. After Yan Mingxiu had had his fill of kissing, he licked his lips and turned to glance at them coldly. "Serve the food. Why are you standing there frozen?" Zhou Xiang touched the corner of his mouth and smiled softly at the girls, trying to ease their embarrassment. Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Xiang's smile. He seemed to have just realized that Zhou Xiang did not smile only at him. He was like that with everyone. This made Yan Mingxiu feel very unsettled. The girls forced themselves to calmly place the dishes on the table. Zhou Xiang felt a little apologetic when he saw their embarrassed faces, so he said, "You can leave after putting the dishes down. You don't need to serve us." Several girls secretly glanced at him and then at Yan Mingxiu. Then they all left with flushed faces. Zhou Xiang pushed Yan Mingxiu's shoulder and smiled. "I really can't tell that you're actually that daring." Yan Mingxiu did not react. "Let's just eat." Originally, This private room could serve 8 to 10 people. But because of Yan Mingxiu, they had specially changed the large table, replacing it with a rectangular table for 6. The two sat directly facing each other as they tasted the exquisitely prepared Thai food. Zhou Xiang casually ate a few pieces and praised it. "This is so flavorful. I've passed by this restaurant several times, but I've never been in." Yan Mingxiu did not say much. He merely responded with a few words, then asked, "How old are you?" Zhou Xiang blinked. "Whatever age you say I am. But I'm actually 30 years old." "Your profession is a stuntman?" "Yeah, a martial arts stuntman." "Isn't that kind of work dangerous?" "Danger isn't the primary concern. In fact, there are only a few times when it's actually dangerous. It's just that there are many actions actors can't do themselves, so a martial arts stuntman is needed to achieve the right effect." "How many years have you been doing that?" Let me see. When I graduated from sports school, I was 19. Then I worked for more than a year as a salesperson. Afterwards, I entered the entertainment circle and did odd jobs. When I really started working as a martial arts stuntman, I should have been about 22. So it's been about 8 years. Yan Mingxiu bunched his brows. An average person working this long should be able to get some supporting roles. "You really don't blend in well." Zhou Xiang smiled, not minding what he had just said. "If I had your looks, I'd definitely get some contracts. With my looks, I'm more suited to playing a hero's defeated opponent or a cop. It's too competitive. If there's a chance to make more money, I'm more than happy. But if there isn't, I'm very content just being a stuntman." Yan Mingxiu asked, "You can't be doing this for a lifetime, right? What are you going to do in a few years when your body can't handle it?" Zhou Xiang casually responded, "By then, I'll become a manager for actors. In any case, I'm familiar with the operations in the circle." He was indeed a person who lived a relaxed life. He had no family and was completely carefree. He did not need to worry about taking care of his elders, a wife, or children because he would never have any. He just needed to make enough money to support himself in his old age. Zhou Xiang thought. In the eyes of young people like Yan Mingxiu, who were in their early 20s and had a great future ahead of them, such an unplanned life was unimaginable. Zhou Xiang did not intend to make him understand. Yan Mingxiu glanced at him and realized that this person was really just content with how things stood. He felt that there was nothing distinctive about this person, just like his appearance. Yan Mingxiu did not know why, but he did not feel very happy. Perhaps it was because he had always wanted to find Wang Yudong's shadow in Zhou Xiang. But Zhou Xiang was nothing compared to Wang Yudong. Should he use his status to help Zhou Xiang? Yan Mingxiu hesitated for a moment. Chapter 11. Zhou Xiang put down his chopsticks after eating a little. The food was very good, but he really could not eat anymore. So he simply sat there and chatted while helping Yan Mingxiu remove the crab meat from the shell, dipping it in yellow curry sauce, and placing it on his plate. This obvious act of doting made Yan Mingxiu feel quite pleased. He had been served by people since he was a child, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In fact, he enjoyed having Zhou Xiang serve him. Yan Mingxiu could see that Zhou Xiang liked him very much. Zhou Xiang was likely one of those rare people who were very attentive to Yan Mingxiu without making him feel pressured. Instead, his attentiveness allowed people to feel his enthusiasm and warm tenderness. After the two finished eating, Zhou Xiang excused himself to use the restroom, intending to pay the bill. Yan Mingxiu pointed toward the window. "There's a restroom in this private room." "Oh, I also wanted to go smoke a cigarette." He figured that this meal must have cost a lot of money. He had a good income, while Yan Mingxiu had just graduated from college and probably had not found a job yet. After Zhou Xiang went to the restroom, he went to the cashier to pay the bill. The cashier took out their bill and looked at it. "Sir, your table is on credit. There's no need to pay." "What does that mean?" "Our restaurant has a membership system. This room was booked by a member, so there's no need to pay in cash." Zhou Xiang said, "Oh, fine. That saved him some money." When Zhou Xiang returned to the room, Yan Mingxiu had already stood up and was intending to leave. Zhou Xiang placed his hand against the door frame, smiled, and asked him, "It's only 9 o'clock. Let's find somewhere to have a drink." Yan Mingxiu shook his head. "No fun. Then where do you want to go?" "Your place." Zhou Xiang laughed a few times, then lowered his voice and asked vaguely, "How come I couldn't tell you were actually this eager?" Yan Mingxiu responded, "I just don't like noisy places." "Fine. Let's go to my home. My place is quiet." After they left the restaurant, Zhou Xiang went directly to get his car. Yan Mingxiu pondered for a moment, then called his driver to come over and take his car back while he left in Zhou Xiang's car. Zhou Xiang's home was small and old, but for some reason, Yan Mingxiu liked it a lot. It was probably because the home had a cozy, homely feeling and was full of life everywhere. When the two returned home, Zhou Xiang took off his jacket and threw it onto the sofa, then turned to ask Yan Mingxiu, "Do you want to shower first, or should I go first?" Or, he licked his lips and smiled mischievously. Together, Yan Mingxiu clenched his jaw. "You first. Wait for me in bed when you're done." Zhou Xiang laughed. "No problem." After saying that, he hummed a little song and went to take a shower. After washing, he deliberately sprayed some cologne on himself. While Yan Mingxiu was showering, Zhou Xiang took out the lubricant and condom. KY was something that was normally used on other people, not him. Zhou Xiang felt that this was quite strange. There was actually a day when a pure top like him would be a bottom. He did not know if it would hurt or not, but who cared? If it was not pleasurable, there would not be so many gays willing to be fucked by men. This kind of experience was bound to be fresh and exciting. Zhou Xiang also deliberately lit a fragrant candle to make the atmosphere more romantic. Making love was an important form of enjoyment. If done well, it would be memorable for a long time, especially with a stunning man like Yan Mingxiu. He absolutely had to take it seriously. After a while, Yan Mingxiu came out. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw Zhou Xiang wearing a pair of black briefs, sitting on the bed and smirking at him. Zhou Xiang was not very handsome, but he was very manly. His figure was very good, with the body of a standard male model. His muscles were beautifully proportioned without being overly exaggerated, and the outline of his arousal was visible beneath his briefs. He had an extraordinary presence, so sexy that it could make people lose their composure. Yan Mingxiu was quite satisfied with Zhou Xiang's appearance. Zhou Xiang's smooth and sly yet passionate personality blended together perfectly. It made this 30-year-old man full of mature charm, so much that people could not help but want to tame him. Zhou Xiang smiled at him. "Let's agree on something first. I still have to work the day after tomorrow. If your skills aren't up to par, you better say so ahead of time. Don't dupe me." He had heard of people having to go to the hospital after their first time. He just wanted to have sex, that was all. He did not want to be embarrassed. Although his words sounded quite conservative, Zhou Xiang's eyes had already openly swept over Yan Mingxiu's abs. His muscles were too beautiful, and his skin was so exquisite that it seemed to reflect the light. Yan Mingxiu looked very thin when he was wearing clothes, but that was probably because he was so tall. Zhou Xiang had not expected that once Yan Mingxiu removed his clothes, his body would be so firm. Paired with his long legs and handsome face, Zhou Xiang clicked his tongue. His mood right now was just like that of a straight man having sex with an exceptionally beautiful woman. Yan Mingxiu's slender fingers gently hooked onto the knot of his bath towel. Zhou Xiang's eyes stared at his hand. Yan Mingxiu only needed to pull gently, and Zhou Xiang would be able to see what he wanted to see. The bath towel was gently removed and thrown to the ground. The size of Yan Mingxiu's arousal was vastly different from his stunning appearance, causing Zhou Xiang to be a little shocked. Yan Mingxiu walked over slowly. Zhou Xiang sat up on the bed and pulled him onto it. Zhou Xiang climbed on top of him and smiled faintly. "Mingxiu, you're so damn mesmerizing to me." He had said sweet words to many people in bed, but this sentence today was absolutely heartfelt. Yan Mingxiu's hand wandered over Zhou Xiang's body as he hoarsely muttered, "I'll let you see if my skills are good enough." Zhou Xiang smiled and lowered his head to kiss Yan Mingxiu's lips, carefully savoring the kiss. Yan Mingxiu kept caressing his skin. The smooth, firm skin felt very good beneath his hands. After Zhou Xiang had had his fill of kissing Yan Mingxiu's lips, he moved to his chin and gently bit him. Yan Mingxiu's breathing obviously became heavier. He turned over and pressed Zhou Xiang beneath him, then immediately grabbed Zhou Xiang and stroked him. Zhou Xiang also grabbed Yan Mingxiu. The size was gratifying, arousing him endlessly. The two kissed while touching each other, entangling like two snakes rolling around. Their fiery bodies pressed tightly against each other, causing their body temperatures to rise continuously and their blood to boil. Yan Mingxiu patted Zhou Xiang's firm ass. "Turn over." Zhou Xiang knowingly turned his body over. The two men were positioned one above the other. He pressed Yan Mingxiu's thigh with one hand and used the other to guide him to his mouth. Zhou Xiang was skilled at giving oral sex. After a few moments, Yan Mingxiu became even harder. At the same time, Zhou Xiang's entire lower body was in front of Yan Mingxiu's eyes. Yan Mingxiu spread his thighs, squeezed some lubricant onto his palm, and smeared it over Zhou Xiang. Then he spread Zhou Xiang's buttocks and used his slender finger to carefully prepare him. Zhou Xiang felt a little uncomfortable and shifted his hips. Yan Mingxiu slapped his ass. "Don't move." Zhou Xiang deliberately rubbed himself against Yan Mingxiu's chest. His mouth moved more eagerly while one hand played with Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu continued preparing him with his fingers. With the lubricant, he slowly moved his finger. Zhou Xiang obviously felt something inside him. Even though it was not exactly painful, it was definitely uncomfortable. Could this be what it felt like to be a bottom? It really did not feel very good. While Zhou Xiang was still wondering, he felt Yan Mingxiu add another finger. This was quite common when he did it to other people, but he had never expected it to feel so different when it was done to his own body. Zhou Xiang looked up and gasped. "Hey, be gentle. It feels weird." Yan Mingxiu arched his lower body. "Stop talking. I guarantee I'll make you feel good in a bit. Keep going." Zhou Xiang moved his mouth away and deliberately stuck out his tongue, teasing him. Yan Mingxiu took a sharp breath. The move almost made him lose control. Provoked, he forcefully slapped Zhou Xiang's ass and continued preparing him. Zhou Xiang whimpered, "Fuck. It hurts a bit. Be gentler." Yan Mingxiu's tone carried a hint of caution, but his words were still erotic. "I haven't even started yet. If you make me lose control now, I'll only be able to use my fingers." Zhou Xiang smiled. "If you lose control, then it means you're not good. Don't blame me." Yan Mingxiu pulled his fingers away and quickly sat up. He half-kneeled behind Zhou Xiang. "Give me the condom." Zhou Xiang took the condom from the headboard. He turned around and tore open the package, then helped Yan Mingxiu put it on. The veins on Yan Mingxiu's arousal stood out, and he was ready to take things further. Zhou Xiang generously lay on top of him, wrapping his arms around his neck. "Gently, okay?" Yan Mingxiu looked at his face, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He pulled Zhou Xiang up and turned him over, making him bend forward. Zhou Xiang asked in surprise, "You like this position?" Before Zhou Xiang could finish speaking, Yan Mingxiu had already pushed his head onto the bed. "Stop talking and focus." After saying that, he held Zhou Xiang tightly by the waist and guided himself into position. Zhou Xiang finally felt some pain. He grimaced. "Gentler, oh. It hurts a lot." At this time, Yan Mingxiu was already unable to restrain himself. Zhou Xiang's broad shoulders, elegant shoulder blades, and fine beads of sweat along his spine all made his blood surge. This sexy back instantly overlapped with Wang Yudong's image. Yan Mingxiu only felt his blood rushing madly through his lower body, clamoring for him to take this person ruthlessly and unleash all his desires upon him. Yan Mingxiu did not allow Zhou Xiang to pull away as he pushed forward. Zhou Xiang sucked in a breath, thinking that this kid had really been bragging. His skills sucked. He was not good at all. But at this pivotal moment, he could not tell Yan Mingxiu to stop. He could only passively accept him. Yan Mingxiu sighed with a long, deep breath. Zhou Xiang had never heard such a satisfied sigh. For a moment, he was very happy. Yan Mingxiu held on to Zhou Xiang's waist, moving slowly at first before gradually speeding up. Zhou Xiang buried his head in the bedsheets, enduring the unfamiliar sensation in his body. Even though it hurt, he could still bear it. But he really felt that having something there was too strange. When he had been with someone before, he had never experienced it this way. Yan Mingxiu's movements sped up as he skillfully searched for Zhou Xiang's sensitive spot. He adjusted his movements from different angles and finally found the spot that made Zhou Xiang cry out. After the initial pain, following the rhythm of Yan Mingxiu's movements, Zhou Xiang felt a burst of strange pleasure. He unconsciously swayed his hips, not knowing whether he wanted to get rid of that unfamiliar feeling or wanted more. Yan Mingxiu began moving vigorously. His strong, muscular thighs struck against Zhou Xiang's buttocks, creating rhythmic sounds. His eyes became somewhat blurred from the rising pleasure. The sight of Zhou Xiang kneeling in front of him, allowing him to take him freely, merged with Wang Yudong's elegant and graceful silhouette. Yan Mingxiu's movements became faster and more forceful, causing Zhou Xiang to moan uncontrollably and gasp continuously. Zhou Xiang was exhausted to the point that he had no strength even to lie on his stomach. Yan Mingxiu caressed his waist, and continued moving behind him. The sweat on Zhou Xiang's back gave him an impulse to lick it. It definitely did not feel like this was their first time together. The compatibility of their bodies was astonishing. Throughout the night, Yan Mingxiu pressed close to Zhou Xiang, and they were together 3 times. Each time ended in an indescribable climax. Finally, Zhou Xiang's voice was so hoarse that he could no longer make a sound, and could only let Yan Mingxiu carry him into the torrents of desire again and again, unable to extricate themselves from this thrilling pleasure. Chapter 12. The morning light reflected on Zhou Xiang's bare shoulders. It was already fall, yet the sun could still burn his skin. Zhou Xiang finally woke up. He glanced at the clock on the wall. He had not slept until noon for a long time. When he was young, he loved to sleep in. But after turning 30, he had always felt that it was wasteful to spend time sleeping. He was really too exhausted last night. Zhou Xiang moved his thighs. His body was so sore that he really did not want to move. Yan Mingxiu asked hoarsely above his head, "You're up?" "Yeah." Zhou Xiang turned over. "Fuck, I'm really sore." "You brat. I really couldn't tell. You look so beautiful. How can you be such a wild beast in bed? That kind of strength is too vicious, and that stamina is too." Yan Mingxiu proudly grunted twice. Did my skills pass? He could not help reaching out to knead Zhou Xiang's ass. It felt so good. Zhou Xiang responded. "But my bones are falling apart. I'm so exhausted. If I can't get up tomorrow, you have to pay me for missing work." Yan Mingxiu casually asked, "What drama are you filming tomorrow?" "Still the one with Wang Yudong." Yan Mingxiu responded with an, "Oh. Is he coming?" Zhou Xiang smiled. "Want to see him?" "I don't know. The whereabouts of a big star aren't going to be revealed to me." He then asked, "Do you know Wang Yudong?" "Yeah. Our parents know each other." "No wonder. In the beginning, I thought you and he were from the same management company." Zhou Xiang rolled over again and lay flat on the bed. With his waist so sore, he could neither straighten nor bend it. This was what discomfort felt like, he thought quietly. Yan Mingxiu felt guilty, so he placed his hand on Zhou Xiang's waist and massaged it twice. "Originally, I wanted you to cook for me. I'm hungry. But seeing that you can't even get out of bed, let's order takeout." Zhou Xiang grunted twice. "Who said I can't get out of bed? I'm just being lazy. Let's just order takeout." He reached out and grabbed the phone. "What do you want to eat?" "Something light. There's a porridge place outside the neighborhood. It's open 24 hours. I often eat there. It's pretty light." "Okay. You order, then." Yan Mingxiu yawned and rubbed his smooth face against Zhou Xiang's chest like a lazy cat. Zhou Xiang caressed his bare back. Although his body was not feeling very comfortable, he was in a good mood. Yan Mingxiu caressed him here and there for a while, then changed course and sucked on the little nub on Zhou Xiang's chest, his tongue swirling back and forth. Zhou Xiang wanted to laugh at being toyed with. He pushed Yan Mingxiu's head. "Sucking milk? Get up. That restaurant delivers pretty quickly." Yan Mingxiu licked his lips and reluctantly let him go. Zhou Xiang used his hands to pull himself up, his movements particularly awkward. Yan Mingxiu watched as Zhou Xiang held his waist and walked awkwardly into the bathroom. Pride and satisfaction welled up in his heart. He had not expected them to do it so many times last night. The sexual stimulation this man gave him was far beyond what he had imagined. Yan Mingxiu was a very picky person. Since childhood, he had only been willing to enjoy the best of everything. Even his bed companions when he was studying abroad had all been exceptionally beautiful men. Compared to those men, Zhou Xiang was a far cry from them. As for comparing him to Wang Yudong, there was essentially no comparison. But this man was exactly to Yan Mingxiu's liking, his character, his smile, and even his natural performance in bed. The most important thing was that Zhou Xiang's back silhouette was very similar to Wang Yudong's. Just looking at him made Yan Mingxiu hard. He liked having sex with this man, very much so. After Zhou Xiang came out of the shower, the food had just arrived. Yan Mingxiu had also finished washing up and walked cheerfully out of the bathroom. The heater was on in the room, making it warm. He wore only a pair of Zhou Xiang's pajama pants. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were very alluring. Zhou Xiang whistled. "Mingxiu, if you become a star looking like this, I don't know how many people will be captivated to death by you." Yan Mingxiu was in a very good mood as he grinned and smiled. "I only need to captivate you to death." Zhou Xiang blew him a kiss. "I've already been captivated to death. Come and eat." The two were like a couple who had been living together for a long time. After a night of frantic passion, They woke up at noon and sat face to face, eating breakfast in their pajamas. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After eating, Zhou Xiang received a call from Kai Wei. Hey, Wei Gu. Zhou Xiang put down the spoon in his mouth and answered vaguely. Kai Wei's rough voice sounded through the phone. Just got up. Yeah. Dude, where did you go to have fun last night? You won't know even if I tell you. Kai Wei smiled and cursed. Shameless. Hurry and listen. I have a stunt coordinator job for you. Want to take it? It's not a movie, but an ad. If you want it, come over this afternoon to discuss it with them. How much? You'll definitely be satisfied with the amount. Okay, text the address to my phone. I'll go over in the afternoon. After he hung up, Yan Mingxiu frowned and looked at him. You need to leave? Yeah. Someone introduced a job to me. I have to go discuss it with them. How about you stay here and wait for me? I'll come back tonight to pick you up for a good meal. Yan Mingxiu said displeasingly, Don't go. Zhou Xiang froze. Just stay at home today and be with me. Zhou Xiang affectionately ruffled his hair. I also want to stay here with you. But, brother, I have to go to work. I have to take on more martial arts coordinating jobs so I can slowly move in that direction later. Yan Mingxiu mumbled unhappily. How much can you make doing that? You might as well just stay home and be with me. Zhou Xiang smiled. I can definitely get 2 months' worth of meals from it. This field pays very quickly. Be good. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. He changed and quickly left without looking at Yan Mingxiu's darkened expression. He hoped that Kai Wei would not notice his awkward walking posture. Otherwise, Kai Wei would definitely laugh at him. Zhou Xiang discussed the script with the screenwriter for 2 hours. They decided on the content, requirements, and commission for the ad. After that, he got up and left. He had not been willing to come out on his day off to talk about work in the first place. Now, he was in a hurry to rush home to be intimate with Yan Mingxiu. Kai Wei called to stop him. Hey, Xiang, what's the hurry? Come to my house for dinner tonight. Your sister-in-law hasn't seen you in a long time. Another day? I have something to do tonight. Fuck, what things? Which little moth have you been involved with recently? Zhou Xiang just chuckled in response. Wei Gu, you're just jealous. A married man seeing me so unconstrained and free. You must be particularly jealous, right? Ooh, let me take a closer look at your little eyes. Are they red? Jealous, huh? Kai Wei swatted his hand away and laughingly cursed. Bullshit. Lousy has a good life with wife and kids. You're jealous to death. I'm definitely not jealous. Zhou Xiang smiled. I'm so unconstrained and free. Anyway, I'll call my sister-in-law when I get back. I really have something to do today. Gotta go. Kai Wei patted his back firmly. Get lost. Zhou Xiang blew him a kiss. Wei Gu, thank you for introducing the work to me. I'll treat you guys to dinner. After saying that, he left in an instant. On his way home, he bought some beer and snacks. It just happened that there was a Real Madrid soccer game in the evening. He and Yan Mingxiu could watch the game together. How enjoyable. After buying everything, he was very anxious to return home. Mingxiu, I'm back. When he entered the home, he saw that Yan Mingxiu's shoes at the front door were gone. Zhou Xiang was instantly disappointed, but still unwilling to give up, he called out twice. The home was empty. No one responded. In the past 20 years, besides him, this old home had not had many guests. He could no longer remember the last time he had called out, I'm back, when he returned home. What it felt like to receive a response, he thought he could experience it again today. Unfortunately, Yan Mingxiu had already left. He was still alone. Zhou Xiang could not hide his inner disappointment and dejectedly put the things on the table. The 2 leftover boxes from their lunch were still there, which proved that someone else had been here with him. Kai Wei's family treated him very well, but he was not willing to go to their house. Kai Wei was right. He was very jealous of the happy life of Kai Wei's family. It was probably because Zhou Xiang was naturally destined to live a lonely life. His entire family had died when he was just 10 years old. On top of that, he was gay. Such natural events in life as having a wife, getting married, and having children would never happen in his life. Even finding a genuine same-sex companion was harder. He had slept with one person after another, but none had stayed by his side. He really wanted to have a family. Zhou Xiang sighed, not knowing why he had suddenly thought of these depressing matters. They only made his mood worse. He got up and swiftly tidied the table. Not willing to give up, he sent a text message to Yan Mingxiu. There is a soccer game tonight. Come over to my home to watch it. I bought a lot of food. This text message was like the other messages he had sent, like a stone sinking into the vast ocean, with no response. Chapter 13. Early the next morning, Zhou Xiang drove to the set. They had to film an outdoor scene that day, so everyone met at the set and took the bus there together. Today's scene was a bit harsh. They needed to film in the water. It was a 5 to 6 minute fight scene in the water. Just using a stuntman took up half the time. It was already fall. The temperature at noon was only about 18 to 19 degrees Celsius, but the water was much colder. Zhou Xiang did not complain about anything. Filming work was just like this. You had to grit your teeth and work through all kinds of arduous scenes in all kinds of weather. Making money was not easy. After more than half an hour, Wang Yudong arrived with his assistant. Zhou Xiang had been seeing him more frequently recently. They had filmed separately before, but after hearing that director Wang's next movie would be a 3D fantasy movie and that Wang Yudong was striving for the leading role, he had to come to the studio more often. Although the actor and body double did not need to film together, the effect was better when they did. Director Wang took things very seriously and was a perfectionist. Every time, he requested that Wang Yudong and Zhou Xiang come together. But when Wang Yudong did not have any scenes, he rarely came. So when he came that day, Director Wang was in a somewhat better mood. Zhou Xiang was putting on makeup in the temporary shack when Wang Yudong came in. Zhou Xiang saw him in the mirror. He smiled and greeted him. "Donggu, you're here." Wang Yudong smiled and turned to Miyu. "Miss, dye the hair at his temples. His hair color is obviously darker than mine." Miyu glanced at the clock and felt that they were running a little short on time. She was just about to open her mouth when Zhou Xiang pulled her sleeve and signaled with his eyes for her not to say anything. Since childhood, Zhou Xiang had experienced the fickleness of human nature. Observing people's words and actions was one of his most basic survival skills. From Wang Yudong's temperament, Zhou Xiang could tell with 80 to 90% certainty from just one glance that the big star was in a very bad mood, even though his smile still appeared charming. It was likely that the company had forced him to come to appease Director Wang. Having to get up so early, he must have been very reluctant. Zhou Xiang would rather interact with people who were irritable and straightforward than have a conflict with someone like Wang Yudong, whose outward appearance differed from his inner personality. It was better to accommodate him as much as possible, so he quickly reminded Miyu that Wang Yudong was not in a good mood and was deliberately using this as an excuse to annoy Director Wang. Miyu pursed her lips in displeasure. Although dyeing the hair did not take much time, the main problem was that Zhou Xiang's wig had already been set. To dye it, the wig had to be removed, dyed, and then put on again. It would take another 10 minutes. It was almost time to start shooting. When Director Wang was angry, he would naturally scold both her and Zhou Xiang. Wang Yudong sat next to Zhou Xiang as if nothing had happened. His personal makeup artist immediately began applying makeup to him. Miyu had no choice but to quickly remove the wig from Zhou Xiang and start dyeing his hair. The hair cream was for one-time use. The process was quick. Xiao Lu also came over to help. The two of them got busy and quickly lost track of the 5 minutes that had passed. The assistant director came over with a dark expression and frowned at Miyu as she was putting the wig back on Zhou Xiang. "Everyone is waiting for you." Miyu apologized, feeling so wrong that her eyes became a little red. Zhou Xiang smiled apologetically. "Zhanggu, I'm sorry. Last night's game was fucking terrible. Otherwise, I would have gotten up half an hour earlier." The assistant director was a hardcore sports fan, so his attention immediately shifted. He said with a smile, "I predicted correctly and won 4,000 last night." "Ah," Zhanggu predicted very accurately. The two chatted casually while Miyu finished his hair. Zhou Xiang quickly followed the assistant director and headed over to the set. When they reached Director Wang, the assistant director said a few good words for him. Director Wang looked at him and did not give him any trouble. Zhou Xiang let out a sigh of relief. In this scene, he had to beat up a few bandits on the shore. Then he was to be tied to a steel wire and jump from the shore onto the raft. From the raft, he would jump into the water to rescue the supporting actress who had fallen into the river. The scene on the shore was filmed very smoothly. The next scene required him to carry his sword and glide through the water as he jumped onto the raft. He filmed this scene twice, but Director Wang was still not satisfied with his movements because he felt they were not graceful enough. It was hard to endure the steel wire tied around his body. Along with the low temperature and his thin clothing, Zhou Xiang felt very uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and filmed the scene repeatedly. It was not until the fifth take that this short 10-second scene finally passed. Then came the scene where he had to jump from the raft into the water. In order for the actress not to have to stay in the water for too long, and so that he would not have to change into another costume, Zhou Xiang had to succeed in falling into the water on the first take. He and the stunt coordinator had discussed the water entry scene repeatedly, so he felt very confident. As soon as the director shouted, Zhou Xiang called the supporting actress's name, then performed an elegant flip and jumped into the water from the raft. The river water was so cold that it felt like ice needles were piercing his flesh. After jumping in, he immediately swam toward the actress. He used to be a swimmer, so his movement as he entered the water was particularly beautiful. After a short while, he reached the actress's side and hugged the girl, whose lips had already turned purple from the cold. Very good. Director Wang nodded with satisfaction. Passed. The actress shivered. Xiang, it's very cold. I know. Be good. Just bear with it a little longer. You still have to do the scene with Wang Yudong. Zhou Xiang could not help feeling sympathetic toward her. For him, jumping into the water once was enough, but this actress still had to go into the water with Wang Yudong for a hero rescuing beauty scene. The actress's voice was almost a sob. Hurry and take me to shore. I'm freezing to death. Zhou Xiang helped her swim to the side of the boat, and the staff pulled them out of the water. The two immediately went into the temporary tent. Zhou Xiang quickly changed out of his drenched clothes, wrapped himself in a blanket, and sat beneath the warm hairdryer. Miyu laughed as she blew his hair dry. Congratulations, Xiang. You passed on the first take. Zhou Xiang smiled and joked. Of course. Your Xiang must pass on the first take. He closed his eyes and let Miyu's fingers rake through his hair. The air from the hairdryer was very warm, and his cold body gradually regained its warmth. When Yan Mingxiu took food into the tent, he saw Zhou Xiang leaning half of his body toward a beautiful girl, letting her blow dry his hair. His brows knitted together. He did not know why, but seeing this image made him extremely unsettled. Zhou Xiang opened his eyes and looked at Yan Mingxiu curiously. Huh? Why are you here? Yan Mingxiu glared at him and asked coldly, Where's Wang Yudong? He was filming on the other side of the river. Zhou Xiang glanced at the bag in Yan Mingxiu's hand. The restaurant's name was printed on it. Could it be that he had specially brought a meal for Wang Yudong? Zhou Xiang's heart felt upset. The two of them had obviously slept together, yet Yan Mingxiu looked at him as if nothing had happened, deliberately coming from so far away just to bring Wang Yudong a meal. The treatment of a big star really was good. Yan Mingxiu glanced at him coldly, then turned and walked toward the river. Miyu surprisingly asked, You know him? Zhou Xiang responded with a hum. I bumped into him when I left that day and gave him a ride. Miyu curled her lips. He's quite attractive. Why is he here? Zhou Xiang shrugged. Who knows? Zhou Xiang quickly changed his clothes. Wang Yudong's scenes were also finished. This time, it was Wang Yudong's turn to shiver in front of the heat inside the tent. Yan Mingxiu kept following Wang Yudong and even blow-dried his hair in front of Zhou Xiang while looking at him coldly. Zhou Xiang also did not know what was wrong with Yan Mingxiu, but he felt that Yan Mingxiu was deliberately going against him. Was it because Yan Mingxiu was angry at him for not staying with him yesterday? Zhou Xiang was not willing to stir up anything with him at that time, so he simply pretended that they were not familiar with each other. He ate his drumstick rice plate and chatted with the people from their company. Compared to their simple dishes, the food that Wang Yudong and Yan Mingxiu ate was much better. The takeout from the big restaurant came with 4 dishes and a soup, all neatly packed in plastic lunchboxes. Zhou Xiang felt that Yan Mingxiu's family must be quite well off. He had heard that Wang Yudong had a very good background. If the two families knew each other, then Yan Mingxiu's background would definitely not be inferior. No wonder he looked down on this type of work. Zhou Xiang did not think too much about it. Everyone's lives were different. The only thing that made him depressed was Yan Mingxiu's cold attitude toward him. Could it be that it was over between them? There were still a few more scenes in the afternoon. Wang Yudong's role in the drama was heavier than his. He first played a minor role as one of the rogues who had been freed by Wang Yudong's heroic character. Then he changed back into the same outfit as Wang Yudong and waited for director Wang's arrangement. Everyone was busy helping the other actors with their makeup. Zhou Xiang was idle, so he played with his cell phone. He inadvertently looked up and saw Yan Mingxiu coming toward him. Zhou Xiang stood up as well and smiled at him. Come out, Yan Mingxiu said. Zhou Xiang stared blankly for a moment. then followed Yan Mingxiu out of the tent. The two went to a place far away from the crew and hid behind a few trees. People could hardly see them there. Zhou Xiang smiled. You're still mad? I came back yesterday, but you had already left. I was quite disappointed. Yan Mingxiu ignored his pitiful words and asked bluntly, You didn't tell anyone about my relationship with you, right? Zhou Xiang was dazed for a moment. Why would I? I don't have a hobby of sharing my private life. Yan Mingxiu's expression eased a little, but he immediately thought of something and asked him politely, Are you really a homosexual or bisexual? Zhou Xiang helplessly responded, I only like men. You and that makeup artist seem pretty close. Zhou Xiang smiled. Are you jealous? I was the one who introduced you to the company. We're only friends. Yan Mingxiu sneered at the word jealous. Zhou Xiang had only been joking, but he had not expected Yan Mingxiu to react with such disdain. Feeling a little awkward, he asked embarrassedly, You treat Wang Yudong so well, especially bringing him a meal. It couldn't be that you like him, right? Zhou Xiang was only asking casually, but Yan Mingxiu's expression became extremely unpleasant. He bluntly responded, He's my sister's boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Xiang was surprised. So that's what it was. No wonder they were so close, but Wang Yudong had hidden it so well. No one knew that he had a girlfriend. Yan Mingxiu coldly added, This matter can't be exposed. Don't worry. Yan Mingxiu's tone became more and more impolite. Zhou Xiang felt that there was no point in continuing to talk to him. Although Zhou Xiang had a good temper, it was usually toward people with whom he had a good relationship. Yan Mingxiu treated him so distantly that Zhou Xiang was too lazy to compromise, so he simply said, Gotta go, and left. Yan Mingxiu stood there and watched Zhou Xiang's back silhouette with his eyes slightly narrowed. With Zhou Xiang and Wang Yudong wearing the same clothes, even Yan Mingxiu found it difficult to distinguish between them from behind. If Zhou Xiang and Wang Yudong's back silhouettes were not so similar, Yan Mingxiu really would not have paid attention to him. The conversation with Yan Mingxiu put Zhou Xiang in a very bad mood that afternoon. When he filmed the last scene, he NG'd 6 or 7 times. Everyone was waiting for him to finish so they could go eat. For Zhou Xiang, who was rarely in this condition, having to delay filming for half an hour made everyone very surprised. Fortunately, Zhou Xiang had a good relationship with everyone. They all waited patiently for him. Zhou Xiang himself was very embarrassed. He tried to adjust his mindset and finally finished filming the last scene. When it was time to stop work for the day, Wang Yudong and Yan Mingxiu had already left. Zhou Xiang gloomily packed up his things and drove away. Because the outdoor filming location was so far from the city, it took him more than 2 hours to get back. He was so hungry that his stomach was rumbling. After getting home, he took big steps up the stairs, but he stumbled while holding the takeout he had bought along the way. Yan Mingxiu was leaning against the door frame with headphones plugged into his ears. Seeing him come up, Yan Mingxiu casually shot him a glance. Chapter 14. Zhou Xiang was also a little astonished. Why are you here? Although he was surprised, he could not hide his pleasant surprise. Yan Mingxiu took off his headphones. Am I not welcome? How can that be? Come on in. Zhou Xiang opened the door and let Yan Mingxiu into the condo. Looking at Zhou Xiang's slender neck from behind, Yan Mingxiu really wanted to pounce on him and bite it to vent the grievances in his heart. He had driven for nearly 3 hours to the filming set to see Wang Yudong, but in the end, Wang Yudong had still gone to his sister's place. Wang Yudong had even said goodbye to him with a smile. Yan Mingxiu was so furious that he was about to explode. So he had come to look for Zhou Xiang. When he had sex with Zhou Xiang, he could fantasize that he was with his donggu, which made him feel better. Zhou Xiang asked, Have you eaten? I just got some fast food. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Don't need to. I ordered food. Right after he said that, the doorbell rang. Yan Mingxiu went to open the door. Once Zhou Xiang saw the uniform on the delivery staff, he knew it was from the hotel across from his neighborhood. Zhou Xiang smiled and shook his head. You little brat really know how to enjoy yourself. Yan Mingxiu looked at Zhou Xiang. When he thought about treating this person as donggu, he felt a little guilty and could not help saying, You must be very tired after a day of filming. You should eat something good. Zhou Xiang was very happy. He smiled. Not bad. You really know how to treat people well. He sat down at the table and arranged the dishes one by one. Come and eat. It smells very good. Zhou Xiang picked up a piece of T-bone steak and took a bite. The meat was very tender, and the sauce was flavorful. It was delicious. Yan Mingxiu looked at his contented expression and wanted to laugh. It's all right. I can make it better. Zhou Xiang was surprised. You know how to cook? Yan Mingxiu responded nonchalantly. I've always cooked for myself when I was abroad. I don't like having outsiders in my home. Cook for me one day so I can try your culinary skills. No problem. Yan Mingxiu thought for a moment. Do you still have work later? I'm going to be free next week. This profession is good. It doesn't have fixed days off. Then I'll stay here. Yan Mingxiu gave him a look that did not seem to be seeking permission because he knew that Zhou Xiang would certainly agree. He was not blind. He could see that Zhou Xiang was very interested in him. Besides, he just did not want to go home and did not want to think about someone. They each took what they needed. Yan Mingxiu liked this way of getting along. Zhou Xiang more than welcomed him. He smiled lightly. How long do you want to stay? It was rare to be able to spend his time off with an attractive man accompanying him and bringing some liveliness into the home. He could not think of any reason to refuse. After the meal, the two had sex again. They were like two energetic, vigorous beasts passionately entangling with each other, leaving traces of sex throughout the small home. Zhou Xiang had not lived such an incredible life in a long time. During this short period, he and Yan Mingxiu lived and ate together. They barely went out. Every day, they had passionate sex and then slept exhaustively until the afternoon of the next day. Sometimes they ordered takeout. Sometimes they went to the supermarket to buy food and cook. They watched movies and played games. The two of them became very familiar with each other. Yan Mingxiu smiled more often. He had never been an easy person to get along with and did not have very many friends because very few people could tolerate his unpredictable bad temper. But Zhou Xiang could. Not only could he tolerate it, Zhou Xiang was also able to coax Yan Mingxiu and make him feel completely at ease and comfortable. Most importantly, Zhou Xiang could tolerate Yan Mingxiu's immaturity and selfishness. This was not difficult for Zhou Xiang to do. Men were always very patient and tolerant toward beautiful creatures, especially since Zhou Xiang had always been a patient and tolerant person. Toward Yan Mingxiu's occasional bad temper, Zhou Xiang treated it as though Yan Mingxiu was simply being playful. He was never bothered by it. Yan Mingxiu felt that when he was with Zhou Xiang, he felt very relaxed and comfortable. They were like a couple who had been living together for a long time, living a life where they had only each other. The longer they were together, the more Zhou Xiang felt that Yan Mingxiu was like a child. As long as his demands were met, he was very easy to get along with. After all, Zhou Xiang was not planning on marrying Yan Mingxiu, so why bother caring whether he had a good or bad temper? At that time, let alone Yan Mingxiu, even Zhou Xiang did not take it seriously. The 6 days of peaceful leisure soon came to an end. Zhou Xiang had to start the stunt coordinator job for the advertisement he had agreed to previously. Yan Mingxiu was also annoyed by the repeated phone calls urging him to go home. He finally planned to make a trip home. Zhou Xiang had an appointment with someone and had to leave first. Yan Mingxiu watched as Zhou Xiang quickly put on his shoes. A wave of reluctance rushed through his heart. He grabbed Zhou Xiang's arm, turned him around, and pressed him against the wall to kiss him intensely. Zhou Xiang held on to Yan Mingxiu's slender waist and closed his eyes as he responded to the heated kiss. Yan Mingxiu unconsciously reached his hand into Zhou Xiang's clothes. He did not want Zhou Xiang to leave. When he thought about Zhou Xiang going to a job that could leave him exhausted for only a few bucks, he really wanted to tell Zhou Xiang that he could support him. But he knew that Zhou Xiang was very content with his work, so he could not say it aloud. Zhou Xiang smiled lightly. Hey, okay. If you continue groping me, I won't be able to leave. You won't be able to leave either. Then don't go. It's still raining outside. I can't. Work is a serious matter. Zhou Xiang smiled. Not willing to part with me? If so, then don't leave. Wait for your big brother to come back and give you some love. Yan Mingxiu pinched his waist. I need to make a trip home. I'll be back another day. Okay. You're welcome here anytime. Zhou Xiang licked his ear and lewdly murmured, It feels so good doing it with you. Even if I don't see you, I get hard just thinking about you. Hearing these flirtatious words from Zhou Xiang's mouth, Yan Mingxiu also felt very pleased. He bit Zhou Xiang's lips. Even if you're hard, don't casually have sex. If you let others fuck you, I won't let you off. Zhou Xiang laughed happily. Having you, who else would I want? He did not take Yan Mingxiu's words seriously. He did not know that Yan Mingxiu was serious. Yan Mingxiu had never had any concept of chastity, but he subconsciously regarded Zhou Xiang as his. Perhaps because he was the first person to top Zhou Xiang, or perhaps because he regarded Zhou Xiang as Wang Yudong. He could not stand Zhou Xiang being close to other people. Although Yan Mingxiu felt that there was a problem with his way of thinking, he was too lazy to delve into the reasons. In his heart, he was the only one who could have sex with Zhou Xiang. After Zhou Xiang left, Yan Mingxiu turned on his phone. In order to avoid calls from his mother and sister, he usually kept his phone turned off and only turned it on for a couple of hours at a time. As soon as he turned it on, there was a text message. It had been sent an hour ago by Wang Yudong. The message read, "Dong Gu will treat you to dinner." Yan Mingxiu was elated. The gloomy mood caused by Zhou Xiang's departure was swept away. He replied to confirm. Then he quickly took a shower, tidied himself up, and headed straight to the restaurant. Chapter 15. Wang Yudong's father, Chairman Wang, was a big-time businessman worth billions, but he had received only a basic education. Despite accumulating wealth over the years, his unrefined nature would occasionally show. He had married a beautiful supermodel late in life, and she had given birth to a handsome son named Wang Yudong. Having a child in his old age, and with his son's temperament resembling his mother's, Chairman Wang had always doted on Wang Yudong immensely. Although the Wang family did not lack money, their relatives were not members of high society. Having money was not the same as having power. Wang Yudong was also a rich young master, but almost everyone knew that his father was new money. Therefore, Chairman Wang still needed to constantly curry favor with the elites in the capital. The Yin family was the biggest tree they could climb to raise their status. Originally, given the Yin family's prestige and influence, the Wang family could not even have shared a table with the head of the Yin family. Becoming related to the Yin family was something Chairman Wang would never have dared dream of. But he had a son who was very capable. Wang Yudong had always naturally loved having people revolve around him. After graduating from an Ivy League business school, he did not go into business. Instead, he became an actor. Chairman Wang spent several million to produce an ancient costume drama tailored specifically for him. As expected, Wang Yudong became popular. Becoming popular itself was not what was worth celebrating. After he became famous, the Yin family's young miss became extremely captivated by the role he played and thought very highly of him. So, under Wang Yudong's aggressive pursuit, the two got together. The patriarch of the Yin family did not like actors. In his eyes, Wang Yudong was not worthy of his daughter, but he did not explicitly oppose them. After all, the young couple liked each other. Besides, there were no problems with Wang Yudong's financial ability, appearance, education, or behavior. On top of that, he was especially good at catering to people, so they gradually accepted him. What the Yin patriarch did not know was that his daughter was not the only one who liked Wang Yudong. When Wang Yudong entered the Yin family home for the first time, his 16-year-old son, Yan Mingxiu, had also stared at Wang Yudong with radiant eyes. Now, the Yin family's young miss had reached marriageable age. The parents from both sides planned to sit down and discuss their engagement and wedding date. Yan Mingxiu's mother called him every day, urging him to come home so the two families could have a meal together, but Yan Mingxiu simply did not want to attend such an occasion. Having to sit there for 2 hours just to listen to his sister and Wang Yudong discuss when they would hold their engagement banquet? How sickening would that be for him? Finally, Wang Yudong called him. The entire family knew that Yan Mingxiu would listen to his future brother-in-law. Yan Mingxiu happily went to meet Wang Yudong. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw his family meeting with the Wang family. His expression immediately darkened. But because the elders were present, he did not want to slam the door and leave, so he could only sit down unhappily. Wang Yudong immediately sat beside him. He could not afford to offend this little future brother-in-law of his. If it were not for Mrs. Yin forcing him to call Yan Mingxiu, he would not have done it. After sitting down, he immediately apologized warmly. "Mingxiu, I'm sorry. Annie asked me to make sure you came over, but I really wanted to treat you to dinner. How about tomorrow?" Yan Mingxiu did not want to take his temper out on him, but his expression was still unpleasant. "Don't bother. I have plans tomorrow." Wang Yudong still wanted to say something, but Mrs. Yin called Yan Mingxiu over. Yan Mingxiu walked over in a bad mood. "It's fine for you guys to discuss it. I'm not the one getting married, so why must you call me here?" Mrs. Yin glared at him. "This is to discuss your sister's engagement. Wouldn't it be more dignified with the entire family here?" Then why didn't older brother come? Your brother is on a business trip. He really can't come back. Then I can't come back either. Mrs. Yin frowned. What's wrong with you? How hard is it for you to have a meal with us? Are you really that busy? My company has just started, and I'm also partially in charge of Dad's other company. Don't you think I'm busy? Don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. I have no opinion. Mrs. Yin said sadly. Even if it's for nothing, can't I just want to see my son? You didn't want to attend a good university in China and insisted on going to a university abroad. I didn't agree with it then. But after you came back, you didn't even come home. What is it about home that you find so unbearable? When Yan Mingxiu saw his mother's aggrieved and dissatisfied expression, his attitude softened. Mom, that's not what I mean. I'm just really busy. It was not that he found home unbearable. He simply did not want to hear about his sister and Wang Yudong whenever he was home. It was better not to know anything. But the two of them had planned to get engaged later that year. Every time he went home, that was what they talked about. He knew that Wang Yudong would never belong to him. He just wanted to avoid it as much as possible and find a quieter environment. The meal was bland and dull. He watched as Yan Mingmei and Wang Yudong smiled intimately at each other. Yan Mingxiu felt bored and wanted to leave. At that moment, a text message arrived. He turned on his phone and saw that Zhou Xiang had sent him a joke. He had never had a habit of replying to Zhou Xiang's texts. If anything, he would call him directly. But at that moment, he could not wait to escape the current atmosphere, even if it meant sending a text just to distract himself. He replied, "Where are you?" Zhou Xiang immediately responded, "Filming an ad." Yan Mingxiu asked, "Where?" "I'll come find you." Zhou Xiang was ecstatic. Not only had Yan Mingxiu replied to his text, but he had also said he would come find him. Yan Mingxiu was truly a person who was difficult to understand. Every time Zhou Xiang felt there was no hope of moving forward, Yan Mingxiu would take a step closer to him. Not by much, but little by little. Yet those small steps made it impossible for Zhou Xiang's heart to resist. They made him want to get even closer to Yan Mingxiu and discover what other surprises Yan Mingxiu had in store for him. The first time Yan Mingxiu had taken the initiative to call him, the first time he had smiled at him, the first time he had replied to his text message. All of these things made Zhou Xiang feel excited. It was almost like leveling up or fighting monsters in a game. He experienced the satisfaction of gradually conquering the big boss. The little things he and Yan Mingxiu did together, and the way they were gradually getting closer, would occasionally make Zhou Xiang reflect on the feelings of first love. Although he could no longer remember what his first love had looked like, he remembered the feeling of his heart beating erratically. Zhou Xiang sent Yan Mingxiu the address of his location. The stunt coordinator's line of work was very boring. He had to constantly adjust the stunt sequences according to the director's unrealistic demands and then guide the actors through every movement. Sometimes, when the actors did not perform well, he would become very anxious. So, in this boring environment, he looked forward to seeing Yan Mingxiu. Every time he saw Yan Mingxiu, his mood would become much better. Yan Mingxiu could not stand the torture of sitting through the meal. In the end, he made an excuse and quickly left, regardless of the elder's unusual looks. Once he started the car, he headed straight for Zhou Xiang. When Yan Mingxiu appeared on the set more than an hour later, Zhou Xiang's mood was like that of someone receiving a gift he had been waiting for a long time. During a break, Yan Mingxiu dragged Zhou Xiang into a bathroom stall and kissed him passionately. Zhou Xiang gasped beneath his intense kisses and asked, "Why did you come? Weren't you going home?" Yan Mingxiu bit his lips. "Stop talking." His hand slipped into Zhou Xiang's pants. Zhou Xiang grabbed his hand. "You're not thinking of doing it here, are you?" "I want to do it here." Yan Mingxiu's pupils were unusually bright. Zhou Xiang forced a smile. "Stop joking. I have to head back in a bit." Yan Mingxiu turned him around and pressed him against the doorframe, tugging his pants down while biting his sensitive ear. "Let me do it." Zhou Xiang felt that if he were 10 years younger, he might have agreed to have sex with a man in a bathroom stall. But at his age, it really was not appropriate to do something so crazy. He struggled to push Yan Mingxiu away, but he had not expected Yan Mingxiu to be so strong. He firmly pinned Zhou Xiang's hands against the door. The two of them had just done it that morning. Zhou Xiang's lower body was still relaxed and yielding, so Yan Mingxiu was able to enter him without much effort. Zhou Xiang groaned and quickly urged him, "Wear a condom." Yan Mingxiu ignored him and impatiently thrust into him. Both of them were still mostly dressed. Only Zhou Xiang's pants had slipped down to his knees. His chest slammed against the doorframe as Yan Mingxiu willfully thrust in and out from behind, making Zhou Xiang's body strike the doorframe with repeated bangs. Zhou Xiang's face flushed with heat. If someone were to come in at that moment. It was not that Yan Mingxiu did not know this was an inappropriate place. So, after venting his depression and dissatisfaction, he quickly ended it. Zhou Xiang's legs went weak. Yan Mingxiu held on to him as he sat down on the toilet lid. Having been greatly stimulated, Zhou Xiang's eyes were a little dazed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said breathlessly, "The game you young people play is way too exciting." Yan Mingxiu touched his face. He could not help kissing his red lips. "I think you quite like the excitement." Zhou Xiang gasped and took a few breaths. "You brat. You usually don't talk much. I can't believe you can be this crazy. Oh no, I have to go back." Zhou Xiang quickly pulled up his pants and tried to stand. "Don't rush." Yan Mingxiu pulled out some toilet paper and did something he rarely ever did. He gently helped Zhou Xiang clean himself. Zhou Xiang felt embarrassed. Yan Mingxiu was much more brazen than he had been at 20. Yan Mingxiu supported his waist so he could stand up, then pulled up his pants and fastened his belt. Rubbing his nose with his lips, he said, "I'll wait for you to get off work." Zhou Xiang faintly felt that their relationship was moving deeper and deeper into dangerous territory. In the entertainment industry, having sex with someone a few times was not that big a deal. But if one were to truly fall in love, it was absolutely not as simple as merely being together. Zhou Xiang was like most gay men who hoped for a truly sincere relationship, but he was also afraid of one. Chapter 16. Zhou Xiang worked until 11 p.m. looking at Yan Mingxiu. One would think he was an impatient person, yet he sat quietly in the corner with headphones plugged into his ears and his eyes closed, waiting for him. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Even though everyone on the set was captivated by his extraordinary beauty, he remained indifferent. Occasionally, Zhou Xiang would turn his head and see Yan Mingxiu sitting off to the side with an indifferent expression, looking at him from time to time. Seeing Yan Mingxiu waiting for him filled Zhou Xiang's heart with an indescribable emotion. Having someone wait for an entire 8 or 9 hours, from noon until the middle of the night, just for him to get off work, Zhou Xiang didn't know what Yan Mingxiu was thinking, but he was very moved by the gesture. There had never been anyone who had waited so long for him just to go home together. Zhou Xiang simply didn't know how to describe his excitement. Yan Mingxiu was a person who baffled people. Sometimes he was very cold, but sometimes he would unexpectedly do something that made Zhou Xiang fall for him. This contradictory and mysterious person made it increasingly difficult for Zhou Xiang to look away from him. After work was over, Zhou Xiang walked toward Yan Mingxiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and touched his nose. Yan Mingxiu opened his eyes. "Off work." Zhou Xiang smiled softly at him. "Yeah, having to wait so long. You should have gone back first." "Meaningless to go back by myself." Yan Mingxiu stood up and stretched. Let's go eat something." Yan Mingxiu added, "I also drove. I know a Japanese restaurant around here that's very good. How about you follow my car?" Zhou Xiang responded, "Okay, you lead the way." Once they got downstairs, Zhou Xiang noticed that Yan Mingxiu drove a Lexus SUV. Zhou Xiang glanced at him and smiled. "You brat, you really are a wealthy second-generation heir." The Yan family's disposition was not to reveal their true colors. In public, they would never flaunt their wealth. This car was just an ordinary means of transportation. But to Zhou Xiang, for a young man like Yan Mingxiu to drive a car worth over 100,000 was very unusual. Yan Mingxiu responded casually, "It's my dad's." Zhou Xiang replied with an, "Oh, I'll follow you then. Let's go. I'm starving." At this time, traffic was very smooth. They arrived at their destination in less than half an hour. It was almost midnight, but there weren't many people eating there. The two of them occupied a private tatami room. Zhou Xiang casually flipped through the menu while his stomach rumbled constantly. Tatami was a type of mat used as flooring in traditional Japanese-style rooms. This restaurant was very expensive. More than 10 pieces of shark fin cost over 1,000. Since Yan Mingxiu had treated him last time and waited for him for so long today, Zhou Xiang ought to pay for this meal. But how much would it cost? Zhou Xiang sighed inwardly, but soon got over it. Money was merely a worldly possession, right? As long as they had a happy meal, it was all fine. Yan Mingxiu ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Zhou Xiang didn't even have any interest in looking at the prices. He didn't want to ruin his good mood by worrying about the cost of the delicious food. After the dishes were served, the waiter closed the door, leaving the two of them in the tranquil ambience. Zhou Xiang poured him some wine and smiled. Mingxiu, having you wait so long today, I'm sorry. I saw that you quickly fell asleep even while sitting there. It's all right. I have nothing to do. Didn't you say you'd be starting a business? What have you been busy with during this time? Financing stuff. Yan Mingxiu didn't seem too willing to talk to him about work. Try this burdock. It's nutritious for the kidneys. Zhou Xiang cracked up. Your Xiangji's kidneys are pretty good. Looking at your stamina, you really need more nutrients. Zhou Xiang was referring to the incident in the bathroom earlier that afternoon. Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes, his expression full of ambiguity and flirtation, making Zhou Xiang's little heart tremble erratically. Eat a bit more. Your work has no fixed hours, and the nature of your job is dangerous. This is very damaging to your health. Zhou Xiang smelled the wine and asked softly, Why do you suddenly care about me? Yan Mingxiu looked at him with narrowed eyes. Of course you have to be in good health, because I quite like being with you. Zhou Xiang felt his cheeks burning hot and his heart beating erratically. Without thinking, he blurted out, How about you move in with me? As soon as the words were out, both of them were shocked. Yan Mingxiu silently mixed the wasabi with his chopsticks while Zhou Xiang lowered his head, regretting that he had said those words without thinking. Yan Mingxiu must have been frightened. They had only known each other for 2 weeks, and Zhou Xiang had already wanted to live with him. In fact, that really wasn't what Zhou Xiang had thought. At least, he was absolutely not prepared to cohabit with someone he didn't know. No matter how compatible their bodies were, cohabitation was a matter that required careful consideration. If their personalities clashed and they had a falling out, it would be too unsightly. He was already this age. How could he speak so carelessly? What was wrong with him? Zhou Xiang really wanted to punch himself twice. Fortunately, Yan Mingxiu did not express his position and seemed to intend to use his silence to declare his rejection. While Zhou Xiang sighed in relief, his heart was also faintly disappointed. He was increasingly feeling that he wasn't normal. Whenever it came to anything relating to Yan Mingxiu, his way of dealing with it always seemed to lack some rationale. The alarm bells in Zhou Xiang's heart erupted. Yan Mingxiu's influence on him was so immense. He couldn't have fallen in love with him, could he? Zhou Xiang had already passed the age of recklessly throwing himself into love. At the age of 30, falling in love with a 20-year-old young man whom he didn't know much about, and who neither seemed close nor distant, was definitely not a good thing. Zhou Xiang lowered his eyes and tried hard to conceal his emotions. If he were allowed to choose now, he wanted to continue being fuck buddies with Yan Mingxiu and not get himself involved in a relationship. But as things stood, all of this was just his wishful thinking. Yan Mingxiu changed the topic and gave him a caviar sushi. Eat this. The business is good here. The food is very fresh. Okay. Zhou Xiang quickly regained his senses. This tastes good. As if nothing had happened, the two continued to chat and eat. At this time, Yan Mingxiu's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the phone. It was Wang Yudong. He immediately picked up. Hello. Mingxiu. Wang Yudong's voice sounded obviously drunk. What's going on? You drank. Yeah? Come. I'll treat you to dinner. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I am at don't know. Someone next to Wang Yudong took his phone and said, Hello. Can you come pick Mr. Wang up? He is at the Tang Association. He drank too much. I'll go there now. Look after him. Yan Mingxiu stood up immediately. Wang Yudong's voice no longer sounded like himself, so Zhou Xiang could only tell that someone was drunk. But he didn't know who it was. He asked, Your friend's drunk? Yeah. Yan Mingxiu responded, Wait for me. I'll take him home and come back. After saying that, he quickly put on his shoes and rushed out. Zhou Xiang wanted to tell him not to bother coming back and that he would go home. But before he could open his mouth, Yan Mingxiu had disappeared. He had no idea who the person on the other end of the line was who could make Yan Mingxiu so anxious. Zhou Xiang looked at the unfinished exquisite cuisine on the table, his heart feeling flavorless. He hesitated over whether to pay and leave or, as Yan Mingxiu had said, wait for him to return. Zhou Xiang decided to continue eating. He would just wait for a bit. Maybe Yan Mingxiu would come back after taking the person home. This wait lasted 2 hours. He couldn't wait any longer, so he gave Yan Mingxiu a call. The phone connected, but Yan Mingxiu immediately hung up. Yan Mingxiu was just this kind of person. One second, he could care about Zhou Xiang's health and give him food. The next, he could be so insensitive to people's feelings and hang up on him. This kind of volatile personality was a little unbearable even for someone with Zhou Xiang's mild temper. Zhou Xiang sighed softly and asked the waiter for the bill. This meal cost more than 3,000, more than his food expenses for an entire month. But he had no complaints. He was never a petty person. Besides, he had originally intended to treat. It was just that this meal had not been very pleasant, with Yan Mingxiu leaving after only a few mouthfuls and not returning. Although thinking this way was not very mature, he had a feeling of being played by someone. Zhou Xiang went home feeling depressed. Chapter 17. After Zhou Xiang took a shower, he went to bed. When he glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already 4 in the morning. He was exhausted, but he couldn't sleep. His mind had been tense all night, unable to stop dwelling on everything that had happened during those 10 hours with Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang was deeply worried about himself. No matter how charming Yan Mingxiu was, he shouldn't act like a little boy experiencing love for the first time and plunge headfirst into it. Rationally speaking, although Zhou Xiang dreamed of having a stable relationship, of having a considerate person with whom he could share the rest of his life, Yan Mingxiu was obviously not someone who could settle down with him. Yan Mingxiu was too dazzling and too young. Zhou Xiang didn't feel that he could hold on to him. He shouldn't set his heart on Yan Mingxiu too much. It was too dangerous. Zhou Xiang closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. Just as he was beginning to feel drowsy, the doorbell rang. Zhou Xiang sat up in shock and opened his eyes. It was already 5 in the morning. Who would ring the doorbell at this hour? Could it be? Zhou Xiang jumped out of bed, looked through the peephole, and then opened the door. Standing outside was Yan Mingxiu, reeking of alcohol. Yan Mingxiu had always looked arrogant and indifferent. This was definitely the first time Zhou Xiang had seen him this drunk. Yan Mingxiu glanced at him and immediately threw himself against Zhou Xiang, murmuring softly, "Fuck, what am I?" Zhou Xiang couldn't hear him clearly. What's going on? Yan Mingxiu was so tall and heavy that when he leaned against Zhou Xiang almost ended up sitting on the floor. He struggled to support Yan Mingxiu into the bedroom. Fortunately, his home was small, so they didn't have to go far. Yan Mingxiu continued mumbling words that Zhou Xiang couldn't understand. Zhou Xiang turned on the light and saw Yan Mingxiu looking helplessly pitiful. He took off Yan Mingxiu's clothes and shoes, then used a hot towel to wipe the sweat from his face. After that, he poured him a glass of water so he could take some hangover medicine. Yan Mingxiu opened his eyes and stared blankly at him. It was hard to tell whether he was looking at Zhou Xiang or at someone else through him. "Mingxiu, are you awake? Where are you uncomfortable?" After saying that, Zhou Xiang felt that he had asked a stupid question. How could anyone feel comfortable while drunk like this? Didn't you go to pick up your drunk friend? How did you get drunk too? How did your friend get home? Why did you come here? Fuck, you didn't drive while intoxicated, did you? It's very strict now. You really dared to do that? It's so dangerous. Yan Mingxiu's eyes gradually regained focus as he hoarsely said, "Oh, it's you." This time, Zhou Xiang was the one who stared at him. Then he helplessly replied, "You've really drunk too much." Yan Mingxiu covered his eyes with the back of his hand. The lights were too glaring. Yan Mingxiu had done his utmost to be good to Wang Yudong. He had never treated anyone this well in his life. Why was Wang Yudong his future brother-in-law? He had driven to the nightclub to pick him up in the middle of the night, but Wang Yudong had kept calling for his sister. In the end, his sister had come, and the couple had gone home together. Wang Yudong was nothing special. He had no power and no influence. If he hadn't been with his sister, Yan Mingxiu would have already used his own methods to deal with him. Yet there were actually things in this world that he, Yan Mingxiu, could not have. No matter how well he treated Wang Yudong, it was useless. Yan Mingxiu turned over and suddenly became distracted when he smelled the cheap detergent on the bedsheets. What was he doing here? There were so many things he could be doing, yet he was wasting his time on a man who merely had a similar silhouette to Wang Yudong. What exactly was he doing? A cool hand landed on his forehead like a refreshing breeze, easing his temper and depression. Zhou Xiang's soft and alluring voice sounded beside his ear. "I've turned off the light. Sleep well." That voice was full of a man's simplicity and kindness, making people feel immensely comfortable. Yan Mingxiu opened his eyes. Sure enough, the lights were off. and Zhou Xiang was lying beside him. Yan Mingxiu blinked. He couldn't help turning around and grabbing Zhou Xiang by the waist, burying his face against Zhou Xiang's chest. Although Yan Mingxiu didn't say anything, Zhou Xiang could feel how depressed he was. He stroked Yan Mingxiu's back and smiled faintly. Be good. Sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up. This was the first time the two of them had slept while embracing each other without doing anything else. Yan Mingxiu hadn't expected Zhou Xiang's embrace to be so warm, his palms so gentle and soft, and his voice so pleasant to hear. This man seemed to have many things about him that were worth discovering. Holding him made Yan Mingxiu feel at ease. He finally closed his eyes and relaxed. Yan Mingxiu was awakened by a delicious aroma. He was so hungry that his stomach was rumbling. Although his eyelids were swollen and heavy, he still struggled to get up. He was at Zhou Xiang's home, and he was already familiar with the room. Wearing Zhou Xiang's clothes, he pushed open the door. Zhou Xiang was wearing an apron and busily cooking in the kitchen, humming a soft tune. Yan Mingxiu leaned against the wall and watched him for a long time. His heart was gradually won over by the scene before him. He couldn't help but admit that he liked the feeling of being with Zhou Xiang. How should he put it? It was very comfortable. Zhou Xiang was mature, had his own career, and didn't nag him. He was broad-minded. Even when Yan Mingxiu said unpleasant things, Zhou Xiang hardly ever took them to heart. Zhou Xiang always had a warm smile on his face. Even when Yan Mingxiu was in a terrible mood, Zhou Xiang wouldn't get angry. And having sex with him felt so good. Zhou Xiang was a companion with whom Yan Mingxiu couldn't find any fault. Having someone like that by his side was truly what he needed. Most importantly, being with Zhou Xiang, even if he was only deceiving himself, could slightly alleviate his obsession with Wang Yudong. He walked over and knocked on the glass screen. Zhou Xiang turned his head and gave him a bright smile. You're up. It's still early. I thought you'd sleep until 3 or 4 this afternoon. I'm hungry. Just in time. I'm almost finished cooking. Yan Mingxiu sat down at the dining table, propping his chin on one hand as he turned his head to watch Zhou Xiang walking back and forth. Even in his own home, he had never felt such a strong sense of family. Could it be that the kitchen in his home was simply too far from the dining room? Or did it have something to do with the person doing the cooking? Zhou Xiang brought out a sumptuous breakfast. Yan Mingxiu glanced at it. You cooked so much. Look at the time. We're eating breakfast and lunch together. You must be feeling terrible after getting drunk yesterday, so you need to nourish yourself today. Zhou Xiang took out the leftover sushi from yesterday and put it on the table. It's still fresh. What a pity that you didn't finish it yesterday. Yan Mingxiu thought about how he had cast Zhou Xiang aside and left yesterday. His heart felt a little strange. Sorry, I didn't come back yesterday. You didn't wait too long for me, did you? It's fine. I left after I finished eating. Zhou Xiang didn't really mind. The porridge is a little hot. Blow on it first. Yan Mingxiu drank some warm water and then said clearly, Give me a copy of your house key. Zhou Xiang stared at him blankly. Yan Mingxiu raised his eyebrows. You haven't forgotten what you said yesterday, have you? Zhou Xiang's face flushed with excitement. You're really going to move in? Yeah. Yan Mingxiu nodded and saw the unmistakable happiness on Zhou Xiang's face. Somehow, his own heart warmed as well. Except that I'll have to return home once in a while. At that moment, Zhou Xiang felt that everything was too crazy. He had invited a one-night stand whom he'd only known for 2 weeks to live with him, and the other party had actually agreed. His rational side told him this was wrong. How much did he really know about this person? What if they were incompatible? But damn it, he wanted to hold and kiss Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang was extremely excited. It had been so many years. His home finally had a second person in it. Furthermore, it was someone who captivated him. Zhou Xiang happily leaned across the table and kissed him intensely. Baby, warm welcome. Yan Mingxiu grabbed his chin and said in a low voice, Let's agree on a few things first. You have to promise me 2 things. Say it. First, while you're living with me, you can't have any connections with other men. Second, we don't interfere with each other's lives. Zhou Xiang patted his face and smiled lightly. Deal. Accepting someone into his home hadn't seemed difficult to Zhou Xiang from the very beginning. Perhaps it was because Yan Mingxiu had never deliberately concealed his shortcomings, so Zhou Xiang had long since understood his temper and gotten used to it. The two of them could be said to get along perfectly well. Yan Mingxiu brought some daily necessities and a computer. Zhou Xiang heard that he wanted to start a business, so he simply cleaned out the guest room and put a desk inside for him. This room had originally been his childhood bedroom. Now, it was perfect to use as a study. On the first night Yan Mingxiu moved in, Zhou Xiang opened a bottle of Laffy that he had saved for a long time. The wine had been given to him by a former producer. He had been reluctant to drink it, but today was of great significance to him. He had brought another person into his life and into his home. Regardless of how far they would go, at least this person would be with him for a while, so he wouldn't be so lonely. That night, they made love passionately, venting their hunger for each other in the most primitive and straightforward way. The two men's cohabitation officially began. Both of them were considered self-employed at the moment. Zhou Xiang's work usually lasted a few months. When he had nothing to do, he would go out with his friends to drink and watch ball games. But because Yan Mingxiu was in his home, the number of times Zhou Xiang returned home increased significantly. As for Yan Mingxiu, he was looking into a project and was often out. But almost every time he came back, Zhou Xiang would have food prepared for him and left in the refrigerator, ensuring that he would have something to eat whenever he returned. From the beginning, they got along very harmoniously. They wouldn't ask about each other's work or friends. Zhou Xiang still didn't know what Yan Mingxiu did. He only knew that Yan Mingxiu's standard of living was very good. He never asked. He was very content with their current situation. One day, Zhou Xiang received a phone call. When he looked at the caller ID, he was startled. He hadn't expected Lan Shirong to contact him after more than a year. He answered the call with complicated feelings. A very pleasant male voice came from the other end, but his tone was obviously awkward. "Xiangge, I'm back." Zhou Xiang smiled. "Oh, you're still using this number? Long time no see." "Yeah, I've continued paying the phone bill." The two fell into an awkward silence. Zhou Xiang politely said, "I've seen your news on TV. The filming must have gone very well. I'll definitely go support the movie when it's in theaters. One of these days, I'll treat you to a meal." The words obviously sounded half-hearted. Lan Shirong refused to let the conversation end that way. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Xiangge, are you free today? Let's meet." "Unfortunately, I have plans today. How about another day? You've just returned, so you must be tired. Have a good rest." "Xiangge," Lan Shirong hurriedly asked, "are you angry with me? What are you saying? Don't think too much. I really have plans. You're a big star now. You can't just casually meet people. I'm only thinking of what's best for you." Lan Shirong took a deep breath. "Xiangge, I want to see you. I want to see you right now." Zhou Xiang paused before responding helplessly. "Shirong, I think it would be awkward for us to meet. Why bother? I'm gay, and you're not. What's between us is that simple. There's no one who wronged the other. You made a name for yourself, and Xiangge congratulates you. Let's just leave it at that." "Xiangge." Lan Shirong quickly stopped him from hanging up and spoke softly. "I want to apologize to you. I wasn't sensible back then." Zhou Xiang hummed in response and politely said, "I don't blame you. I'm busy. I'm going to hang up." After saying that, he hung up without hesitation. Zhou Xiang tossed the phone onto the sofa and sighed. Lan Shirong was currently the largest cash cow in their company. When he had first debuted, he had had a good relationship with Zhou Xiang. At that time, Zhou Xiang had been his senior. Because he was very impressed by Lan Shirong's talents, he had helped him several times. Zhou Xiang was homosexual. It was inevitable that he would have other thoughts when he saw such an exceptional young man. But he had never thought of using his seniority to force anyone. Zhou Xiang had genuinely just wanted to help him. Moreover, he had bluntly expressed his interest in Lan Shirong. But Lan Shirong had misunderstood him, to the point that he had seemed deeply insulted by Zhou Xiang's help. He had even publicly mocked Zhou Xiang, leaving him extremely embarrassed. Lan Shirong's actions had been very immature, but Zhou Xiang hadn't blamed him. It was just that the two of them had gradually become estranged. Later, Lan Shirong had gotten a chance to participate in a Hollywood blockbuster. His future was very promising. Zhou Xiang and he no longer contacted each other. Zhou Xiang had almost forgotten about their past. Unexpectedly, Lan Shirong had still contacted him. But Zhou Xiang's heart was very calm, and he also felt proud of Lan Shirong's achievements. After today's phone call, Zhou Xiang could clearly feel that Lan Shirong had matured a lot. It made him feel very gratified. But considering their unpleasant past, Zhou Xiang tried not to contact him again. Unfortunately, the two of them worked for the same company, so it was impossible for them never to bump into each other. The next day, he received a call from Kai Wei. informing him that the company was throwing Lan Shirong a celebratory party and that he had to attend. Yan Mingxiu was beside him at the time. Zhou Xiang refused without hesitation. "Wei go, I have family issues." Kai Wei asked rhetorically, "What family issues could you possibly have?" Zhou Xiang smiled in response. "I have a date with a beauty." "Decline it," Kai Wei said bluntly. "Today, Shirong specifically emphasized to me that you must attend. He said that he wasn't sensible before and that you helped him so much. Without you, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. He wants to apologize and thank you." "Aya, you're making it sound so serious. I'm just a mere stuntman. I didn't really help him much. He was able to become popular, and the number of people he should thank wouldn't even get down to me. Wei go, I'm begging you. I've never hidden anything from you. You also know how awkward things are between us. I'm not going to go, okay? You guys go ahead and enjoy yourselves." "Can't. The boss is attending tonight. You know the boss thinks highly of him. If you don't attend, aren't you refusing to give him face?" Zhou Xiang responded helplessly. Fine. I know. Geez." After he hung up, Yan Mingxiu glanced at him. "What's wrong? Who are you seeing? You seem so unwilling." "A junior from the past. He's popular now. There were some unhappy matters between us before. I really don't want to go." Zhou Xiang dejectedly changed into a suit. "Ig, that's how it is when you're working for a salary. Oh, you can heat up the leftover food for dinner, okay? I'm not going to be back until later tonight." Seeing Zhou Xiang slightly furrow his brows, Yan Mingxiu felt a little unsettled. "If you don't want to go, then just don't go. Your job is no big deal. Quit. I'll support you." Zhou Xiang smiled and caressed Yan Mingxiu's cheek. "Baby, I really love hearing you say that." But Zhou Xiang would never take it seriously. He kissed Yan Mingxiu, grabbed his wallet and keys, and left. Chapter 18. The CEO of their company booked a banquet hall at the Grand Hotel to host a welcoming reception for Lan Shirong. In fact, Lan Shirong had returned twice already, seemingly to prepare for his comeback. But the film had indeed taken more than a year to complete. By the time filming was finished, his popularity in the country was already very different from before. On this day, most of the people from the company had arrived. Their company was not very large, but it still had about 70 or 80 employees, and its profits had always been good. Their boss came from a wealthy second-generation family. The businesses under his control were vast, but his personality was a little strange. Still, he was a good person and gave his employees excellent benefits. Whether it was Zhou Xiang or the other employees, working at this company had always been very comfortable. As Zhou Xiang entered the hotel, the first person he noticed was Kai Wei, who was welcoming guests downstairs. He greeted him and walked over, but Kai Wei was too busy to socialize with him. "Go up by yourself. It's on the second floor." Many big-name celebrities from the entertainment industry were attending. When someone as popular as Lan Shirong returned, it was obviously easy to attract an influential crowd. There were at least 300 attendees and more than 10 media reporters. Their president Wang was clearly trying to generate publicity for Lan Shirong. Although Zhou Xiang was a relatively unknown martial arts stuntman, he was widely known within the entertainment industry. He himself knew many people. In addition, his warm personality made it easy for him to get along with everyone. Along the way, he met many acquaintances and tirelessly greeted each of them. After going upstairs and looking around, he finally spotted Lan Shirong and President Wang. They were surrounded by a group of people in the middle of the banquet hall. Lan Shirong looked just like he did on television, tall and handsome, with a face like carved jade and two visible dimples whenever he smiled. He looked very adorable. His fresh temperament, somewhere between a man and a boy, could easily make people like him. When Zhou Xiang saw Lan Shirong's flushed, contented expression after his successful return, it was difficult for him to feel any connection to this young man now. Lan Shirong had once been completely lost about his future, having just graduated from the film academy. This was the same young man who used to come over to his home all the time to hang out and eat hot pot. Zhou Xiang wandered over aimlessly. Lan Shirong and President Wang noticed him at the same time. Lan Shirong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't take them off Zhou Xiang. His expression looked somewhat excited. Zhou Xiang greeted him naturally and calmly. "Shirong, Xianggu congratulates you on your triumphant return." Then he smiled at President Wang. "President Wang, you're back." After saying that, he deliberately moved to President Wang's side and greeted the guests he knew. leaving no opportunity for Lan Shirong to speak with him. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lan Shirong's eyes, but there were too many people surrounding him. He couldn't simply ignore them. All he could do was sneak glances at Zhou Xiang from time to time. Zhou Xiang whispered to the originally pale and chubby President Wang. "President Wang, you got tan." President Wang grunted twice. "What's up?" Zhou Xiang narrowed his eyes. "You went to Tibet to pray to Buddha and ate nothing but vegetarian food for 3 months without touching meat. Doesn't everyone look strangely good after coming back?" President Wang glared at him. "I can see that you look strangely good, too. How about I drown you in work?" Zhou Xiang smiled. "Bring it on. I certainly welcome it." President Wang looked at him blankly. "Enough nonsense. Come over here. I have something to ask you." When the two of them stepped aside, President Wang asked, "I heard that Director Wang and Wang Yudong had an unpleasant quarrel. You were also on the set. Do you know what's going on?" "The two of them don't like each other. Director Wang has a fierce temper, and Wang Yudong has never been subjected to that kind of temperament before. Naturally, some contradictions gradually developed." President Wang furrowed his brows. "I've invested a lot in this movie. It can't afford any problems. I'll find a day to have a chat with Xiao Wang. If it comes from you, it'll definitely help." President Wang said awkwardly, "Not necessarily. The Xiao Wang of today can't be compared with the one from the past." "Why?" "He climbed onto some high branch." "What does that mean? Whose branch did he climb onto?" President Wang was about to say something, but suddenly glared at him. "You kid, why are you so gossipy?" Zhou Xiang felt wronged. "You're the one who brought it up first." The two still had more to say, but Lan Shirong's voice came from behind Zhou Xiang. "Xiang Gu." Zhou Xiang turned his head. Lan Shirong had already gotten away from the other people and was quietly looking at him. Zhou Xiang knew he couldn't hide from him. He ran a hand through his hair. "Let's go to the balcony and chat." The two went to the balcony and closed the French doors. It was a little cold outside. Zhou Xiang lit a cigarette and smiled. "Shirong, seeing you like this, I'm really happy for you." Lan Shirong's beautiful eyes stared at Zhou Xiang's face as he softly murmured, "Xiang Gu, I'm sorry. I was too ignorant back then. Forget it. It's all in the past. Don't mention it." Lan Shirong lowered his head and spoke dejectedly. "I didn't even know what was happening at the time. I always thought that you treated me well and helped me because you considered me a friend. I never thought you had other feelings. I felt insulted. In fact, no matter what, you really helped me a lot. But Zhou Xiang blew out a puff of smoke and said faintly, "I really did treat you like a friend. Actually, it was more like treating you as a younger brother. But you knew early on that I was gay. It was just like the thoughts you would have when you saw a beautiful girl, especially when that person was constantly wandering around in front of your eyes. At the time, I wanted to ask whether you were straight or gay. If you didn't like men, I wouldn't pester you. Anyway, we'd still be friends. Forget it. Let's not mention the past. I was wrong, too. I scared you." Lan Shirong raised his head and said emotionally, "Xiang Gu, I'm sorry. This really was my fault. I obviously knew you were gay, yet I still wanted you to treat me well, making you misunderstand. I even mocked you like that, yet you still so generously let it go. Can you forgive me?" When Zhou Xiang remembered what had happened in the past, he really felt screwed. Back then, when the two of them were going through those unpleasant times, he had wanted to ask Lan Shirong specifically, "You said you aren't gay, so why the hell are you always coming to my home and constantly getting close to me? I confessed to you, yet you fucking feel wronged. Is there any logic to that?" However, even when Lan Shirong had misunderstood him, Zhou Xiang hadn't gotten angry. He had thought Lan Shirong was young and hadn't matured yet. Zhou Xiang had comforted himself and endured it. After all, he really liked this little boy and didn't want to have a falling out with him. He could simply distance himself. That would be good enough. Now that Lan Shirong had turned around and apologized to him, Zhou Xiang felt that this matter had finally been settled satisfactorily between them. Zhou Xiang said softly, "Xiang Gu doesn't blame you. I didn't blame you before, either. Don't think too much about it. We're from the same company, so we'll see each other all the time. Whatever happens in the future will happen. Don't feel burdened by it, okay?" The rims of Lan Shirong's eyes turned a little red. He took several large strides forward and forcefully hugged Zhou Xiang. His voice slightly choked. "Xiang Gu, I've missed you so much during this time." "What was this again?" Zhou Xiang was stunned. "When I first got to America, I couldn't even speak their language clearly. Everything was so unfamiliar. It was just like when I first came to Beijing. No one treated me as well as you did. I've wanted to call you several times, but I didn't dare. I've regretted it more and more ever since. I really wanted to come back and find you. Xianggu, I'm sorry. Can we still be the same as before? Lan Shirong was just like a child in Zhou Xiang's arms, telling him everything in his heart. The more he talked, the sadder he became. Zhou Xiang sighed, feeling a little soft-hearted as he patted Lan Shirong's shoulder. I really don't blame you. Don't cry. Lan Shirong suppressed his sobs, but his voice was already trembling. He wiped his eyes and grabbed Zhou Xiang's arm. Xianggu, can we be like before? Can I go to your home to eat hot pot? Zhou Xiang remembered that there was already a living thing in his home, Yan Mingxiu, but he couldn't really refuse someone a meal. He frankly replied, That's not a problem. You're welcome anytime. Lan Shirong finally smiled. Hey, let's hurry back. Everyone is here. The lead can't be missing. The two returned to the banquet hall together. The host began enthusiastically recounting Lan Shirong's achievements. Lan Shirong went onto the stage and very properly thanked a whole group of people. Although they were words for the occasion, everything he said was fitting and appropriate. Zhou Xiang felt a burst of emotion. The little clueless boy from the past had really grown up. Because there were so many acquaintances, Zhou Xiang ended up drinking so much that he became unconscious. Lan Shirong had his driver take him home. Lan Shirong was extremely familiar with Zhou Xiang's residence. During his lonely time in America, he didn't know how many times he had dreamed of carrying food ingredients to this familiar home, knocking on its warm door, and having a gentle and humorous older brother listen to him, share his troubles at work, and help him relieve his anxieties and difficulties. The car stopped downstairs. Lan Shirong sent the driver away. He personally carried Zhou Xiang upstairs, intending to stay at his home for the night. He took out Zhou Xiang's key and opened the door. The room was dark. Familiar with the place, he reached for the switch on the wall and turned on the light. Suddenly, footsteps came from the front. A man walked out of the bedroom wearing loose pajama pants. Lan Shirong looked up and saw Yan Mingxiu directly in front of him. Both of them were stunned. Seeing Yan Mingxiu's attire, Lan Shirong immediately realized that this person lived here. Was he Zhou Xiang's boyfriend? This reality was something he couldn't immediately accept. He asked sternly, Who are you? He would rather have Yan Mingxiu been a random thief, but he knew there wasn't a thief in the world who could have an appearance as bewitching as Yan Mingxiu's. Yan Mingxiu was furious as well, so furious that his fingertips trembled. Zhou Xiang was drunkenly lying in the arms of a young and attractive man, and the two of them had even come back together after 2 in the morning. Based on the way Zhou Xiang had wanted to have sex with him the first time they met, Yan Mingxiu knew that Zhou Xiang was definitely an easy person. But since Zhou Xiang was already with him, how dare he bring another man home in the middle of the night? The two glared at each other, the scene looking as though they were ready to fight. Yan Mingxiu asked coldly, Shouldn't I be asking you that? Who gave you permission to casually come into our home? Yan Mingxiu deliberately emphasized the word our. Lan Shirong's face, already flushed from drinking, instantly paled. Xianggu had a boyfriend. Right. Why wouldn't he? How could Xianggu not have a boyfriend? Why would he continue waiting for him? Lan Shirong felt a burst of sadness. He didn't know what he was thinking. He only knew that he hated the man in front of him to the extreme. What gave him the right to stand in this living room? This was the place where he and Xianggu used to hang out. Yan Mingxiu's temper was already bad to begin with. At this moment, he was so enraged that he wanted to use the broomstick to kick Lan Shirong out. He stepped forward and roughly grabbed Zhou Xiang. The person is home. Hurry up and get the fuck out. Lan Shirong refused to let go of Zhou Xiang. The two of them pulled at him for a while. Zhou Xiang's body tilted and fell toward the ground. Yan Mingxiu immediately caught him. Lan Shirong stared at his empty hands, his heart feeling unbearably terrible. Yan Mingxiu glanced coldly at him. Stop being persistent. Zhou Xiang already has someone. You don't need to concern yourself with him in the future. Lan Shirong glared at him hatefully, then turned and slammed the door. Yan Mingxiu looked down at Zhou Xiang, who was unconscious in his arms. The fury in his heart burned hotter and hotter. He couldn't stand Zhou Xiang having thoughts about other people. Zhou Xiang's eyes should only be looking at him. Chapter 19. Zhou Xiang hadn't gotten drunk in a long time. When he woke up and turned over, he felt strangely lightheaded. Then he slipped and slumped to the ground. Drowsily opening his eyes, he realized he had been sleeping on the couch in the living room, a blanket draped over him. Zhou Xiang couldn't remember how he had gotten home, but as long as he had made it back safely, that was all that mattered. "You're up?" Zhou Xiang was startled. He turned his head and saw Yan Mingxiu sitting at the dining table, staring at him coldly. His entire body was sore from being cramped on the couch all night. The discomfort was obvious. "My waist hurts so badly." "Ouch." Zhou Xiang climbed back onto the couch and complained. "You just let me sleep on the couch?" Yan Mingxiu's anger had not yet subsided. He snorted. "You stink. Should I have let you sleep on the bed?" Zhou Xiang instinctively thought, "It's my bed." But getting drunk really was a nuisance. This was fine anyway. At least he wouldn't have to wash the sheets. He closed his eyes dazedly, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't even want to move. Yan Mingxiu put a cup on the glass table and raised his voice. "You're not going to ask how you got back?" So how did I get back? Who took me home?" He thought it must have been Kai Wei, a young, attractive guy. Yan Mingxiu sat down beside him on the couch and said grimly, "You're quite charming. If I hadn't been home yesterday, you two probably would have woken up in bed together today, right?" Zhou Xiang tried hard to remember. Could it have been Lan Shirong who took him home? Besides him and Kai Wei, no one knew where he lived. Zhou Xiang lifted his chin and blinked a few times. I know who it was. My colleague." He cracked a smile. "Jealous." Yan Mingxiu flew into a rage. "Don't be so full of yourself." After saying that, he stood up, grabbed his keys, slammed the door, and left. Zhou Xiang stared blankly at the empty space beside him. Unfortunately, his hangover was terrible, and he really didn't have the energy to think too much about it. He wobbled into the bedroom, flopped onto the bed, and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun was setting. Zhou Xiang got up, took a shower, changed the sheets, and ate something. He found his cell phone underneath the couch. He must have dropped it there while he was drunk. When he turned it on, he saw a bunch of missed calls and text messages from Lan Shirong. Zhou Xiang called him back. Once the call connected, Lan Shirong's low voice came from the other end. "Xianggu, why did you only turn on your phone now?" "Really bad hangover. My phone fell under the couch." Zhou Xiang massaged his temple. "Was it you who took me home yesterday? Sorry for troubling you. Why are you being so polite with me?" Lan Shirong sighed, then asked softly, "Is that man your boyfriend?" Zhou Xiang vaguely responded with a hum. "You saw him." Yan Mingxiu couldn't really be considered his boyfriend. After all, they had never made any promises of commitment to each other. At most, they could only be considered companions. Even Zhou Xiang didn't know how to define his relationship with Yan Mingxiu. "Xianggu you." Hearing him stutter, Zhou Xiang asked, "What's wrong? Do you like him?" The moment Lan Shirong asked the question, he wanted to take it back, but it was too late. Zhou Xiang answered bluntly, "Like him? We get along fine." Lan Shirong was silent for a moment. "Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a meal?" "When?" "Let me see. This weekend. I'm busy with work for the next few days." "Okay. But don't bring your boyfriend, okay?" "What's the matter? You're treating me to a meal. Why do you need to bring him?" Zhou Xiang and Yan Mingxiu didn't interfere in each other's lives, so he didn't think much of it. "Fine. I won't bring him." Lan Shirong sighed in relief. "Then I'll wait for your call." After ending the call, Zhou Xiang thought about Yan Mingxiu leaving after slamming the door. Had he misunderstood something between him and Lan Shirong? Although Yan Mingxiu's bad temper was a little baffling, the thought that he might have been jealous because of him secretly delighted Zhou Xiang. He immediately called Yan Mingxiu. The phone rang a few times before being hung up. Yeek. His temper really is something. Zhou Xiang thought about it and called a few more times. At last, Yan Mingxiu picked up and asked impatiently, "What?" Zhou Xiang smiled. "I just woke up. I didn't see your face when I woke up." "Where are you?" "At work." "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" "No." Still angry, Yan Mingxiu didn't respond. "The guy last night is a little brother from before. He was just being nice and taking me home. You can't see a cute guy and assume there's something between us, right? We're just friends. Why wouldn't I think so? That man looked at me like I was his enemy. How can that be? He also drank too much. When people drink too much, they don't act normally. Don't think too much about it. Baby, are you jealous?" Zhou Xiang smiled softly. Yan Mingxiu was somewhat resentful as he replied coldly, "You're the one thinking too much. I just want you to remember our agreement. Don't get involved with other people. Otherwise, don't bother coming to me." Zhou Xiang wanted to laugh as he imagined the grimace on Yan Mingxiu's face on the other end of the phone. Don't worry. Right now, besides you, my heart has no room for anyone else. Don't be angry. Come back for dinner tonight, okay? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Yan Mingxiu finally felt a little better, but he still reluctantly replied, Make whatever you want. At about 6 in the evening, Yan Mingxiu came home. Zhou Xiang was watching TV while cooking. When he saw him, he smiled. You're back. After saying that, he walked over and hugged Yan Mingxiu, giving him a big kiss. Squinting at him, he said, You're so attractive when you're jealous. Yan Mingxiu frowned. I've said it. You're thinking too much. After saying that, he pushed Zhou Xiang away and went to change his clothes. When he came back out, the food was ready. Zhou Xiang gave Yan Mingxiu a bowl of soup while humming a little tune. Come on, drink it while it's hot. Yan Mingxiu glanced at Zhou Xiang's homely appearance in his apron. He actually looked rather dashing. His long, slender fingers wrapped around the china tableware, giving him a distinctive air. The TV happened to be showing an entertainment program, and the host's excited voice announced today's guest, Lan Shirong. Zhou Xiang couldn't help looking up at the TV. Lan Shirong was wearing a casual suit and smiling at the camera. Yan Mingxiu followed his gaze toward the TV, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Zhou Xiang realized that Yan Mingxiu was unhappy because of the person on TV, so he quickly turned back and grabbed the remote, intending to change the channel. But Yan Mingxiu immediately snatched the remote control away and glared fiercely at him before turning back to watch the TV. The host happily began talking about Lan Shirong's overseas box office sales and his upcoming new record. When Lan Shirong talked about his tremendous popularity over the past year, he began systematically thanking various people. Finally, he smiled and said that he especially wanted to thank the big brother who had taken special care of him when he was still an unknown model. Zhou Xiang raised an eyebrow and lowered his head to eat. Yan Mingxiu asked, Was that you? Nah, it couldn't be. What could a martial arts stuntman have done to help him? Later, when the host asked him a deeper question about his hard work and experiences, whether Lan Shirong had done it intentionally or not, he quickly said, Xiang Ge. He said it so quickly that it was barely noticeable, but the two people watching from the other side of the TV had definitely heard it. Zhou Xiang glanced at Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu snorted. You two have a very good relationship. Zhou Xiang finally felt a little bitter. Yan Mingxiu's jealousy was rather adorable, but this was strange and a little annoying. It wasn't as if Yan Mingxiu had caught him in bed with someone. This was just a bunch of little things linked together. What did Yan Mingxiu mean by acting so unreasonable and ridiculous? It was as if he were deliberately trying to stir something up. Zhou Xiang sighed. He really had a hard time back then. We're from the same company. I helped him a little. It was nothing much. Mingxiu, why are you being like this? Are you still mad about this? Yan Mingxiu slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Zhou Xiang had spoken of him as though he were an unreasonable, bitter wife, and he couldn't control the anger rising inside him. His instincts told him that Lan Shirong's feelings toward Zhou Xiang were abnormal, definitely not as simple as an ordinary friendship. Yan Mingxiu wanted to get angry, but Zhou Xiang had already said it to such an extent that if he got angry now, it would seem as though Zhou Xiang's words were true. He clenched his fist fiercely, then released it. He turned off the TV and restrained his anger before turning around and saying, Just eat. Zhou Xiang scooped a spoonful of soup for him and said softly, Mingxiu, don't be upset. I, Zhou Xiang, will do what I say. Since I'm with you, I won't get involved with anyone else. Yan Mingxiu looked up at him intently. I hate that person. I don't want you to see him anymore, okay? Zhou Xiang looked distressed. Mingxiu, we're from the same company. Then don't see him privately. Zhou Xiang forced a smile. Mingxiu, we said that we wouldn't interfere with each other's lives. Yan Mingxiu looked enraged, but tried to suppress it. Zhou Xiang was shocked. He couldn't believe Yan Mingxiu would reveal such a fierce expression. Yan Mingxiu let out a long sigh. You're right. I can't control it. After saying that, he lowered his head and ate quietly. Zhou Xiang also immersed himself in his meal. But this meal was laden with heavy anxieties and troubles. He truly felt that his relationship with Yan Mingxiu had changed. Chapter 20. The Cold War with Yan Mingxiu undoubtedly continued. He didn't return for several days. At first, Zhou Xiang didn't feel that anything was particularly wrong, especially since he was deeply immersed in his work. But after a few days, he began to feel unsettled. The house felt so empty without someone else there. Yan Mingxiu's presence seemed to linger everywhere. Very soon, he came to realize that he really missed Yan Mingxiu. Although Zhou Xiang had a good temperament, that didn't mean he had no principles. He had never been so tolerant of anyone before, only with Yan Mingxiu. Even when he felt that he hadn't done anything wrong, he couldn't bear the fact that Yan Mingxiu simply wouldn't come home, wouldn't answer his calls, and wouldn't reply to his messages. When Zhou Xiang ate alone at night, the food tasted bland and flavorless. He put down his chopsticks and stared at the empty space in front of him. A sudden fear rose in his heart. Finally, Zhou Xiang could no longer deny that Yan Mingxiu had already entered his heart. It took a lot of courage for a man his age to admit that he liked someone, especially someone 10 years younger than himself. If they were simply going to continue living as they had been, Zhou Xiang would have been content with things as they were. But Yan Mingxiu's sudden disappearance from his life without saying anything made him realize a sense of crisis he had never experienced before. All along, they had been doing well. It had never occurred to him how he would feel if Yan Mingxiu were to break up with him one day. Now that he knew, it felt utterly miserable. How many years had it been since he had experienced this kind of anxiety over a relationship that was neither particularly close nor distant? Zhou Xiang felt just like a young boy experiencing love for the first time. His inability to restrain himself from getting close to Yan Mingxiu, his impulsiveness in inviting him to live together, his being captivated by him, and all the concessions he had made. Finally, he realized that all these behaviors were because he had truly started to like him. No wonder he had handled his relationship with Yan Mingxiu so poorly. Zhou Xiang sighed, his mood feeling both heavy and excited. Zhou Xiang was a daring man with the courage to take responsibility for his actions. To find someone you truly liked wasn't easy. He wouldn't simply give up. Moreover, the two of them were already living together. As long as he tried a little harder, perhaps Yan Mingxiu would come to like him too. Then wouldn't everyone be happy? Zhou Xiang could no longer continue eating. He began repeatedly calling and texting Yan Mingxiu, pretending as if nothing had happened over the past few days, sending him jokes and asking random questions. Today, he finally revealed his weakness. He said to Mingxiu, "Don't be angry. I especially miss you. Come home. Let's talk." If Yan Mingxiu still didn't come back, he could only check the study to see if he could find out where Yan Mingxiu worked and go there directly to find him. Dragging things out like this wasn't good either. To his surprise, Yan Mingxiu returned at around 10 in the evening. Zhou Xiang was so elated that he embraced and kissed him intensely. "Baby, are you done being angry? These past few days, when you didn't come home, something just didn't feel right in this house." Yan Mingxiu's expression was slightly relieved, but still unforgiving. "You said you wanted to talk to me. What do you want to talk about? If it's the same thing as last time, then forget it." Zhou Xiang combed his fingers through his hair and was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to phrase it properly, so he simply blurted it out. "Mingxiu, can I pursue you?" "Huh, I want to pursue you," Zhou Xiang said sincerely. "Not like the cohabiting relationship we have now. We've been together for more than 3 months. We've gotten along very well. I like you very much. I don't know what you think, but I want to be closer to you. I want to really be with you. So can I pursue you?" Yan Mingxiu was stunned, with an indescribable change in his expression. "You like me?" Zhou Xiang nodded, somewhat embarrassed. "My words and actions are usually direct. There's nothing wrong with admitting that I like you. I really like you. You must feel something for me too, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so angry these past few days. Am I right? Can you give me a chance?" Yan Mingxiu's glistening eyes looked at him without hesitation. Even though his expression remained calm, the emotions in his chest surged furiously. Zhou Xiang's meaning was very clear. He wanted them to have a romantic relationship, not merely be cohabiting fuck buddies. Yan Mingxiu felt that he should be angry at Zhou Xiang's insatiable idea. If he had known their relationship would become so tangled that it would be impossible to unravel, he would never have gotten involved with him in the first place. However, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. In fact, seeing Zhou Xiang looking slightly bashful, with his gentle yet resolute expression, Yan Mingxiu couldn't even say the mocking words he had intended to use. After being with this person for a while, he did indeed have feelings for him, so he was somewhat unwilling to let him go. Moreover, hearing Zhou Xiang say that he liked him made him feel extremely pleased with himself. The gloomy mood he had been in slowly dissipated. Actually, he wasn't surprised. He had seen Zhou Xiang look at him with eyes full of adoration. He had seen that kind of expression from many people ever since he was a child. But hearing Zhou Xiang say it directly still felt different. Yan Mingxiu smiled lightly and said proudly, "Fine. You can pursue me, then. But if you wanna, you must not see that Lan Shirong again. I repeat, I don't like him." For some reason, the person with the surname Lan made him feel threatened, causing him to feel considerable hostility toward him. Zhou Xiang smiled. "Mingxiu, I feel like you're jealous of him. Just admit it so Xiang can be happy." Yan Mingxiu furrowed his brows. "Are you trying to change the subject?" "I wouldn't dare." "All right, I understand. Unless we run into each other at work, I won't see him privately, okay?" Yan Mingxiu nodded with satisfaction. "Cook for me. I'm hungry." Zhou Xiang said softly, "It's already so late. Why haven't you eaten? Sit and wait. I'll go cook right now." Zhou Xiang made an all-out effort to coax Yan Mingxiu for 2 entire days. Finally, he was able to appease him. The two returned to their previous lifestyle. However, Zhou Xiang had begun to take their relationship seriously. Zhou Xiang was a smooth and evasive sweet talker, but when it came to feelings, he was still very simple and idealistic. Although he had had quite a few sexual partners, those previous experiences had merely been about satisfying the physiological needs between men. Once he realized that he truly liked someone, he could devote his heart to being good to that one person. He wasn't promiscuous. After finding the person he truly loved, he simply wanted to focus on winning that person over, dating him, and striving to take their relationship even further. He was very satisfied with his and Yan Mingxiu's current lifestyle. Many people who had started their relationships with sex had also been able to make them last. Just thinking about that was beautiful. Although Zhou Xiang was very apprehensive, the image of being a couple with Yan Mingxiu was too beautiful, too tempting. He hesitated for a moment, but then decisively plunged into it. Originally, Zhou Xiang was already treating Yan Mingxiu very well. Now, he treated him even better than before. When Yan Mingxiu was home, he didn't even have to lift a finger. Zhou Xiang took care of their livelihood and everything in the home. Yan Mingxiu himself wasn't a lazy person. When he had lived abroad alone, he had taken care of himself quite well. But after being with Zhou Xiang, he didn't have to do anything. His dependence on Zhou Xiang had penetrated every aspect of his life, but he wasn't the least bit aware of it. He simply felt that since Zhou Xiang liked him, everything was only natural. Zhou Xiang was happiest during this period of time. He had a good-paying job and the person he liked by his side. He sincerely devoted his heart to this relationship. As for the future, he was filled with beautiful dreams. There was nothing he needed to worry about in life. That day, when he went to the company to look for Kai Wei, he happened to run into Lan Shirong. Zhou Xiang greeted him and didn't plan to say anything more. He was looking for Kai Wei about some matters. Unexpectedly, after he and Kai Wei finished talking, he saw Lan Shirong waiting for him by the wall as he walked out. Zhou Xiang was a little surprised. When Lan Shirong saw him come out, he greeted him with a smile. "Such a coincidence running into you today. Let's go eat in a bit." Zhou Xiang thought of Yan Mingxiu. Although this made things a little difficult, he really didn't want to get too close to Lan Shirong. For one thing, the two of them had once had a falling out. For another, Lan Shirong's current position was no longer what it had been before. It wasn't good for him to get too close. So after thinking for a while, he tried to evade him. "I have something to do today. Let's pick another day." A disappointed expression appeared on Lan Shirong's face. "Xiang, have you forgotten that you said you'd invite me to dinner last week?" Zhou Xiang replied awkwardly, "I've been too busy lately." "I'm guessing you've also been very busy, seeing how you've been rushing around for work every day. Let's wait until there's a time when neither of us is so busy." How could Lan Shirong not tell that these were obviously perfunctory words? His lips trembled. He couldn't help but say, "Xiang, I've always thought you were big-hearted. I didn't expect you to still be unwilling to forgive me." Zhou Xiang quickly explained, "You're thinking too much. I stopped blaming you a long time ago. Then why are you so distant from me?" Lan Shirong's expression was full of sadness. "We've always had a good relationship. Can we really not go back to how things were? There are a lot of people around me now, but I only treat you as my friend because I know that you're the only one who is honestly good to me. Xiang, can't we go back to the past?" Zhou Xiang sighed. "Shirong, there's no way for us to go back to how things were. You're no longer that muddling along little unknown model, and I'm no longer single. Tell me, do you even have time to fool around with me every day? You don't. Neither do I. We both have our own things going on. But I swear, I really have no intention of blaming you. Lan Shirong punched the wall fiercely. Xianggu, no matter how you put it, you're distancing yourself from me because of your little boyfriend, right? He's jealous, right? Zhou Xiang felt awkward. He was right. Lan Shirong really hadn't grown up. His words and actions were still so impulsive, without a trace of maturity. He glanced down the corridor. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time. He didn't want to keep talking anymore. He patted Lan Shirong's shoulder and offered some words of advice. Shirong, everything that happened is in the past. Xianggu sees that you're so popular now, and I'm very happy for you. It's just that Lan Shirong suddenly grabbed his arm, turned him around, and pressed him against the wall. The face that had always displayed a lovely smile on television was now distorted by grievance. Xianggu, I really regret it. I didn't come back sooner. You used to like me too, but I was so stupid that I got scared and ran away. How is your boyfriend better than me? Tell me, is it still possible between us? I want to start over with you, not as friends, not as brothers. I want to be with you. Zhou Xiang's eyes widened. Chapter 21. Lan Shirong's eyes were a little red. He was only in his early 20s and had never truly fallen in love with anyone. In fact, he didn't even know whether he liked men or women, but his intuition told him that he didn't want to give Xianggu to anyone. Before he had achieved any level of success, only Zhou Xiang had been good to him. After he became popular, none of the people close to him were genuinely good to him. Zhou Xiang blinked and quickly calmed down. Shirong, do you know what you're talking about? I know. Let go of me first. Zhou Xiang pushed him a little, but couldn't get him to let go. Lan Shirong looked at him persistently. Zhou Xiang said helplessly, let me go. If others see us like this, you don't know what kind of rumor it's going to turn into. Zhou Xiang very slowly pushed him away. Lan Shirong half squinted his eyes, finally calming down. I'm serious about what I said, Xianggu. I don't trust anyone else. They all have ulterior motives. You're the only one who's truly good to me. Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly. I also had an ulterior motive. At that time, didn't I find you attractive? Lan Shirong grinned at him. At least, when I had nothing, you were the only one willing to help me unconditionally. I know you liked me before. What about now? Don't you have even a little bit of feelings for me now? Zhou Xiang didn't know how to explain it to him. At that time, the feeling he had for Lan Shirong could be called like. He really had liked him. But it was exactly the same as when he had first seen Yan Mingxiu. He had simply been attracted to his appearance. Zhou Xiang had never hidden the fact that he found a man good-looking. But to truly have someone in his heart, there had to be a process. Lan Shirong hadn't given him that time before their falling out. No romantic feelings could withstand that kind of game. He no longer had any feelings for him. Moreover, he already had Yan Mingxiu. He felt very vexed and helpless about Lan Shirong suddenly wanting to be with him, because he knew that Lan Shirong wasn't gay. Zhou Xiang sighed. Shirong, you don't like men. Stop messing around, okay? But I like you. What you feel for me isn't like. It's dependence. You don't have any relatives or friends in Beijing, so you feel that I'm trustworthy. You relied on me, but you don't like me. Don't waste our time. Lan Shirong reluctantly clenched his fists, his lips trembling slightly. Zhou Xiang said quietly, go back and think about it carefully. You're not that young. You should be able to figure it out. Lan Shirong wanted to refute him, but didn't know what to say. If Zhou Xiang were still single, he definitely wouldn't refuse him. The resentment in his heart had nowhere to vent. He was so angry that he turned around and kicked the trash can. Zhou Xiang had a bit of a headache. He didn't say anything else and simply walked silently past him. Lan Shirong watched his retreating figure, his expression full of unwillingness. Zhou Xiang drove to the set. The movie starring Wang Yudong had hit a few bumps along the way, but it was still nearing completion very quickly. Today, Zhou Xiang was acting as Wang Yudong's stuntman for a fighting scene at a tavern. As soon as he arrived on the set, he felt that the atmosphere was wrong. The staff were all busy with their heads down, and no one said a word. He looked inside and saw Director Wang and Wang Yudong standing face to face. Director Wang looked angry. Although Wang Yudong wore his signature gentlemanly smile, it appeared forced. These two people not getting along wasn't anything new, especially recently. Wang Yudong's work notices kept coming one after another, requiring him to fly all over the country. Director Wang was extremely demanding when it came to his work, often keeping him for several hours and delaying his trips. The two of them had clashed over this numerous times. In the end, it was basically always Wang Yudong who compromised, but everyone could see that his forced smile wouldn't last much longer. Seeing their tense standoff, Zhou Xiang was definitely not stupid enough to run over and become cannon fodder. He grabbed Miyu, intending to head over to get his makeup done. As he walked past, Director Wang spotted him at a glance and pointed at him, shouting, "Zhou Xiang." The voice startled Zhou Xiang. He quickly walked over. "Hey, Director Wang. You called me." Director Wang asked sternly. "You have time, right?" Zhou Xiang didn't know how to respond. He could only answer that he did. The next scene doesn't need Big Star Wang. Change the script. This scene will be shot with a black veil covering the face, and Zhou Xiang will shoot the whole thing. Wang Yudong's face changed immediately. He hadn't expected Director Wang to be so ruthless. Zhou Xiang's face also changed, and his heart groaned endlessly. Stop joking around, Director Wang. I'm merely a stuntman. I can't act Dong Ji's scene." He sneaked a glance at Wang Yudong and saw that Wang Yudong was glaring at him furiously. Zhou Xiang felt that he was incredibly unlucky. Director Wang had humiliated Wang Yudong in front of so many people, but Wang Yudong couldn't do anything to Director Wang. Making life difficult for a little minion like Zhou Xiang, however, would be a piece of cake. Now he could only pray that Wang Yudong would be a little more generous toward him. This Director Wang was really causing him a lot of trouble. Adding fuel to the fire, Director Wang shouted deliberately, "He doesn't have the time. If he can't act well, then he might as well not act in it. After all, you both look similar with your faces covered. You can even make more money. Big Star Wang can have more time. Isn't this great?" The entire set could hear his angry sarcasm. The staff who had a good relationship with Zhou Xiang looked at him sympathetically. Zhou Xiang sighed inwardly. He planned not to say anything. Whatever he said was going to be wrong. The smile on Wang Yudong's face disappeared as he said bitterly, "Fine. Let him shoot the scene. I have no opinion." After saying that, he took a pair of sunglasses from his shirt pocket, put them on, then turned and left. His assistant quickly followed behind him, calling after him while apologizing to Director Wang. Seeing Wang Yudong's assistant rushing after him like that, Zhou Xiang felt that he might not have been the most unlucky person there. Wang Yudong shook off his assistant's arm and left without turning around. Zhou Xiang stood there in shock, not knowing how this was going to end. Director Wang was so enraged that he was shaking. "What are you doing just standing there? Change the script. Zhou Xiang will shoot this scene." Zhou Xiang really wanted to kneel down in front of him, his face practically wailing. "Director Wang, don't mess with me. I really can't shoot this scene. If I play Dong Ji's role, how am I going to continue working in this circle?" Director Wang simply didn't hear any of it. "Why can't you? The viewers won't be able to tell. He's busy running around with all his other work, so his mind isn't in this film. You're his stuntman. If he can't do it, then you can. Go get your makeup done." Zhou Xiang reluctantly followed the stylist. After leaving Director Wang, he immediately took out his phone and called Kai Wei, informing him of what had happened. Kai Wei cursed as he complained about how that old geezer was causing trouble for him. But he didn't have the power to settle the matter, so he could only let Zhou Xiang shoot the scene first. However, the scene absolutely could not be put into the movie. This kind of situation, where a minor player upstaged the main actor, would make Wang Yudong absolutely furious. Zhou Xiang had no choice but to endure it and film the scene with a veil. Most of the scenes in this movie were shot from the back and side, with the face covered by a black veil. If there wasn't a close-up, no one could see the difference. With some more editing, the stuntman could definitely pass as the main actor. But everyone on the set knew he was fake, and the news would spread before tomorrow even arrived. The joke about Wang Yudong being replaced by his own stuntman was definitely sensational material for gossip news. Zhou Xiang had been in the entertainment industry for 7 or 8 years and had always been cautious, almost never offending anyone. But today, he had been forced to take a tumble. The scene took more than 9 hours to shoot. Zhou Xiang was extremely exhausted when he returned home. Yan Mingxiu was at home reading a book. Seeing Zhou Xiang looking so distressed, he asked, "What happened?" When Zhou Xiang thought of Yan Mingxiu and Wang Yudong's relationship, he couldn't tell him what had happened. He merely replied that he was exhausted from filming. Yan Mingxiu poured him a glass of water. Just as Zhou Xiang was drinking, the doorbell rang. Zhou Xiang went over and looked through the peephole. It was Kai Wei. He opened the door, startled. Wei Ge, why are you here? Kai Wei raised the gift box in his hand. Someone gave me a bunch of big hairy crabs today. They're all alive. Your sis-in-law told me to bring some over to you. This kind of thing can't wait. Zhou Xiang was very touched. He knew that Kai Wei had come because of today's events. He opened the door and let Kai Wei into the home. At a glance, Kai Wei saw Yan Mingxiu and was stunned. Zhou Xiang smiled. Wei Ge, we've only just started living together not too long ago. I just haven't told you yet. You two live together? Kai Wei asked in shock. Zhou Xiang nodded. Fuck. Aren't you telling me this too late? From a straight man's point of view, didn't living together mean that a couple's relationship was basically settled? Zhou Xiang smiled awkwardly. Let me explain it. Chapter 22. Zhou Xiang conveniently made up a story about how they had fallen for each other, then introduced the two of them. Yan Mingxiu had no hostility toward Kai Wei, mainly because Kai Wei had called him sister-in-law when he first entered the door. He politely shook Kai Wei's hand, though his expression remained rather unfriendly. Zhou Xiang was already used to him being like this, so he quickly led Kai Wei into the house. Kai Wei glanced at Yan Mingxiu several times. His occupational habits led him to ask, Xiao Yan, what company are you with? Why haven't I heard of you before? Yan Mingxiu frowned slightly. Zhou Xiang quickly replied, Wei Ge, he's not in the entertainment circle. Kai Wei was surprised. Really? With such good looks and conditions, why aren't you an artist? Just relying on this face, isn't there a faster way to make money? Yan Mingxiu shook his head. I'm not interested. Not following his family's wishes had already made his relationship with his father tense. If he really became a star and exposed his face to the public, his old man would definitely kill him. Besides, he had no interest in this kind of work that required him to sell himself to the cameras. Kai Wei felt a little regretful and sighed, but he still handed Yan Mingxiu a business card with a smile. Xiang and I are good buddies. If you ever change your mind, you have to come to me. Don't look for anyone else. Out of respect for Zhou Xiang, Yan Mingxiu smiled faintly and accepted it. Kai Wei told Zhou Xiang, since you have someone at home, I'll leave first. Make sure you cook those crabs soon. We'll chat on the phone. Zhou Xiang remembered that Kai Wei had come looking for him because of Director Wang and Wang Yudong. But with Yan Mingxiu here, this wasn't an appropriate place to discuss it. After escorting Kai Wei out, Yan Mingxiu asked, was he looking for you about something? What was it? Zhou Xiang answered vaguely, something work-related. It's not important. Thinking that Yan Mingxiu was not only Wang Yudong's future brother-in-law, but also a fan of his, he definitely couldn't tell him about it. Who knew how he would react? Originally, Yan Mingxiu had only asked casually, but Zhou Xiang's half-hearted attitude made him uncomfortable. By this point, Zhou Xiang basically did everything his own way. Yan Mingxiu had naturally grown accustomed to it, enjoying the warmth and indulgence Zhou Xiang gave him. So when Zhou Xiang suddenly hid something from him, it became difficult for him to accept. He lashed out unhappily. What is it that you can't tell me? Why are you hiding it from me? Am I an outsider? Zhou Xiang saw his expression change and knew his temper had flared up. He quickly coaxed him. How could you be an outsider? You're definitely an insider. After saying that, he smiled knowingly. Don't think too much. It's really nothing important. A few people got into an argument on the set. It's actually quite complicated, and it's all over something so trivial. You definitely don't have the patience to listen to it. Yan Mingxiu slowly glanced at Zhou Xiang's slightly pale face and felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. He pulled Zhou Xiang onto the couch. You look so tired. Take a break. I'll cook. Zhou Xiang smiled contentedly. He couldn't help hugging Yan Mingxiu around the waist and rubbing his belly. Really? You're going to cook for me? When Yan Mingxiu saw the anticipation on his face, his mood improved considerably. Aren't there crabs? I'll make you steamed crabs. Okay. I really don't know how to cook that kind of thing. I'll learn from you. You don't want to lie down and rest for a while? Nah, just looking at you makes me more awake. Zhou Xiang quickly stood up and leaned toward Yan Mingxiu, then said softly, even if I don't see you for a day, I miss you. Yan Mingxiu used to feel nauseous whenever he heard people saying such sweet words. The words coming from Zhou Xiang's mouth hadn't changed in meaning, but hearing them made him utterly happy. Every time Zhou Xiang flirted with him and said something sweet, Yan Mingxiu wanted to push him beneath his body and fuck him fiercely. The reason was that Zhou Xiang's mouth could not only say things pleasing to his ears, it could also make pleasurable sounds. Especially when they were lost in passion, Zhou Xiang would moan continuously. Just thinking about it was enough to arouse Yan Mingxiu. The two of them were standing especially close, so Zhou Xiang immediately noticed when Yan Mingxiu became hard. He subconsciously took a step back and smiled smugly. Mingxiu, I think you've missed me. The two had been together for a few months. Ever since Zhou Xiang told him that he genuinely wanted to be with him, they had entered a loving period much like a honeymoon, instead of maintaining the independent, non-interference arrangement they had before. There was no shortage of sweetness between them. As long as the thought occurred to them, they could easily become aroused at any time. However, Zhou Xiang was really tired today. He didn't want to do it. He just wanted to eat. Yan Mingxiu threw him down on the sofa and reached a hand into his pants, whispering, "You're the one who aroused me." Zhou Xiang blinked several times. He didn't want to ruin Yan Mingxiu's mood, but he was truly too tired. On top of that, he was still troubled by everything that had happened today, so he couldn't get himself in the mood. Yan Mingxiu kissed him for a long time before finally realizing that Zhou Xiang's mind was somewhere else. Yan Mingxiu's expression darkened. "What are you thinking about? Why is your mind wandering when you're doing it with me?" Zhou Xiang immediately came back to his senses, feeling extremely apologetic. "Mingxiu, I'm very tired." Yan Mingxiu glared at him for a while. Just when Zhou Xiang thought he was still angry, Yan Mingxiu climbed on top of him. "I've told you to lie down and rest, but you had to tease me. You got me so aroused, and now you're telling me you're tired. Next time you do this, I'm going to fuck you until you can't take it." Yan Mingxiu pinched his ass to vent his anger, then adjusted his clothes and went into the kitchen. Zhou Xiang stared at his back as he rinsed the rice, feeling warmth rise in his heart. Although Yan Mingxiu had a bad temper and was very strong-willed, Zhou Xiang felt that his heart was moving closer and closer to him. He wasn't as self-centered as he used to be and would occasionally show concern for him. Every time this happened, it made Zhou Xiang incredibly happy. He used all his sincerity to treat Yan Mingxiu well. At the same time, he felt that Yan Mingxiu had slowly returned some of that sincerity. This gave him immense motivation. He knew that, at this point in their relationship, Yan Mingxiu still didn't have him in his heart. But the response he had received from all his efforts made him feel that one day, the two of them would love each other. Zhou Xiang lay comfortably on the couch and couldn't help laughing. Although they would undoubtedly face all kinds of difficulties in life, generally speaking, he was still very content. After lying down for a while, he felt that he had regained some of his energy, so he went into the kitchen to help. He had become so accustomed to spoiling Yan Mingxiu that it was almost a habit. In turn, it felt somewhat uncomfortable to have Yan Mingxiu take care of him. Yan Mingxiu turned back to glance at him, but continued cooking. Zhou Xiang grabbed an apron hanging beside the refrigerator, wrapped it around Yan Mingxiu's front, and tied it behind his back. After tying the knot, he hugged Yan Mingxiu's waist from behind and rested his face against his shoulder. Yan Mingxiu was 4 or 5 centimeters taller than him, so leaning against him was just right. Yan Mingxiu couldn't help scoffing. "What are you doing? Is that helping? I want to see how you do it. Next time, I'll cook it for you. What is there to learn? If there are hairy crabs in the future, I'll just cook them." Yan Mingxiu said it casually. Zhou Xiang's gentle voice sounded beside Yan Mingxiu. "For all the hairy crabs in the future?" "Yeah," Yan Mingxiu responded nonchalantly. "If there ever comes a day when you don't want to be with me, I'm going to buy a bunch of hairy crabs, take them to your house, and suffocate you with them." Yan Mingxiu paused. "As long as you don't mess up, I'll be with you." Zhou Xiang had only been joking. He hadn't expected to receive something that sounded almost like a promise. He suddenly became excited and couldn't help asking, "Mingxiu, are you happy with how we are now?" "It's good." Yan Mingxiu pondered it. There was nothing for him to be dissatisfied with. His life was going well, and he had someone by his side. Although the person beside him wasn't the one he wanted, he had no choice but to compromise with reality. Zhou Xiang was the next best choice. A trace of confusion flashed through Yan Mingxiu's eyes, and Wang Yudong's refined and handsome smile appeared before him. He often imagined that the person behind him was Wang Yudong, but it was becoming harder and harder for him to find traces of Wang Yudong in Zhou Xiang, because Zhou Xiang's personality was too distinct. Zhou Xiang was a person with an independent personality, making it difficult for him to feel that Zhou Xiang was like Wang Yudong. Sometimes Yan Mingxiu would forget why he had initially agreed to live here, but he didn't want to change anything. He enjoyed everything Zhou Xiang gave him. Zhou Xiang quickly followed up with another question. I've never dared to ask you this. Does your family know that you're gay? Yan Mingxiu was cutting the green onions into sections. He looked at Zhou Xiang without seeming to care very much. They know a little. Then, what was their reaction? I left the country to hide from them. So what do you think? Yan Mingxiu had found himself completely uninterested in girls, and even bored by their attempts to get close to him, when he was in junior high. But at the time, he was equally annoyed by the stupid boys his age, so he didn't realize that the problem was with his sexual orientation. That was until high school, when he accidentally saw a GV, a gay video, on the internet and realized that he was attracted to men. He had an older brother and an older sister. In the family, he was the most heavily favored and didn't need to take on any important responsibilities. As a result, he was extremely unruly in his actions. When his parents realized that something was wrong with him, he felt a little guilty, so he packed his bags and left for America. But now that he had his own views and thoughts, his parents were even less able to discipline him. Everyone thought that he lived a very comfortable life, but his heart was trapped by one person. How could that be considered comfortable? He would never forget the year when he was standing at the entrance of a cinema and happened to stop to watch a movie trailer. That graceful, pale-back silhouette had mesmerized and captivated him, shocking him to his core. When Zhou Xiang saw him looking down, he thought he was feeling depressed. He couldn't help laughing at himself. In any case, your parents care about you. I can only dream of having someone control me. Yan Mingxiu knew that Zhou Xiang's parents had died when he was very young. Thinking that Zhou Xiang had been alone for more than 20 years, he felt that it must not have been easy for him. Zhou Xiang continued hugging Yan Mingxiu's waist from behind. Wherever Yan Mingxiu moved, he followed behind him. The two reached an unspoken agreement not to continue with this heavy topic. Instead, they casually chatted about the hairy crabs. The atmosphere was indescribably warm and harmonious. Zhou Xiang had always fantasized that this home would one day be able to welcome its other owner. Now, all his waiting had come true. Chapter 23. The next day, Zhou Xiang went to the company to find Kai Wei. He didn't expect President Wang, who was rarely ever at the company, to actually be there. Zhou Xiang thought the matter must be very serious, so he was particularly nervous. President Wang knew what he was thinking just by looking at him. He slowly took a sip of tea. Don't be so nervous. It's okay. Zhou Xiang felt the weight lift from his shoulders. President Wang was a reliable person. If he said everything was okay, then it must be okay. After Kai Wei told me yesterday, I gave Wang Yudong a call. Director Wang is more than 30 years older than him and is his senior. His temper can't be changed. Although this old man is sometimes unreasonable, he's really a talent. Wang Yudong should give him some respect. I talked to him for a long time yesterday. He said that he would apologize to Director Wang in a few days. As for Director Wang, I've asked another investor to talk to him. I talked to him for a long time yesterday, so you don't have to worry. Zhou Xiang forced a smile. You got me so worried. I'm just a minor stuntman. I really can't afford to offend anyone. President Wang also smiled. They're just messing around. I'm praying that this is the end of it, so I can smoothly get my money back and not have any more setbacks. Help me keep an eye on them on the set. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Got it. Hey, Kai Wei said that you're living with your little boyfriend? How's it going? Is this really serious? Zhou Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wei Gu, I've realized that since you got married, your mouth has gotten looser and looser. Sister-in-law has fed you very well. Kai Wei scolded him with a smile. Don't fucking bully me. Isn't this a good thing? Your ass has been staggering along for so many years. Don't you also want to find true love? Can't I just be happy for you? President Wang nodded. That's right. I haven't been back for so long that I feel out of sync with modern lifestyles. The company's annual meeting permits family members to attend. Bring him along. That's still more than a month away. We'll talk about it then. Zhou Xiang felt that Yan Mingxiu was the type of person who didn't like interacting with people, so it was likely that he wouldn't be willing to attend. President Wang raised his eyebrows. What's the big deal about seeing him? I just want to see what he looks like. Our Keemstar manager here, Kai Wei, highly praises his beauty. Zhou Xiang sighed. President Wang, he really doesn't want to be a star. You might as well give up. What the two wily old foxes were thinking was clearly written all over their faces. Kai Wei shrugged. Such a pity. Seeing his face and then looking at my own, I feel that life is really too sad. Zhou Xiang felt a little proud, thinking that he had Yan Mingxiu all to himself. He felt extremely lucky. He went to the set again 2 days later. Wang Yudong had arrived before him and was already getting his makeup done. Zhou Xiang walked over apprehensively and respectfully addressed him. Dong Gu. Wang Yudong glanced at him through the mirror and smiled. You're here. After saying that, he looked him up and down, his gaze sharp and assessing. Zhou Xiang felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. He uncomfortably went to the makeup table on the side. Miyu looked at him anxiously. Wang Yudong spoke up. Hey, wait a minute. Turn around so I can take a look. Zhou Xiang blinked, his heart pounding. He turned around in a circle. Wang Yudong smiled faintly. Ah, you really do look quite like me. I watched the scene you shot. The audience certainly won't be able to tell that it isn't me. It seems like having you as my stuntman is a good deal. Cold sweat began to drip down Zhou Xiang's back. He muttered, Dong Gu, don't make fun of me. Only my figure is somewhat similar to yours. My acting, mannerisms, and posture are still far behind you. The average audience might be fooled, but your devoted fans would know at a glance that it was shot by a stuntman. I definitely can't compare to the real you. Wang Yudong narrowed his eyes and smiled. The way you put it makes me feel embarrassed. Go get your makeup done. Do it well. We'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. Zhou Xiang nodded. Wang Yudong's smile didn't seem genuine. He felt that this would probably be the last time he and Wang Yudong worked together. But that also made him sigh with relief. It wasn't a big deal if he earned a little less. The bigger problem was that if he accidentally offended this great god of the entertainment circle, he might not even be able to continue working in this field. Not only was Wang Yudong's status extremely high, he also had very powerful backing. He was the #1 person Zhou Xiang couldn't afford to offend, so he would rather just stay away. Today, Wang Yudong was shooting a tavern scene. Zhou Xiang was shooting another scene next to the set. He looked toward Wang Yudong's side every so often. Director Wang's demands were as strict as ever. Anyone familiar with him knew that he wasn't intentionally targeting Wang Yudong. He was like this with everyone. On the set, he was practically an emperor, and his word was law. But in the eyes of the proud and arrogant Wang Yudong, it seemed as though Director Wang was targeting him, especially after the previous incident. Director Wang hadn't curbed his attitude in the slightest. He continued to yell and scream at him, so it was no wonder Wang Yudong would think that way. Although they reluctantly forced themselves to finish shooting the scene, the atmosphere between the two didn't improve. Zhou Xiang watched in fear. He also prayed that the film would be completed soon so he could just take his money and leave. In the blink of an eye, it was winter. This winter was especially cold in Beijing, with snow already falling in early November. Although the weather was cold, his and Yan Mingxiu's little home was always warm and cozy. Zhou Xiang had become accustomed to seeing Yan Mingxiu every morning when he woke up and going to bed with him at night. At first, he had thought there would definitely be a lot of friction living with someone as arrogant and willful as Yan Mingxiu. But in reality, when he put his heart and soul into taking care of their daily lives, things were harmonious most of the time. From the very beginning, Yan Mingxiu had brought very little luggage to his home, but now there were traces of him everywhere. Zhou Xiang was still living a leisurely life. If there was no work, he would simply rest at home. After more than half a year of operations, Yan Mingxiu's company was also on the right track. Yan Mingxiu was home less and less often, with most of his time spent on his career. However, even when he was busy working during the day, he didn't have many social engagements at night. So most of the time he would come home to have dinner with Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang knew that he wasn't the type of person who liked to socialize, but he was still very happy. He felt that his life with Yan Mingxiu was similar to that of a newly married couple, warm and sweet. He was very content with this lifestyle. By the end of the month, the movie starring Wang Yudong was nearing completion. Zhou Xiang's scenes had all been shot. The final day would be the routine celebration, and many reporters would attend to report on the latest developments and promote the film. His role was so minor that it didn't matter whether he attended. But he hadn't expected Director Wang to personally ask him to go have a drink, which made him somewhat nervous. When Wang Yudong was shooting the final scene, Zhou Xiang arrived. Many reporters were already waiting on the set to interview Wang Yudong immediately afterward. Zhou Xiang sat to the side and chatted with his colleagues. There was a lot of commotion coming from the doorway. A few people turned around and saw a man wearing sunglasses and a heavy black cashmere jacket coming through the door. Although he was wearing sunglasses and had wrapped a scarf around himself, the perceptive reporters still recognized him as Lan Shirong. A reporter rushed over to interview him. Lan Shirong took off his sunglasses and smiled politely. Then he gently pushed the microphone away. "I'm here to look for a friend. Everyone, please let me through." After saying that, he slipped past the reporters and headed toward Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang stood up. Since they had parted on bad terms last time, he hadn't seen Lan Shirong for more than 2 months. Although Lan Shirong called him once in a while, Zhou Xiang didn't know what to say to him. Lan Shirong smiled softly at Zhou Xiang. "Xianggu, I heard you're done shooting today, so I came to see you." He placed the cakes he had brought on the table. Then he invited the staff over. "Everyone, come over and try some. This mango mousse is delicious." A group of people came over and grabbed a piece. Lan Shirong took the opportunity to pull Zhou Xiang out of the crowd. Zhou Xiang smiled. "Thank you. I had nothing to do today, so I came here to celebrate." The two stood in a corner away from the crowd. Lan Shirong deliberately turned his back to the reporters so they couldn't see his expression. He murmured softly, "Xianggu, I've missed you very much, so I couldn't help coming to see you." Zhou Xiang patted him on the shoulder. "I've heard your new album. You used to sing in my ears all the time. You have a naturally great singing voice." Lan Shirong sighed. "Xianggu, are you going to keep treating me so passively?" Zhou Xiang replied awkwardly, "I didn't. It's not easy to see you, so I'm very happy. I've been out promoting my album recently and only returned to Beijing yesterday. I've always remembered the meal you promised me, but I don't think you'd honor that commitment. So I came over to freeload off your celebration and have a meal with you." Lan Shirong's expression was rather lonely. Zhou Xiang felt very embarrassed. Regardless, he really hadn't mentioned it out of courtesy last time, but he had sincerely promised to treat him to a meal. In the end, this person had already been back for more than half a year, and they still hadn't gotten together for that meal. In fact, if Lan Shirong hadn't confessed his feelings to him, and if there had been a time when Yan Mingxiu could forget about Lan Shirong, he would have called Lan Shirong over to hang out. It wouldn't have been a big deal. But ever since Lan Shirong had said those words, everything was different. He didn't know how to face Lan Shirong, so he could only keep some distance between them. But seeing Lan Shirong's exhausted appearance and the dark circles under his eyes, he guessed that Lan Shirong hadn't gotten enough rest after all his promotional activities. Zhou Xiang was an extremely soft-hearted person. Seeing that Lan Shirong had especially come to see him today, he felt all the more that he should go have a meal with him. He ran a hand through his hair. "Well, we can go eat after work. It's fine if it's just you, but it'll be livelier with more people." Lan Shirong nodded. "Xianggu, the set is too stuffy. Can you come downstairs with me for a bit?" Zhou Xiang knew it must be uncomfortable being stared at by so many people, so he could only agree. "Wait for me to grab my jacket." Zhou Xiang put on his jacket and went to the door with Lan Shirong. He wasn't used to having so many reporters looking at him so enthusiastically. He felt like he didn't even know where to put his feet. Fortunately, the reporters understood the rules and didn't recklessly take pictures. When the two of them reached the door, someone came directly in front of them, joining them in the photographs. Zhou Xiang was surprised as he stared blankly at Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu looked at him, then looked at Lan Shirong. His expression immediately changed. Chapter 24. At this time, the reporters and staff nearby also noticed the unusually tense atmosphere between the three. Yan Mingxiu's expression was chillingly cold. Lan Shirong's face had frozen, while Zhou Xiang looked completely lost. Although they didn't know Yan Mingxiu or what was going on between them, anyone could see that Lan Shirong had some kind of contention with the handsome man who had just appeared. This would probably make a sensational gossip story. Everyone was excited as they focused on the development of the tense situation. Zhou Xiang went over and grabbed Yan Mingxiu's arm. "Mingxiu, why are you here? I just met up with Shirong and was planning on going out for a smoke. Let's go out and talk." As he said this, his eyes hinted at Yan Mingxiu to take notice of the number of reporters around them. Lan Shirong also quickly regained his composure. Whatever discord existed between them, he would not let these people turn it into gossip news. Yan Mingxiu swatted Zhou Xiang's hand away and said bluntly, "I didn't come to look for you." He walked over toward Wang Yudong. Zhou Xiang's face was full of awkwardness. Lan Shirong was extremely furious over Yan Mingxiu's attitude, but he desperately tried to suppress his emotions from showing. He pushed Zhou Xiang slightly. "Xianggu, let's go out and smoke." Zhou Xiang glanced at Yan Mingxiu's back. This was not a suitable time to chase after Yan Mingxiu and appease him. There were too many people watching. Lan Shirong slowly pushed him out the door. The two men went around to a corner behind the building. Seeing that no one had followed them, they let out a sigh of relief. Lan Shirong creased his brows. "Xianggu, your little boyfriend's temper is really terrible. I'd say he's asking for trouble. Every time he sees me, he has this hostile attitude." He had forgotten that he had also looked at Yan Mingxiu with hostility when they first met. Zhou Xiang mocked. "It's just a misunderstanding. In fact, he's very easy to get along with." The more Zhou Xiang spoke, the less confident he felt. Obviously, these two people had never said more than a few words to each other, yet they were ready to jump at each other's throats whenever they met. Could it be that he was simply too charming? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought. Lan Shirong didn't smoke, but he watched Zhou Xiang blow out a stream of smoke before noticing that he was absent-mindedly looking toward the inside. Knowing that Zhou Xiang was obviously thinking about Yan Mingxiu, his heart ached even more. "Xianggu, I know you're a very tolerant person, but some people's tempers shouldn't be condoned. He'll only become more and more unreasonable. I don't want you to have to suffer." Zhou Xiang smiled. "What are you saying? Two people come together because they're suitable for each other. Otherwise, they would have separated long ago. What is there to suffer or not suffer? Shirong, we get along very well. It's not like what you think, so don't worry." "Don't worry," Lan Shirong said bitterly. "I'd rather you guys break up sooner." Zhou Xiang awkwardly turned his face away. He no longer had the relaxed feeling he used to have when hanging out with Lan Shirong. Not only was Lan Shirong's popularity vastly different from before, but his attitude toward him had also become increasingly strange. He simply didn't know how to deal with this properly. Lan Shirong turned around and looked at Zhou Xiang seriously. "Xianggu, I have this feeling that you and him won't last long. Don't blame me for cursing you guys. Someone as condescending and arrogant as him, with nothing but a pretty face, isn't worthy of you. I'm waiting for you. When you two end it, you'll see that I'm still waiting for you. I really don't like men, but I like you a lot. I feel very much at ease when I'm with you." Zhou Xiang extinguished his cigarette and said quietly, "Shirong, homosexuality isn't a lot of fun. Don't get yourself involved in this muddy water. You have parents, so why bother? Besides, he and I get along very well. What you feel for me is just momentary confusion. Sooner or later, you'll meet a good girl. At that time, you'll understand." Lan Shirong was unwilling to accept this reality. He said with great difficulty, "Xianggu, you don't know. I've thought about it a lot this past year, about you. Forget it. You won't believe what I say anyway. I only hope that you won't hide from me and can still treat me as a friend." Zhou Xiang smiled. "Shirong, I'll treat you as a friend, but I hope you won't mention these words ever again." Especially his words about hoping that he and Yan Mingxiu would break up soon. He really didn't want to hear them. Lan Shirong lowered his head. His tightly pressed lips revealed his unwillingness to accept this reality. Zhou Xiang added, "Let's head back. It's too cold to stay out here for too long." After saying that, he wrapped his arms around his jacket and walked back. Lan Shirong knew that he himself was jealous of Yan Mingxiu. His envious hatred toward Yan Mingxiu was growing stronger and stronger. They had stayed outside for at most 10 minutes. When he went back into the room, his entire body was already frigidly cold. Yan Mingxiu was waiting not far from the entrance. Wang Yudong was busy, and the two hadn't even said more than a few words. Even though Yan Mingxiu hadn't left the room, Zhou Xiang could see that the air around him was much warmer than before. Zhou Xiang left Lan Shirong behind and walked over to sit next to him, smiling. "Mingxiu, are you here to look for Wang Yudong? Since you're coming, why didn't you say so?" Yan Mingxiu glanced at him. "If I said it in advance, would you guys have just changed the place where you smoked?" Zhou Xiang turned a deaf ear to his sarcasm and maintained his composure. "Mingxiu, today is the final scene of the movie. A lot of people came. I also didn't know he would come." Yan Mingxiu turned and glanced at Lan Shirong. He saw that Lan Shirong was staring at them, his expression deep and heavy, anger surging in his heart. The man had other intentions toward Zhou Xiang. He was sure of it. He pulled Zhou Xiang up. "Come here." The two men walked out through the back door of the set. Outside was a closed balcony, but the windows were not shut. Cold air flowed in, and no one would come outside during winter. Yan Mingxiu looked at him angrily. What did you guys go out to talk about? We just smoked. It's rather cold outside. What could we talk about? So I hurried back to see you. Does he have other intentions toward you? Otherwise, why does he always look at me like that? A trace of loathing appeared on Yan Mingxiu's face. Zhou Xiang tried to soothe him. No, you're thinking too much. I've already said that he's straight. There must be some misunderstanding between the two of you. Maybe he drank too much that night and had a bad attitude. The two of you glaring at each other probably caused some friction. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Seeing Zhou Xiang look so certain, Yan Mingxiu felt a trace of doubt. Zhou Xiang hurried over and tightened the scarf around Yan Mingxiu's neck. It's so cold outside. How can you dress so lightly? Yan Mingxiu hummed. This down jacket is very warm. Really? But it feels so thin. Zhou Xiang pinched his arm and then reached his hand down to touch his pants. Are you wearing only this pair of pants? It's so cold. How can you only wear one pair? It's not that cold yet. This time of year is chilling to the bone. I'm going to get you some warm underwear. You have to wear it. The two started to become intimate. Zhou Xiang pressed Yan Mingxiu against the wall and kissed his lips while murmuring, Your lips are cold. What are we going to do if you get sick? Yan Mingxiu felt that Zhou Xiang was just trying to change the subject. Just as he was about to say something, Zhou Xiang covered his mouth and slipped his tongue inside. Yan Mingxiu unconsciously wrapped his arms around Zhou Xiang's waist. Zhou Xiang's body frame was not small, but his waist was extremely slender. Even while wearing a thick jacket, Yan Mingxiu could still feel his waistline. He couldn't help reaching inside to caress his warm skin. Zhou Xiang was startled by his cold hand and smiled scoldingly. Not saying anything and just reaching your hand in. It's freaking cold. Yan Mingxiu could feel his body trembling. His mood was a little better as he scoffed. If you cry out, I'm going to strip you naked right here. Zhou Xiang stroked Yan Mingxiu's face and leaned against him. So, what after stripping me naked? Yan Mingxiu responded hoarsely. After that, of course, fuck you. Every time I fuck you, your body is especially hot. Perfect for keeping me warm. Zhou Xiang laughed wickedly. We should try doing it outside sometime. It's a bit cold, but it should be very exciting. You still really want to try? What are we going to do if we get frozen together? Yan Mingxiu caressed his slender waist while kissing him. Zhou Xiang thought that if the two of them got frozen during sex, it would be so embarrassing. He couldn't help laughing. The two shamelessly spoke flirtatious words that could only be said in front of each other. Although the temperature around them was very low, with their bodies tightly embracing, their chests pressed together and their lips sealed, neither felt the slightest bit of cold. Instead, warmth spread from their bodies to their hearts. At this time, a strange voice that sounded like thunder came crashing down, shattering their sweet little world. Mingxiu. The two turned their heads and saw Wang Yudong glaring at them in shock. He still had not removed his costume and was wearing a hero's outfit, looking handsomely impressive. But the expression on his face was full of horror. His brows were creased, as though he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Yan Mingxiu almost didn't hesitate before shoving Zhou Xiang away. His strength was so great that Zhou Xiang nearly fell. Zhou Xiang's eyes moved back and forth between Wang Yudong and Yan Mingxiu, completely at a loss. Wang Yudong forced himself to calm down and swept his gaze over Zhou Xiang. There was an undisguised warning and contempt in his eyes. He gloomily said to Yan Mingxiu, Mingxiu, come with me. Yan Mingxiu clenched his fists. His entire body couldn't stop shaking. He didn't even look at Zhou Xiang as he took big strides after Wang Yudong. In the blink of an eye, both of them entered the room. Zhou Xiang was still standing on the balcony. Everything had happened so fast that he had no time to react. Yan Mingxiu's shove earlier seemed as though he had no connection with him whatsoever. This thought filled him with anxiety. He thought that Yan Mingxiu might have simply been too flustered after being caught by his future brother-in-law. He could only comfort himself this way. Even though he had known Yan Mingxiu for this long, he had never seen him flustered over anything. But Zhou Xiang was very baffled. Wang Yudong's cautious eyes made him feel uneasy. Yan Mingxiu's isolating attitude also made him feel uneasy. He wondered if this was simply the natural reaction when a family member found out about someone's sexual orientation. He kept telling himself not to think too much about it. But still, he couldn't forget Yan Mingxiu's silhouette as he left. Yan Mingxiu hadn't even looked back at him. Chapter 25. After they completed shooting the final scene, everyone was exhausted but excited. Someone had already put up the celebratory banner, wishing the movie success. Wang Yudong accepted a round of interviews with the reporters on set and took some pictures with the banner and the staff. Then, he took Yan Mingxiu away. That evening, the crew booked several tables at a restaurant to celebrate the completion of filming. Wang Yudong didn't participate, but he did everything expected of him for the occasion. Zhou Xiang had originally been in very high spirits, but after Yan Mingxiu left, he couldn't help feeling depressed. In the end, it was actually Lan Shirong who accompanied him to dinner. They drank until very late into the night. Many of the people ended up drunk, becoming completely unruly and wild. Everyone had worked hard for 7 or 8 months. There had been many challenges along the way, especially the tense relationship between the director and the protagonist, which had created a lot of extra work for these menial staff. Now that everything was finally over, everyone was thrilled. Inevitably, they would drink to their heart's content. On the contrary, Zhou Xiang, who could usually hold his liquor, didn't drink much. He and Lan Shirong simply sat next to each other, chatting about the past. Zhou Xiang's mind was somewhat distracted, but there were too many people present, so he really couldn't leave. Lan Shirong finally couldn't help asking, "Xianggu, what is the relationship between your boyfriend and Wang Yudong?" "They just left together," Zhou Xiang replied. "Ah, they know each other." Lan Shirong furrowed his brows. Zhou Xiang immediately tried to explain. "It's not what you think." Lan Shirong said quietly, "Really? I don't think it's that simple." Zhou Xiang couldn't casually gossip about Wang Yudong with him. But Wang Yudong's warning expression before he left had made him somewhat annoyed by Lan Shirong's speculation. He finally said gloomily, "Don't just blindly speculate. It's really not what you think." Lan Shirong was surprised to see Zhou Xiang's gloomy expression and felt somewhat aggrieved. "Xianggu, are you angry with me?" Zhou Xiang sighed. "No. Back then, even when I mocked your intentions toward me, you didn't get angry with me. I was really ignorant at the time, but you still tolerated me. Now you're actually angry with me over something I unintentionally said. Xianggu, I've thought about it. You really like that guy surnamed Yan, right?" Lan Shirong's expression was extremely somber. Zhou Xiang said quietly, "Shirong, I like him a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living with him. But don't tell anyone about this. He's not from the circle, and I also don't want to have any indirect connection to Wang Yudong." Lan Shirong didn't speak. He poured himself another cup of liquor and said bitterly, "Xianggu, can we really not go back to the past?" Zhou Xiang wasn't really in the mood to comfort him. He himself was a mess, not knowing where things with Yan Mingxiu would go from here. The celebratory dinner didn't end until sometime after 10 o'clock. Zhou Xiang hadn't drunk too much, so he could have left and driven home. But Lan Shirong couldn't. Whether he was deliberately pretending to be drunk or not, he leaned against Zhou Xiang's body and insisted that he couldn't leave by himself. Regardless of whether he could leave or not, he reeked of alcohol. It was absolutely impossible for him to drive. Lan Shirong had come to the gathering because of Zhou Xiang, so Zhou Xiang had no choice but to take responsibility for getting him home. Lan Shirong looked very thin, but he was tall and drunk, making him particularly heavy. Zhou Xiang was breathless and sweating profusely despite the winter weather as he took him home using the address he had given him. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a duplex apartment of more than 200 square meters. The decor was simple but very stylish. Zhou Xiang couldn't help thinking of the small house Lan Shirong had once rented. Now, the difference was like heaven and earth, and he felt a little envious. Just as he was lost in thought, Lan Shirong's body suddenly slumped heavily forward. Zhou Xiang quickly tried to hold him up, but instead, Lan Shirong's long legs kicked out, causing Zhou Xiang to lose his balance. The two of them fell onto the clean wooden floor. Lan Shirong panted as he leaned over Zhou Xiang's body. His usually almond-shaped eyes were especially dazzling. When he smiled, they looked pure and familiarly warm, captivating everyone around him. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with drunkenness and desire. Zhou Xiang sensed that something was wrong, so he quickly pushed Lan Shirong away and stood up. Lan Shirong immediately grabbed his arm, lowered his head, and pressed his lips against Zhou Xiang's. Zhou Xiang furrowed his brows. Lan Shirong's mouth was full of the stench of liquor, but that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that this was likely his first time kissing a man. He had absolutely no skill, biting and grinding against Zhou Xiang's lips, and even knocking against his teeth. Zhou Xiang calmly struck him in the waist. The pain made Lan Shirong curl up. Zhou Xiang quickly pushed him away and got up from the floor, saying sullenly, "Don't drink so much next time. You don't normally drink." He knew that Lan Shirong wasn't truly drunk, because a drunk person wouldn't have such tremendous strength. Lan Shirong said hoarsely, "Xianggu, why didn't you wait for me?" He said the words so quietly that it was almost as if he were saying them only for himself to hear. Zhou Xiang didn't answer. He picked up his cell phone, which had fallen onto the ground, and left without looking back. He had thought that Yan Mingxiu definitely wouldn't come home that night, so he hadn't expected the lights at home to be brightly lit. When Zhou Xiang entered the house, sure enough, Yan Mingxiu was sitting on the couch. He wasn't watching television or reading, but simply sat there as if deep in thought. When he saw Zhou Xiang return, he glanced at him, his expression turning pale. Zhou Xiang stood at the door in disbelief. "You're back," Yan Mingxiu said coldly. "Shouldn't I be the one saying that? You were having dinner until now? Didn't the restaurant have to close?" Yan Mingxiu glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 2 o'clock. Zhou Xiang replied, "We went drinking after dinner. Those people were too wild. If I'd known you were home, I would have come back earlier." "Why wouldn't I be home?" Yan Mingxiu asked. Zhou Xiang hesitated. "Today, Wang Yudong." Yan Mingxiu's face became even gloomier. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't mention it." Zhou Xiang changed his shoes into slippers, took off his jacket, and hung it on the clothes rack. Then he carefully observed Yan Mingxiu's face as he sat down beside him. Yan Mingxiu said sullenly, "I've called you several times. Why didn't you answer?" "Oh, my phone was out of battery. The screen on this phone uses a lot of power." Zhou Xiang deliberately took his cell phone out of his pocket, wanting to prove what he had just said. Instead, with the press of a button, the screen lit up. Zhou Xiang was shocked when he looked down at the screensaver. It was a fashion photograph of Lan Shirong. Yan Mingxiu's sharp eyes noticed it as well. With lightning speed, he snatched the phone away, his expression extremely ugly. Zhou Xiang immediately realized what had happened. That year was the first-generation release of the iPhone, and it had become incredibly popular. The entertainment industry was full of people who wanted to follow the latest trends. Zhou Xiang had inevitably felt the pressure as well, so he had gotten one too. Now, most of the people around him were using the same phone. Since they all looked identical, it was easy to get confused sometimes. Seeing Lan Shirong's picture, Zhou Xiang almost immediately understood. His own dead cell phone was still in the pocket of his coat. He had mistakenly grabbed Lan Shirong's phone, thinking it was his own. How was he going to explain this? Yan Mingxiu shook the phone in his hand, the glaring screensaver on full display. His face was somewhat fierce. "Do you want to explain this?" Zhou Xiang thought quickly for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. "Yes, he got drunk and couldn't drive, so I took him home. His phone fell onto the ground, and I picked it up thinking it was mine." Yan Mingxiu said furiously, "Zhou Xiang, are you turning a deaf ear to what I said? I've fucking told you not to have any more contact with him." All the anger Yan Mingxiu had accumulated throughout the entire day exploded. He took the cell phone and ruthlessly threw it onto the ground. Chapter 26. Zhou Xiang looked at the phone on the ground. He lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't want to argue with Yan Mingxiu, but he was also tired of explaining himself. Why did he have to endure this kind of suspicion simply for taking a drunk friend home? Yan Mingxiu's stubbornness and arrogance were certainly not new, but today, they were particularly unbearable. Perhaps it was because of everything that had happened during the day, which was still weighing on his mind. Yan Mingxiu's attitude, his eagerness to make it seem as though they had no connection. Even though Zhou Xiang had tried to find all kinds of reasons to explain it, it still left him feeling chillingly cold. When Yan Mingxiu saw that Zhou Xiang wasn't speaking, he became even angrier. His mind kept conjuring up Wang Yudong's low sigh and completely incomprehensible expression, as if questioning why he would involve himself with someone like Zhou Xiang. That expression was like needles piercing him. He began to feel confused. Why was he with Zhou Xiang? Was it only because Zhou Xiang's back resembled Wang Yudong's? Was it because Wang Yudong was someone he couldn't have, so he could only find a substitute? When had he become so pitiful? Although Zhou Xiang was only a replacement, he had repeatedly told Yan Mingxiu that he liked him. Yet Zhou Xiang had also broken their agreement behind his back by meeting Lan. Yan Mingxiu had never felt so humiliated. The fury within him surged. Zhou Xiang's silence did nothing to diminish his anger. On the contrary, the implied affirmation in that silence made him even more furious. Yan Mingxiu lashed out fiercely. Fucking talk. You promised me that you wouldn't have any contact with him unless you ran into him at the company. Were you fucking lying to me? You even went to his home. He's such a big star. Why can't anyone else take him home? Why does it have to be you? At this moment, this was no longer simply about Lan Shirong. Yan Mingxiu just desperately needed some reason to vent his violent emotions. Zhou Xiang looked up. The easygoing smile he usually wore was gone from his face. He merely said softly, Mingxiu, let's stop arguing, okay? I'm only taking a drunk person home. Do you really need to have this big of a reaction? His voice was filled with exhaustion. The effort of suppressing the discontent in his heart had drained all his energy. Yan Mingxiu coldly retorted, You've already taken him home, so why bother coming back? I've heard from people that the two of you used to hang out together all the time. He can come to your home whenever he wants. If it weren't for me being here, wouldn't the two of you have continued rekindling your loving relationship? The more Yan Mingxiu spoke, the more he felt like he was being an unreasonable asshole. But he couldn't stop himself. He was like a bystander, helplessly watching his own mouth spit out those words. He didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe he wanted to see Zhou Xiang get angry. Maybe he simply wanted to provoke him. This person baffled him, making the distance between him and Wang Yudong seem to grow farther and farther apart. Even when Wang Yudong had seen him and Zhou Xiang hugging each other, and even though he obviously knew there was no hope between himself and Wang Yudong, he had never wanted Wang Yudong to know about his relationship with Zhou Xiang. It made him angry. It made him panic. It made him want to immediately set things straight. Zhou Xiang suddenly stood up, his expression gloomy. Mingxiu, I don't want to argue with you. Think about this yourself and decide whether you're being reasonable or not. I'll leave for the night. He grabbed his jacket, intending to leave. He didn't want to stay for even another moment. The longer he stayed, the more afraid he was that he would. Yan Mingxiu gripped his shoulder and shoved him against the wall, glaring at him viciously. You dare to leave? His astonishing strength was frightening. Zhou Xiang could feel the bones in his shoulder grinding under the force. Zhou Xiang grabbed Yan Mingxiu's arm and shouted, Let go. When the fuck are you going to stop this shit? Yan Mingxiu was momentarily startled. The two of them had known each other for almost a year. Zhou Xiang had never spoken to him with such an attitude, let alone yelled at him. Yan Mingxiu was so enraged that his hands were shaking. As if it weren't enough that he had felt humiliated in front of Wang Yudong. Now even Zhou Xiang dared to anger him. And over someone like Lan Shirong, who looked like a girl. He didn't give it much thought before slapping Zhou Xiang across the face. His lips trembling, he said, You're getting angry at me over him? The slap stunned Zhou Xiang. He stared at Yan Mingxiu in disbelief. They said never to hit someone in the face. Under these circumstances, the slap was extremely insulting, as could be seen from Zhou Xiang's livid expression. He immediately pushed Yan Mingxiu away and shouted, When are you going to grow up? If I really had something going on with Lan Shirong, would I have waited until now? How I've been treating you, Zhou Xiang. All this time, can't you really see it? You don't have even a little trust in me. Were all my fucking efforts during this time just like feeding a dog? Are you regretting it? Regretting that you didn't get together with your sensible Lan Shirong? What does this have to do with him? There was never anything between us. It's all in your fucking mind. I also wanted to ask you, when we were both out on the balcony today, what the hell was that? You're not even afraid of your parents finding out, but you're afraid of Wang Yudong knowing? Are you that ashamed to be with me? Zhou Xiang unleashed everything that had been suppressed in his heart, feeling a sense of relief. But when he looked at Yan Mingxiu's unsightly expression, his heart ached dully. He didn't know whether this would be the end of their relationship. They had been together for so long and had never had an argument before, so there was no way for him to predict the consequences of such a dispute. Just when Zhou Xiang mentioned Wang Yudong, Yan Mingxiu felt as if his entire body were about to explode. His expression turned chilling as he pointed at Zhou Xiang's nose and shouted, My business is not for you to talk about. Who the fuck do you think you are? Zhou Xiang's lips trembled. He wanted to refute him, but his heart seemed to have been caught by something, leaving him unable to say anything. Yan Mingxiu had all these expectations of him. Although they seemed very immature, Zhou Xiang wanted Yan Mingxiu to care about him. However, even at this point, he still wasn't qualified to question Yan Mingxiu's way of doing things. After being together for nearly a year, this was the first time such a serious contradiction had been laid so clearly before Zhou Xiang. It was so obvious that, even though he wanted to evade it, it was now impossible for him to turn a blind eye. Because Yan Mingxiu was so merciless. Having been together for this long, Zhou Xiang had thought they were on the right track. But in the end, it had all been his delusion. Yan Mingxiu was too proud and too arrogant. Was everything he had done still not enough? Zhou Xiang didn't want to continue arguing anymore. Otherwise, things would only become uglier later. He nodded. I, Zhou Xiang, am nothing. He pulled Yan Mingxiu's hand away from his arm, then grabbed his jacket and walked out the door. He had completely forgotten that this was actually his home. In fact, he had long since thought of it as Yan Mingxiu's home as well. But now, it was filled with disappointment and sadness, and he truly couldn't make himself stay any longer. Yan Mingxiu felt his empty palm as he watched Zhou Xiang's back. He couldn't bear to see him leave just like that. He rushed over and grabbed Zhou Xiang. Where the fuck are you going? Zhou Xiang replied faintly. Mingxiu, I can't control you, but you can't control me either. Your double standards can't be that serious. He pushed Yan Mingxiu away and left without looking back. Yan Mingxiu stared at the completely empty corridor, feeling only the cold breeze whistling past and tearing at his skin. Zhou Xiang drove around the city aimlessly, with nowhere to go. If it had been before, he definitely wouldn't have hesitated to go to Kai Wei's home. Whether it was a bed or a couch, he just needed a place to sleep for the night. However, Kai Wei had a family now, and his wife was pregnant. Zhou Xiang couldn't be so insensitive as to go there and disturb their peace. When a person formed a family, it seemed as though he became wrapped in an invisible film, no longer belonging entirely to himself and, of course, no longer belonging entirely to his friends. Gradually, the times Zhou Xiang and Kai Wei spent together became fewer and fewer. Zhou Xiang could no longer freely call Kai Wei in the middle of the night and tell him to get up and play games. As the friends around him gradually built lives of their own, Zhou Xiang felt increasingly lonely. It was as if the people around him were disappearing one by one, leaving only him behind. He also wanted to have a family. He wanted to get married. But he lacked the conditions, since he was gay. Maybe it was because he had passed the age of 30, and many of his friends were already married or had established careers. People naturally began to long for a sense of belonging. Even without anyone urging him, he inevitably felt a little anxious. But finding a man to settle down with was too difficult. Obviously, he knew that Yan Mingxiu was not that person, but he really liked him. He just wanted to gamble this once, to give it a try so that he wouldn't regret it later. He had always felt that he had done quite well. But today's events had clearly shown him how much all his efforts were worth. This was too painful. Zhou Xiang didn't know what to do. Chapter 27. Zhou Xiang finally couldn't stand it anymore and found a hotel to sleep in for the night. That place was obviously his home, yet it seemed as though he had been kicked out. He slept until noon before hunger finally woke him. After getting up, he sat on the bed in the unfamiliar hotel for a long time, thinking about everything that had happened the day before. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He washed up and went downstairs to check out. This was the noisiest time of the afternoon. The sunlight pierced his eyes. Despite the beautiful weather, his mood was still gloomy. He sat in the car for a long time, finally deciding to go home. He couldn't just continue refusing to go home. No matter what, escaping was meaningless. He regretted arguing with Yan Mingxiu the day before. He obviously knew that Yan Mingxiu had a temper like that, yet he had still argued with him. But if he had really held himself back yesterday, the words Yan Mingxiu said afterward would have made it even harder for him to control himself. He was no longer angry. The hurt he had felt had already passed. Once he had calmed down and thought it over, he was still unwilling to break up with Yan Mingxiu like this. He had already put so much effort into this relationship. How could he let go so easily? Even if Yan Mingxiu didn't like him, he couldn't control himself from liking Yan Mingxiu. So he decided to go home. If Yan Mingxiu was there, they would calmly sit down and discuss things peacefully. There was simply some misunderstanding between them. Maybe everything would be fine after they talked about it. He quickly drove back home. But what disappointed him was that Yan Mingxiu wasn't home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw the cell phone lying on the floor. He walked over and picked it up. The screen was cracked, but it was obviously still on. However, It was impossible for him to make out the information on the screen because it was too badly shattered. He could still see that there were many missed calls. Zhou Xiang charged his own phone, wanting to call Lan Shirong. But just as he was about to make the call, he remembered that Lan Shirong's cell phone was in his hands. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had simply taken someone else's cell phone. Thinking that Lan Shirong was such a busy person, there must have been many calls regarding important matters. He didn't know what kind of trouble this might have caused Lan Shirong. He quickly called Kai Wei and had the call forwarded to Lan Shirong's assistant. After the call connected, Lan Shirong was indeed with his assistant. "Hey, Xiang Gu." Lan Shirong's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Shirong, sorry. I have your phone with me." "What? When I took you home last night, your phone fell on the ground. Since we have the same model phone, I thought it was mine, so I took it. But I accidentally dropped it and cracked the screen." When Lan Shirong heard this, he sounded relieved. "Oh, it's great that it wasn't lost. The condition of the phone isn't a big deal. The most important thing is that there are a lot of other phone numbers and information on it. If someone had gotten hold of it, it would have been troublesome. I'm really sorry. I got everything mixed up yesterday. Where are you? I'll go buy a new phone and send it to you." "No need, Xiang Gu. It's fine. I'll go to your home to get it back. Or I can get it back from anywhere you want. You don't have to buy me a new one. So many fans give me cell phones that I can't even use them all." Zhou Xiang was particularly embarrassed. "That's not right. I'll buy you one. After all, I'm the one who broke it." "Xiang Gu, you really don't have to. I have a lot of cell phones at home. It'll be a waste even if you buy me one. I only need the card inside. How about this? Let's meet at the coffee shop we used to go to." "Okay, that's fine." Zhou Xiang took a shower and ate something, then drove to the coffee shop not far from his home. The timing was just right. He hadn't been sitting for long before Lan Shirong arrived. Lan Shirong was still wearing an outfit similar to the one he had worn last time, with huge black sunglasses and a scarf covering his mouth. His face was almost completely concealed. If someone wasn't looking at him carefully, they couldn't tell who he was at all. At this time, there were very few patrons in the cafe. The two of them sat in a secluded corner. After Lan Shirong sat down, he removed his sunglasses and scarf, then relaxed as he looked around the cafe. He sighed. "There's barely any change here." Yeah, the rented apartment where Lan Shirong used to live wasn't far from here. It didn't have an internet connection, so he would often come here to go online. Zhou Xiang would come and hang out with him whenever he had nothing to do. This had been a very leisurely period in their lives. But now, with Lan Shirong sitting across from him, Zhou Xiang couldn't help worrying that someone would recognize him. Zhou Xiang returned the phone to him. "I'm really sorry about giving you the phone back like this, with the screen cracked. I also drank too much yesterday." Lan Shirong smiled and said, "Xiang Gu, it's really fine. I was really anxious after realizing that the phone was missing this morning. But fortunately, it was with you. If it had ended up in the hands of someone with malicious intent, it would have been troublesome." Zhou Xiang teased him. "Why? Are there some sex photos in there?" "No sex photos. Just a lot of tabloid-worthy gossip." Zhou Xiang looked pitifully at the phone. "It's too bad the screen is cracked." Lan Shirong smiled. "Xiang Gu, even if you had read it, I wouldn't be afraid. You're not the type to gossip. You're a trustworthy person." Zhou Xiang smiled. "I hope this didn't interfere too much with your matters." "It really didn't. My assistant couldn't get in touch with me today, so he went to my home to wake me up." "Xiang Gu, you're really heartless. You just left me on the floor yesterday." Zhou Xiang said embarrassedly. "You weren't drunk at all. But you shouldn't have just left me on the ground. In any case, you should have taken me to the couch." Just as Zhou Xiang was about to speak, two waitresses excitedly came over and whispered, "Excuse me, are you Lan Shirong?" Lan Shirong looked up at them and glanced at them, then gave them a faint smile. The two young women blushed and stuttered. "Really? You're really him? Can you please give us an autograph?" Lan Shirong took the book they handed him. He quickly signed his name, then smiled softly. "Ladies, I'd like to talk to my friend here. After this, could you please not disturb us?" "Of course. Of course. Thank you." The two of them walked back to their places and left. Zhou Xiang scoffed. "I really didn't expect you would have a day like this." Lan Shirong also smiled. "I didn't expect it either. More than a year ago, I was only getting 1,500 for my modeling jobs. Fortunately, I had you at the time. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable being alone in Beijing." The two men sipped their fragrant coffee and slowly reminisced about their past. Sometimes they laughed out loud. Sometimes they became very emotional. This was the first time since they had met up that they had such a harmonious atmosphere, simply sitting and chatting, with no apologies, no ulterior motives, no disputes, nothing but two old friends talking. They talked for 3 hours. At that time, Lan Shirong's phone rang. He mentioned that he had a social gathering to attend that night. But seeing Zhou Xiang's seemingly depressed expression, he asked if he wanted to go with him. There were still a lot of things on Zhou Xiang's mind. He really wasn't in the mood to socialize, so the two left separately. After Zhou Xiang returned home, he realized that Yan Mingxiu still hadn't returned. He hesitated again and again, but eventually called Yan Mingxiu. What he didn't expect was that the phone was turned off. He threw the phone aside in frustration, feeling completely dispirited. Although he felt that he was very inept, he was still worried. He was worried that Yan Mingxiu would break up with him just like that, but he never wanted to give up so easily. Chapter 28. Zhou Xiang received a call from Kai Wei in the evening. Kai Wei was very excited to tell him that director Wang might be working with Wang Yudong again on his next film, and that Wang Yudong's company still wanted him to be his stuntman. Zhou Xiang was very surprised. Director Wang would still work with Wang Yudong? How could that be when they can barely get along? Director Wang isn't willing, but the investor wants to use Wang Yudong. The box office would be guaranteed with him. They're in the middle of negotiating it at the moment. There should be a compromise in the end. Zhou Xiang felt a little exhausted. Wei Gu. This time, I don't want to be involved. What? What? You know what happened last time. Wang Yudong definitely won't be pleased to see me. I also feel a bit awkward. What happens if the two of them go at it and use me as the scapegoat? I'd be too unlucky. I'd rather not earn this money. I don't want to get involved in this muddy water. Your concern is reasonable, but our President Wang is also one of the main investors this time. He wouldn't be that petty. I feel that he finds me aggravating. I might as well avoid it. I really don't want to do it. If it were only because of what happened last time, Zhou Xiang wouldn't be too worried. But Wang Yudong had already found out about him and Yan Mingxiu. If he didn't give him that detestable look, it would be strange. Not to mention working together. He'd rather stay as far away from him as possible. Kai Wei said pitifully, "All right, it's your own business. I have other work for you anyway. By the way, Lan Shirong is going to play the supporting male role. He's now the company's sole popular artist. President Wang has really put a lot of effort into him. That's a good thing. This kid can carry the weight. He's never failed to live up to President Wang's expectations." Kai Wei echoed his words. Right? He actually thought you would continue to be Wang Yudong's stuntman and was ecstatic, saying that you guys would be acting in the same scenes. Even if you can't reveal your face, he was still happy. This kid is very grateful to you and wants to repay you. He's really good to you. Zhou Xiang smiled. How could this be considered having scenes together? He should be concentrating on his acting. I'm a martial arts stuntman. How could I be acting in the same scenes with him? You can sort that out yourself when he comes and complains to you. The two of them chatted about other things, and then ended the call. Zhou Xiang looked at the calendar. It had been 3 days since his fight with Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu had not returned and wasn't answering his phone. He was always like this, completely ignoring and neglecting people whenever he felt like it. Zhou Xiang couldn't do anything about it. Just when he was about to find something to eat, he heard sounds coming from the front door. Someone was opening the door from outside. Zhou Xiang bolted into the living room, and sure enough, Yan Mingxiu opened the door and came in. Zhou Xiang was a little excited. You're back. Yan Mingxiu looked at him coldly. I need to get something. As he said this, he went to the study to grab a folder from a drawer. Zhou Xiang followed him into the study and closed the door. He said seriously, Mingxiu, let's talk about it. Don't have time. Yan Mingxiu didn't lift his head. He checked the contents of the folder and intended to leave. Zhou Xiang stopped in front of the door and said persistently, Mingxiu, let's talk. Yan Mingxiu glared at him. We shouldn't have anything to do with each other, right? There's nothing to talk about. Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly. I was very anxious that day. Neither of us was calm. In fact, it's just a misunderstanding. Can we just talk this through? I'll be the first to swear that there is nothing between Lan Shirong and me. I only have you in my heart. We've been together for this long. Are we really going to let this misunderstanding cause an irreparable rift between us? Yan Mingxiu's chilly armor slowly dissipated a little, but he still looked at Zhou Xiang angrily. Lacking confidence, Zhou Xiang asked, You like me a little too, right? Yan Mingxiu was stunned. He didn't know how to answer this. Like, The person he liked was someone who could never belong to him, Wang Yudong, not a substitute. How could he have made Zhou Xiang think that? What had made Zhou Xiang think that he liked him? This terrified him. Hearing Zhou Xiang ask such a question made him resentful. It had obviously created some doubts in his feelings toward Wang Yudong. Was it because he and Zhou Xiang were too close? So close that he'd forgotten to keep that distance? He had never wanted Zhou Xiang to have such an illusion. Zhou Xiang was already used to not getting the answer he wanted to hear, yet it had never made him feel dejected, not even once. He even had the feeling that no matter how much effort he put in, he still wouldn't be able to move Yan Mingxiu's heart. This relationship was really like a bottomless pit. He had put in so much, yet the other party wasn't even willing to give him a word of encouragement. When would this ever end? Even Zhou Xiang, who had always been optimistic and open-minded, had tasted bitter failure in this situation. At the same time that Zhou Xiang was feeling frustrated, Yan Mingxiu was also very much alarmed. He enjoyed living with Zhou Xiang, but he didn't want to be romantically involved with him. Maybe agreeing to live with him in the first place had been a reckless and wrong decision. Now that a problem had occurred, he needed to promptly fix it. I think I should move out. When Yan Mingxiu said this, the palm of his hand was sweating and his lips felt heavy. Why was he hesitating? Zhou Xiang suddenly looked up at him, his expression one of utter panic. Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang's shoulders drooped dejectedly. It wasn't that he didn't know what Yan Mingxiu was thinking. Yan Mingxiu only wanted to have a companion and not be emotionally involved. This was completely different from his own intentions. Having casual flings in the circle was a very common occurrence. People got together with an easy-come, easy-go mentality, sleeping around and merely having a companion. Their livelihood wasn't considered lonely, but they never intended for it to be long-lasting. Day after day, until the time came when one of them thought it was time to break things off, they would simply end it calmly and peacefully. It was a very harmonious relationship with no bitter fallout in the end. From the beginning, when he and Yan Mingxiu started living together, they had also shared this mutually agreed-upon mentality. It was Zhou Xiang who had deviated from those boundaries. He wasn't satisfied with such a relationship because he liked Yan Mingxiu. He wanted more, but Yan Mingxiu didn't like him. Was it because he had broken the rules, so now there was nothing he could do to make the other party follow along? He didn't want to end things with Yan Mingxiu just like this. He couldn't accept it. He could only plead agonizingly. Mingxiu, it's just me thinking too much. Don't move out. Can we just go back to how we were, just like before, okay? He wasn't willing. He really wasn't willing. If one could just break up with someone they loved so easily, how many tears would be saved? Yan Mingxiu's heart felt especially pained. He could barely breathe. He wanted to get rid of this unfamiliar sentiment as soon as possible. Lowering his head dejectedly, he said, "Let's talk about it later." After saying that, he held onto the document and intended to leave. Zhou Xiang immediately hugged him. "Mingxiu, we've been living well together all along. I hope that you won't leave." Zhou Xiang had never begged anyone like this. He himself felt really ashamed, but he couldn't help it. Yan Mingxiu's cheek brushed against Zhou Xiang's hair, light and soft. It was a little itchy, shaking his heart each and every time. This person liked him so much. He really wanted to let that guy with the surname Lan see this. The grievance he had harbored because of Lan Shirong disappeared in an instant. Yan Mingxiu stroked Zhou Xiang's hair and said in a muffled voice, "Then you and that guy with the surname Lan. Can I still not have a say?" "How can you not?" Zhou Xiang said helplessly. "You are my ancestor." Yan Mingxiu's expression finally eased. Zhou Xiang took this opportunity to say a lot of coaxing words. This crisis was finally able to pass smoothly. Only Zhou Xiang knew that the closer he was to Yan Mingxiu, the more he wanted him. But the more he wanted him, the more he had to restrain himself. Continuing to live with Yan Mingxiu was definitely not a good idea, but he really wasn't willing to part with him. He hoped that one day he could freely and easily let go of Yan Mingxiu. Chapter 29. Very soon, it was almost the New Year holiday. Zhou Xiang realized that Yan Mingxiu's mood was getting worse with each passing day. At times, he would hide himself in the study for a long time. Other times, he would simply sit in front of the television without saying a word. One day, Zhou Xiang finally couldn't help asking whether something was going wrong with his work. After all, the end of the year was usually a busy time. He actually never knew what Yan Mingxiu did for a living. It seemed to have something to do with finance or investment banking and the like. But those were things Zhou Xiang didn't understand and had always been too lazy to ask about. He knew that Yan Mingxiu had a good income. The things he bought were always the best. The two of them had never separated their household expenses. Whoever needed something simply bought it, and neither of them ever really argued over money. Borrowing from Yan Mingxiu's good fortune, Zhou Xiang also got to use many good things. Generally, there were many pressing matters that needed to be resolved at the end of the year, so being busy was inevitable. Even Zhou Xiang, who usually didn't have to go to work, had to help prepare for the company's annual meeting these days. Judging by Yan Mingxiu's expression, he had obviously been overworked. Yan Mingxiu shook his head. It's nothing. After that, he sullenly went into the room. Zhou Xiang wanted to help him, but even with good intentions, he was powerless. Early that morning, Zhou Xiang went to the company again. Kai Wei had made him an assistant to help with the planning and preparation of the annual meeting. The hotel venue had not yet been decided. Zhou Xiang went with the event planner to inspect several hotels, but they still hadn't found a suitable venue. He had just entered the company when Kai Wei saw him and pulled him over, his face full of caution. Xiang, I really didn't think you were this capable. Zhou Xiang was baffled. Did you know that Director Wang designated you to take part in the filming of this new movie? He said he'd give you a supporting role. Zhou Xiang was surprised. Really? Yes, really. How did you convince that old madman? I don't know. Maybe because I can put up with his craziness better than most people. Kai Wei scoffed and smiled. That's possible. Regardless, you can't miss this opportunity. How many people would want to snatch the chance to show their faces in his movies? After getting this role, maybe you'll never have to be a stuntman again. Zhou Xiang was already 30 years old. In his first few years, he had dreamed of making it big with a signature role. However, after drifting along for so long and experiencing so many things, he knew that even if he wanted to become famous and everything happened to line up perfectly, it was still incredibly difficult. Especially with his ordinary circumstances, he never thought an opportunity like this would really come. Zhou Xiang didn't have a particularly strong desire to become a star. He simply wanted to make more money. Wanting a better quality of life was human nature. Although Zhou Xiang wasn't particularly materialistic, he didn't want to let an opportunity to make money slip away. But Wang Yudong, hey, why worry about him? This time, you're not his stuntman. Director Wang insisted on having you. You're not playing the same role as him. You can't possibly offend him. President Wang also supports you. Just get yourself ready to invite the screenwriter out for a meal so he can give you and Lan Shirong a few more scenes. Kai Wei happily patted him on the arm. Xiang, Weigu has always hoped to help you get to a better place. You're on your own out there, so you have to make as much money as you can while you're still young. Zhou Xiang smiled. Thank you, Weigu. Then, should I contact Director Wang's assistant? Yeah, go now. They're in the conference room. What? Who? President Wang, Director Wang, and people from Wang Yudong's side. Oh, there are also 2 other investors. It just so happens that they're here for a meeting. But Lan Shirong had another commitment and couldn't come. That's not very appropriate, is it? So many people are in the meeting. What am I supposed to do in there? What are you afraid of? Aren't you part of the cast? Just go. Kai Wei dragged him toward the conference room. President Wang nodded at him. Zhou Xiang greeted everyone one by one. Finally, he smiled at Director Wang. This famous director was extremely difficult to please, and Zhou Xiang humbly felt somewhat overwhelmed. Director Wang was still his usual self, responding without paying much attention. Sit. Wang Yudong faintly glanced at him, his expression extremely cold. Zhou Xiang's heart trembled. It seemed that Wang Yudong's opinion of him was so unfavorable that he no longer even bothered with common courtesy. After all, Yan Mingxiu was his future brother-in-law. Who would want his brother-in-law to be homosexual and involved with someone who was constantly around him? Just thinking about it was awkward. Zhou Xiang simply didn't look at him either, trying to avoid him as much as possible. Wang Yudong didn't look at him, instead turning his attention to President Wang and Director Wang. The atmosphere of the meeting was very strange. Several investors were trying to smooth over the relationship between Director Wang and Wang Yudong. Director Wang was already 60 years old, so nobody felt embarrassed about flattering him. But judging from Wang Yudong's expression, it was obvious that he wasn't sincere. Zhou Xiang had a feeling that something would probably happen again during this film. When that time came, he would stay as far away as possible. After the meeting, Director Wang left with several people. The company's people also dispersed. President Wang wanted to say a few words to Zhou Xiang, but then he noticed that Wang Yudong was waiting for him not far away. Zhou Xiang knew what Wang Yudong wanted to say. He most certainly didn't want to go over. President Wang looked between the two of them. Yudong, are you looking for Zhou Xiang? Wang Yudong nodded. I'll recommend another stuntman for you. I know someone who's quite suitable. Wang Yudong smiled politely. Thank you, Wang Gu. I'll look into it when I have time. President Wang raised an eyebrow. Then you two go ahead. Zhou Xiang, come to my office when you're done. After saying that, President Wang and Kai Wei left. With only the two of them remaining in the conference room, Zhou Xiang smiled politely. Dong Gu, is there something the matter? I heard that you didn't want to be my stuntman this time. Zhou Xiang nodded. I've been working too much recently. I'm too busy. Zhou Xiang, stop lying. This supporting role has far more scenes than being my stuntman. How do you suddenly have the time? Zhou Xiang smiled awkwardly. Dong Gu, it's not easy for me to get a role. Can you be a little more understanding? How can I not? But we've worked together several times, after all. You're asking me to change to someone else all of a sudden. I'm a little unaccustomed to it. What if the new stuntman isn't as skilled as you? It'll affect my performance in the movie. How can I not care? Zhou Xiang broke out in a cold sweat. Dong Gu, you think? Not that I think. Aren't you doing this because of what happened with Mingxiu? Because you want to hide from me? The entertainment circle is so big. Can you really hide? Zhou Xiang didn't say anything. With regard to Mingxiu, it's reasonable to say that I don't have the right to interfere, but I can't let his sister know. Mingxiu has a promising future ahead of him. He can't possibly continue being involved with you. Zhou Xiang secretly clenched his fist, but still said nothing. Zhou Xiang, Wang Yudong said sincerely. Honest people don't say deceitful things. I know what you're scheming. To become part of the Yan family, you won't have any worries for the rest of your life. But you're a smart person. How can you not understand? You're both men. Can you have his child? Or marry him? If you provoke their family, nobody can protect you. We've known each other for 3 or 4 years. I'm sincerely giving you a few words of caution. Being able to get this role is already very good. Stop while you still can. Wang Yudong's remarks were extremely rude. Zhou Xiang was so furious that he trembled. Why beat around the bush and insult people? It would have been much more satisfying if he'd simply pointed at him and said that he wanted to live off the Yan family. The problem was, he didn't even fucking know anything about Yan Mingxiu's family. Wang Yudong looked at Zhou Xiang's livid expression and smiled scornfully. Zhou Xiang, Mingxiu's sister, and I will be engaged on New Year's Day. At that time, our relationship will be announced. I'll be considered part of the Yan family. You tell me, if people dig up this news and find out that my future brother-in-law is involved with my stuntman, won't that be enough to entertain them for half a year? Will you be able to bear the consequences? I don't believe you want that. Zhou Xiang said gloomily. We never intended for the public to know about us. You're thinking too much. Wang Yudong sneered. How many secrets in this circle are forced into the open by the people involved, regardless of whether they want them exposed? Zhou Xiang clenched his fist, afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would end up swearing at him. He wasn't naive or inexperienced. He knew exactly who he could afford to offend and who he couldn't. Wang Yudong looked at him. Regarding the issue with my stuntman, it's still better for you to do it. I don't trust anyone else. This film has received a huge investment. It's a vital role for me in entering the Asian market. I don't want my image to be affected because the martial arts aren't up to par. I still trust you more. You'll be satisfied with the pay. I've put it this way, so you can't possibly refuse to give me face, can you? Zhou Xiang endured and endured, so much that he felt as though his heart and lungs were about to explode. He told himself that this was how the world was. This was life. He nodded through gritted teeth. Since Dong Gu has put it that way, I wouldn't dare refuse. Wang Yudong nodded with satisfaction as he looked at Zhou Xiang's expression. He knew that both of his goals had been achieved today. He walked over and patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. What I told you today, go back and think it over. I don't oppose you working more, but I'm advising you to break up with Mingxiu sooner rather than later. You may not like hearing these words, but I'm really saying them for your own good. Long after Wang Yudong left, Zhou Xiang was still unable to come back to his senses. He stood in the conference room for a long time, until his legs went numb. He laughed at himself, then turned away from the meeting room and headed straight to President Wang's office. President Wang was reading a book with his legs crossed. Zhou Xiang sat down on the sofa beside him. President Wang said, It's nothing important. I just wanted to tell you a few things. First, if there are any problems with Director Wang or Wang Yudong, let me know immediately. Second, I'm trying to increase your screen time, so you have to seize this opportunity. In fact, you're quite unique. If you seize the opportunity, you might become popular. Zhou Xiang nodded, his heart beating extremely fast. After thinking it over again and again, he finally couldn't help asking, President Wang, can I mention a little gossip? Oh, what gossip? Regarding Wang Yudong's girlfriend. He told me that he's getting engaged. Oh, you know about it too? Yeah, New Year's Day. I'm invited as well. His girlfriend's family. What's her background? I heard it's very impressive. President Wang shook his head with a smile. That news is way too old. It's not a particularly big secret. It may have been before, but now that the two of them are stable, Wang Yudong can't wait for the whole world to know. Zhou Xiang felt a surge of anxiety rise to his head. President Wang, don't play this guessing game with me. Just tell me directly. President Wang narrowed his eyes and said awkwardly, Is it really that difficult to guess? How many families with the surname Yan are there in Beijing? Isn't there only one? Zhou Xiang blinked, and it suddenly dawned on him. Yan Dejiang. Yeah. Which other family could make Wang Yudong this arrogant? Humph. President Wang snorted and sneered. This pretty boy really managed to marry into an influential family. He must be feeling pretty exuberant this time. Cold sweat covered Zhou Xiang's entire body. If he didn't even know Yan Dejiang, who occasionally appeared in the news, then he would have been living in this information age in vain. Although he had always thought that the surname Yan was rather unique. Even if he had borrowed 10 minds and put them together, he never would have guessed that Yan Mingxiu was Yan Dejiang's grandson. This immensely wealthy and powerful figure in Beijing. How could someone like Yan Mingxiu possibly belong to the same world as him? It was completely ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. President Wang saw his pale face and wondered, what's wrong? It's not that shocking, is it? It's just that the male god, referring to Wang Yudong, is getting married. Zhou Xiang shook his head. I just didn't think. Who would have thought that back then, when Wang Yudong's father wanted to send some gifts to raise the family's social standing? He couldn't even get through those doors. They don't have to worry about that anymore. He's really raised a good son, since his son is marrying into the prestigious Yan family. President Wang's tone carried a hint of disdain. He was also from a third-generation wealthy family, but he wasn't on the same level as the Yan family. Wang Yudong had once depended on him as well, but now he could use his connection with the Yan family to suppress him. President Wang couldn't help feeling a little discontented. The two of them chatted for a while. President Wang revealed quite a bit about how pompous Wang Yudong had become after dating Miss Yan. Zhou Xiang wasn't in the mood to listen. His thoughts remained fixed on Yan Mingxiu. He finally understood how Yan Mingxiu's unique character had been cultivated. It had to be difficult for him to willingly squeeze himself into an old, shabby house of no more than 70 square meters with Zhou Xiang. Soon, it would be a year. Zhou Xiang felt that all of this was becoming increasingly unreal. On the way home, Zhou Xiang was completely dazed, to the point that he nearly hit the car he was following. He thought about it the entire way home, finally deciding to pretend that he didn't know. Aside from Yan Mingxiu himself, he didn't know anything. Since Yan Mingxiu hadn't told him, there was no need for him to ask. Continuing on like this was also good. Chapter 30. When Yan Mingxiu came back that evening, he found Zhou Xiang looking at him strangely. Yan Mingxiu had been agitated by the approaching engagement ceremony of his sister and Wang Yudong, so he had barely paid any attention to Zhou Xiang for the past several days. He frowned. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Xiang quickly responded. It's nothing. I've noticed you've been absent-minded lately. Even if you're busy with work, don't work yourself up so much. Yan Mingxiu responded faintly. Yeah. Zhou Xiang walked over and patted his face. It's so unlike you to be like this. Why don't you take a few days off? I'm worried it won't be safe for you to drive in your condition. I'm fine. Yan Mingxiu grabbed his hand and pulled it behind his back, then buried his face against Zhou Xiang's neck, gently biting along his appealing collarbone. Zhou Xiang asked softly, have you eaten yet? Yeah. Yan Mingxiu pressed him onto the couch and kissed him as he pulled at his clothes. The two of them had not had sex for 4 or 5 days, so as soon as their bodies touched, their lust was instantly ignited. When Yan Mingxiu was vigorously thrusting into him from behind, Zhou Xiang gasped and laughed softly. Why do you like this position so much? Yan Mingxiu's movement slowed. Zhou Xiang moaned helplessly as he was forced to feel Yan Mingxiu's scorching, throbbing member inside him. Yan Mingxiu lowered his head and murmured hoarsely, I can get deeper this way. His hand lingered over Zhou Xiang's naked back, gently caressing and stroking it. His glistening, smooth back constantly curved into seductive lines with every thrust, arousing Yan Mingxiu's desire to blistering heights. Although their backs were very similar, Yan Mingxiu was also clearly aware that he was becoming less and less able to pretend Zhou Xiang was Wang Yudong. When he fervently thrust into this person, he no longer imagined that the man beneath him was Wang Yudong. He knew that the man who could bring him the ultimate thrill of pleasure, the man whose body was astonishingly compatible with his own, was Zhou Xiang. Because Zhou Xiang had been busy with the annual meeting, he had been going out much more frequently every day. Sometimes, when Yan Mingxiu came home and couldn't see him, he would feel agitated. That night, when Yan Mingxiu returned home, Zhou Xiang was once again not there, so he went into the study and went online. While browsing the website, he inadvertently came across a gossip story from more than half a month earlier. The headline read, Lan Shirong and a friend drinking coffee, chatting happily. The photo had obviously been taken secretly without their knowledge. Even though the background was very blurry, Yan Mingxiu immediately recognized the person sitting opposite Lan Shirong. It was Zhou Xiang. Looking at the date, he realized it had been taken on the second day after their big fight. Yan Mingxiu restrained himself from closing the web page. His hand hesitated for a long time between the mouse and his phone, but in the end, he didn't call Zhou Xiang to ask him about it. However, his apprehension and dislike toward Lan Shirong increased day by day. Although Zhou Xiang had promised him that there was nothing between him and Lan Shirong, Yan Mingxiu could never forget the expression he had first seen on Lan Shirong when they met, that hostile, hateful look. He definitely didn't believe that Lan Shirong saw Zhou Xiang as nothing more than a friend. When Yan Mingxiu thought about the two of them belonging to the same company and possibly meeting in places he couldn't see, laughing and talking as they were in the picture, he wished Zhou Xiang would resign. Not being able to get Wang Yudong had already left him frustrated. But if he couldn't even control Zhou Xiang, then he, Yan Mingxiu, was a complete loser. It just so happened that Zhou Xiang came home at that moment. Not only did he return, he also brought Yan Mingxiu a late-night snack. Yan Mingxiu didn't have any appetite. When he opened the door, he asked, You saw Lan Shirong on the 28th of last month? Zhou Xiang was startled as he tried to recall. Then he remembered that it was the day he had returned Lan Shirong's cell phone. He cautiously observed Yan Mingxiu's expression, afraid that he would get angry again. He murmured, I was returning his phone. How did you know about that? Yan Mingxiu smiled sarcastically. It's already in the entertainment gossip. Why? Were you so absorbed in your conversation that you didn't even notice someone secretly taking your picture? Zhou Xiang sighed weakly. He was really tired of dealing with Yan Mingxiu's temper. He just wanted to turn around and leave. Fortunately, this time Yan Mingxiu didn't intend to make things difficult for him. He simply took the late-night snack from his hand expressionlessly and muttered, Good timing. I'm hungry. Zhou Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he began to worry about something else. What if Yan Mingxiu found out that he and Lan Shirong were going to be working on the same film? What would happen? However, he hadn't read the script yet. Maybe he and Lan Shirong wouldn't have any scenes together. No matter what, he would never give up such a good opportunity. Besides, this time he also had to be Wang Yudong's martial arts stuntman. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't avoid Lan Shirong. If he could hide it from Yan Mingxiu one day at a time, he just wanted to keep doing that. Zhou Xiang felt extremely exhausted whenever he thought about Yan Mingxiu going ballistic after finding out. Since he had learned about Yan Mingxiu's family background, he felt that the distance between the two of them had grown extremely far. He no longer harbored any hope that his relationship with Yan Mingxiu would last, nor did he know what it meant for them to continue being involved with each other now. Even if he understood, he couldn't convince himself to give up. So, with each calm and peaceful day, Zhou Xiang cherished their time together all the more. He really didn't want anything to complicate matters. The end of the year was quickly approaching, and Zhou Xiang was extremely busy. The procurement activities alone were enough to keep him busy nonstop for days. These days, he had actually seen President Wang, who rarely appeared at the company, twice. From him, Zhou Xiang learned that Wang Yudong's engagement banquet would be held during the New Year's holiday. After the holiday, Wang Yudong would be going on vacation with his fiancée. This happened to coincide with the launching ceremony for the new movie, a date that had already been set beforehand. Director Wang was very displeased. It was said that he had even torn up his wedding invitation. When President Wang mentioned this, he was very displeased. So many artists and media will be attending the launching ceremony. How would it look if the male lead doesn't attend? The date was determined by the fortune master and agreed upon by everyone. Just because he has vacation plans with Miss Yan, he wants all of us to change the date. How is that reasonable? Now the two sides are deadlocked, and we don't even know whether the film can begin shooting smoothly. President Wang likely thought Zhou Xiang wasn't one to gossip and could be trusted. More importantly, Zhou Xiang had no influence in the entertainment circle, so President Wang would tell him things he normally wouldn't discuss with others. Zhou Xiang echoed President Wang's words. In any case, he was also displeased with Wang Yudong. President Wang suddenly remembered something. Hey, didn't you say you didn't want to be a stuntman? Why did I hear Kai Wei say that you're going to do it? Last time he asked you to stay, was that what you talked about? Zhou Xiang replied, yeah. He said he was afraid the newcomers wouldn't have enough experience. He still hoped that I would do it. President Wang patted him on the shoulder. That's not a bad thing, just a little tiring. Kai Wei negotiated very good pay for you. It's guaranteed to satisfy you. Zhou Xiang smiled reluctantly. I'm satisfied as long as I can make money. Before the new year arrived, news of Wang Yudong's impending engagement had already spread widely across the internet, generating a great deal of attention and giving his fans enough time to prepare themselves mentally. Wang Yudong publicly and calmly admitted that he would be getting engaged on New Year's Day. To protect his fiancée's privacy, the engagement ceremony would only be attended by close relatives and friends. He didn't want to cause them any disturbance. Once the news got out, many of his fans were heartbroken. Everyone tried to guess who Wang Yudong's mysterious fiancée was. Although most of the gossip wasn't very reliable, one thing was certain. This woman's background was definitely not insignificant. Before the year ended, Wang Yudong once again succeeded in generating publicity with another hot topic. When Zhou Xiang came home, Yan Mingxiu was already there. Zhou Xiang couldn't help asking him, "Your older sister is getting engaged to Wang Yudong?" Yan Mingxiu turned his face toward him. The calm expression he had displayed moments earlier suddenly changed. "Why are you asking about that?" Zhou Xiang thought Yan Mingxiu was worried that he was asking about his family's business, so he immediately explained, "Isn't she your older sister? I'm just asking casually. If you don't want to say, that's fine." Yan Mingxiu had been terribly upset and confused, to the point that he didn't even want to attend the engagement ceremony. He was worried he wouldn't be able to control himself. After a long struggle, he asked, "What rumors did you hear?" Zhou Xiang shook his head and pretended not to know. "I didn't hear anything." Yan Mingxiu didn't believe him. Even on the internet, there were many speculations about his sister's identity. Zhou Xiang was in the entertainment circle. How could he not know? Yan Mingxiu had never deliberately hidden his family's identity from him. Back then, he simply hadn't thought it was necessary for Zhou Xiang to know. Now, he also didn't want to tell Zhou Xiang. He was worried that Zhou Xiang's attitude toward him would change. If Zhou Xiang started acting like everyone else and groveling before him, he would feel disgusted. However, seeing Zhou Xiang act as though he wasn't concerned in the slightest made Yan Mingxiu curious. He couldn't help asking, "So many people are trying to figure out who my sister is. Don't you want to know?" Zhou Xiang took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, "She must be well matched with Wang Yudong." Yan Mingxiu raised his eyebrows. With Zhou Xiang's attitude, it really saved him the trouble, since he didn't want to tell him. But it also left him quite confused. Zhou Xiang glanced at him, seeming to know what he was thinking. He walked over, sat on his lap, and smiled as he pulled him closer by the neck. "We've been together for almost a year, and you haven't even mentioned your family. I'm going to guess that you don't want to tell me. I don't want to ask either. It doesn't affect anything, right?" Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes at him and said softly, "Right." Zhou Xiang leaned closer and licked his lips. Yan Mingxiu slightly lifted his chin, and their kiss lingered. Then, as expected, it turned into an episode of intense, passionate sex. Yan Mingxiu was now even more dependent on Zhou Xiang. Before, he had looked for Wang Yudong's shadow in Zhou Xiang. Now, he relied on Zhou Xiang to forget about Wang Yudong and his sister. This strong contrast between the past and the present had occurred unexpectedly and peacefully, so peacefully that he didn't even know when this change in his mind had happened. He only knew that when he and Zhou Xiang made frenzied, passionate love, he could forget many of his troubles. Chapter 31. The company's annual meeting was held 1 week before Christmas. In addition to the company's employees, many people from the media were also present. Up until that day, Zhou Xiang was still busy working behind the scenes. Lan Shirong, who should have been in the banquet hall, found him at the back of the hotel. Sneaking in a smoking break, Zhou Xiang saw him and asked in surprise, "How come you're over here?" Lan Shirong smiled. "I've been looking for you all night. I didn't expect you to hide here." "I'm not hiding here. I was working back there. Hurry back. Someone should be looking for you soon." "I came out to take a breather." Lan Shirong looked at him warmly. "Xianggu, you've worked hard. It's nothing. It's not like I'm working for free." Zhou Xiang extinguished his cigarette. "I didn't expect that we could act in a film together. I'm really looking forward to acting with you," Lan Shirong said expectantly. Zhou Xiang stared blankly. "We have scenes together?" "Yes. You haven't read the script." "Oh, you're playing the role of Wang Yudong's younger brother. We'll definitely have interactions." "No, it's not the part where you are his stuntman. The supporting role you're playing. We will have interactions." Zhou Xiang smiled. "I don't know. My role isn't that heavy. Director Wang didn't give me the script." "That's because the script isn't finished editing yet. President Wang helped secure a few more scenes for you. I've read the old script. Your role has good exposure. Xianggu, I'm really looking forward to it." Lan Shirong's eyes sparkled as he looked at him without blinking. Zhou Xiang's heart was also a little excited, but he was embarrassed to show it. "I'll ask the screenwriter about it in a few days. There will be a meeting after Christmas. You can ask him again then." "Okay." Lan Shirong smiled faintly. "Xianggu, how are you spending Christmas? With your boyfriend?" "Yeah, probably. We're both too busy, so we haven't talked about it yet." Although Zhou Xiang had already thought about it himself, he had yet to ask Yan Mingxiu. He didn't know whether he would be rejected. Lan Shirong lowered his eyes dejectedly. "Xianggu, if you haven't made plans for Christmas, spend it with me. We can go eat hot pot." Zhou Xiang smiled. "You're so busy. I don't think you have time. If you're going to spend it with me, I'll cancel everything. I'm serious." Lan Shirong looked at him very seriously. Zhou Xiang lowered his head uncomfortably. "Let's talk about it later." The two of them casually exchanged a few more words. Lan Shirong glanced at his watch and reluctantly returned to the banquet hall. Zhou Xiang smoked one cigarette after another. He looked up at the blue sky, his mind in chaos, thinking about everything without reaching any conclusions. When he returned home that night, it was almost 2 o'clock. He had been busy all day and was extremely exhausted. To his surprise, Yan Mingxiu wasn't asleep and seemed to be waiting up for him, which made Zhou Xiang feel very touched. Yan Mingxiu poured him a cup of hot water. "Come and have some water." Zhou Xiang removed his coat and sat down at the table, his cold hands wrapped around the warm cup. Yan Mingxiu looked at his frozen, red face, reached out, and caressed it, frowning. "You didn't drive? You froze yourself like this." "I went to help move some things after the annual meeting ended." Yan Mingxiu definitely didn't like seeing Zhou Xiang looking so exhausted. No matter how dazzling the entertainment circle might be, in Yan Mingxiu's opinion, the value of the work Zhou Xiang did was too insignificant. But still, Zhou Xiang enjoyed it. He asked softly, "Did Lan Shirong also attend your annual meeting?" Zhou Xiang froze. Did you two talk?" "No, he was in the banquet hall. I was busy backstage. I didn't see him." Zhou Xiang felt a little guilty. Thinking about what Lan Shirong had said to him today, he was even more worried. He had been waiting for an opportunity to tell Yan Mingxiu that he wanted to participate in Wang Yudong's film and that Lan Shirong was also in the film. But seeing Yan Mingxiu's attitude, he was even more afraid to speak. Yan Mingxiu nodded in satisfaction and then moved his hand from Zhou Xiang's face to his ears. "In the future, don't take the initiative to do things you shouldn't. What are you trying to achieve? Getting yourself frozen like this?" Zhou Xiang naturally responded, "They're my colleagues. It's normal to help." Yan Mingxiu shook his head. "Go take a shower and sleep early." Zhou Xiang finished drinking the water and went to take a comfortable hot shower. When he entered the bedroom, he saw that Yan Mingxiu had already lain down. He got into bed and embraced Yan Mingxiu from behind, softly murmuring, "Mingxiu, do you have any plans for Christmas?" Yan Mingxiu turned around. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Xiang smiled. Are you letting me plan Christmas? Then you're giving me your time that day. Yan Mingxiu nodded. This kind of holiday is no big deal. Nothing special. Join in on the fun. Let's go eat and then watch a movie. Last time, a friend recommended a Western restaurant, saying that it has a great atmosphere. There's a 3-month reservation waiting list. This friend of mine knows the boss. I can ask him to make arrangements. Okay, you do that. Yan Mingxiu wasn't interested in these kinds of festive holidays, but seeing how important it seemed to be to Zhou Xiang, he was also willing to accompany him in the excitement. He added, then I'll book the hotel. Let's change places. Change places to do what? Naturally, it went without saying that they would have sex somewhere different. Zhou Xiang smiled wickedly. Good idea. I was just about to say that. Yan Mingxiu put a hand on his waist. His dark eyes quietly gazed at Zhou Xiang through the rays of moonlight. Zhou Xiang felt himself being sucked in by Yan Mingxiu's expression, so much so that he couldn't look away. The two of them looked at each other so serenely. They hadn't looked at each other this closely for a long time. Zhou Xiang lowered his voice. What are you thinking? Nothing. Zhou Xiang smiled lightly. Mingxiu, I feel very happy now. You. Yan Mingxiu blinked and gently made an sound. He didn't say yes or no, just a simple Zhou Xiang smiled and closed his eyes. Yan Mingxiu leaned closer and wrapped his strong arms around Zhou Xiang's back, almost wanting to pull Zhou Xiang completely into his embrace. Although with Zhou Xiang's body shape, this posture was a little funny, Yan Mingxiu could feel Zhou Xiang's breath against his neck. He felt very warm. Let's just be like this. There is nothing wrong with it. On Christmas Day, Yan Mingxiu came back early. Zhou Xiang was waiting for him at home. After Yan Mingxiu changed, they took advantage of the time and headed out early. This day was both a holiday and a Friday. The traffic congestion was so bad that it was slower than walking. Fortunately, the restaurant wasn't far from them. A distance that usually took them 15 minutes took an hour today. The restaurant was also packed today, but the atmosphere inside was very quiet, a stark contrast to the crowds outside. Many couples sat around them. Two grown men having a candlelight dinner directly facing each other was a bit awkward. Especially with Yan Mingxiu's looks, they were even more eye-catching. Almost everyone had to sneak a glance at them. Zhou Xiang hadn't expected such an awkward scene, so he kept paying attention to Yan Mingxiu's expression, fearing that he would get angry. But Yan Mingxiu acted as though there were nobody else around. Seeing Zhou Xiang looking at him, he even laughed. Why are you so nervous? Don't let strangers influence your mood. Only then did Zhou Xiang feel relieved. He smiled. Are you used to being ogled at? Yan Mingxiu shrugged lightly and didn't comment. Just from your calm and collected nature, it's a pity that you're not a star. Yan Mingxiu shook his head with a smile. I hate those kinds of careers that essentially have no privacy. It's inconvenient to do anything. Zhou Xiang said, yeah, you can't imagine it. Some reporters are terrible. They can even dig up old matters from more than 10 years ago that even the people involved have forgotten. Being a star is really not something people can do. The greatest thing in the world is to have money without anyone knowing. Zhou Xiang chatted with Yan Mingxiu about some of the typical gossip going around in the entertainment circle. They usually didn't talk about these things because Yan Mingxiu didn't seem too interested. But today, he listened with great interest. The two hadn't chatted this much in a long time. This meal was very enjoyable. After they finished eating, they went to the underground parking lot. Just when they were about to get into the car, a female voice suddenly sounded from behind. Mingxiu. When both of them turned around, they saw a tall and beautiful woman holding the arm of a man wearing sunglasses. At a glance, Zhou Xiang could tell that the person wearing sunglasses was Wang Yudong. When Yan Mingxiu saw the two people, his expression immediately changed. He vaguely said, Jia, older sister. Mingxiu, you came here to eat too? Why didn't I see you earlier? Yan Mingmei asked as she walked up to him. But when she noticed Zhou Xiang, she paused. Wang Yudong also removed his sunglasses. He looked at Zhou Xiang with an expression full of caution. Zhou Xiang felt so embarrassed for a moment that he didn't know where to hide. He could only force himself to calm down and smile politely at Yan Mingmei. Yan Mingmei didn't smile. She almost immediately began to doubt the relationship her brother had with this man. It wasn't that Yan Mingmei wasn't aware of Yan Mingxiu's sexual orientation, but like her parents, she had always chosen to forget about it. She looked at Zhou Xiang and then at Yan Mingxiu. Mingxiu, is this your friend? Yan Mingxiu's lips trembled slightly. His eyes were focused on Yan Mingxiu's hand resting on Wang Yudong's arm. No matter how he looked at it, it was an eyesore. Wang Yudong held Yan Mingxiu's waist and softly murmured, "This person is a colleague I've collaborated with. I was the one who introduced them." Yan Mingxiu seemed to sigh in relief, but she still turned her head restlessly to give Wang Yudong an inquiring look. Wang Yudong gave her a reassuring look. "They probably have something to do today." Yan Mingxiu said bluntly, "We still have things to do. We'll leave first." "Hey." Yan Mingxiu pulled him back. "What's the hurry? Wang Yudong and I are going to watch a movie. Let's go together." She was still apprehensive and wanted to observe the relationship between the two. Yan Mingxiu impatiently said, "I've said that we still have things to do. No time to watch a movie. You two go ahead." Yan Mingxiu perceptively sensed the fluctuation in Yan Mingxiu's mood. Furrowing her brows, she asked, "What's wrong with you? What's the hurry?" Yan Mingxiu heavily emphasized, "I'm busy." After saying that, he pressed the button to unlock the car doors and said to Zhou Xiang, "Let's go." Then he got into the driver's seat. Zhou Xiang didn't turn his head as he got into the passenger seat. He could feel two pairs of eyes staring at him. They didn't go to watch the movie as Zhou Xiang had expected. The mood was very heavy along the way. Yan Mingxiu didn't say a word, and his expression was terrible. Zhou Xiang thought that Yan Mingxiu was worried about his sister finding out that he was gay, so he also said nothing. He couldn't even say anything to comfort him. He could only remain silent. Yan Mingxiu drove back home and went straight into the study upon entering. Then he slammed the study door shut. Zhou Xiang looked at the closed door. He knew that he was once again locked out of Yan Mingxiu's heart, and still, he couldn't see any way to step into it. After the incident on Christmas Day, they didn't mention it again, as if nothing had happened, but Yan Mingxiu became increasingly quiet. 2 days before New Year's, Director Wang convened another meeting. For a minor role like Zhou Xiang, it wasn't necessary for him to attend, so no one notified him. It was only after President Wang arrived and realized that he wasn't in attendance that he specifically called to tell him to come over, wanting him to get acquainted with some of the people. Zhou Xiang rushed over after receiving the call, but he was still half an hour late. He didn't expect that once he entered, he would see Director Wang and Wang Yudong in the middle of a heated argument. As soon as he entered, everyone's eyes were on him. Zhou Xiang wished he could become invisible. At a time like this, who would want to attract trouble? President Wang hadn't expected the two people to end up arguing. He quickly used discreet gestures to signal for Zhou Xiang to find a place to sit. Zhou Xiang lowered his head and hurried over to sit next to President Wang. Wang Yudong said coldly, "My engagement is a major life event. Others have agreed to postpone the film's launching ceremony. Why can't Director Wang accommodate it? I must go on this vacation. I hope Director Wang can understand." Director Wang slammed his hand on the table. "This date was set 2 months ago. You think you can just say you want to change it, and it will change? This delays so many things. The date cannot be changed. If you don't come, then your name won't be on the cast list." Since things had been said to this extent, the relationship between the two was almost irreparable. The three investors all looked gloomy. President Wang rolled his eyes as if he was too lazy to care. Wang Yudong was so enraged that the muscles on his face were slightly distorted. "Fine. Director Wang can find someone else to replace me. Then, I hope you can find a satisfactory candidate. There are many people who can replace you." Director Wang was so furious that he was practically blowing his beard with rage. He glanced at Zhou Xiang, who had just sat down, and said sternly, "Zhou Xiang." Zhou Xiang was so frightened that he trembled. Everyone looked at him. Director Wang gave a heavy humph and said, "I think Zhou Xiang is good. You've always been Wang Yudong's stuntman, and you also know how to act. This time, you can take on Wang Yudong's role, not as a stuntman. I want you to be the lead." As soon as those words came out, everyone's eyes widened, and the entire conference room fell silent. Zhou Xiang was scared witless. He didn't dare to breathe. Those who had a good relationship with Zhou Xiang looked at him sympathetically. Everyone could understand that Director Wang wasn't saying this because Zhou Xiang was talented or genuinely qualified. It was simply to humiliate Wang Yudong to the greatest extent possible, being replaced by his own stuntman. If this were confirmed, Wang Yudong would become the greatest joke in the entire entertainment industry. This move by Director Wang was truly ruthless, pushing Zhou Xiang straight into the heart of their struggle. Chapter 32. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiang's face paled. He didn't dare to lift his head. He could feel many pairs of eyes on him. Those piercing eyes were like needles, making it impossible for him to sit or stand comfortably from nervousness. He cursed Director Wang and Wang Yudong 100 times in his heart. These two bastards were fighting. Why did they always have to involve him? President Wang tried to ease the tension. Director Wang, calm down. There are some misunderstandings between you two. Let's discuss how to resolve them. There's no need to get so agitated. Director Wang was far from agitated. He wanted to stand up and slam the table. There is nothing to discuss. I think Zhou Xiang is good. I'm recommending him for the lead. Zhou Xiang, do you dare to accept the role? Zhou Xiang looked up, and Wang Yudong's eyes were like knives, cutting sharply into his face. Zhou Xiang smiled reluctantly. Director Wang, you must be joking. Who's joking with you? I never joke. I've spent my entire life making films. My assessment of people is pretty good. If I feel that you can take it on, then you definitely can. Agree to it now. As long as you agree, the lead role is yours. Several investors were unable to sit still and began mediating between the quarreling parties. They had invested money into the film and had publicly promoted Wang Yudong as the leading actor. So who would be fine with changing the lead role at the last minute to a completely unknown stuntman? Even President Wang wouldn't agree. Zhou Xiang really wished he could get up and leave right then. At this point, he didn't even want a penny or any supporting role. He just wanted to get as far away from this production team as possible. Wang Yudong's power was flourishing now, and on top of that, he had the Yin family's backing. If he offended Wang Yudong, would he still be able to work in the entertainment industry in the future? He just wanted to make a living. He didn't want to hit it big through significant ups and downs. Wang Yudong implicitly asked, Zhou Xiang, what's your stance? Director Wang is so adamant about recommending you. You can't let him down, right? Kai Wei wanted to help Zhou Xiang, but before he could even open his mouth, President Wang stopped him. Kai Wei didn't have enough influence. Whoever spoke at a time like this might become cannon fodder. President Wang stood up, his expression unsightly and his tone far from polite. We've already cooperated to this extent. The promotion costs have been spent, and the budget has already been invested. To have such a falling out at this time isn't beneficial to anyone, right? Now that all three investors are present, let me put this bluntly. The bosses are the ones putting out the money. The grievances between you two are personal grievances. How about giving us investors some face? Don't let your emotions affect your decisions and bring your personal grievances into your work, okay? President Wang's background was not to be underestimated. With that being said, no one really dared to offend him, and the conference room fell silent once again. After a long while, Wang Yudong said, Wang Gu, I definitely wouldn't dare not to give you face, but Director Wang really went too far. Speaking of what's at stake, I am also someone with prestige. Director Wang has already given this role to someone else. I can't be shameless enough to demand it from him. Those words implied that Director Wang would have to swallow the words he had already spoken. Director Wang, this stubborn old man, was determined not to compromise. He drank some water and slowly said, President Wang, I am not letting my emotions affect my decision. In my heart, Zhou Xiang is more suitable for this role than Wang Yudong. I can give you many reasons and convince all of you. It's definitely not the first time that I've used a newcomer in one of my films. As long as it's my film, I've been responsible for it to the very end every single time. Not once have I disappointed the investors. I can't cooperate with Wang Yudong. If you force us to do so, I can't make this film the way I want. Even if it's not Zhou Xiang, it will be someone else. In short, it definitely will not be with Wang Yudong. Wang Yudong was so furious that his lips trembled. If his assistant hadn't been holding him back, he would have already gotten up and left. Director Wang looked at Wang Yudong with deliberate provocation, then said to the investors, I'm not talking nonsense. Zhou Xiang can take on this role. In fact, he can do it well. This film can be made well. I don't need Wang Yudong. I definitely will never cooperate with him again. To put it bluntly, it's either him or me. You guys can replace me. No one dared to replace the director. Director Wang was truly determined this time. Several investors exchanged helpless looks. Wang Yudong's face was livid. He had wanted to stand up and leave several times. No one else even dared to breathe heavily. Director Wang asked Zhou Xiang, say something. Do you dare to accept this role? If you accept the role, your value will immediately increase, and you'll have everything. Zhou Xiang wasn't stupid. How could he easily believe his words? Becoming popular from filming this role was definitely a possibility. However, the biggest and most likely possibility was that he would be damned by Wang Yudong's fans and pushed aside by others in the entertainment circle. No one would dare cooperate with him after he took on this film. In the end, he could only find another way to make a living. Just thinking about these consequences made his scalp numb. Zhou Xiang was only a minor actor. Although he had dreamed of becoming a big star, when faced with the possibility that this might really happen, his first instinct was fear. President Wang sighed heavily. This matter can't be decided now. You also have to give Zhou Xiang some time. Let's end this today. Director Wang, I'll talk to you alone tomorrow. After saying that, he pulled Zhou Xiang away and left. Kai Wei followed closely behind them. After entering President Wang's office, he was so enraged that he kicked his chair away and lashed out. An old dumb fuck and a young dumb fuck. Fucking giving problems to lousy. The two of them were both afraid to breathe. It was said that President Wang had invested more than 10 million in this film, and it was one of his prime investment projects for the following year. How could he not worry? President Wang paced back and forth for a long time before finally gasping and returning to his chair. He sat down and narrowed his eyes at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang also glanced at him and softly said, President Wang, can you point me in some direction? I still want to make a living in the circle. I don't want to be used as anyone's ammunition. President Wang tapped his finger on the table, looking very irritated. Go back first. Let me think about this. I'll talk to Director Wang tomorrow. If he really insists on not wanting Wang Yudong, then he has to find someone else. I reckon it likely won't be you. But if he does insist on using you, then just take it. It's better than giving someone else this advantage. Zhou Xiang quietly said, President Wang, I can't take on the lead actor. I've always been a stuntman. If you only have the heart to be a stuntman your entire life, then you're a wimp. President Wang tapped the table. Go back. Let me think. I'll call you in 2 days. Zhou Xiang turned to leave, and Kai Wei also wanted to follow him out, but President Wang stopped him. Kai Wei, you stay. Kai Wei gently kneaded Zhou Xiang's shoulder. His caring expression made Zhou Xiang feel a little better. Zhou Xiang forced a grin, lowered his head, and left. It would be New Year's Day in 2 days, but Zhou Xiang's mood remained heavy. During those days, he was full of fear and trepidation as he waited for President Wang's phone call. But the call never came. Moreover, Yan Mingxiu didn't come home during those days, not even giving him a call. Zhou Xiang assumed that he had likely gone home for the holidays. After the holidays, he still had to attend Wang Yudong's engagement party, so he shouldn't be back for a few days. Normally, Zhou Xiang would definitely have called or sent him text messages, but his mind was in chaos at the moment, and he had no mood to do so. Besides, he likely wouldn't be able to get in touch with Yan Mingxiu anyway. Kai Wei called him. His words were very direct and blunt, essentially telling him that as long as Director Wang persisted, Zhou Xiang would have to take on this role. Even if Zhou Xiang didn't take the role, Wang Yudong had already been offended. His future days wouldn't be easy. If Zhou Xiang took the role, at least there was still a chance he could become popular, and his career could rise astronomically from then on. Then Wang Yudong wouldn't be able to mess with him. This was actually a gamble on whether Zhou Xiang had that kind of fate. Zhou Xiang felt that Kai Wei's words sounded reasonable. He then asked Kai Wei if this was President Wang's idea. Kai Wei hesitated for a long time, only to say no and that it was his own idea. Zhou Xiang didn't express his position at the time. He only said that he would think about it. In fact, he particularly hoped that President Wang could give him some direction. He really couldn't think it through. He hoped that the usually wise, farsighted, and knowledgeable President Wang could make this decision for him. So he had been anxiously waiting for President Wang's call. On the second day of the new year, which was also the day of Wang Yudong's engagement, he still didn't get a call from President Wang. But he got a call from Yan Mingxiu's phone. It was already past 2 in the morning at the time. Zhou Xiang had already fallen asleep, but the call woke him. When he saw that it was Yan Mingxiu, he pressed the answer button without thinking. A strange voice sounded from the other end. Hello, is the owner of this phone your friend? The other party added, your friend is drunk. This phone number is his most frequent contact. Come pick him up. We still have an hour before we close. Zhou Xiang sighed. Drunk? Is he alone? Yes, he came alone. As Zhou Xiang put on his pants, he said, please text the address to my phone. Zhou Xiang drove to the bar as quickly as he could. Only the employees remained in the bar, mopping the floors and cleaning the glasses as they prepared to close. Yan Mingxiu was lying completely drunk on the couch beside him. Zhou Xiang squatted beside him and patted his bright red face. Yan Mingxiu had no reaction at all. He asked the bartender, "How long has he been drinking?" He came a little after 9 p.m. He didn't say anything, but just kept drinking. This was obviously an indication that he was using alcohol to drown his sorrows. Zhou Xiang had no idea why Yan Mingxiu would do that. Wasn't tonight his sister's and Wang Yudong's engagement? Why hadn't he stayed at home? Zhou Xiang paid the bill and got Yan Mingxiu into his car with the bartender's help. Zhou Xiang lived on the 3rd floor, and the old house had no elevator. By the time he got Yan Mingxiu into the home, he was already sweating profusely, even in the winter weather. After throwing Yan Mingxiu onto the bed, Zhou Xiang sat on the bed and breathed heavily for a long time. Yan Mingxiu was too heavy. After taking a break, he got up and removed Yan Mingxiu's jacket, pants, shoes, and socks until he was wearing only his underwear. Then he put him under the blanket. He was afraid that Yan Mingxiu would catch a cold, so he turned on the electric blanket. Zhou Xiang went to get a towel from the bathroom, soaked it in hot water, and then squeezed out the water before wiping Yan Mingxiu's face. Yan Mingxiu reeked of alcohol. He wiped his face several times. Yan Mingxiu turned over and even slowly opened his eyes, but his expression was dazed and unfocused. Zhou Xiang gently said, "Mingxiu." Yan Mingxiu opened his mouth, and his throat made some strange sounds. Zhou Xiang couldn't hear him clearly. Zhou Xiang intended to get up and pour him a glass of water, but Yan Mingxiu grabbed hold of him. This time, Zhou Xiang could hear coarse words coming from Yan Mingxiu's mouth. Zhou Xiang leaned over, wanting to hear what Yan Mingxiu was saying. Yan Mingxiu grabbed his neck and faintly murmured, "Dong Ge." Chapter 33. Zhou Xiang stared blankly, thinking he had heard wrong. Yan Mingxiu cried out, "Dong Ge." Somehow, Yan Mingxiu suddenly found the strength to throw himself at Zhou Xiang, crying out "Dong Ge" as he hurriedly kissed him. Zhou Xiang's entire body felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He was so stunned that he couldn't react, simply allowing Yan Mingxiu to kiss him several times. "Dong Ge?" Who was he calling? Everything before Zhou Xiang's eyes became hazy. Wang Yudong's refined and elegant appearance continuously lingered in his mind. The expression Yan Mingxiu showed Wang Yudong was obviously very different from his usual expression. How had he never noticed it before? Just because Yan Mingxiu was Wang Yudong's brother-in-law, why would Yan Mingxiu be with him? Why was it that every time they had sex, Yan Mingxiu always liked using the position from behind? Why was he drunk on Wang Yudong's engagement day? Everything now had an answer. Zhou Xiang felt as though a sharp knife had pierced his heart, leaving his entire body drenched in blood. He had never felt such excruciating pain. He could accept Yan Mingxiu not liking him, even if Yan Mingxiu never liked him for the rest of his life. It was nobody's fault, but to treat him as a substitute? Not only was Zhou Xiang heartbroken, but he also experienced unprecedented humiliation. He fell short of Wang Yudong in every aspect. When Wang Yudong mocked him, he could only suffer in silence. To make a living, he had no other choice but to be Wang Yudong's stuntman. But why did he also have to be Wang Yudong's substitute in his personal life? What did he owe Wang Yudong to deserve being humiliated to this extent? Zhou Xiang had never been trampled on by anyone like this in his life. He simply didn't know how to react. He shoved Yan Mingxiu away harshly and fled frantically from his own home. Driving aimlessly, he continuously circled the streets on this cold and quiet winter night. The more he drove around, the more flustered he became. He didn't know where he should go. His eyes gradually became blurry. He couldn't see what was in front of him, so he could only park his car on the side of the road. The heating in the car was very good, but he still felt chillingly cold. His mouth tasted a little salty. He hadn't tasted tears in many years. His life had been peaceful and content before. There had hardly been any huge fluctuations in his emotions. But ever since he met Yan Mingxiu this past year, he had experienced all kinds of anxiety, yearning, suspicion, irritability, and sadness. It was shameful to admit it, but how could he have fallen in love with a boy who was 10 years younger than himself? He had been thoroughly played. No matter what kind of effort he put in, Yan Mingxiu would never like him. In Yan Mingxiu's eyes, he was always looking for Wang Yudong through him. He, Zhou Xiang, was not someone who would ever stand out in Yan Mingxiu's eyes, and certainly would never have a place in his heart. Right from the start, he hadn't even stood a chance, yet he had stupidly fantasized for an entire year. Zhou Xiang, you really are a dumb fuck. He wiped the tears from his face and looked at the dimly lit streets, completely at a loss. His heart hurt so much, so painfully, that he didn't know what to do. He really liked Yan Mingxiu, but every moment he spent with him, every time they made love, Yan Mingxiu had treated him as someone else. And this someone else was a person Zhou Xiang deeply despised. Whenever he thought of this, he felt as though his heart and lungs were about to explode. A sports car sped past in the opposite lane, and then the piercing sound of brakes rang out loudly on the desolate street in the middle of the night. Zhou Xiang thought there had been a car accident. He immediately turned his head and saw a car turning around and pulling up beside him. Through his window, Zhou Xiang saw Lan Shirong, wearing only a sweater, bolt out of the car and walk toward him. Zhou Xiang quickly wiped his face and opened the door. Lan Shirong still looked a little hesitant, but when he saw Zhou Xiang, he said in surprise, "Xianggu, it's really you? When I drove by, I thought your car looked familiar. Why did you stop on the side of the road in the middle of the night? There are a lot of robberies in this area at night." Zhou Xiang got out of the car and quietly said, "I drank a little alcohol, so I stopped to take a break." Lan Shirong came closer and sensed that something was wrong with Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang's body still carried a faint smell of alcohol from Yan Mingxiu, but he didn't appear drunk at all. Instead, Lan Shirong could tell at a glance that he was in a gloomy mood. Lan Shirong furrowed his brows and took a few steps forward. He reached out and touched Zhou Xiang's eyes, then was shocked. "Xianggu, what's wrong? What could possibly make a man who's usually so optimistic run out onto the street in the middle of the night and cry?" Zhou Xiang lowered his head in embarrassment. "It's nothing. Go to your car and put on a jacket. You might catch a cold." Lan Shirong clenched his jaw, forcing Zhou Xiang to look up and angrily asked, "You think I'm a fool? What the hell is going on?" Zhou Xiang swatted his hand away. "Leave me alone. I'm going to go." Lan Shirong grabbed his shoulder and pressed him against the car. He said sternly, "Did you get into an argument with your little boyfriend? So you ran out in the middle of the night? That's your home. Why didn't you tell him to leave? Don't think too much." My guess is correct, right?" Lan Shirong revealed a sorrowful expression. "Xianggu, you could cry for him? Are you really the Xianggu I know?" Zhou Xiang sighed. At this time, he didn't want to face anyone, let alone hear their skepticism. He wanted to push Lan Shirong away. "Can you leave it alone? I want to be alone for a while. Can't you just pretend you didn't see me?" Lan Shirong refused to let him go. "No, I can't pretend I didn't see you. Come back to my house with me." "No. Shirong, I repeat, let me go." Zhou Xiang felt both embarrassed and annoyed. He just wanted to hide. "What if I don't let go? Are you going to punch me?" Lan Shirong stared at Zhou Xiang without flinching. "If you want to punch me, go ahead. I really owe you a beating." Zhou Xiang saw that his lips had turned pale and that cold air was escaping his mouth, yet he was still refusing to let him go. He couldn't help but feel touched, but he really wasn't in the mood to deal with him. His shoulders drooped as he sadly muttered, "Shirong, let go of me, okay? I really just want to be alone for a while. Think of it as me begging you. I'm already embarrassed enough as it is. Can you just leave me alone?" Lan Shirong's hand, which was gripping him, trembled. Seeing Zhou Xiang's dispirited expression, his heart tightened with helplessness and heaviness. Zhou Xiang pushed him away, then turned and got into the car before quickly driving away. From the rearview mirror, he could still see Lan Shirong standing in the same spot, watching him until he turned and disappeared. Zhou Xiang drove aimlessly around all night. He wasn't sleepy, but neither was he fully alert. Finally, he drove to the company and stayed in the car for 2 hours. By then, the sky had brightened. After the company's doors opened, he went to Kai Wei's office and rested on the sofa. Kai Wei arrived at 9 in the morning. When he entered the office and saw him, he was shocked. Zhou Xiang hadn't slept at all, so he was exhausted. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fall asleep. When he heard movement, he sat up. "Wei Gu." Kai Wei looked at him in astonishment. "You? What's going on?" He looked at Zhou Xiang's exhausted and desolate appearance. Zhou Xiang obviously didn't look normal. Zhou Xiang wasn't afraid of Kai Wei laughing at him. "I had an argument with him and came out to calm down a bit." Kai Wei muttered an "oh," not thinking it was a big deal. How could there be no arguments when two people were together? He even teased him. I haven't seen you like this in so many years. It's really refreshing. Let me see. Aya, you even cried? What's the big deal? When your sister-in-law and I were newly married, we had a big fight every 3 days and a small fight every 2 days. Didn't all that pass? Just get through this period and things will be fine. Kai Wei also patted Zhou Xiang on the head. These words did not comfort Zhou Xiang. He couldn't tell Kai Wei the truth about what he had heard and discovered last night. He could guarantee that it would be unbearable for anyone. His mind was still buzzing, and he couldn't concentrate. His heart was in pain. Kai Wei looked at his unmoving expression and realized that this wasn't just an ordinary argument. Setting aside his joking attitude, he asked softly, "It's very serious?" Zhou Xiang shook his head. "Wei Ge, don't ask. Can I stay here for a while?" "Of course. Just stay here." Kai Wei poured him a glass of hot water. "Drink some water. Your lips are cracked." Zhou Xiang held the cup and stared at the floor tiles, his mind in a daze. Seeing him like this, Kai Wei feared that the two of them might break up, so he wanted to shift his attention elsewhere. He really couldn't get used to seeing Zhou Xiang like this. He asked, "Has President Wang contacted you in the past few days?" Zhou Xiang shook his head. How could he remember President Wang? Kai Wei sighed. "He said that he contacted you, but you didn't answer the phone. Actually, he just wanted me to tell you something. It's about Director Wang's film. President Wang told me to tell you that the director is very optimistic about you and wants you to decide for yourself." Zhou Xiang was astonished. "What? What do you mean, let me decide?" "Precisely. It's for you to decide whether you want to accept the role or not. It's likely that those two Wangs couldn't persuade the other parties and didn't want to offend them, so they pushed the decision onto you." This was a very difficult predicament for Zhou Xiang. He drank some water and forced his mind to sober up a little. "This? Let me decide. I don't know." Kai Wei looked at him gravely. "Zhou Xiang, you have to know. You must make a decision." Zhou Xiang forced a smile. "Wei Ge, I'm really not in the mood right now. Moreover, I really don't know if I should accept this role. To be honest, I'm a little scared." Kai Wei patted him firmly on the back. "Just because you two lovebirds had an argument, it can't delay real business. This matter directly impacts your future. It must be your first priority." Zhou Xiang forced himself to become a little more spirited. He knew that what Kai Wei said was reasonable. Without love, life still had to continue. He asked, "Wei Ge, what do you think I should do?" Kai Wei's expression was resolute. "Accept it." "Accept?" "Yes, you have to accept it. Just like I said last time, you've already offended Wang Yudong. Whether or not you accept the role, the news from that day has already spread. Everyone knows that you're taking over Wang Yudong's role. What is Wang Yudong's status in the entertainment circle, and what is yours? Do you think anyone will offer you work in the future? Who wants to offend Wang Yudong because of you? This matter has already been settled conclusively. If you don't accept the role, you'll completely disappear from the circle. But if you accept it, maybe you can become popular. President Wang and Director Wang will promote you, especially Director Wang. From what I can tell from this old man's mannerisms, he's determined to humiliate Wang Yudong no matter what. If you act in the role, even if you don't become popular, at least you'll get a huge sum of money and won't have to work in the entertainment circle in the future. You can invest in other businesses. So you can't give up this opportunity." Every sentence Kai Wei said sounded reasonable, especially the words "determined to humiliate Wang Yudong," which made Zhou Xiang's heart beat especially fast. If he replaced Wang Yudong in the role, Wang Yudong would certainly be enraged. Wang Yudong had always thought that Zhou Xiang could only be his stuntman. Now that their positions were switched, with him becoming the lead actor, even if it was only in a film, Zhou Xiang still felt happy. Even if he was only Wang Yudong's substitute for the rest of his life in Yan Mingxiu's eyes, there was actually a time when a stuntman like him could make Wang Yudong feel dejected and depressed. Zhou Xiang felt a sudden burst of warped pleasure. If for nothing else, then simply to vindicate himself in front of Wang Yudong, to be able to lift his head slightly in front of Wang Yudong, and to no longer feel inferior to him and suffer to such an extent, Zhou Xiang was willing to accept this role, even though he had no assurance of success. His heart trembled unconsciously. He really wanted to see what Yan Mingxiu's expression would be when he found out that he had stolen his Dong Ji's lead role. He, Zhou Xiang, was only Wang Yudong's stuntman. He was not going to be his substitute outside of filming. Kai Wei asked, "Have you made your decision?" Zhou Xiang turned to look at him and uttered each word clearly. "Wei Ge, I'll accept." Chapter 34. Zhou Xiang slept at Kai Wei's home that night. He originally didn't want to go there since Kai Wei's wife was only 3 months away from her due date. He was afraid of disturbing them, but Kai Wei took him home without giving him a chance to hesitate. Kai Wei talked to Director Wang and conveyed Zhou Xiang's decision. Director Wang was extremely delighted, stipulating that Zhou Xiang must attend the film's launching ceremony at XX Hotel on Saturday. They would announce the change of roles to the media at that time. After talking with Director Wang, Kai Wei called President Wang again. The two men talked for a long time. After ending the call, Kai Wei's expression didn't look very good. Zhou Xiang knew that President Wang didn't want him to play the leading role. After all, he was a businessman. He was concerned with the box office results, but he had no confidence in opposing this decision. He had thought that Zhou Xiang would renege, never expecting him to actually agree. President Wang pondered over the situation and felt that this definitely had something to do with Kai Wei, so he was naturally dissatisfied. Kai Wei was extremely loyal to his brotherhood. He didn't say much to Zhou Xiang except that he must arrive on time Saturday. Zhou Xiang understood what that meant. He was especially grateful to Kai Wei. When he was sleeping in the guest room that night, Zhou Xiang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu rarely took the initiative to call him. It was reasonable to assume that he couldn't possibly be looking for him simply because he hadn't gone home for a day or two, right? If so, wouldn't Yan Mingxiu also feel that this was unusual? Zhou Xiang took a few deep breaths, still feeling the throbbing, suffocating pain in his heart. He answered with trembling fingers. Hey, Zhou Xiang. Yan Mingxiu's crisp voice sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Yeah, it's me. Zhou Xiang leaned against the bed. He didn't turn on the light. In the darkness of the night, his eyes stared aimlessly at the dark ceiling above him. Where have you been these 2 days? Why aren't you coming home? Zhou Xiang faintly replied. I've got things to do. Where are you? Why didn't you call to let me know you weren't coming home? Come back right now. Zhou Xiang had a hard time breathing. He sat up straight and strained to take a deep breath before forcing himself to say the following words. I won't be coming back for the time being. Whenever you move out, let me know. Zhou Xiang felt his body becoming listless. He had never thought that he would be the one to initiate the end of their relationship one day. He had thought that he would shamelessly beg Yan Mingxiu to stay until Yan Mingxiu no longer wanted to look at him. The phone fell silent. Then Yan Mingxiu's chilling voice came slowly. What are you talking about? I said, let me know when you move out so I can go home. Do you know what the fuck you're talking about, Zhou Xiang? Are you kicking me out? You're actually kicking me out. Without even seeing him, Zhou Xiang knew how enraged Yan Mingxiu was on the other side of the phone. Fortunately, he didn't have to see him with his own eyes. Just through the phone, he could already feel his scalp going numb. Zhou Xiang said as calmly as possible, Yan Mingxiu, I've treated you wholeheartedly, but what you treat me as, you know clearly in your heart. Just move out of my home. Consider it me being shamelessly cheap. Let's just break up peacefully. Yan Mingxiu was furious. What the hell are you talking about? Fucking say it clearly. Zhou Xiang bitterly replied. Fine, I'll tell you clearly. The person you like is your brother-in-law, the big star Wang Yudong. Am I right? The phone on the other side suddenly fell silent. That silence was like a knife stabbing into Zhou Xiang's heart. Yan Mingxiu didn't even refute it, which wasn't surprising. Yan Mingxiu had never even attempted to tell him any white lies. This kind of honesty was cruel enough. Zhou Xiang couldn't help choking up emotionally. Yan Mingxiu, you sure are good at trampling on people. I'm ashamed to say that I'm no match for you. I give up. I don't want to be Wang Yudong's substitute both in and outside of work. Just move out. As soon as possible. I also want to go back home soon. After saying that, he immediately hung up. He didn't dare to hear Yan Mingxiu's voice. It would be too humiliating if he accidentally cried. He didn't want to be any more shameful than he already was. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiang kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind filled with bits and pieces of the memories he had shared with Yan Mingxiu over the past year. Time had really passed too quickly. So quickly that, before he even had time to react, he had already fallen too deeply into this trap. If it hadn't been for Yan Mingxiu revealing the truth in his drunken stupor, he really didn't know how long he would have continued holding on to this delusion without coming to his senses. It was good. Everything was over. All fucking over. Zhou Xiang painfully closed his eyes. Zhou Xiang stayed at Kai Wei's home for 2 days. His dispirited appearance became unbearable for Kaiwei, so Kaiwei took him to the company and had him help out with some public relations tasks. Not long after Zhou Xiang arrived at the company, Xiao Lu came over and informed him that someone was looking for him. Zhou Xiang asked who it was. Xiao Lu said that this person was very attractive but didn't seem to be coming with good intentions. Intuition told Zhou Xiang that this person was Yan Mingxiu, but he didn't think that Yan Mingxiu would ever take the initiative to come looking for him. His words to Yan Mingxiu had been so harsh and extreme. With Yan Mingxiu being such a proud and arrogant person, he should have left long ago. Zhou Xiang pondered for a moment, then had Xiao Lu take the person to the reception room. After finishing his business phone call, he went to the room. When he held the door handle to the reception room, he felt his palm begin to sweat. He turned it, but the handle wouldn't move because his palm was too slippery. When he tried to turn the handle again, the door opened from the inside, and Yan Mingxiu appeared in front of him, his eyes piercing into him like cold knives. The rims around Yan Mingxiu's eyes were dark. He looked exhausted, but it still didn't diminish his arrogance in the slightest. He grabbed Zhou Xiang's wrist, dragged him into the room, and slammed the door. Zhou Xiang looked at him silently. Yan Mingxiu's lips trembled for a long time before he finally spoke. "You've got some balls, not going home for so many days." Just looking at him caused Zhou Xiang such immense pain that he could barely breathe. In this small reception room, every cell in his body seemed to be breathing in Yan Mingxiu's aura, making it impossible for him to escape. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath, reluctantly forcing himself to appear calm. He asked, "Have you moved out yet?" Yan Mingxiu responded fiercely, "You think you can just tell me to move in and I move in, move out and I move out? What the fuck are you taking me for?" Zhou Xiang's voice trembled. "Then what do you take me for?" Yan Mingxiu's face was livid. "Regarding Wang Yudong's matter, it has nothing to do with you. You said that we were going back to our former relationship. We're just fuck buddies. What right do you have to care so much?" Zhou Xiang replied hoarsely, "I don't dare to care. I just want to end things with you. Even if we're just fuck buddies, I don't want to be treated as someone else when we have sex." Yan Mingxiu clenched his fist tightly. "Zhou Xiang, I like Wang Yudong, but it's never possible between us. I'm willing to be with you as long as you stop mentioning this ever again. Go home with me now." Zhou Xiang looked at him incredulously. If he had really considered Yan Mingxiu nothing more than a one-night stand, a bed companion, he wouldn't have cared whom Yan Mingxiu had in his mind when they had sex. But when he really liked Yan Mingxiu, he couldn't bear it. Not only did he want to escape from Yan Mingxiu, he even hated Wang Yudong. Yan Mingxiu gnashed his teeth. "Zhou Xiang, when you say these words, do they even pass through your mind? What's wrong with how we are now? I'm used to being with you. Can we just be like before? You want to be a star, I'll invest in you. You can play any roles you want. Being with me, the benefits are far more than you think. You really want to break up with me?" If his state of mind hadn't been completely wrong, Zhou Xiang really would have wanted to laugh aloud. If Yan Mingxiu had told him before that he was willing to invest in his films, he would have readily accepted. But for Yan Mingxiu to say this now, he only felt humiliated. He, Zhou Xiang, was just an ordinary person. He was neither noble nor virtuous, but at the very least, he knew what it meant to be shameless. Zhou Xiang bitterly smiled. "Yan Mingxiu, I repeat, I'm really not that cheap. You can't get Wang Yudong. That's no reason for you to trample on others. If I'd just wanted to mess with you, I'd already have gotten enough of it from you. But I'm not. I, Zhou Xiang, have always been quite fulfilled. I'm very satisfied with my life. I don't aspire for you to give me anything. I'll just treat this relationship as though I was blinded when I fell for you." As Zhou Xiang said these words, his heart was in tremendous pain. If things hadn't reached this point, he would never have known how much he loved Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu was so livid that his face turned deathly white. He pointed at Zhou Xiang's nose and sternly said, "Fine. Zhou Xiang, you've got balls. Don't regret what you said today." Zhou Xiang didn't dare to stay a second longer. He was afraid that he would break down. He opened the door and turned to leave. The door behind him closed heavily, as if it were closing his heart. In the next second, the door was slammed open, and Yan Mingxiu rushed out of the room. He immediately grabbed Zhou Xiang by the shoulder and shoved his back against the wall. Yan Mingxiu's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been angered into delirium. He forcefully clenched Zhou Xiang's chin and said coldly, "I've never seen someone so fucking insensible as you. Wasn't it you who had been chasing my ass all this time? Did I force you? What right do you have to blame me now? Could it be that your charms are greater than Wang Yudong's? What makes you think you're all that? You're actually fucking kicking me out. All along, Zhou Xiang's impression of Yan Mingxiu had been one of cold indifference, tinged with a trace of a child's arrogant personality and a huge temper. His words were a bit mean, and he was most definitely very selfish. But after getting along with him for a while, Zhou Xiang had come to realize that Yan Mingxiu wasn't as cold as he seemed on the surface. He actually liked to smile when he was home and was fiercely passionate when making love. Sometimes he would even flirt and tease Zhou Xiang. In Zhou Xiang's mind, Yan Mingxiu had not yet completely matured, which was completely different from the person standing in front of him now, full of malice and looking as if he had been lit with gunpowder. Zhou Xiang grabbed Yan Mingxiu's arm and swung it away. After breaking free, he wanted to leave. This place, this person, he didn't want to stay for even a second. Yan Mingxiu grabbed his arm and pinned it behind his back. Not caring that they were currently in the company's corridor, he grabbed Zhou Xiang, flustered and exasperated, refusing to let him go. He felt that once he let Zhou Xiang go, it wouldn't feel right. He couldn't say what was wrong, but in short, he didn't want to let Zhou Xiang go. Although Zhou Xiang was a martial arts stuntman, the things he had learned were all for show. There were very few times when he actually fought with someone, so he was quite easily subdued by Yan Mingxiu in a few moves. Zhou Xiang angrily lashed out. Let go. You know where this is. If someone were to come over right now, where could he hide? Yan Mingxiu gnashed his teeth. Are you afraid of being shamed? Why weren't you afraid when you were chasing me? Don't fucking bother pretending now. You think you can cast me aside that easily? What are you treating me as? Zhou Xiang was just about to say something when he heard a rush of footsteps behind him. Then the pressure gripping his arm loosened, and he heard a groan as both he and Yan Mingxiu fell to the ground. Zhou Xiang got up and looked around. Lan Shirong had unknowingly bolted over and was glaring furiously at Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu instantly got up from the ground and didn't hesitate to start beating Lan Shirong. With his bloodshot eyes, his manner made it look as though he wanted to kill Lan Shirong. The two men wrestled in the narrow corridor. The company's employees all rushed over. Zhou Xiang quickly rushed forward, wanting to pull them apart, but he was also helplessly punched a few times. The people around them struggled to separate the two men, probably because they were afraid of attracting the attention of other people. The two weren't even hurling insults at each other. They were completely immersed in the intense fight. Those who tried to break them apart were unable to do so. The scene was extremely chaotic. Kai Wei and President Wang were the last to arrive. Kai Wei's face was livid as he asked, "What is going on?" Yan Mingxiu and Lan Shirong didn't say anything. They simply glared at each other with fierce animosity. Zhou Xiang was angry and anxious. Facing President Wang's serious gaze, he found himself unable to utter a word. President Wang looked at Lan Shirong and then at Yan Mingxiu. His expression immediately changed. He walked over and cautiously asked, "Are you Mingxiu?" One couldn't blame him for not recognizing Yan Mingxiu at all, seeing as he looked so disheveled and murderous, far from the usual image of the proud young master. Yan Mingxiu looked up and faintly swept him with a glance. President Wang was getting a headache. The young master from the Yan family had actually been beaten up by an artist in his company. If this matter were to spread, the repercussions would be colossal. He instantly grabbed Yan Mingxiu's shoulder. "Mingxiu, I don't know what happened, but there must be some misunderstanding. Let's go talk in my office." After saying that, he didn't give Yan Mingxiu a chance to hesitate before pulling him away. Yan Mingxiu turned back and pointed at Zhou Xiang, his voice trembling. "This is not over." He looked at him deeply before leaving with President Wang. When Kai Wei and Lan Shirong saw President Wang's attitude toward Yan Mingxiu, they immediately realized that Yan Mingxiu's identity was unusual. Kai Wei looked at Zhou Xiang inquisitively. Zhou Xiang turned his face away. Lan Shirong really didn't have the time to think about it. He grabbed Zhou Xiang's arm and quietly said, "Xianggu, come over here." He dragged Zhou Xiang into the employee's bathroom and closed the door. Zhou Xiang looked at his swollen face, his heart filling with remorse. Lan Shirong took a few deep breaths and asked, "Tell me, what is going on?" Zhou Xiang softly replied, "We broke up." Lan Shirong was shocked for a moment, then resolutely exclaimed, "Great." Zhou Xiang sighed, not wanting to say another word. Lan Shirong said with disappointment, "I really regret not throwing a few more punches." "Shirong, Zhou Xiang softly muttered. You shouldn't have acted so impulsively. His identity is really unusual. I don't want your career to be affected because of my matters. Lan Shirong furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Who is he? Zhou Xiang hesitated repeatedly, but still didn't tell him. Don't ask. I just hope that you won't get yourself involved in our matters in the future. I've already broken up with him. And besides, it doesn't matter. Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth as he said the last sentence. Yan Mingxiu's pair of blood-red eyes and his indescribable expression before leaving surfaced in his mind. Lan Shirong pursed his lips and then softly said, President Wang is so polite to him. He's definitely not an ordinary person. But I'm not afraid of that. Don't worry about me. But, Xianggu, why would you be with him? I don't believe that you're that kind of person. Zhou Xiang wasn't in any mood to respond. He just shook his head faintly. Shirong, in the future, you don't need to stand up for me. This is my own business. I don't want to implicate you. Today, thank you. I'm going to leave first. Lan Shirong instantly grabbed him and said firmly, I'm not going to let you go today. Either you leave with me, or I leave with you. Zhou Xiang sighed. Don't make this hard for me, okay? However you put it. Go eat with me now, or I'll continue to follow you. Zhou Xiang gently pushed him away and walked out of the bathroom, heading directly to Kai Wei's office. Sure enough, Lan Shirong really followed him, just as he had said he would. Kai Wei was indeed waiting for him in the office. Zhou Xiang kept Lan Shirong outside the door. As soon as he entered the office, he was faced with Kai Wei's grim expression. Zhou Xiang quietly said, Wei Gu, sorry, I've caused you trouble. Kai Wei slammed his hand on the table. It's good that you know that. You two assholes actually fought all the way to the company and got Lan Shirong involved? Do you fucking have a brain? Zhou Xiang's mind was utterly confused. He had lost even the ability to think clearly. Seeing his distraught appearance, Kai Wei softened a little but was still angry. That boyfriend of yours, what kind of person is he? Tell me honestly. Zhou Xiang mumbled. He's Wang Yudong's future brother-in-law. Kai Wei's eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Wang Yudong's future brother-in-law? Yan, from that Yan family. Zhou Xiang looked depressingly at his shoes and nodded lightly. Kai Wei took a deep breath. Xiang, you really? How did you meet him, huh? Can we just casually come into contact with people like this? How could you even get into such a big altercation with him? Zhou Xiang couldn't explain it to him, so he could only remain silent. Your fight, does that have anything to do with you taking Wang Yudong's role? Zhou Xiang nodded, then shook his head again. Kai Wei sighed. This is going to be very troublesome. You really have to think about it. Nobody can help you, but I still hope that you can participate in the filming. Remember, if you don't come to the film launching ceremony on Saturday, no one can help you. I know that your pressure is definitely great, but in my opinion, you can't turn back. Don't be influenced by others. You have to plan for yourself. Zhou Xiang nodded and gloomily replied, Wei Gu, I will be there. I won't give up this opportunity for anyone. This might be the only chance he had in his life to win over Wang Yudong. Although this thought was ridiculous and irrational, it was his biggest driving force, one that would enable him to alleviate the suffering and pain in his heart. Chapter 35. After Zhou Xiang made up his mind, he felt that he truly had no way out. Either he would never work in the entertainment industry again, or he would go all in this time. So even if he couldn't become popular, at least the payment for this film would be enough for him to venture into other businesses. At this crucial moment, it really wasn't the time to dwell on this fucking relationship. What he really needed to worry about was how he would make a living from now on. He had no family to rely on. If he couldn't even support himself, there would be no one to help him. When Zhou Xiang came out of Kai Wei's office, Lan Shirong was waiting for him in the corridor. He was holding an ice pack against his face. For a celebrity, his face was his most important weapon. Yan Mingxiu's fists had been concentrated solely on Lan Shirong's face. It was most certainly intentional. Zhou Xiang and Lan Shirong had both calmed down considerably. They looked at each other for a long while. Lan Shirong was the first to laugh aloud. Xianggu, I never thought I'd get into a fight out of jealousy in my life, and over a man at that. His laughter must have aggravated the injuries on his face, because his expression became somewhat distorted. Zhou Xiang walked over to examine the injuries on his face and sighed. Don't be so impulsive next time. You still have to trouble Wei Gu to help you settle this matter. Even though you're in a good position now, you're still a newcomer. You mustn't let yourself be dragged down by negative news. I know, Xianggu. You still care so much about me. Lan Shirong looked at him deeply. Seeing Lan Shirong's expression made Zhou Xiang feel extremely awkward. Go back and rest. Zhou Xiang couldn't think of what to do for a moment. He really wanted to go home, but he didn't know whether Yan Mingxiu had moved out. Lan Shirong said, I heard a little from Wei Gu. You're living at his place right now? Sister-in-law is about to give birth, so it's not convenient for you to stay with him. Come to my place. Zhou Xiang shook his head. If Lan Shirong still considered him a close friend, there would be nothing wrong with staying at his place for a few days. But now, with his situation with Yan Mingxiu still such a mess, he couldn't allow any ambiguity to develop between him and Lan Shirong. That would only make things more complicated. Lan Shirong looked at him sincerely. Xianggu, I don't mean anything else. You can't stay in a hotel every day. I used to stay at your place all the time too. I just want to repay you for all your kindness. You've seen my home. It's big enough. There's room for you anywhere. Zhou Xiang sighed. Shirong, thank you, but I really can't go to your place. I'm going to stay at Wei Ji's tonight and go home tomorrow. Yan Mingxiu is such a proud and arrogant person. He must have moved out by now. I'll get myself ready to attend the film's launch ceremony on Saturday. Lan Shirong remained persistent. At least have dinner with me. You promised me a long time ago. Can't you indulge me just this once? Zhou Xiang looked at Lan Shirong's half-bruised face and his intensely hopeful eyes. The refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue wouldn't come out. He merely muttered, Okay, Xianggu will treat you to a meal today. Lan Shirong smiled happily. Zhou Xiang and Lan Shirong drove to a membership-based restaurant opened by a renowned agent. Everyone who came and went here was a celebrity from the entertainment industry. They didn't have to worry about being disturbed, and the atmosphere was pleasant, with delicious food. Many celebrities came here every night. After the two of them went inside, they really did see a few acquaintances, but they were all Lan Shirong's acquaintances. They were people Zhou Xiang had only heard of. They probably wouldn't even give a minor character like Zhou Xiang a second glance. The two of them were led to a secluded corner. Lan Shirong ordered a table full of food. Although Zhou Xiang had said he would treat, Lan Shirong had no intention of letting him pay. Zhou Xiang wasn't in the mood to eat. His mind was completely occupied by Yan Mingxiu's words and his distorted, angry expression. Every one of his words had pierced Zhou Xiang's heart. Even now, Zhou Xiang still hadn't recovered from his confrontation with Yan Mingxiu. Sometimes, he would dazedly wonder if he were dreaming. Everything had obviously been going so well. His life with Yan Mingxiu had clearly become stable. How had everything changed in the blink of an eye? How had he and Yan Mingxiu reached the point of tearing each other apart? When he thought about himself and the youth he loved, about no longer being able to cook a meal together, curl up together to watch TV and play games, or passionately touch each other in every corner of their home, he felt as though his heart had been torn open, leaving behind a huge, gaping hole that nothing could fill. There was even a voice in his head telling him that what he was doing was wrong. If he hadn't brought everything into the open, at least he and Yan Mingxiu could still have appeared to be getting along harmoniously. Why hadn't he simply pretended that he knew nothing and continued living peacefully? What harm would that have done him? Why had they gone so far as to reach this point today? However, Zhou Xiang knew that even if he could live through this all over again, he still couldn't pretend that nothing had happened and continue living happily with Yan Mingxiu. There was no grand reason. It was simply because he loved Yan Mingxiu. He couldn't stand being treated as a substitute for someone else. Seeing that Zhou Xiang was distracted, Lan Shirong felt extremely pained. But he knew that Zhou Xiang had just broken up with Yan Mingxiu. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. He needed time to carefully consider everything. He waved his hand in front of Zhou Xiang and murmured, Xianggu, are you thinking about him again? Zhou Xiang came back to his senses and glanced at Lan Shirong awkwardly, his expression gloomy. Lan Shirong sighed. There will come a day when you stop thinking about him. When that day comes, it should be the best chance for me. Zhou Xiang didn't seem to hear him. He completely immersed himself in his meal, his entire person seeming as though his spirit had left his body. Lan Shirong also put down his chopsticks. Propping his chin on his arm, he looked out the window, his expression somewhat desolate. The two of them finished their meal in silence. Afterward, Zhou Xiang drove to Kai Wei's home. After entering the house, what made him feel even more awkward was that Kai Wei still hadn't returned home. Only his sister-in-law was there alone. Even though he was gay and his sister-in-law treated him fondly, Zhou Xiang still inevitably felt awkward. He made an excuse to go downstairs to buy cigarettes so he could escape the awkward atmosphere and, more importantly, avoid his sister-in-law probing into his love life. He would simply wait for Kai Wei to come home before going back. He stood outside the small supermarket in the neighborhood. The weather was cold, but he didn't want to go into the house. He wanted to clear his mind for a while. At that moment, Kai Wei called him, and Zhou Xiang answered. "Wei Ge, are you home yet?" Kai Wei replied irritably. "Don't mention going home. I can't even get out of the company." Zhou Xiang's heart sank, thinking that President Wang had scolded him. "What happened?" "Yan Mingxiu is at the door of my office. He won't let me leave. He's insisting on seeing you." Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and couldn't speak for a moment. When he and Lan Shirong had left, Yan Mingxiu had still been talking to President Wang in his office. It didn't seem like he had been trying to stop Zhou Xiang from leaving. Instead, he was preventing Kai Wei from leaving. Zhou Xiang forced himself to remain calm. "Wei Ge, I'll head over right now." "Don't. I know you don't want to see him. If you two meet like this, you'll just end up fighting." Sigh. Even President Wang can't persuade him. "President Wang will call you in a moment. You mustn't answer the phone. Just pretend you don't know anything." "Then what are you going to do?" "I'll sleep in the office tonight. I don't believe he won't leave after an entire night." Zhou Xiang replied, "No. Sister-in-law is due any time now. Someone has to be home. Just come back. I can't leave. Help me watch over her." Zhou Xiang sighed deeply. "Wei Ge, come back. I'm sorry. Now I've even brought trouble to you. What shit are you talking about?" Zhou Xiang hung up and then called Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu quickly picked up the phone. His voice was chillingly cold. "Where are you? Stop causing trouble for Wei Ge. Why are you looking for me?" "Zhou Xiang, I've said it before. This isn't over. Mingxiu, what more do you want? Come home right now." Zhou Xiang was silent. "Zhou Xiang, don't think that I, Yan Mingxiu, am that easy to get rid of. Come back right now, or this isn't over." Zhou Xiang only felt that his entire body had turned frigid, so cold that his hands were uncontrollably trembling. He replied gloomily, "Fine. I'll come back now. We'll get this all over with once and for all tonight." Chapter 36. Zhou Xiang drove home. This was the home he had lived in since he was born, for the past 30 years. And now, because of one person, he had not dared to come home for several days. He had been the one to bring this person home, but now he had to drive him out. The proud and arrogant Yan Mingxiu probably would not be able to withstand the humiliation of being kicked out. In Yan Mingxiu's heart, perhaps he was nothing more than a competent housekeeper and bed partner, completely dispensable. When he arrived home, the lights were on. Yan Mingxiu had already returned. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and opened the door with his key. Yan Mingxiu was sitting on the sofa, staring at him coldly. Zhou Xiang did what he habitually did whenever he came home. He took off his jacket and hung it near the door, changed his shoes into a pair of slippers, and placed his keys on top of the shoe rack. He did this every time he came home, and Yan Mingxiu had seen it countless times. The familiar scene before him was as if nothing had ever happened between them, except that Yan Mingxiu had returned home before him. Summoning the greatest determination of his life, Zhou Xiang remained calm on the surface and walked over to look around the home. Then he asked indifferently, "You still haven't packed your things? I'll help you." Yan Mingxiu's expression changed dramatically. He sprang up from the sofa, grabbed Zhou Xiang by the collar, and raised his fist, coming close to punching him. Zhou Xiang instantly grabbed his wrist and looked at him, unwilling to show weakness. Yan Mingxiu gnashed his teeth. "What the hell is going on with you? Are you fucking out of your mind? You want to quarrel to this point?" Zhou Xiang swatted his hand away and said gloomily, "You were drunk that night. You came back, hugged me, and kissed me, but you were calling for Donggu. I'm just a stuntman. I can't compare to your Donggu in the slightest, but I still have my pride. The person you were thinking about the entire time you were fucking me was your Donggu. I can't accept that. No normal person could accept it. I think I've made myself clear enough. Please move out. Go to your Donggu." Yan Mingxiu was livid. Although he had already guessed that he must have said something he shouldn't have while drunk that night, he did not remember it at all. The engagement ceremony between his sister and Wang Yudong had made him very upset, but it had also given him a sense of relief. He felt that he should finally let go. Things one could not possess always seemed especially captivating. But no matter how much he desired Wang Yudong, he could never have him. He could not possibly steal his sister's husband. They were siblings. He could only give up. That night, he had drunk away his failures and frustrations. It was not that he wanted to vent anything. He simply wanted to reflect on his past, to reflect on the time when he had been a teenager and was still apprehensive about his true sexuality, on that mesmerizing and yearning feeling he had experienced when he first saw Wang Yudong on screen. It had been a pure white, smooth back, elegantly sinking into the water. The cold river beneath the moonlight had soaked his robe, revealing his faintly discernible broad shoulders, narrow waist, and full buttocks, exuding such alluring sexual appeal. Yan Mingxiu could still remember the way his blood had surged with impulse at the time. The revealing silhouette of that alluring back as the person slowly turned around had definitely not disappointed him. Seeing a man's body had aroused him. For Yan Mingxiu, who had been only 16 at the time, it had been an enormous shock. Since then, he had seen all kinds of beautiful people, but he had never forgotten that overwhelming, intense fascination he had felt toward Wang Yudong at first sight. At that time, he had never imagined that this person would become someone he could never possess. When Wang Yudong and his sister held their engagement ceremony, it felt like a declaration of Yan Mingxiu's failure, leaving him utterly depressed. He did not even remember how he had walked into the pub, how he had gotten drunk, or how Zhou Xiang had taken him home. Naturally, he did not remember what he had said or done that night. However, Zhou Xiang had told him. Furthermore, it was not far from what he had already guessed. But he had never imagined that Zhou Xiang would have such a huge reaction. When he had seen the couple smiling happily at the engagement ceremony, he had only felt his entire body grow cold. He had wanted to return to the home he shared with Zhou Xiang. He had wanted to hug Zhou Xiang because Zhou Xiang could comfort him. He had never experienced such an intense need to see and feel Zhou Xiang, because Zhou Xiang was always there. No matter what he said or did, Zhou Xiang would never leave. But even Zhou Xiang had left. When he regained consciousness, there had been no warm body, no dry towels, and no hot breakfast. While he had been completely drunk and feeling nauseous, Zhou Xiang had not been by his side taking care of him. He had never been treated with such indifferent coldness. He had been so angry that he had suffered a headache for an entire day. He had thought Zhou Xiang had left because something had happened at the company, but he had not expected Zhou Xiang not to return for the entire night. He had endured and endured, but eventually he could not take it any longer. So, on the second day, he had called Zhou Xiang, wanting to hear his explanation. Instead, what he heard was Zhou Xiang demanding that he move out. The Zhou Xiang who had been so docile and obedient for the past year was actually kicking him out. Yan Mingxiu did not want to admit it, but he had to admit that, at that moment, he felt as though he had been dumped. It made no sense. He was the only one who had the right to grow tired of this relationship. What right did Zhou Xiang have to dump him? Zhou Xiang saw that Yan Mingxiu's expression was slightly distorted, as though he might attack and bite him at any moment. He carefully stepped back. If you need my help, I'll help you pack. If you don't, I'll come back in a few days. Yan Mingxiu replied gloomily. Come back in a few days? Where have you been these past few days? Don't think I don't know. You left with Lan Shirong. If I hadn't told you to come back, wouldn't you have stayed at his place tonight? You're so anxious to kick me out precisely because of him, aren't you? Zhou Xiang felt a splitting headache coming on. What happens between you and me has nothing to do with him. You're getting closer and closer to him, and now you want to break up with me. You dare say it has nothing to do with him. Yan Mingxiu could not believe that Zhou Xiang would give up on him. The only possibility was that Zhou Xiang had been confused by that pretty boy, Lan Shirong. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Yan Mingxiu, enunciating every word. It has nothing to do with him. Yan Mingxiu, can you be any more unreasonable? The reason we're at this point is all because of you. The person you like is Wang Yudong. Why do you have to humiliate me? Yan Mingxiu flew into a rage. When did I humiliate you? I never said that I liked you. I'm not obligated to like you. You know that yourself. We've been together this long. What right do you have to be dissatisfied now? What's wrong with the way things are between us? Zhou Xiang closed his eyes and felt his heart turn completely cold. Every word that came out of Yan Mingxiu's mouth pierced his heart so deeply that he could not even cry out. He muttered hoarsely, right. You really have no obligation to like me. Go like your dongo. Let me go. Yan Mingxiu clenched his fist and glared at him. He could not bring himself to slam the door and leave. He was unwilling to let this go. Why was it that even Zhou Xiang dared to push him away? Yan Mingxiu's cell phone rang while the two of them were at a standstill. Their states of mind were instantly pulled back to reality. Yan Mingxiu irritably pulled out his phone, intending to throw it onto the floor. But when he saw the name on the caller ID, he paused and hesitantly answered the call. Zhou Xiang unconsciously opened his mouth. "It's Wang Yudong. Why don't you pick up?" He did not know why he knew, but he had guessed. "Take the call. Let me carefully see the look on your face when you're talking to Wang Yudong, so I can completely give up." Yan Mingxiu glanced at Zhou Xiang and still answered the call. "Hello, Donggu." Wang Yudong's voice on the other end sounded somewhat depressed. "Mingxiu, can you talk right now?" Yan Mingxiu looked at Zhou Xiang, and Zhou Xiang was also watching him. The condo was small, and the dark night was deathly quiet. Zhou Xiang could hear Wang Yudong's voice clearly. Zhou Xiang revealed a slightly sarcastic smile, a smile filled with despair. Yan Mingxiu felt that Zhou Xiang's smile was extremely glaring. He had intended to go into the room to talk, but now he did not want to move at all. He looked at Zhou Xiang and said calmly, "It's fine. Let's talk." Wang Yudong's tone was deeply weary. "Mingxiu, do you know that I'll be working with director Wang on a new film? I don't know much about the news in your circle. I'll cut to the point. After I got engaged to Mingmei, many people in the industry became jealous. I'm under more and more pressure now. A lot of people want to see me humiliated. This director Wang is a mean madman. In the last film, he deliberately made everything difficult for me. This time, he wants me to give up the engagement ceremony with Mingmei to attend the film's launch ceremony. Of course, Mingmei is my priority. As a result, Director Wang used that as an excuse to replace the lead role that had already been decided. Yan Mingxiu was so enraged and confused at that moment that he almost did not continue listening to what Wang Yudong was saying. He only focused on the changes in Zhou Xiang's expression. He clearly saw the contempt in Zhou Xiang's eyes when he heard Wang Yudong's words and was anxious to know what that expression meant. So much so that, for the first time, he even felt impatient with Wang Yudong's call. He said, "Donggu, how do you think this should be handled? I can mobilize whatever resources you need, or I could ask my older brother to help. He's more familiar with the entertainment industry." Wang Yudong sighed. "I'm actually calling you because I need you to do me a favor." "Me? What can I help you with? Do you know who Director Wang is replacing my lead role with?" Yan Mingxiu frowned and asked quickly, "Who?" Wang Yudong took a deep breath. "Zhou Xiang." Yan Mingxiu was shocked. He widened his eyes and stared at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang also looked at Yan Mingxiu fearlessly. He had not heard wrong. Wang Yudong really was a two-faced villain, spitting out lies again and again. He thought about how he had been suppressed by such a person everywhere, and even the person he loved such a person. He felt the blood in his veins surging toward his heart. It was so hateful that it made him grit his teeth. Yan Mingxiu looked deeply at Zhou Xiang and said softly, "Donggu, go on. Zhou Xiang is originally my stuntman. Now Director Wang wants him to replace me in the role. If this happens, I'll be humiliated. Anyone can replace me, but not Zhou Xiang. Do you understand? I would be upstaged by my own stuntman. I've been in the entertainment industry for so many years. What kind of defamation haven't I endured? But this kind of insult, I really can't stand it." Yan Mingxiu looked at Zhou Xiang's calm expression, a lot of questions filling his heart. "Donggu, Zhou Xiang has no backing. It should be easy to replace him. Why are you so nervous?" Wang Yudong smiled bitterly. "Zhou Xiang really has no background, but Director Wang is insisting on recommending him just to humiliate me. And his boss, who also has the surname Wang, is the son of Minister Wang. You've met him. This President Wang's attitude is very ambiguous. He's leaving the decision to Zhou Xiang. Right now, President Wang is heavily promoting his company's star, Lan Shirong. Lan Shirong will also be participating in this film. If Zhou Xiang plays the lead, their company will monopolize both the male lead and supporting male lead roles. I heard today that Zhou Xiang has already agreed." Yan Mingxiu's pupils shrank sharply. The news that Lan Shirong would be playing the second male lead struck especially hard at his heart. Zhou Xiang and Lan Shirong in the same film. Zhou Xiang had not mentioned a damn thing about this. Yan Mingxiu gnashed his teeth and asked, "When was this?" "It started before Christmas. The day after tomorrow, there will be a launch ceremony and press conference at XX Hotel. If Zhou Xiang goes, I'll really become a joke." Wang Yudong sighed. "Mingxiu, I know your relationship with Zhou Xiang. This time, you have to help me. You can't let him go." Yan Mingxiu and Zhou Xiang looked at each other, the air between them filled with an abnormal tension. Yan Mingxiu's eyes were full of chilling frost. It was as if he wanted to pierce a hole straight through Zhou Xiang. Yan Mingxiu looked at Zhou Xiang with determination, his voice chillingly cold. "Dongge, don't worry. I won't let him go." Zhou Xiang immediately stood up from the sofa. Wang Yudong was relieved. "Mingxiu, thank you. I plan to end my vacation with Mingmei early and return home tomorrow night to attend the launch ceremony the day after tomorrow." Yan Mingxiu hung up the phone. Zhou Xiang looked at him, his eyes filled with hopeless despair, but he still said each and every word firmly. "I will definitely go." Yan Mingxiu revealed a cold smile. "Don't even think about going anywhere. If I allow you to be in the same film as that pretty boy, Lan Shirong, I'll change my surname from now on." Chapter 37. Zhou Xiang's breathing became ragged as his chest heaved violently. He looked at the person in front of him, feeling as though he had never known him before. His eyes were filled with deep disappointment as he slowly opened his mouth. "Yan Mingxiu, do you know how important this role is to me? I've offended Wang Yudong. There is no place for me in the entertainment industry anymore. I've put everything on this role. Only if I can break through this barrier myself will I be able to establish a foothold in this industry." Yan Mingxiu didn't take his concerns seriously. He couldn't wait for Zhou Xiang to leave the entertainment industry. After all, the disappearance of a minor character like Zhou Xiang wouldn't be a great loss to anyone. For him, however, it would ensure that Zhou Xiang would no longer have any connection with Lan Shirong. Besides, supporting Zhou Xiang was no big deal to him. Yan Mingxiu threw the phone onto the sofa and said nothing. "You overestimate yourself. What makes you think you can play Dong Ji's role? When this film comes out, it won't even make a profit. Do you think you'll be able to establish yourself? You'll only become even more frustrated and depressed." Zhou Xiang sneered. "In your eyes, Wang Yudong is God. But that's not what I think. Whether I can play this role or not isn't for you to decide. You have no right to stop me." Yan Mingxiu looked at him fiercely. "You can try and see if you can get out of here. Those few moves of yours are only for show. Even if I have to tie you up, I won't let you go." Zhou Xiang couldn't suppress the sorrow rising in his heart. "Yan Mingxiu, you treat Wang Yudong with such deep affection. I have nothing more to say. In your eyes, everyone except him is nothing. Even though we were together for a year, in your eyes, it didn't amount to shit." In this relationship between them, Zhou Xiang had always been the one putting in the effort, constantly putting in the effort. Not once had Yan Mingxiu given him even the slightest reciprocation. Zhou Xiang wasn't really expecting anything in return for treating him well. He had even believed that the reason Yan Mingxiu hadn't helped him in the past wasn't because he was unwilling to spend the money. It was merely because he was too lazy to put in any effort for him, because even if Yan Mingxiu did nothing, Zhou Xiang would still shamelessly treat him wholeheartedly. Why would Yan Mingxiu need to waste any energy? Zhou Xiang felt that he himself was so fucking pitiful. If he had known from the beginning that Yan Mingxiu was only treating him as a substitute, he would have handled their relationship completely differently. He definitely wouldn't have let himself fall for this person. But now, everything was too late. Yan Mingxiu responded harshly. "You're deliberately twisting my meaning. Whether Donggu is involved or not, I won't let you and Lan Shirong have a chance to act in the same film." Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiang yelled at Yan Mingxiu. "Don't fucking pretend. I've known you for more than a year. Only when it comes to Wang Yudong do you lose your composure. Only when it comes to Wang Yudong do you become abnormal. In your eyes, Wang Yudong is God. I'm fucking nothing. Why can't you admit it? Why are you involving Lan Shirong in this? It has nothing to do with him from beginning to end. From now on, I, Zhou Xiang, whoever I'm with, whatever film I'm in, however I live, none of it will have anything to do with you. I also don't care whether your Donggu will be humiliated. I must act in this role. Get the fuck out of my home right now." After Zhou Xiang said those words, tears had already fallen from his eyes. This was simply unbearable. Yan Mingxiu's unconditional protection of Wang Yudong made him gnash his teeth with hatred toward Wang Yudong. No, perhaps it wasn't hatred. It was jealousy. He was so jealous of Wang Yudong that he was going crazy. Wang Yudong had everything. The looks, the talent, a great family, status, and even Yan Mingxiu's wholehearted, genuine feelings. Which of those things did Zhou Xiang have? He was jealous of Wang Yudong for possessing something that was beyond his reach. That jealousy drove him to take Wang Yudong's role and humiliate him. Even if he could defeat Wang Yudong by just a little, it would be enough to make him happy. Although he knew he would never win against Wang Yudong. In Wang Yudong's eyes, he was merely a lucky bastard whom Director Wang conveniently used as a weapon, someone who wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. Wang Yudong would never have known that what Zhou Xiang desperately wanted and struggled to obtain was actually Yan Mingxiu's heart, which also belonged to him. He, Zhou Xiang, would always be nothing more than a stuntman for Wang Yudong. The applause and glory Wang Yudong received in front of everyone, and the fame and affection he received behind the scenes, had nothing to do with his stuntman, Zhou Xiang. There had never been a moment in his life when he had felt so mediocre, so lowly. Wang Yudong's glory, which occasionally swept through his dark corner, was already enough to pierce his heart and make his entire body ache unbearably, not to mention Yan Mingxiu stabbing him with a knife time and time again. He wasn't only deeply hurt and heartbroken by Yan Mingxiu, he was also deeply ashamed. Although he knew that doing this would only make the situation worse and wouldn't benefit him at all, he still wanted to compete with Wang Yudong for this role. Otherwise, he couldn't get past himself. He also wanted to take something away from Wang Yudong to preserve the last bit of self-esteem that was on the verge of collapsing. But Yan Mingxiu would never understand any of this. He understood that, in Yan Mingxiu's eyes, he was now nothing more than a lowly person who had dared to offend Wang Yudong. Yan Mingxiu wouldn't hesitate to tempt him with huge sums of money in exchange for protecting Wang Yudong's reputation. He absolutely would not agree. Yan Mingxiu stared blankly at the tears on Zhou Xiang's face and felt overwhelmed for the first time. He had never seen Zhou Xiang cry. Zhou Xiang always wore a smile, a generous and wholehearted smile, a gentle smile, a considerate smile. In Yan Mingxiu's eyes, Zhou Xiang was someone who never seemed to have any worries and could get over anything. At least, Zhou Xiang had never shown his moodiness in front of him. But in one night, all of that changed. He had seen Zhou Xiang's indifference and resistance. And now, he had also seen Zhou Xiang's helpless tears. Yan Mingxiu immediately felt his heart tighten. He really didn't know what was happening to him. Seeing Zhou Xiang cry expressionlessly was unbearable. He didn't know how to refute Zhou Xiang's words. The reason he had done this wasn't only because of Wang Yudong. He really couldn't refuse Wang Yudong's request. But the bigger reason was that he couldn't stand the thought of Zhou Xiang filming with Lan Shirong, especially when their relationship was already on the verge of collapse. Lan Shirong would definitely take this opportunity to get together with Zhou Xiang. He had heard from Wang Yudong before that the new film would be shot in the Northwest Desert for 3 months. It was a very remote area with no entertainment whatsoever. With Zhou Xiang and Lan Shirong staying in such a place together for more than 3 months, what would happen when he returned? Would Zhou Xiang have a change of heart? Would he still like Yan Mingxiu? He couldn't take that risk. He couldn't see his own heart clearly. The only thing he knew for certain was that he didn't want Zhou Xiang to leave him. He was used to having Zhou Xiang by his side. He was used to enjoying everything Zhou Xiang gave him. Especially after his delusion about Wang Yudong had shattered, he needed Zhou Xiang to stay by his side even more. Zhou Xiang was the only person who could comfort him and the only person who could put him at ease. He would never give Zhou Xiang to anyone. He absolutely would not let Zhou Xiang be in this film. Zhou Xiang wiped the tears from his face, picked up his keys, and turned toward the door. Yan Mingxiu shouted, "Where are you going?" Zhou Xiang didn't answer and went straight to the door. Yan Mingxiu quickly chased after him. But Zhou Xiang seemed to have been prepared and was on guard. He suddenly turned around and raised his fist toward Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu hadn't expected Zhou Xiang to hit him. Zhou Xiang hadn't expected himself to be the first to strike either, but without thinking, his fist had already been thrown. Even though he hesitated, he still struck Yan Mingxiu in the face. Yan Mingxiu's body slammed into the shoe cabinet. He groaned as he immediately grabbed the cabinet to keep himself from falling to the ground. Zhou Xiang desperately gasped for breath several times before quickly reaching for the doorknob, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Yan Mingxiu suddenly hugged him from behind, forcing him to the floor in the living room. Zhou Xiang's body slammed against the ground. He struggled to get up. Yan Mingxiu was on top of him in an instant. With his immense strength, he immediately pinned Zhou Xiang down so firmly that he couldn't move. Zhou Xiang didn't know where Yan Mingxiu's strength came from. He struggled desperately to get up, but Yan Mingxiu's hands gripped his arms like a pair of iron tongs. Zhou Xiang glared at Yan Mingxiu with bloodshot eyes. "Let me go? Are you fucking crazy?" Yan Mingxiu looked down at him condescendingly and said firmly, "Don't even think about leaving." Zhou Xiang was frantic as he screamed, "Even if you treat Wang Yudong better, he won't be with you. He's your brother-in-law. What fucking use is there in doing all this? He won't like you. He never will." "I know that," Yan Mingxiu replied calmly. He knew all of those reasons, but he had never thought that someone would say them to his face. He thought he would explode from the humiliation, but he didn't. He felt that he had accepted this reality very peacefully. Perhaps he had been disappointed for too long, to the point that he could no longer feel much sadness. The only thought in his mind now was how to stop Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang struggled desperately, panting and sweating profusely. "Yan Mingxiu, you are really pitiful for someone who doesn't like you." He wanted to say something provocative to incite him, but he couldn't. Every word and every sentence seemed to be mocking himself. For a person who didn't like him, he had made himself into such a pitiful fool. What qualifications did he have to talk about others? Yan Mingxiu pulled out a jump rope from beneath the coffee table. It was very old and seemed to be more than 10 years old. It hadn't been used for a long time, but it was still very convenient. He grabbed Zhou Xiang's hands and tied them up. Zhou Xiang realized that Yan Mingxiu was serious about this and panicked. "Yan Mingxiu, let me go? Wang Yudong merely lost a role. If I don't go, my career in the entertainment industry, after all these years, will be completely over. I must go. If it's over, then so be it. I'll support you," Yan Mingxiu said calmly and coldly. Zhou Xiang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared furiously at Yan Mingxiu. After Yan Mingxiu finished tying him up, he gripped Zhou Xiang's chin and asked, "Zhou Xiang, do you like me?" Zhou Xiang didn't speak. He only stared at him. Yan Mingxiu gently stroked the newly grown stubble on Zhou Xiang's chin and softly murmured, "Continue to like me. You can have anything." He leaned over and softly touched Zhou Xiang's lips. "I'll give you whatever you want, but you're not allowed to think about anyone else." Zhou Xiang closed his eyes and turned his face away, feeling completely devastated. Chapter 38. Yan Mingxiu carried Zhou Xiang into the bedroom and threw him onto the bed. Then he proceeded to remove Zhou Xiang's outerwear and outer pants. Yan Mingxiu was continuously kicked and punched by Zhou Xiang. With this series of punches, his face was also bruised and his expression looked very unsightly. This effort in subduing Zhou Xiang made him sweat profusely. After Zhou Xiang was tied up and couldn't move, he could only look at Yan Mingxiu coldly. Yan Mingxiu completely ignored his chilling expression as he removed the rest of Zhou Xiang's clothes except for his underwear and draped a blanket over him. "Just stay like this for the coming 2 days. Don't think about going out. I'll be watching over you," Zhou Xiang chillingly responded. "Yan Mingxiu, you bastard." Yan Mingxiu touched his flustered, enraged face. "I'll release you after the film launching ceremony is over. I'll do what I say and take you to see director Zhang Ling on Monday. He was looking for investors some time ago. I'll recommend you to be the lead actor. This role is not any worse than Dong Ji's role. What more could you be dissatisfied with?" Zhou Xiang's dark pupils looked at him without hesitation. "Yan Mingxiu, if I say that all I want is Wang Yudong's role." Yan Mingxiu knitted his brows and responded coldly. "Do you really want Dong Ji's role, or do you want to act in scenes with Lan Shirong?" "I want Wang Yudong's role. Will you give it?" Zhou Xiang looked at him through gritted teeth. Yan Mingxiu's facial muscles were somewhat distorted. He couldn't understand why Zhou Xiang was so paranoid. After a long time, he responded, "Dong Ji's role is not one that you could act in. Besides, he is now considered to be a part of my Yan family, so we can't lose face." Zhou Xiang forcefully smiled and uttered sarcastically, "You're right. What right do I have to play Wang Yudong's role? I will completely tarnish his image. It's good that you know it. You've just been Dong Ji's stuntman a few times. Do you really think that you could play the leading role? At that time when you find yourself incompetent, you'll just be putting yourself to shame." It wasn't that Yan Mingxiu hadn't seen Zhou Xiang act. Even though it was only as a stuntman, in order to get into the role, one must also coordinate his actions to make the appropriate facial expressions and say the lines. Zhou Xiang was just an ordinary stuntman with average acting skills. It was incomparable to the level of proficiency of Wang Yudong. With Zhou Xiang's image, it was not suitable to perform roles of a selfless, undemanding hero who did not care about the mundane world. So for him to want to play Wang Yudong's role, he felt that Zhou Xiang was merely overestimating himself. Yan Mingxiu might as well spend the money to create a role that was suitable for him. This might instead make him popular. Even though he did not want Zhou Xiang to get popular at all, it seemed that Zhou Xiang himself wanted to be. He was willing to satisfy him as a way to compensate him. Yan Mingxiu felt that his arrangement was reasonable. He didn't understand why Zhou Xiang was being so persistent. Zhou Xiang just didn't know what was good for him. Zhou Xiang hoarsely voiced, "Even though this role is not at all suitable for me, I've earned this opportunity myself. Yan Mingxiu, I'm not going to accept your handout. I want to break up cleanly with you. I hope you could understand this." Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes. "Say it again?" Zhou Xiang looked at him fearlessly. "I said I want to break up with you cleanly." Yan Mingxiu rolled over and pressed on top of him. He pinched Zhou Xiang's chin. Because of his excessive force, Zhou Xiang was in pain. Yan Mingxiu chillingly responded, "Zhou Xiang, don't make yourself so shameless." Zhou Xiang gnashed his teeth. "Let me go." Yan Mingxiu unyieldingly responded, "Not possible." Zhou Xiang turned his waist, wanting to push him off his body, but Yan Mingxiu didn't even budge. Instead, he leaned down and propped his elbows on both sides of Zhou Xiang's face. Looking at him condescendingly, his pair of deeply dark eyes closely glared at Zhou Xiang. Their noses almost touched each other. Yan Mingxiu breathed softly. "Zhou Xiang, you don't know what's good for you. I've already said it to such an extent. What more do you want?" Zhou Xiang closed his eyes. He knew that there was no way they could communicate. Soft lips brushed over Zhou Xiang's lips. Zhou Xiang opened his eyes and felt Yan Mingxiu kissing his lips, gently sucking them, with his deep black pupils looking at him with eagerness. Zhou Xiang wanted to turn his face, but Yan Mingxiu gripped his chin, so Zhou Xiang was forced to accept this slightly lingering kiss. Yan Mingxiu gently gasped and softened his tone. For the first time ever, he used a negotiating tone. "Xianggu, let's stop fighting. We've always been getting along very well. Isn't it good to be just like we were before?" Zhou Xiang bitterly laughed twice. "Can you like me the way you like Wang Yudong?" Yan Mingxiu looked at him silently. He didn't like Zhou Xiang comparing himself with Wang Yudong. They were completely separate. Wang Yudong was his first love, a precious treasure that he could never have, and also was his brother-in-law. Zhou Xiang was. What was Zhou Xiang? Zhou Xiang was the person who would cook him all sorts of good foods. He was the person who would lay down on the bed first to warm up the blankets in the winter, so that when he got out of the shower, he could immediately sleep warmly and comfortably. He was the first person he saw when he came home, and was the person who could instantly make him relax. He was the person that always had a smile on his face. He was the person that was extremely compatible with him in lovemaking, giving him unsurpassable intensive pleasure. Zhou Xiang and Wang Yudong were not the same. Wang Yudong seemed to exist only in his fantasy, but Zhou Xiang was real. The smile on Zhou Xiang's face was extremely somber. "Can't, right? Then we can't be the same as before." Yan Mingxiu only felt perplexed. There were some irrational words he wanted to say to refute, but he couldn't say them. What did he want to do with Zhou Xiang? What was Zhou Xiang's place in his heart? Even he himself did not know. The only thing he knew was that he didn't want to be separated from Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang looked at Yan Mingxiu's silent expression and felt completely overwhelmed by disappointment. If Yan Mingxiu told him that he liked him, in this moment, even if he was just lying to him, perhaps he might waver and change his mind. But as expected, Yan Mingxiu didn't even make an effort to lie to him. This kind of honest bluntness was chilling. Zhou Xiang closed his eyes and turned his head. He no longer wanted to say even a word. He felt Yan Mingxiu quietly getting under the blanket with both of his hands meandering around his waist, caressing every inch of his scorching hot skin. Yan Mingxiu softly muttered behind his back, "Zhou Xiang, I miss you a little." Zhou Xiang lay passively as his underwear was getting removed and his thighs spread apart. Yan Mingxiu lay sideways behind him. With his familiarity with Zhou Xiang's body, he effortlessly squeezed his cock into Zhou Xiang's tight passage. Zhou Xiang suppressed himself from making any sounds. There had never been a time when sex made him feel as miserable as it did now. Yet he had no strength to resist. Yan Mingxiu hugged his waist tightly. Zhou Xiang's silence made him endlessly flustered. He slowly gasped and uttered unbearably into Zhou Xiang's ears, "Zhou Xiang, I miss you." His voice was even slightly tinged with grievance, but still, he didn't get a response. Feeling a bit furious, he turned them over and knelt on the bed with their position in doggy style, as he clutched Zhou Xiang's thighs and ruthlessly thrust into him from behind. Zhou Xiang buried his face in the blanket and tightly pressed his lips, not wanting to make a sound. The more Yan Mingxiu wanted to humiliate him, the more he wouldn't let Yan Mingxiu get his way. But he knew that Yan Mingxiu could easily shatter his self-esteem. Because up until this moment, Yan Mingxiu still refused to look at his face during sex. Zhou Xiang's entire worth to Yan Mingxiu was only that he had a back silhouette very similar to Wang Yudong's. Zhou Xiang opened his eyes. His expression was more lucid than ever. He could let go of Yan Mingxiu. With enough time, he could let go of Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu didn't continue to do it with him well into the middle of the night as he usually did. Instead, he stopped after once. Unresponsive sex made him feel awful. No matter how satisfied his body was, his heart was void. He really missed the days when he and Zhou Xiang would make intensive, passionate love, the kind of carefree, uninhibited, dripping wet sex. Would he be able to experience it again? Yan Mingxiu wiped Zhou Xiang's lower body with a wet towel and then hugged him under the blanket. Zhou Xiang's back was originally facing him, but that made him feel quite uncomfortable, so he turned Zhou Xiang over. Zhou Xiang looked at him and slowly closed his eyes. Yan Mingxiu held him overbearingly in his arms and said in a low-pitched voice that only the two of them could hear, "Xianggu, I won't treat you as Wang Yudong again." Zhou Xiang did not say anything. A deathly silent night. When Lan Shirong called Zhou Xiang's phone, Yan Mingxiu had wanted to throw his phone on the ground, but he restrained himself and blacklisted Lan Shirong. Yan Mingxiu really did what he said. He forcefully put Zhou Xiang under house arrest for 2 days. But he didn't have Zhou Xiang tied up the entire time. Instead, he locked the door from the outside and hid the keys and his phone. Unless Zhou Xiang threw caution to the wind and didn't care to shamelessly cry out for help inside the house. Otherwise, Yan Mingxiu was constantly staring at him. He had no way to escape from this condo. He had lived in this place for 30 years. There was not one neighbor that didn't know him. He couldn't afford to be that shameless. On the afternoon of the film launching ceremony, Lan Shirong, Kai Wei, and President Wang separately called Zhou Xiang several times. The phone was always busy, and the three were busily preoccupied with their work, so didn't have the time to look into his matters or pay much attention to it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Xiang did not appear at the press conference. Instead, it was Wang Yudong who showed up, impeccably dressed, appearing as the lead actor. It was as if nothing had happened. They were all dumbstruck. In front of so many cameras and dozens of reporters, director Wang couldn't quarrel with Wang Yudong. So just like how it was rehearsed, they had a seemingly joyful film launching ceremony. Nothing had changed, as if the complicated matters that happened outside of the ceremony didn't happen. The rumors of Wang Yudong's lead role being replaced were completely discredited. All were happy. Only Zhou Xiang watched as time slowly ticked by, as if the blood in his body had completely been drained and was getting colder and colder. He had already given up. The position of the leading actor, he may need to blaze a new trail to get it. But he obviously did not have that kind of life. He didn't have the life of a lead actor. He could only naturally resign himself to being a stuntman. No matter how hard he strived for it and fought to get a leading role, in the end, it only proved that he was just a fool. He could only be a stuntman. Zhou Xiang didn't feel anything, no disappointment, no anger, and also no regrets, because Yan Mingxiu had given him 2 days to be mentally prepared for this ending. He calmly accepted it. The next morning, Yan Mingxiu gave him back his keys and phone and told him that he would take him to see director Zhang Ling. "I'll do what I say and give you a role that is suitable for you. However popular you want to be, I'll fulfill it for you." Zhou Xiang didn't resist as he was dragged to the car. Yan Mingxiu arranged to meet Zhang Ling at a hotel cafe. They arrived 10 minutes earlier. The two sat on the sofa as they waited for Zhang Ling. Zhou Xiang said that he needed to go to the bathroom. Zhou Xiang appeared to be very calm, and Yan Mingxiu didn't think too much as he let him go. He didn't know why, but when he stared at Zhou Xiang's back silhouette, up until Zhou Xiang disappeared at the corner, this back that was no different from usual, still looking very much like Wang Yudong's back, but Yan Mingxiu could no longer think of Wang Yudong as he looked at this back. He clearly realized that it was Zhou Xiang. If he knew at this moment that this would be the last time he would ever see Zhou Xiang, he would be willing to pay any price just to return to this day. Chapter 39. Kai Wei's wife was not feeling well, so he stayed home that day to be with her. Upon seeing Zhou Xiang, he was startled for a moment. Then he immediately grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Where the fuck were you these past 2 days? If you're not dead, I want to hear how you're going to fucking explain this." Zhou Xiang looked exhausted as he pushed against Kai Wei's chest, urging him inside. "Wei Ge, let's talk inside." Kai Wei also realized that Zhou Xiang's face was ghastly pale, as if he had experienced some kind of tragedy. This made him even more worried. He had known Zhou Xiang for more than 10 years. Zhou Xiang was a very responsible and reliable person. Whenever Zhou Xiang agreed to do something, he would never back out. There had to be a reason. Even if he changed his mind at the last minute, he would not have turned off his phone and simply disappeared without explanation. He would definitely tell him, so they could be prepared. The only possibility was that something had happened beyond Zhou Xiang's control. Therefore, Kai Wei was in a panic, afraid that Zhou Xiang might have been in an accident. He had planned to go to Zhou Xiang's home the previous night, but helplessly, his wife had not been feeling well. He had not slept all night and could not get away. By then, Lan Shirong had already gone to Zhou Xiang's home. Before hearing anything from Lan Shirong, Zhou Xiang had actually appeared at his home. Kai Wei pulled him into the house and shoved him onto the sofa. His wife came out of the bedroom and looked at them anxiously. Kai Wei told his wife to go back into the room and close the door. Then he sat down on the sofa next to Zhou Xiang and asked gravely, "What the hell is going on?" Zhou Xiang was too tired to make up any excuses at this point. He slowly muttered, "Yan Mingxiu didn't let me go." "Yan Mingxiu didn't let you go? What?" Kai Wei quickly understood. Yan Mingxiu was Wang Yudong's future brother-in-law. Zhou Xiang glanced at him, confirming what Kai Wei suspected. "Wang Yudong called him and had him stop me from going. In short, I couldn't make it. Fuck, he's really fucking using force to bully people." Kai Wei was so furious that he almost smashed the coffee table. "How did he stop you? He couldn't possibly have tied you up." Zhou Xiang did not utter a word, which silently admitted it. Kai Wei was incensed. "What the fuck? You guys have been together for so long. Did he not feel even a little bit of sentiment toward you? Not to mention that Wang Yudong hasn't officially married his sister. Even if they had, he couldn't be that ruthless to you." Zhou Xiang sighed. "Wei Ge, it's useless to say that now. I don't know how to explain things to Director Wang and President Wang. I don't dare to see them. You don't want to see them either. Director Wang is furious, and so is President Wang. Xiang, I've already said this before. If you don't go, you really can't work in the entertainment industry anymore. You understand?" Kai Wei carefully observed Zhou Xiang's expression, afraid he would not be able to take it. When Zhou Xiang had just finished school in his 20s, Kai Wei had arranged for him to do meager odd jobs with film crews. Most of them were labor-intensive jobs with low pay. Gradually, some of the jobs involved roles where his face could be seen, or where he might have 1 or 2 lines. After 3 or 4 years, he began working as a martial arts stuntman. Although being a martial arts stuntman was considered a relatively low-ranking career in the entertainment industry, at least in terms of income, it was much better than that of an ordinary white-collar worker. Zhou Xiang did not have a wife to support or elderly parents to care for, since his parents had passed away, so this income was enough for him to live a good life. He was also content with that. Moreover, in recent years, after making connections with many people, he had begun taking on some supporting martial arts roles and work as a stunt coordinator. His prospects were definitely improving. Everything he had accumulated had come from years of hard work. But because of this matter, it had all been destroyed. Zhou Xiang had not only offended Wang Yudong, but also Director Wang and their President Wang, whom he had misled. He was such a low-level worker. How could he continue to exist in this circle? Zhou Xiang forced a smile. "Wei Ge, how could I not understand? But I have no other way." Kai Wei sighed, his heart full of helplessness. Zhou Xiang had been his buddy since their school days. They had always had a good relationship. He really did not want to see Zhou Xiang lose his job going forward. Zhou Xiang lowered his head and said dejectedly, "Wei Ge, I know I can no longer be a stuntman. I wanted to ask if you could find me some other work. I just need to make a bit more money. I can open a shop later." Kai Wei sighed. "Don't rush things. Just rest for a few days first." Zhou Xiang looked desperate. "Wei Ge, I can't possibly not be anxious. Right now Yan Mingxiu is still staying at my house and refusing to leave. I have no other way. I want to avoid him for the moment. Kai Wei was shocked. Yan Mingxiu? He's at your home and refusing to leave? What the hell does this shameless bastard still want? I don't know. I want to hide from him. He may leave after a while. So if there's anything else I can do right now, I want to do it immediately. I don't want to be idle. He would think too much if he had too much free time. He was already past the age of holding on to regrets. The most important thing right now should not be this unrealistic love, but his livelihood. Kai Wei thought for a long time, then said with difficulty, "There is one, but it's too harsh." After saying that, he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. "Wei Ge, it's not like I can't bear hardship. Tell me, as long as I can earn some money. Even if I went out to find a job now, I have no other skills. I can only rely on you. Only you can introduce me to some suitable jobs." Kai Wei could not bear his persistence, so he had no choice but to tell him. "I met someone some time ago who specializes in filming documentaries. This time, they're going deep into Shirwan Mountain to track a mysterious primitive tribe that has never ventured out and record their life habits, traditions, and the like. He's trying to assemble a group of people right now. You've been working with film crews for many years. What outdoor filming environment haven't you seen? You're exactly the kind of person they need. But the conditions for shooting a documentary are very harsh. It's completely different from the glamorous life of working in the entertainment industry. Their purpose isn't profit, but scientific records, and their funds come from the state and some civil organizations. They definitely aren't treated like ordinary actors. On top of that, they often have to go through a lot of trouble just to shoot a certain scene, not to mention that this unknown place might be accompanied by a lot of dangers." Kai Wei looked at him deeply. "It may take months, or even a year or two. Zhou Xiang, I really don't want you to go, but this is the only thing I can think of right now." Zhou Xiang thought for a moment. "I'll go. This job is very suitable for me. Now is not the time for me to pick the job. The job gets to pick me." Kai Wei continuously sighed. "Ah Xiang, think about it again. Working in an indigenous forest is going to be very hard, and they'll have to bring a lot of equipment and the like. I advise you to think about it for a few more days. Then I'll help you ask. For the time being, you can live at my home." After saying this, Kai Wei really regretted it. He still did not want Zhou Xiang to go. Although there were many people involved and security should not be a problem, this was deep in the forest. Who knew what might happen? Zhou Xiang had lived in the city his entire life. Would he be able to endure it? He really regretted opening his mouth so quickly. Zhou Xiang shook his head. "Wei Ge, this is great. Really? Let me go? The documentary crew has very little contact with the entertainment industry. They wouldn't reject me because of Wang Yudong. Maybe I can specialize in this type of work. This can be considered experience for me. Wei Ge, don't worry. I'll take care of myself." Kai Wei hesitated for a long time and finally gave in to Zhou Xiang's repeated requests. He called the person in charge of the crew and briefly introduced Zhou Xiang. Kai Wei was somewhat prestigious in the entertainment circle, and the people he introduced were very reliable, so the other side quickly agreed. Zhou Xiang would be leaving within the next 2 days. Besides 2 sets of changing clothes, he could bring nothing else. All the preparations for entering the mountains had already been made. Normal, everyday clothes were of no use there. The crew seemed to be in a rush to leave. Kai Wei had not expected them to leave so quickly. This also caught Zhou Xiang by surprise. Kai Wei once again asked if he really planned on going. Zhou Xiang thought about his situation and Yan Mingxiu's chilling attitude. In the end, he nodded. After meeting with the person in charge, he directly boarded a flight to Guangxi. During this time, his phone was turned off. He knew that Yan Mingxiu and Lan Shirong would look for him, but he did not want to hear from anyone at the moment. He just wanted to put all his energy into his work. Maybe after he returned a year and a half or so later, everything would have calmed down. At that time, he would think about planning his life again. The only person he still kept in contact with was Kai Wei, but it was through Kai Wei contacting the person in charge, who would then contact him. Kai Wei knew why he did not want to turn on his phone, but this caused Kai Wei a lot of headaches, because his phone was constantly bombarded with calls from Yan Mingxiu and Lan Shirong. Although Kai Wei did not know what they knew, they obviously thought that Kai Wei knew where Zhou Xiang was. Zhou Xiang was at a low point in his life. Although Kai Wei was overwhelmingly pestered, he did not tell him about these things. He just reminded him that he must take care of himself. After a year, when everyone had forgotten about this matter, Maybe he could come back and continue working as a martial arts stuntman again. Anything could happen, as long as he took care of himself and came back healthy and energized. That phone call was made on the way to the mountain. At that moment, he never would have thought that what was waiting for him was his own mystifying fate. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. They gradually proceeded under the guidance of the local guides. Finally, they settled in a remote area deep within Shirwan Mountain. This place was far removed from the outside world, but the scenery was beautiful and the air was fresh. This was quite shocking for several staff members who had grown up in the city. With more than 100 kilometers still remaining to their destination, they could stay in the village. The village could still receive cell phone signals. But once they went farther and deeper into the mountains over the next 2 days, not to mention cell phone signals, they would not even be able to see a chicken. At that point, they would have to start living the life of the great outdoors. But everyone was spirited and happy about their dedication to the humanities and their work. Everyone got along very harmoniously, helping one another as they made their way through this unfamiliar, strange forest. This made Zhou Xiang feel much better than the film crews in the entertainment circle. At least here, there was no fighting or scheming against one another. Whether it was the scientist obsessed with natural sciences or the passionate adventurer, their hearts were relatively simple. After spending a few days with them and being surrounded by the vastness of nature, Zhou Xiang felt that his entire person was much better. Because he was exhausted every day, he spent less time thinking about Yan Mingxiu. This was definitely a lucky break. On the 8th day after entering the mountains, they stayed in the last village that had communication with the outside world. Going forward, there were no public roads. They could only carry their heavy equipment and walk on foot. Everyone ate a lot that night and then went to bed early. They would be leaving the next day when the sun was out. Zhou Xiang lay on the bed and could not sleep no matter how hard he tried. He did not know what was on his mind that was haunting him, making him toss and turn, unable to sleep. He looked at his watch. It was only sometime past 10 o'clock in the evening. He could not help taking out his phone and planning to call Kai Wei. He did not know why, but he felt very flustered. He was afraid that something might have happened to his sister-in-law. After all, her delivery date was near. This was already the last place with a phone signal. Once they entered deeper into the mountains, he would not be able to make any contact. It would be too late to reach her then. He quickly charged the phone for 20 minutes and then took it to the highest point in the village, where the signal was strongest. The moment his phone was turned on, it beeped with dozens of text messages and missed calls, shocking him. All those calls and text messages were from Yan Mingxiu and Lan Shirong. He did not look at any of them. He was afraid of seeing what he did not want to see. He dialed Kai Wei's phone, but did not expect Kai Wei to have turned off his phone. He did not know that Kai Wei had turned off his phone because he was continuously pestered by Yan Mingxiu and Lan Shirong. Instead, he thought that his fears had come true and could only pray in his heart that his sister-in-law and the baby were both safe. He looked at the remaining battery on his phone and decided to call Lan Shirong. He also felt guilty knowing that Lan Shirong was so worried. The call quickly connected, with Lan Shirong shouting, "Xiangge, where did you go? Why don't you answer your phone? Do you know how worried I was? Weigo merely mentioned that you went to work, but didn't tell me where you went. You don't trust me." Toward the end, he sounded particularly grieved. Zhou Xiang responded guiltily, "I really did go out for a job. I've been very busy lately, so I didn't turn on my phone. You even lied to me. Weigo has already told me about it. You turned off your phone to hide from Yan Mingxiu. I went to your home that day, but nobody was there. If I saw him, I would have beaten that heartless bastard to death." Zhou Xiang sighed. "Shirong, consider it Xiangge begging you. Stay far away from him. He's not the type of person we can provoke. I've already broken up with him. You should also pretend that he doesn't exist. I'm doing really well right now. I like this job very much. I'll be back in a few months. We'll meet up again then." Lan Shirong sighed. "Hearing your voice, I'm relieved. At least tell me what you're doing. Where are you?" Zhou Xiang briefly told him a little. After hearing it, Lan Shirong was worried. "Is this place safe?" "It's fine. There are more than 20 people in the crew. It's only a bit hard, but it's a great learning experience. You don't have to worry about me. My phone is almost out of battery. Tomorrow, when we enter the wilderness, I'm not going to have a phone signal, so I'll contact you when I get back. Don't worry about me." Lan Shirong reluctantly said a few words to him and finally muttered, "I'm waiting for you to come back." Zhou Xiang knew the meaning behind that sentence, but he was in no mood to give any response at the moment. Maybe after he came back a year and a half later and could let go of Yan Mingxiu, he would consider going out with Lan Shirong. But now, he did not even want to think about it. Right after hanging up, Yan Mingxiu's call came in. Zhou Xiang hesitated but finally picked up. Yan Mingxiu's voice sounded exhausted, tinged with a bit of anger. "You finally turned on your phone." Zhou Xiang faintly felt that this call had come too coincidentally at this time. He could not help blurting out, "You tapped my phone?" "Yes. Or would I have to call your phone for 24 hours? Zhou Xiang was too angry to speak. "You went so far away just to hide from me." Yan Mingxiu had been so exhausted by this matter with Zhou Xiang these past few days that he could not even get angry. When he heard the friendly conversation between Lan Shirong and Zhou Xiang through the tapping software, his heart felt a faint throbbing pain, knowing that Zhou Xiang would never initiate a call to him. "I'm doing it for my job." Zhou Xiang tried to calm himself down. Yan Mingxiu said wearily, "Zhou Xiang, come back. Why must you go against me? What good does that do you?" "I'm not going against you. I went into the mountains to work." "Yan Mingxiu, have you moved out of my home?" Yan Mingxiu gritted his teeth. "No. I will stay in your home and wait for you to come back." Zhou Xiang muttered dejectedly. "Why can't you just let me go?" Yan Mingxiu was silent for a moment. "I want to start over with you. I like the feeling of being with you. Are these reasons good enough?" Zhou Xiang's mind was in utter chaos. "If you had said these words before you called out Wang Yudong's name while hugging me, I would have agreed to anything." "Zhou Xiang, don't be too much. What do you want from me?" Zhou Xiang looked at the pitch-black forest. His voice was a little hollow. "Mingxiu, you don't understand. You don't understand what it meant to me for you to treat me as Wang Yudong's substitute. You also don't understand how important that role was to me. We can't communicate with each other. Let's just leave it at that." "Zhou Xiang." Yan Mingxiu was consciously aware that he would hang up, so he urgently stopped him. Yan Mingxiu's tone was tinged with a sense of grievance. "Do you still like me?" Zhou Xiang felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Yan Mingxiu asked slowly, "Do you still like me?" "Xianggu, continue to like me. I won't treat you as Wang Yudong anymore, because I already." The call disconnected abruptly. Zhou Xiang looked at the dark screen. His phone was obviously out of battery. He stared at the phone for a long time before returning to his room. Lying on the bed, he was unable to sleep the entire night. The first time he saw Yan Mingxiu, he was mesmerized by him. This had become the entire image in his mind, making him feel such severe pain, as if a knife were being twisted in his heart. After Zhou Xiang's rebirth, the last few days of his previous life were the days he was most reluctant to remember. On the fourth day after they entered the mountain, there was a sudden rainstorm. Heavy rain washed away the muddy road, making it difficult for them to progress. Everyone relied on their strong will to move forward because there was nowhere for them to rest. Even the guides were completely clueless. In the middle of the night, they suffered a terrible mudslide. The entire team was thrown into chaos, and the roads were obstructed. In the darkness, everyone lost their way. Zhou Xiang was no exception. Zhou Xiang had always been with the second half of the team. When the mudslide occurred, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. He also ran deeper into the mountains. After it became safe, he realized that he had lost contact with everyone and did not know where he was. He was carrying photographic equipment worth more than 1,600,000 and weighing more than 10 kilograms. He did not dare to slack off and could only rely on his memory to keep going. Because he lacked survival experience in the wild, he did not know how serious his situation was. At this point, he also panicked. Perhaps if there had been someone accompanying him, he would not have made the wrong decision. But in the darkness, surrounded by unknown creatures lurking in the primitive forest, the judgments a city person could make were mostly affected by fear. He became more and more panicked. The compass's direction was mostly obscured by the damage caused by the heavy rain. He could only keep taking detours. In the end, he was exhausted and completely lost in the forest. Zhou Xiang could never forget how his foot landed on what felt like empty air. The sensation of suddenly falling was a kind of fear deeply ingrained in a person's bone marrow. He did not even know that he was standing on the edge of a cliff. He could not see the ground beneath his feet. Then, with the heavy rain, he was like a kite with its string cut, falling into the abyss. He did not have time to feel fear or shout. His mind swiftly swept through his 30 years of life. Then he could no longer feel anything. Chapter 40. Flashback ended. This chapter resumes with the elevator scene from chapter 4. All the things that had happened in the past raced through Zhou Xiang's mind one after another. No one could blame him for remembering them so clearly. After all, to him, all those things had happened only very recently. His heart still throbbed erratically at Yan Mingxiu's every move. When Yan Mingxiu grabbed his arm, he felt as though his breathing had stopped. Could it be that he could recognize him? That's impossible. Everyone thought he was dead. How could Yan Mingxiu possibly know that he had awakened in someone else's body? Yan Mingxiu stared intensely at Zhou Xiang's face. This person was a complete stranger to him, seemingly ordinary, and without anything distinctive about him. Yan Mingxiu couldn't even remember where he had seen this person before. Yet when he looked into this person's eyes as they brushed past each other, he felt his heart pounding fiercely for some indescribable reason. The gripping pain in his chest suddenly left him completely at a loss. He instinctively grabbed onto this person, wanting to know why. Zhou Xiang exerted all his strength to remain calm on the surface. Maintaining his composure, he asked softly, "Mister, is something the matter?" Yan Mingxiu stared at him blankly. What was really wrong with him? Yan Mingxiu still wanted to ask who he was, but he couldn't. They had never met before. The question was completely baseless. How could he possibly ask it? Zhou Xiang nodded at him and slowly pulled his arm out of his hand. Yan Mingxiu continued looking at him. The arm in his hand was very thin. Although this person's frame wasn't small, he was far too thin and looked somewhat sickly. No matter how Yan Mingxiu looked at him, there was nothing about him that should have drawn his attention. When Zhou Xiang turned around and headed toward the elevator, Yan Mingxiu suddenly realized that this person's back looked somewhat like his. But he was far too thin, so thin that he almost looked deformed, like a broomstick. Could this be the reason he felt such a strong sense of familiarity? Yan Mingxiu's heart couldn't suppress its erratic beating. Zhou Xiang calmly walked into the elevator. When the elevator doors slowly closed, Zhou Xiang looked up and saw Yan Mingxiu staring closely at him. Their gazes collided once again, but the elevator doors quickly closed. As soon as the elevator doors shut, Zhou Xiang felt his legs go weak. He braced himself against the elevator wall, supporting his body with one hand. The shock of seeing Yan Mingxiu again was simply too immense. Although he had a completely different face now, under Yan Mingxiu's gaze, he still felt as though there was nowhere to hide, as if he were completely naked. He never again wanted to have anything to do with Yan Mingxiu. God had given him a second life. It wasn't so that he could immerse himself once again in the mistakes and complicated mess of his previous life, but so that he could live a new one. This secret must not be discovered by Yan Mingxiu. He needed to get farther away from Yan Mingxiu. He returned home looking pale. The house was filled with the rich aroma of meat, and the pot on the stove was boiling, sending up clouds of steam. This simple, familiar smell made Zhou Xiang feel warm inside. Qining poked her head out of the kitchen and smiled. "Son, you're back." Zhou Xiang stood at the door and watched this gentle, caring woman smile contentedly as she devoted herself to stewing a pot of chicken soup for her son. He felt a little sorrowful and quickly replied, "Mom, I'm back. You haven't eaten yet, right? Even if you have, come have a bowl of soup. You've just left the hospital. You haven't eaten anything decent in the past 2 years. Your body is very weak, so you need plenty of nourishment." For the past 2 years, this body had relied solely on nutrient solutions and a liquid diet to sustain itself, so it was certainly not healthy. Zhou Xiang also felt that this body was extremely thin, but his condition wasn't bad. With such a young body, it was only a matter of time before he fully recovered. The two of them ate a warm, satisfying meal around the simple dining table. Zhou Xiang told Qining about what had happened and what he had learned at work that day. Qining listened with great enthusiasm, her eyes shining brightly. That kind of expression was easy to understand. It was full of hope for the future. After the meal, Zhou Xiang called Kai Wei. After all, it was Kai Wei who had introduced the job to him. No matter what, he should follow up with him on his first day and thank him as well. Kai Wei listened to his brief summary of the day's work and was very happy for him. Alu also called me and said that you got along very well with your colleagues and learned things very quickly. Everyone likes you very much. But you weren't feeling well tonight and left early. Are you all right now? Zhou Xiang smiled. It's no big deal. I might just have been lacking nutrients for the past 2 years, so my body is a little weak. My mom is thinking of ways to help me nourish my body. If I can gain some weight after a while, That would be good. Really, you're too thin. As for work, you don't need to worry. If you don't feel well, just go home and rest. I won't pay you any less. Your situation is different from other people's, so I'll take special care of you. Zhou Xiang replied gratefully. Wei Gu, thank you. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or his current one, Kai Wei was always his benefactor. He was always the one who pulled him back whenever he got into trouble and put him on the right track. Oh yeah? I heard that you ran into Yan Mingxiu today. Kai Wei pretended to ask casually. Sure enough, nothing could be concealed from Kai Wei, Zhou Xiang thought. Yan Mingxiu had caused quite a commotion at the elevator. For someone like Yan Mingxiu, who rarely spoke and treated everyone with cold indifference, to suddenly grab a stranger and refuse to let go was indeed very strange. No wonder the news had reached Kai Wei. Zhou Xiang tried to make light of the situation. Yeah, we saw each other. Why is Yan Mingxiu interested in you? Kai Wei was baffled. Why would the condescending and arrogant Yan Mingxiu grab onto Zhou Xiang's arm and refuse to let go? Zhou Xiang replied, I don't know. Could he have mistaken me for someone else? Kai Wei was silent for a moment before warning him. Zhou Xiang, stay away from this person. I know your situation isn't good right now. If there are certain people who can help you, you should certainly reach out to them. But it's not the same with this surname Yan. He comes from a very influential background. In the entertainment circle, he doesn't give a damn about anyone. Not only will you fail to earn his favor, you could also end up hurting yourself. I'll tell you honestly, I'm extremely resentful of this person. There's also a problem with his character. The entertainment circle is actually very small. Maybe you'll run into him again someday. But no matter what his motives are for being interested in you, you must not get too close to him. Weiga will not harm you. Remember my words, got that? Zhou Xiang replied firmly. Don't worry, Weiga. I definitely won't provoke people I shouldn't. I'll listen to you. Kai Wei breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll look into this matter more. This is too strange. The two men talked a little longer before hanging up. Zhou Xiang felt somewhat uneasy, but he didn't know where the anxiety came from. He thought to himself, perhaps it was because of his 370,000 debt. Chapter 41. The next day, Zhou Xiang rested at home. He kept thinking it over and over again. Finally, he decided to go to an internet cafe and search for the events that had happened 2 years ago to see how his incident had been reported. Sitting in front of the computer, he entered the names of the crew members. After the page loaded, his heart seemed to stop. Nobody in the world could understand his feelings. He was actually looking at his own death report. Although it had happened 2 years ago, there were still a lot of reports about the accident. Zhou Xiang read them one by one. His heart grew more and more pained. At the time, he had not been the only one involved in the accident. There had also been a very talkative young man in his early 20s who had been buried under the mudslide. Several crew members had been injured. Those who had been scattered were rescued during the subsequent search and rescue operation. All the expectations and enthusiasm the crew had felt when they entered the mountains had been shattered. After he had fallen off the cliff, the rescue team couldn't find any clues because the heavy rain had already washed away all the traces. After searching for a week, they still couldn't find his body, so they could only classify him as missing. But no one believed that he was still alive. Otherwise, why hadn't he appeared in 2 years? Zhou Xiang also wanted to know where his body was. When he imagined his body lying deep in the mountains, exposed to the elements and eventually reduced to a pile of bones, he felt such immense pain that he wanted to cry. For the first time, he clearly felt that he was truly dead, yet he hadn't even been given the chance to have a burial. If possible, he really wanted to go back and find his body. But he didn't even know where he had gone that night. Even the rescue team couldn't find him. How could he? Zhou Xiang stared at the computer screen for a long time, unable to pull himself out of this heavy emotional state. This body that had accompanied him for 30 years had been the greatest gift his parents had left him. It had been healthy and full of life. Without that body, it was as if the only thing his parents had left him in this world had disappeared. Zhou Xiang sat there for a long time. There was an indescribable pain in his heart, but there was no one he could talk to. It took him a long time to adjust his emotions before he searched for other important information, but there wasn't much. He thought about it and searched for Lan Shirong. He found out that after his accident 2 years ago, Lan Shirong had gone abroad to develop his career and only occasionally returned to China. He was already a hot commodity among Chinese film stars in Hollywood. Although he had not yet gotten the chance to play a leading role, not many Chinese artists could compare with him in terms of international influence. Zhou Xiang was very happy for Lan Shirong. With this 2-year gap, he had too many questions. So he searched for news about Wang Yudong. In the end, Wang Yudong hadn't acted in that film. But the reason for the falling out was definitely not because director Wang had changed his role. Wang Yudong had regretfully withdrawn for physical reasons. Missing out on the film hadn't affected Wang Yudong's career at all. In fact, after half a year of silence, he had taken on several films, pushing his acting career to a peak and winning awards one after another. Although Zhou Xiang hated him, he had to admit that Wang Yudong was a naturally talented actor. His acting skills permeated every aspect of his life, helping him achieve whatever effect he wanted, regardless of whether it was on the big screen or in his interpersonal relationships. With Wang Yudong's cleverness in dealing with people, some people couldn't achieve the same thing even with a lifetime of practice. Wang Yudong not only had a flourishing career, but had also successfully married his fiancée 6 months ago. His fiancée's identity had always been mysterious. It wasn't until the wedding day that everyone learned that his wife was the sole beloved granddaughter of Yan Mingxiu. Although Yan Mingxiu's term would end at the XX conference this year, and he would be stepping down, his influence was still not to be underestimated. Not to mention that his son was now a rising star in the political arena. What Wang Yudong had become a part of was a towering tree that would not fall, making his position in the entertainment industry incomparable to anyone else's. Zhou Xiang looked at Wang Yudong's proudly smug smile. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Wang Yudong could be said to have had a smooth sailing life, surrounded by endless triumphs. But he, Zhou Xiang, had suffered an unfortunate death. Zhou Xiang smiled and laughed at himself. If it hadn't been for Yan Mingxiu, he would never have overconfidently compared himself to Wang Yudong. He had even had to grovel before Wang Yudong in everything. But now everything had changed because of Yan Mingxiu. Wang Yudong's success was like a mockery of his failures from time to time, though it was likely that Wang Yudong had already forgotten him. Zhou Xiang trembled as he entered the name Yan Mingxiu into the search engine. During the 6 months after his accident, Yan Mingxiu had suddenly started taking on advertisements. Because of the huge sums of money spent on promotion, combined with his extremely attractive looks, a short 15-second advertisement had made him insanely popular. From then on, it had never stopped. It could be said that he hadn't needed to take more than a few steps to reach the position of a superstar. That was the power of money. It could make any impossible thing possible. At the same time, Yan Mingxiu was also a very controversial person. He barely smiled in front of the camera. His expression was always cold and indifferent. He didn't sign autographs for fans, nor did he participate in any variety shows. He didn't have any scandals and didn't need to do any kind of promotion. It was as if, besides taking on advertisements and acting in some suitable roles, he didn't have to do anything else. He was already immensely popular without having to put much effort into his fame. The public's opinion of him had always been mixed. Some people loved his coolness to an extreme, while others considered him completely worthless. But regardless, everyone knew that he was the famous Prince of Beijing. No matter how skeptical someone was about how he had become famous, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Just like that, Yan Mingxiu thrived in the entertainment industry in this strange way. Zhou Xiang looked at the chilly photos on the webpage and felt that this person was very unfamiliar to him. Even though Yan Mingxiu had once been arrogant, he had still smiled. Was Wang Yudong's marriage to his sister really such a heavy blow to him? Why had he become a star? When Zhou Xiang used to joke that Yan Mingxiu could become popular, Yan Mingxiu had been full of contempt for this profession. But whatever the reason, none of this had anything to do with him. Now, he only wanted to make money quickly, pay off his debt, and then live well with Chening in a better home. A condo. Zhou Xiang thought of his former condo. That was what his parents had left him. After he had died, who had managed it? And whose name was it under now? He had an urge to go back and see. He had never intended to sell that condo because it was full of his childhood memories and was the only link between him and his parents. But when he thought about what had happened to the condo after his disappearance, his heart filled with anxiety. He decided to go back and check that day. Even if it already belonged to someone else, he needed to see it with his own eyes. He left the internet cafe and took the bus back to the neighborhood where he used to live. He was very familiar with this place because, To him, he had only left a few weeks ago. There had been some changes in the neighborhood, but they weren't obvious. After all, it was an old residential area. He walked into his old building. The stairs were dark and worn, but the sense of familiarity he felt was incomparable. He wanted to continue living here. As he went upstairs, he came face to face with an uncle. Zhou Xiang was about to open his mouth and call out, "Uncle Zhang," but suddenly stopped himself. He had to constantly remind himself that he was no longer the Zhou Xiang so many people knew, but this Zhou Xiang whom they didn't know. Uncle Zhang seemed to think that this young man staring at him was very strange. He nodded politely and passed by him. Zhou Xiang's heart jumped several times as he walked stiffly to the third floor. He stood in front of his door. There had been no changes at all. It was still the old-fashioned security door with its rusted copper surface. Zhou Xiang couldn't help reaching out to touch his door. He wanted to pull out his key and open it. This warm home would be just as it had always been, welcoming his return. But he didn't dare. He didn't have much contact with his relatives, so he used to put the spare key in the fire hydrant box and hide it in the crevice of the fire extinguisher. He immediately wanted to open the fire hydrant and see if the key was still there, but he was afraid that someone was inside the home. As he hesitated, footsteps came from the room on the other side of the door. Zhou Xiang was startled and panicked. Without even thinking, he went upstairs and hid in the stairwell. After a long time, the door opened, and a man wearing sunglasses and a cap came out. He turned around and carefully locked the security door. Although the man had disguised himself somewhat, Zhou Xiang recognized him at a glance. It was Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang's heart immediately tightened. Chapter 42. Yan Mingxiu didn't realize that anyone was watching him. He pulled down his cap, locked the door, and went downstairs. Zhou Xiang had been crouching on the stairwell, hiding. He was even afraid to breathe too deeply. It wasn't until he saw Yan Mingxiu walk out through the building's door that he finally dared to stand up. His heart continued to pound wildly as he silently stared at the closed security door, his emotions in turmoil. Why would Yan Mingxiu be here? He shouldn't be living here. Even if he disguised himself well, coming and going from this place every day, he would definitely be discovered by the people nearby. No celebrity had ever lived in such a densely populated old neighborhood. It would certainly cause all kinds of inconvenience to a celebrity's daily life. But during their last phone call before his accident, Yan Mingxiu had said, "I will stay in your home and wait for you to come back." Zhou Xiang couldn't get this thought out of his mind. He actually remembered every word Yan Mingxiu had said with perfect clarity. He could even remember the tone Yan Mingxiu had used when he said those words, as well as the way the sentence seemed to penetrate the surrounding silence and reach the bottom of his heart. Could it be that he really had been waiting for him to return all this time? The thought had barely crossed Zhou Xiang's mind when he immediately rejected it. He's already dead. Why would Yan Mingxiu wait for him? People who overestimated themselves would only make their own lives harder. Yan Mingxiu appearing here was most likely because he had to come back to get something. After all, he had lived here for a year. Every corner of this condo was filled with traces of him. Whatever the truth was, all he needed to do was open the door and take a look. But Zhou Xiang didn't dare. He was already scared out of his wits by suddenly seeing Yan Mingxiu come out of the condo. Zhou Xiang decided to check whether the spare key was still in the fire hydrant box and make plans from there. He crept down the stairs like a thief. His eyes kept darting around as he watched his surroundings, while his ears carefully tried to distinguish every subtle sound. After all, he was now considered someone else. If he went in hastily, he really would be a thief. After determining that no one was around, he quickly opened the fire hydrant box and reached his finger into the place where he had hidden the key. The moment he touched something, he knew for sure. He pulled out a small piece of metal and saw that it really was his spare key. The only people who knew where this spare key was hidden were him and Yan Mingxiu. But he had only mentioned it to Yan Mingxiu once, when he had first moved in. Most likely, Yan Mingxiu had long since forgotten about it. So after his accident, the key had simply remained there untouched. Zhou Xiang was unexpectedly overjoyed. He really wanted to open the door right then and see what changes had occurred in his condo. This unbearable excitement seemed ready to burst out of his body, but he used all his strength to suppress the urge. He put the key back in its original place and planned to wait until he was sure it was safe before coming back. If there was someone in the condo, or if someone suddenly returned, it was a risk he couldn't afford to take. Zhou Xiang left his former home. He decided to investigate how his things had been handled after his death, especially his assets. There had been 200,000 in his bank account, hard-earned money he had saved through years of work. He had to find a way to get it back. Otherwise, with his current meager salary of 3,000 a month, he still had to pay rent and support 2 adults. On top of that, the debt he had incurred during his hospital stay was still unclear. When he got home, he saw Qian reading an advertisement while wearing her reading glasses. Zhou Xiang walked over and noticed that it was a job advertisement from a housekeeping agency. Zhou Xiang frowned. "Mom, you're almost 60. You still want to work as a caretaker?" Qian continued looking at it intently. "It's not a housekeeper, but a caretaker. I ran into one of my former colleagues at the supermarket today. Her daughter-in-law just gave birth to a child. Do you know how much a caretaker gets paid each month?" Zhou Xiang shook his head. 6,000. Qian sighed. "That's really good money. You can earn 6,000 in just 1 month. I was thinking about getting some training to become a caretaker." "Mom, does this kind of training cost money?" "The employer may pay 6,000, but the intermediary fee will be deducted. At most, you'll probably only get half of it in your hands." "Half is fine too. It's still better than sitting around here. Every little bit helps." Looking at Qian's pale face and frail body, and thinking that she still had to worry about working for a living at her age, Zhou Xiang's heart filled with waves of sadness. But he couldn't stop her. They were truly desperate for money right now. What Qian said was right. Every little bit helped. He turned the advertisement over and felt that it looked too simple and disreputable. "Mom, this doesn't look reliable. It could be a scam. Wait until I can go with you." "How about Monday?" "I can't. I have to work. Those people are only there on workdays." "What should we do?" Zhou Xiang thought for a moment. "I've just started working. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take time off. Let's wait 2 weeks. I'll go with you then. You should rest your body a little, too. You've been taking care of me all this time. It's tiring enough." Qian furrowed her brows. "That's good too." After Zhou Xiang finished eating, he called Kai Wei. He had just entered the company, so nobody thought much of him and his salary was still meager. He wanted to ask Kai Wei to help introduce some private work for him on the weekends. It could be anything, as long as he could make some money. An ordinary person would never make such a request to someone they had known for only a few days, especially when the other party had already given them a stable job. But perhaps because Zhou Xiang knew Kai Wei too well and subconsciously still felt very familiar with him, he didn't think too much about making the request. From Kai Wei's perspective, if a newcomer who had just entered the company dared to make such a request, he would normally have hung up immediately. But for some reason, he especially wanted to help Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang told him very sincerely over the phone that his mother had had to sell their 2 condos to pay for his hospital care, and that they were now deeply in debt. What he needed most was to make money. After Kai Wei heard this, his heart felt heavy. Perhaps it was because Zhou Xiang gave him a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was because Qian had helped him take care of his father many times. Or perhaps it was simply because he was also called Zhou Xiang, which constantly reminded him of his buddy whose body still couldn't be found. Thinking about that buddy filled him with guilt. He wanted to make himself feel a little better by helping this Zhou Xiang. In short, Kai Wei immediately agreed. He had many print and media advertisements every year, and the decision of whether to use a new person was up to him. He had heard from Qian that Zhou Xiang had wanted to become a star before his accident. Now was the perfect time to bring him in. It wasn't as though Zhou Xiang lacked the potential to become popular. Kai Wei arranged an audition for him on Sunday. It was a print advertisement for men's skincare products, a job Kai Wei had placed him in at the last minute. Zhou Xiang was very happy. He had never thought about doing this kind of face-only advertisement before. But this younger Zhou Xiang had a handsome face. Although he had no particularly distinctive features, it was enough for this kind of low-cost advertisement. Zhou Xiang went out early the next morning and arrived at the audition site half an hour early. When he entered, he saw that it was a home that had been converted into a photo studio. The space was small and looked quite unprofessional. The other 2 young men who had come to audition looked disappointed. Zhou Xiang could understand their mentality. Newcomers who had just entered the industry always had unrealistic fantasies about their career prospects, only to become disappointed when faced with the gap between those fantasies and reality. A low-cost magazine print advertisement like this would give the brokerage company a maximum of 6,000 to 7,000. The model would probably receive the remaining 2,000. But even if it wasn't for the money, some people would still fight for the chance to get their faces exposed. Even if it was only taking a few photos in a shabby studio for an unpopular magazine, there was still competition. Reality was so cruel. These two boys obviously looked down on such a shabby workplace. So when they auditioned, it was inevitable that they would show their discontent, which displeased the staff. Zhou Xiang, on the other hand, was much calmer and more at ease. He spoke politely and looked sincere and responsible. So even though he was a little older and his appearance wasn't as good as the other two, he got the job effortlessly. Zhou Xiang spent the entire day in the small studio. For 3 photos in the magazine, he smiled for hours, smiling so much that his cheeks hurt from constantly repeating the same movements to meet the advertisement's requirements. All in all, he took more than 400 photos. After the job ended, Zhou Xiang dragged his exhausted body back home. After dinner, Kai Wei called him and asked about the progress of his work that day. Zhou Xiang gave him a brief account, and Kai Wei was delighted. He said he would give Zhou Xiang 50% of the pay. After he did more jobs in the future, Kai Wei would find a way to increase his price. Zhou Xiang was immensely grateful to Kai Wei. Their company had strict rules. Within those rules, Kai Wei could decide what percentage of the pay to give a model. Generally, for a newcomer to receive 30% was already quite good. The management company took an agency fee, but Kai Wei had given him half, so he was clearly being especially considerate toward him. Kai Wei had always been like that. When Zhou Xiang had previously taken on stuntman work, Kai Wei would give him a larger share, usually 20 to 30%. Without Kai Wei, Zhou Xiang didn't know how many jobs he would have had to take before he could earn a stable income after graduating from sports university. It was Kai Wei who had given him a way to make a living without having to worry about his livelihood. And now that he had died and lived once again, it was still Kai Wei who was helping him. This advertising job alone had earned him a month's salary. If he could continue getting these private jobs, his life with Qian would improve considerably. He decided that once he got the money, he would first buy a television so that Qian wouldn't be too bored at home. Chapter 43. Zhou Xiang went to the studio to work as usual on Monday. Since he was still in the training stage, he could only do various menial tasks on different sets. This was the kind of work he had done almost 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, he had to start all over again. When he arrived at the sets, many of his colleagues had already arrived. He heard several girls chatting continuously about something. That can't be right. Yan Mingxiu doesn't talk much. Yeah, I've never heard him say a word. I was wondering if he was a mute. Could it be that the nice voice in the film was dubbed? He can talk. He just doesn't like to talk, that's all. He's pretty cool like that. How's that cool? I think it's too abnormal. Is there such a person in the entertainment industry who doesn't laugh or talk? If it wasn't for his family's influential background and his attractive looks, he wouldn't have become popular. Zhou Xiang passed by them and smiled lightly. Ladies, there are all kinds of people in the entertainment circle. It's fine to talk about these things among friends, but don't let other people hear you. The girls were stunned. They couldn't understand how a newcomer like Zhou Xiang would dare lecture them. Zhou Xiang subconsciously realized that he was no longer a senior. But for a moment, he couldn't hold back. Although he really wanted to warn these naive girls who didn't seem to understand anything, the bigger reason was that he really didn't want to hear anything about Yan Mingxiu. Unfortunately, he knew that this was impossible. As long as he was working in the entertainment industry, he would be forced to hear various news about Yan Mingxiu. Fortunately, Alu came over and eased his embarrassment. Alu glared at them. Ladies, be nice. How can you say these things so carelessly? Do you know what kind of family the Yan in Yan Mingxiu's surname comes from? You'll need to suffer a little to learn your lesson. Hurry up and get to work. The girls scattered and each went to do their work. Zhou Xiang helped Lao Zhou move the lighting equipment. As he worked, he became a little lost in thought. His mind kept returning to Yan Mingxiu's cold, expressionless face on the big screen. He really hadn't expected Yan Mingxiu to become like this. Yan Mingxiu didn't seem to have the slightest enthusiasm for this profession. But then, why had he entered the industry? Be careful, Lao Zhou shouted as he grabbed Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang suddenly came back to his senses. His foot slipped, and he almost fell down the steps. Falling himself wouldn't matter, but if he damaged the equipment in his hands, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Lao Zhou glanced at him reproachfully and took the equipment himself. What's going on? What are you thinking about? Zhou Xiang only smiled apologetically. True to his naturally warm personality, he liked to make jokes to ease awkward situations, so he blurted out, "I was just thinking about the sweet and sour pork ribs that sister-in-law makes." Once the words left his mouth, both of them froze. Zhou Xiang wanted to punch himself twice. How long would it take him to adapt to this change in identity? But this really couldn't be blamed on him. In his memory, he was still the same Zhou Xiang from a month ago. In just 1 month, he had become this current Zhou Xiang. He needed to change the way he spoke and the way he did things. He also needed to pretend that the people he had known before were complete strangers. Only by doing so could he remain at ease at all times. But when his mind was distracted, that was easier said than done. Lao Zhou stared at him with widened eyes. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Xiang quickly responded, "Right. Wei Ge told me that. Wei Ge is full of praise for sister-in-law's cooking. He mentioned it to me last time." Lao Zhou looked at him skeptically. "The last time he went to my home to eat was at least a year or 2 ago." "Oh, yeah." Zhou Xiang was still here at that time. After saying that, Lao Zhou looked at him even more suspiciously. Yes, Wei Ge said that. I have the same name as that buddy of Wei Ji's who passed away. That day, I called Wei Ge to brief him on my work and said that Zhou Ge is especially caring toward me. Just mentioning this, Wei Ge lamented and said that Zhou Xiang had a very good relationship with you. He also went to your home to have dinner with you. So I was joking with you, Zhou Ge. Zhou Xiang felt that the explanation was reasonable, but he was still so nervous that he was sweating bullets. Lao Zhou said, "Oh, so that's what it is. If there's a chance later, I'll tell your sister-in-law to make a meal for you guys." "Okay, that's a must, Zhou Ge." After Lao Zhou walked away, Zhou Xiang secretly reminded himself that he could never make this kind of mistake again. Absolutely not. After being busy from early morning until night, Zhou Xiang received a call from Kai Wei when he was about to get off work. Kai Wei sounded somewhat urgent as he spoke over the phone. "Zhou Xiang, I have a job here. You have to come right away. I think you'll be able to do it." "Oh, now. But I'm not off work yet. Just tell Alu. Take a taxi here. I'll text you the address." "Oh, okay." When Zhou Xiang heard that he could make more money, all the fatigue from his day's work seemed to disappear. His entire person immediately felt energized. He told Alu and quickly went to the address Kai Wei had given him. When Zhou Xiang arrived and looked around, he found himself in an office building. The floor he went to was rented by a magazine publisher that specialized in martial arts and gaming consultation. When a staff member led him into a room, he realized that it had temporarily been converted into a dressing room, and Kai Wei was waiting for him. Kai Wei urged the makeup artist, "Hurry up," while simultaneously pushing Zhou Xiang into a chair and patting him on the shoulders. Zhou Xiang glanced at the person who rushed over to do his makeup. He could already guess what was going on. Kai Wei explained, "There's a game celebrating its first anniversary, hosted by this magazine. They want to put together a live-action video clip for the event. I think your image matches one of the game's characters quite well, so I called you over." Zhou Xiang smiled. "Thank you, Wei Ge. I really don't know how to thank you. This kind of video clip could make more money than appearing in printed magazines. And once you entered the gaming industry, there would be many opportunities for work in the future if you performed well. People who were skilled and talented didn't need to be promoted. But most people still had to rely on exposure and expanding their social network to make a living in this niche industry. Back then, Kai Wei had led him step by step into this field. Right now, Kai Wei was once again repeating what he had done before. But the Kai Wei of today was more capable than he had been back then. Zhou Xiang was full of expectations for his future. Kai Wei smiled. "No need to thank me. If I can see that you and your mother can have a good life, I'll be relieved. Here's the situation. Listen carefully. There are still a few people auditioning with you this time. Most of them have some martial arts experience, so their movements will look more beautiful than yours. You have to calm down a little. In fact, anyone can perform those moves with some practice. You need to focus on the details. Don't compare yourself with them." Zhou Xiang nodded, thinking that even if he was only doing it for show, he wouldn't lose. But he still had to remind himself not to perform too well. Otherwise, he would look too suspicious. After changing into his costume and having his makeup done, Zhou Xiang looked at himself in the mirror. There was always a strange feeling in his heart. He always felt that it wasn't him. In fact, this really wasn't him. But now he had become one with him, the younger Zhou Xiang. Kai Wei looked at him approvingly. "Not bad. Very handsome. But you're just too thin. Eat more. You don't look good being this thin. I've gained 4 to 5 kilograms, about 8 to 10 pounds, since I was discharged from the hospital. After a while, I'll get back to my normal weight. Zhou Xiang smiled and turned in a circle. Kai Wei paused and stared at Zhou Xiang in a daze. Zhou Xiang asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Kai Wei murmured, "You." "Turn around again." Zhou Xiang turned around and could only hear Kai Wei sigh softly behind him. Zhou Xiang turned back and asked, "Wei Ge, what's wrong?" Kai Wei forced a smile. "Same name. Even the silhouette from behind is quite similar. Fate is really strange." Zhou Xiang couldn't help being stunned. "Are you saying that my back looks very similar to your buddy's?" Kai Wei felt a moment of pain and sighed. "Yeah, similar. Before, you were too skinny, so it was hard to tell. But now that you've put on a little weight, you look more and more like him. My buddy was almost exactly like you, but his body was much firmer than yours." Zhou Xiang felt sorrow rising in his heart. The silhouette from behind. It was the silhouette from behind again. If he hadn't had a back that looked similar to Wang Yudong's, his fate would have been completely different. He probably wouldn't have lost his life at the age of 30. Kai Wei smiled reluctantly. "Let's go. I'll take you over there. Don't worry. They'll give me face and give you priority. If I didn't have that much confidence, I wouldn't have had you rush over here." He took Zhou Xiang to an office with 2 cameras. Several people were sitting at a table, while others dressed similarly to him stood off to the side. A staff member played a video clip from the game, showing the game's characters performing a sequence of repeated actions for about 4 to 5 seconds. The auditioners were then expected to imitate the actions. The movements were just a few ordinary kicking and punching kung fu moves. For Zhou Xiang, they were extremely simple. He could easily remember them after watching them once or twice. The other people who came for the audition went on stage one after another. Since they had come to audition, they naturally had some confidence. Their movements weren't bad, but they were still far inferior to those of a professional martial arts stuntman like Zhou Xiang. When it was Zhou Xiang's turn to go on stage, he deliberately lowered the quality of his performance to make himself look less conspicuous. But he was really eager to get the role, so he completed the entire sequence in one go. Without making the slightest mistake, he performed the moves so smoothly that the few judges, including Kai Wei, stared at him in shock. Although the entire sequence was only 4 or 5 seconds long, it was extremely difficult to make all the movements smooth, coherent, and beautiful. Zhou Xiang had merely watched a few times before reaching this level. It was definitely incredible. People who didn't know anything about martial arts would at most think that Zhou Xiang had learned the kung fu moves well. Only Kai Wei, who knew something about his background, understood how amazing it was. Zhou Xiang had never told him that he had learned martial arts. Moreover, even though those few moves were a little rough, the way he performed them was somewhat like his good buddy who was no longer here. Kai Wei's heart beat rapidly. There were simply too many coincidences in this world. Maybe God had sent this Zhou Xiang to him, so that he could make it up to the older Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang easily succeeded in getting the role. Although he would only appear in the short game clip for a little over 10 seconds, and his face would only appear in a few shots, Zhou Xiang was still very happy. His payment for this short game clip was more than 10,000. After the audition, the staff informed him of the time for the official filming. Kai Wei had to leave ahead of time. After Zhou Xiang confirmed the schedule, he planned to go home. When he walked to the company's entrance, someone called out to stop him. He turned around and saw a woman in her 30s. She had also been one of the judges on the selection panel earlier. The woman smiled politely. "Greetings. My surname is Zhang. You can call me Zhang Jie." Zhang Jie asked him, "Have you just debuted? I've never seen you before." Zhou Xiang smiled. "I can't really be considered to have debuted. I'm just a handyman for Zhu Xing. Weiga takes care of me and gives me a few chances to pick up some private jobs." Zhang Jie said cordially. "Come, sit down and have a talk. I was really amazed by your moves earlier." Zhou Xiang could vaguely sense something. It was likely that she wanted to introduce him to some other work, so he followed her and sat down on the couch. Zhang Jie said bluntly, "Have you ever thought about being a stuntman?" Zhou Xiang was shocked, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Not only had he thought about it, he had been one for 6 or 7 years. "Your figure isn't bad, but it would be better if you gained some weight. Especially when you turn around, your shoulders, neck, ears, and the shape of your head are very much like this person. The others didn't notice it, but I saw it at a glance." Zhou Xiang became a little nervous. He didn't know who she meant, but he had a hint of an ominous premonition. He carefully asked, "Who?" Zhang Jie smiled smugly. "Wang Yudong. You must know him." Chapter 44. In that instant, all sorts of feelings welled up in Zhou Xiang's heart. He wanted to laugh, to cry, to flip the table, and to kick the wall. Wang Yudong. It was Wang Yudong again. Stuntman, a stuntman again. He really had no doubt that he had been cursed. Even with a completely new life, he still couldn't escape being Wang Yudong's shadow. It was likely that this curse had been branded onto his soul, having nothing to do with his physical body. He hated Wang Yudong. He hated being Wang Yudong's substitute, whether in films or outside of them. At that moment, he only felt as though he were being played by God. It seemed that something invisible was dragging him forward, making it impossible for him to escape. He felt surrounded by heavy barriers and unable to breathe. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. Of course I know who he is. Zhang Jie, thank you very much. Zhang Jie also smiled. It's nothing. This is a win-win situation. In her opinion, Zhou Xiang would certainly agree. Not to mention that he would be greatly compensated for being a stuntman for a superstar like Wang Yudong. Even without monetary compensation, many people would desperately vie for such an opportunity. Even if they didn't get to show their faces in the film, being part of Wang Yudong's filming crew, getting to know a few people, or even casually receiving a few pointers for advancement would be a great opportunity for anyone's future development. This was a golden opportunity. Zhou Xiang was merely a handyman. How could he refuse? However, she didn't expect Zhou Xiang to politely say, "Zhang Jie, this is indeed a very good opportunity, but I have to discuss it with Wei Ge." Wei Ge? Kaiwet. Yeah, I'm an employee from Zhuxing and work for him. Wei Ge won't allow me to casually accept any jobs. I have to get his consent. Zhang Jie burst into laughter. You young man, you're really... She wanted to say naive, but in the end, she didn't. She smiled and said, "Xiao, what's your surname?" "Zhou." "Well, Xiao Zhou, let Zhang Jie tell you a few honest words. Just listen, but don't tell anyone, okay?" Zhou Xiang could guess what she wanted to say. This woman might be a few years older than him, but the way she handled matters wasn't as good as he did, so he nodded quietly. Zhang Jie smiled. Kai Wei is a good person and also takes great care of his subordinates. But with this matter, you really don't need to discuss it with him. Think about it yourself. You become Wang Yudong's stuntman. You don't even have to show your face in the film. It's just a few shots from your back. And if you prefer, your name won't even appear in the credits. You can still get a lot of money. Who would know it was you? I know that each company's rules are different. Most won't allow employees to take private jobs. They have to follow company policies. It's so troublesome. You just have to come over quickly and don't tell anyone. Kai Wei would never know. And if you have to go through the company, at most, only 30% of the money will end up in your hands. Are you willing? Zhang Jie doesn't think it's worthwhile for you to do that. Zhang Jie had her own considerations. If Zhou Xiang really wanted to go through his management company, there would indeed be no loss to her. But according to industry rules, since she was the one who introduced Zhou Xiang to such a big job, besides paying a commission to his brokerage company, he would still have to give her a portion. So the amount of money Zhou Xiang actually received would be very small. She was also worried that Zhou Xiang wouldn't be willing to take the job because the pay was so little. If Zhou Xiang accepted the job privately, her introduction fee would definitely be higher. Zhou Xiang understood her intentions clearly, but he would never agree to it. First of all, not informing Kai Wei before accepting a job was simply being greedy for momentary petty gains. It was a stupid thing to do. Only newcomers would do such things for immediate benefit. This woman, named Zhang, was really selfish, sabotaging a newcomer for her own monetary gain. The entertainment industry was so small. Kai Wei's influence was so widespread that the possibility of taking a private job without being discovered was almost zero. If he did this, Kai Wei would be utterly disappointed in him. It would be like taking the initiative to pave his own alternative path. Most importantly, he definitely didn't want to be Wang Yudong's stuntman again. He didn't even want to see Wang Yudong again. Whenever he thought of Wang Yudong revealing that familiar hypocritical smile, he just wanted to throw a punch. Zhou Xiang smiled. Zhang Jie, what you say is very reasonable. But Wei Ge takes great care of me. If I don't tell him, I definitely won't feel at ease. I still want to discuss it with him. I think he'll agree. Let's do this. Why don't we exchange our phone numbers? I'll give you a call back. Is that okay with you? Zhang Jie's expression didn't look good, but she tried to suppress her displeasure. That's fine, too. Give me a call after you discuss it. But you really should think over what I said, okay? Zhang Jie dialed Zhou Xiang's cell phone with her own phone and then left heavy-heartedly. Zhou Xiang dragged his exhausted body home. He hadn't had any time to relax today, working tirelessly the entire day. As soon as he entered the home, he heard someone sobbing. He was stunned. Taking a closer look, he was shocked to see Qian lying on the sofa, sobbing convulsively. Mom? What happened? Zhou Xiang quickly walked over, feeling extremely worried. Qian saw that he had returned and quickly wiped away her tears. You're back. I forgot to cook. Mom, it's fine. I'm not hungry. Why are you crying? What happened? Qian kept her head down for a long time and didn't say anything. After Zhou Xiang repeatedly asked her, she cried and told him that she had gone to the agency yesterday to apply for caretaker training. But it had been a sham after all. She had paid a deposit of 300 yuan, but now those people were nowhere to be found. Although it wasn't a lot of money, they were now living in poverty, and Qian was really dejected. This woman had already experienced so much misfortune in her life that even a small thing could deeply affect her. Zhou Xiang felt such unbearable pain. He couldn't blame Qian for not waiting for him to go with her. He came home looking extremely exhausted every day, so Qian had probably guessed that he couldn't find the time to go with her. But she hadn't expected it to be a sham. Money. Not having money was really depressing. It wasn't that Zhou Xiang couldn't bear suffering. He had lost his parents when he was in elementary school and had been alone for so many years. But ever since he was young, he had never had to worry about money. His parents had left him the condo and their bank savings. In addition, there was the compensation provided by the party responsible for the accident, as well as support for his upbringing and financial assistance from his parents' families and relatives. Even though most of that had been depleted as he grew older, by then, he had already started working and earning a living, so he had never been burdened by debt. Thus, he had never experienced such anxiety and desperation over money. It was like a huge rock pressing down on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to breathe. Qian whimpered. I thought that since you had woken up, the nightmare would be over. But, so much money. When can we pay it off? Zhou Xiang held this frail woman in his arms and comforted her. Although he felt physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't leave this mother alone. It would be too wrong for him to do that. He couldn't do it. No matter how difficult it was, he was a man, a son, and Qian's only hope. He had to grit his teeth and endure the hardship. Zhou Xiang remembered his own bank book. As long as he could get hold of it, he had the password and could withdraw the money. But he was already dead. What could he do if the bank account had already been canceled? He didn't know how his possessions had been handled after his death. There were no relatives in his family, and he had no contact with any distant relatives who could help him deal with all these things. He knew it was impossible for him to get the condo back. But his money, his bank savings, he had to find a way to get them back. As long as he could get the 300,000 plus, the remaining 10,000 plus could be repaid within 2 or 3 years if he lived frugally. That was his greatest hope. The next day, he left work an hour early and went to the local police station in his district to check on his death certificate. He took a prop from his company, a fake reporter's ID card, and cropped his own picture onto the card. He informed the civil police officer that he was there to follow up on the story of the documentary film crew that had encountered an accident during heavy rain and a mudslide in the mountains 2 years ago. He deliberately chose to go to the station 5 minutes before closing. The only employee left at the police station was a very young female police officer. It was likely that she had just started the job and didn't know that this was against regulations. But everyone else was basically gone, so she couldn't find anyone to ask. She was a bit nervous. Zhou Xiang patiently coaxed her, saying many nice things. Zhou Xiang was somewhat handsome and knew how to sweet-talk people, so with the fake reporter's ID card, the female police officer agreed to let him check. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find his own death certificate. He searched using his name, home address, and even his ID number, but he still found nothing. Did he not have a death certificate? A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhou Xiang's heart. He then went to an internet cafe and checked. If he had disappeared in an accident, It would take 2 years of being missing before a death certificate could be issued. It had just been 2 years since the date of his accident, so now it could be issued. The point was, who would initiate the issuance of his death certificate? There was no one who would come here to do that for him. Unless his relatives had been informed and wanted to take his property, but they hadn't had any contact with him for so many years. They might not even have known about his passing. If there was no death certificate, didn't that mean that his assets had not been divided and his bank account hadn't been canceled? Could he get everything back as long as he went home? Zhou Xiang felt his heart pounding. When he thought of the bank book that could possibly still be in his home, he became extremely excited. His eyes seemed to brighten with this new prospect. When he returned home, he deliberately bought some fruit. The days of going to the supermarket and casually throwing whatever he wanted into the shopping cart were gone forever, but Zhou Xiang was still full of hope for life. He did not tell Kai Wei what Zhang Jie had said to him. He didn't plan on taking the job anyway. When he got to the company the next morning, Kai Wei called him into the office. Kai Wei asked him when the game magazine would be filmed. Zhou Xiang told him it would be on the 16th. Kai Wei slapped his thighs. That's perfect. Go to the filming studio city the day after tomorrow. I got a small role for you in a Republic-era drama. It'll only take 2 days to shoot, so do this first. Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to have a chance to participate in a TV series so soon. Kai Wei basically gave him every job he could get. He really didn't know how to thank Kai Wei. Kai Wei smiled. Stop it. Don't thank me again. I'm not doing it for you. I just want your mom to live a little better. And also, I feel that you and my buddy have a predestined connection. When I see you, I always think of him. Zhou Xiang could understand Kai Wei's mindset and his desire to make it up to him. But he really didn't want Kai Wei to feel guilty because of him. His accident was definitely not Kai Wei's fault. He endured and endured, but finally couldn't help saying, Wei Gu, that wasn't your fault. Why do you blame yourself? Kai Wei raised an eyebrow. How do you know about that? I've heard a bit, and you've mentioned it, so I went online to look and somewhat guessed it. Kai Wei heaved a sigh. You don't understand. He waved his hand. Get on with your work. Zhou Xiang looked at Kai Wei's somber expression, his heart filled with endless pain. On the 12th, he went to the filming studio city on the outskirts of Beijing to report to work. This movie studio had opened in the past 2 years. Now many historical dramas were shot there. There could be 2 or 3 crews working simultaneously. Of course, there were also journalists and fans. Zhou Xiang found the person in charge of the crew, but he was extremely busy. He merely gave Zhou Xiang a quick assessment, looking him up and down, then exaggeratedly snapped his fingers. Yes, qualified. Go change clothes and have your makeup done first. Then just wait. Your scene won't be for a while. If you're bored, go stroll around, but don't go too far. The person in charge spoke rapidly like a machine gun. Before Zhou Xiang could even react, he was already gone. Zhou Xiang smiled helplessly and took the initiative to head toward the dressing room. He hadn't seen such a chaotic crew in a long time. The entire studio set was chaotically busy. There was no order at all. If he were the one managing it, he definitely wouldn't do it like this. He couldn't even find anyone to tell him what his role was or what he should be wearing. After wasting more than an hour, he changed into the costume and had his makeup done. By then, it was already time for lunch. After Zhou Xiang finished eating, he realized that it was still very early for his scene, so he decided to look around. It was his first time coming to this filming studio city, and the area was definitely not small. He strolled to another studio set where they were filming an ancient movie. Standing in front of a replica of an ancient-looking building, he carefully observed the meticulous carvings on the eaves and was amazed at how well the studio had been built. He was so absorbed that he didn't even realize there was suddenly a rush of footsteps behind him. Before he could react, someone violently gripped his shoulders, forcing him to turn around. His eyes widened when he unexpectedly saw Yan Mingxiu's face in front of him. Time seemed to blur all at once. The space between the two became completely distorted. 3 years ago, the boy who had hugged him from behind coincided with the face of the man who was now half a head taller than him. His facial features hadn't changed, still so beautiful that people couldn't look away. But the youthful naivety and arrogance had already faded from the person standing before him. Instead, they had been replaced by an expression that was chillingly cold. Moreover, the distance between them had changed from their former intimate copulation to a distance between life and death. Yan Mingxiu's lips trembled as he gripped Zhou Xiang's shoulders, unconsciously tightening his hold. Not him. It really wasn't him. Obviously, he knew it was impossible. But when he saw that familiar back silhouette, he still held on to that glimmer of hope, hoping that he would be able to witness a miracle. But Yan Mingxiu's expression was pale, almost without a trace of blood. Zhou Xiang's body also trembled. Yan Mingxiu was gripping his shoulders so hard that it hurt, but he didn't say anything. He needed this pain to remind him to stay calm. His legs went weak. When he faced Yan Mingxiu again, he couldn't be as calm as he had imagined. He wanted to run, to get as far away from him as possible. Otherwise, he would become someone who wasn't himself. He forced himself to speak. "You, what are you doing?" As if struck by lightning, Yan Mingxiu immediately withdrew his hand and looked at him coldly. It's not him, just a stranger. But he had met this stranger once before. He usually didn't remember unrelated people, but he clearly remembered the first time he had seen this person. The throbbing in his heart was like raging waves rising in a stormy sea. Twice in a row, this person had made him lose control. Who exactly was he? Yan Mingxiu's assistant stared blankly at him. For someone who never acknowledged others, why was he so interested in this person, Zhou Xiang? This was the second time. The assistant asked softly, "Mingxiu, do you know him?" Yan Mingxiu didn't move at all. His eyes remained fixed on Zhou Xiang as he coldly uttered, "Don't know." He wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't move. This person gave him an indescribable feeling. He didn't know what was happening to him. Zhou Xiang secretly pinched himself. The pain made him wake up. He said calmly, "Mr. Yan, I know who you are, but you definitely don't know me. May I ask what business you have with me?" Yan Mingxiu didn't say anything. He looked him up and down, once again confirming that the person in front of him wasn't someone he would normally give a second glance to and shouldn't have such an impact on him. Just as he turned around, wanting to leave, a voice sounded from afar. "Zhou Xiang, it's your turn. Come over and get ready." Yan Mingxiu's body stopped again. He stared at Zhou Xiang with widened eyes. "What is your name?" Zhou Xiang clenched his fist, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. "My name is Zhou Xiang." Chapter 45. Yan Mingxiu almost gnashed his teeth. "Your name is Zhou Xiang?" The name Zhou Xiang was actually a very common name. There was nothing special about it. But this person in front of him had stirred up emotions in him that he had never felt before. He could not explain why he was paying so much attention to a stranger, especially since this person's name was Zhou Xiang. He was also named Zhou Xiang. The two words Zhou Xiang were like a curse that could instantly erode his heart with tremendous pain. Why? Why was this person also called Zhou Xiang? Was God messing with him? Zhou Xiang passed by Yan Mingxiu and quickly ran toward the set where the Republic-era drama was being filmed. He ran very quickly without turning around, trying to leave all his distress and heaviness behind, along with this person who had made him restless. He wanted to leave all of it completely behind him. Yan Mingxiu stood stiffly for a few minutes, his body not moving at all. His assistant looked at him anxiously, but also incomprehensibly. Yan Mingxiu said to him, "Look into him. The more extensive, the better." Zhou Xiang's role in this drama was very simple. He merely had to play a classmate who helped the protagonist pursue the heroine. When the protagonist tried his hardest to reveal his love for the girl, Zhou Xiang's role was simply to say a few scripted lines of advice and then follow up with some sort of commotion. That was the end of it. The plot was so simple, yet he NG'd 7 times. When everyone else could finish their scenes in 1 or 2 takes, his behavior obviously caused dissatisfaction among the others. His was merely a dispensable supporting role, yet he had wasted everyone's time in film. Zhou Xiang's face was flushed with shame. The more he wanted to recover from the shock of running into Yan Mingxiu, to calm down, the more unable he was to do so. He either forgot his scripted lines or went blank in the middle of the scene. Having been a stuntman for so many years, he had been cast in dozens of small supporting roles that required him to show his face. This kind of situation had never happened before. It made him want to slap himself. If it had not been because Kai Wei was the one who introduced him to this job, the person in charge would have kicked him out. At last, he was finally able to force himself through the scripted lines, ending his day's torture. Unexpectedly, after work was over, Kai Wei actually came to pick him up. Zhou Xiang was already worried about his performance that afternoon. He felt that he had embarrassed Kai Wei, yet Kai Wei had still come to pick him up. This made him feel even more ashamed. The person in charge must have called Kai Wei to complain, so he had come over specifically because of that. Kai Wei smiled immediately upon seeing him. I know what you wanted to say, but you don't need to say anything. It's normal for it to be your first time. Let me tell you a joke. It's about my buddy Zhou Xiang. The first time he acted in a movie, he had a scene with a model who was almost as tall as him. So the director put a box under his feet, but he forgot about it when they were shooting and fell off. It wasn't such a big deal that he fell, but he fell on top of the model, who was furious. Haha, that's way more embarrassing than what happened to you. Zhou Xiang looked at Kai Wei. When he had first taken that minor role where he had accidentally harassed that model 7 or 8 years ago, he had really made a spectacle of himself. Kai Wei had been watching from the side at the time. After he finished shooting, Kai Wei had laughed at him the entire time. Then the two of them had gone to a bar and gotten drunk. At that time, it had seemed that nothing was a big deal. As long as there was liquor and their brotherhood, they could just laugh it off and pass the time. Where had that heroic boldness of his gone? Could it have died with his body? The rims of Zhou Xiang's eyes turned red, his tears almost falling. When Kai Wei saw that his eyes were red, he mocked him. No way. Why are you crying? With this, you're very different from my buddy. He wouldn't cry over something like this. After he finished speaking, he looked at him and sighed. You must not cry. Man up. Zhou Xiang shook his head and smiled. Of course not. Why would I cry? Looking like this, he was indeed not at all like that Zhou Xiang. He had been an optimistic and open-minded person. He had always taken a light-hearted perspective on everything and was usually free from worries. Because in his mind, there was nothing in the world more painful and terrible than the death of his parents. He had already overcome that. What else could bring him down? How could he let himself become someone like a resentful woman over a man and even give up his life? What was the big deal about owing 370,000 in debts? As long as he was alive, it could be repaid. So what if life was a bit hard? At least he could run, move, and feel the world around him. Being able to live again was already the biggest bargain God had given him. At that moment, Zhou Xiang felt his mood lighten a little. Although he was still weighed down by the shadows of Yan Mingxiu and the debt, he began to learn to balance himself, to enlighten himself, and to think positively. He had a mother as well as his good buddy Kai Wei. Kai Wei patted him on the shoulder. It's really okay. It's your first time acting in a film. It's normal not to do well. You'll be fine after a few more times in the future. Zhou Xiang nodded. Wei Gu, I'm so happy to have met you. That's right, so you're very lucky. Be optimistic. All difficulties will pass. Let's go. I'll take you to dinner. Shoot, let's just go to my house. I already told your sister-in-law that I'm going home to eat today. That's great. I also wanted to see your twins. Before his accident, it had been close to his wife's delivery date. Their ultrasound pictures had revealed that it was a set of twin girls, whom he had regarded as his goddaughters. He had felt that he would never have children in his life, so he wanted to cherish Kai Wei's children as his own. Unexpectedly, things in the world were never certain. Before the babies were born, he had the accident. Now that he thought about it, the girls should be 2 years old. Surprisingly, Kai Wei was shocked. He looked at Zhou Xiang strangely. Twins. Zhou Xiang was stunned. He remembered that they had indeed been twin girls. Had he remembered it wrong? Kai Wei creased his brows. Who told you that I have twins? Zhou Xiang suddenly became nervous. What had he said wrong? He only felt that he had said too much. Heard it from others. My wife did have twins, but only gave birth to one. The other one died in the womb. But nobody knew about this. How did you know? Who did you hear it from? Zhou Xiang felt his vision turning dark. He had not expected that. Despite being so careful, he would still end up saying the wrong thing. He had never thought he would make such a careless mistake. Kai Wei did not suspect anything else. He assumed that the people in the company had found out about his family's secret. Having one of their children die in the womb had been very painful for the couple. They did not want anyone to know. He had always thought that nobody in the company knew. He had not expected the secret he had kept so well to no longer be a secret in the company. Even a newcomer like Zhou Xiang knew about it. This made him furious and suspicious. If Zhou Xiang knew about this, how could he not know that one of them had not been born? Did he really not know? Or had he slipped up? Kai Wei stared at him fixedly. Who actually told you? Zhou Xiang's face turned ghastly pale as he tried to respond evasively. I forgot. Maybe I got it mixed up. Didn't Bai Jie just have a baby? That day, everyone was talking about children, and someone mentioned that Wei Gu had twins. I definitely remembered it wrong. There were too many people talking that day. I got it all confused. I must have gotten you mixed up with somebody else. Kai Wei did not really believe him. He thought that Zhou Xiang was afraid it would make him depressed, so he had deliberately hidden the truth. But even if he pursued the matter, there would not be any sort of outcome, so Kai Wei did not want to ask anymore. He just thought that it was strange. How had this gotten leaked? He had only told Zhou Xiang about his wife's condition at the time. So except for Zhou Xiang, no one knew that his wife was pregnant with twins. Zhou Xiang was definitely not a blabbermouth. He had known Zhou Xiang for so many years and knew his character. So who could have said it? How could this young man in front of him know about it? Kai Wei felt that this was peculiarly bizarre. But he could not say what was wrong, so he could only conceal his emotions. If people gossip about me in the future, remember to let me know. Zhou Xiang nodded stiffly, thinking that he must carefully consider what he said in the future. He must never make this kind of blunder again. After Zhou Xiang got into the car with Kai Wei, Yan Mingxiu and his assistant were in the car not far away. Yan Mingxiu's eyes remained fixed on Zhou Xiang until their car disappeared from his sight. He also worked for Zhu Xing and was under Kai Wei. This person with the same name as Zhou Xiang. Why were there so many coincidences with Zhou Xiang? These coincidences were too strange to explain. It was as if the paths of their lives had overlapped. Yan Mingxiu became more and more curious about this person. He said to his assistant, "For the ad for the suit, reach out to him and have him shoot it with me." Assistant Zhang nodded and carefully took note of Yan Mingxiu's instructions in his notebook. Chapter 46. Zhou Xiang saw the little niece at Kai Wei's house. The little girl was running all over the place, adorable and lively. She especially liked him and clung to him as soon as he entered the door. Kai Wei said with a smile, "Strange. My little girl is usually very reserved around everyone. She's never been this close to a stranger. You're the first one." When Zhou Xiang held the little girl, his heart was filled with emotion. When she was still in his sister-in-law's belly, he had gently touched her. He could even remember her little movements inside the womb. But now, the child had grown so much. He was a person who had died and come back to life, while the little person in his arms was a completely new life. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up inside him. During dinner, Zhou Xiang felt very unsettled. After all, Kai Wei and his wife were too close to him. He had already said something wrong during the day. Now he was even more careful, becoming overly cautious about everything he said and did. His sister-in-law laughed at him, saying that he was too shy. Zhou Xiang really had an unspeakable kuchu. After dinner, Zhou Xiang refused Kai Wei's offer to take him home. He took the bus instead. When he arrived home, it was past 10 o'clock. Chening was still waiting for him and gave him a bowl of danmei chicken soup. Zhou Xiang felt that being able to experience this maternal love at all times had been the greatest gift since his rebirth. This was the thing most worthy of his cherishing. Danmei, Yan Mingxiu's assistant, Xiao Jiang, contacted Kai Wei the next day. The two knew each other, but they weren't very familiar. Still, Xiao Jiang thought Kai Wei would definitely agree. After all, for a newcomer to appear in a commercial with Yan Mingxiu was like receiving a great gift from heaven. He never expected Kai Wei to flatly refuse. Xiao Jiang was shocked. What was wrong with Kai Wei? Wasn't he harming Zhou Xiang's career? This was a rare opportunity. Would there ever be another one in his lifetime? So he questioned Kai Wei, but Kai Wei didn't dare reveal his hatred toward Yan Mingxiu. Kai Wei was shocked that Yan Mingxiu would seek out Zhou Xiang, so he subconsciously wanted to refuse on his behalf. After thinking it over, he merely replied, "I have his work fully booked, so he won't have any extra time. Moreover, his health isn't good. He can't work too much." Those words were obviously only a half-hearted excuse. Xiao Jiang had his doubts, but he clearly didn't want to point them out bluntly. Since Kai Wei had put it that way, he couldn't force the matter. He could only hang up and plan to discuss it with Yan Mingxiu before doing anything else. This phone call with Assistant Jiang made Kai Wei even more alert. When he heard about the previous incident, when Yan Mingxiu hadn't let Zhou Xiang leave at the elevator, he had already felt very uneasy. He couldn't say exactly what was wrong. This time, Yan Mingxiu had specifically named Zhou Xiang to appear in an advertisement with him. These two people were worlds apart and couldn't possibly mingle together. So how could Yan Mingxiu have chosen Zhou Xiang? Kai Wei didn't want to let Zhou Xiang do the advertisement because he hated Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu had already indirectly caused Zhou Xiang's death. He didn't want to send this Zhou Xiang to Yan Mingxiu's side. He felt that it was unlucky and a bad omen. So he didn't tell Zhou Xiang about the matter. He was afraid Zhou Xiang would be tempted by the money, so he kept it from him. Qian eventually found a legitimate agent and began training to become a caretaker. After having something to do, she was full of energy. Zhou Xiang was very happy to see her like this. After more than a month, Zhou Xiang had his regular salary, along with additional income from other advertisements and short films. Altogether, he had earned more than 10,000. Zhou Xiang was very satisfied with this start. If he could maintain such an income, then even if he became more tired, paying off the debt would be just around the corner. Zhou Xiang spent his free time working out. Having been fed chicken soup every day, Qian had fattened him up a little. But after lying in bed for 2 years, his bones and muscles were very stiff. He no longer had the agility and dexterity of his former body. He had already noticed this the last time he filmed that game video. Although he felt that he could perform many movements, they wouldn't come across as satisfactorily as people expected. If he had another opportunity like that in the future, he hoped he would be able to display the level of performance he had reached in the past. He still hoped to be able to work in his old profession if possible. Although running into Yan Mingxiu and Wang Yudong in the entertainment industry was a risk, these concerns weren't important compared to making a living. Being a martial arts actor was his primary skill. It was what he was most competent in and most familiar with doing. He had been doing this for 7 or 8 years and had relied on it for his income. To suddenly do something else, he really didn't know what he could do. If it weren't for meeting Kai Wei, and if Kai Wei hadn't given him this kind of work, he wouldn't even have been able to get in touch with jobs like these. He had no diploma, no other skills, and didn't know anyone. Perhaps he could only start out as a security guard or a salesman. Those kinds of days would definitely be much harder than what he was doing now. Now that he had changed into another body, a body that was youthful and somewhat attractive, he hoped to enter the entertainment industry with Kai Wei's help. Even if he could only be a supporting actor for the rest of his life, it would be enough to support Qian and himself. He had positioned himself as a martial arts actor. This was his greatest strength. For this goal, he had to train his body and move toward it step by step. When he was resting at home on Saturday, Kai Wei called Zhou Xiang and asked him to come to the company. Zhou Xiang asked him why. Kai Wei responded happily. Our boss is coming back from abroad. He wants to see you. President Wang? Zhou Xiang calmly asked. Why is President Wang interested in me? I just mentioned you to him. Come over and meet the boss. Show him what you can do. Oh, by the way, President Wang also brought someone back. You probably know him. Who? Our company's pillar, Lan Shirong. Zhou Xiang's heart tightened. He left quickly after hanging up the phone. While on the bus, he looked at his face reflected in the windshield and almost hypnotized himself. You are not that Zhou Xiang anymore. Be careful. Be cautious when you speak. No one could comprehend that a dead person's soul had been reborn in someone else's body. He must not expose himself. When he arrived at the company, Zhou Xiang familiarly made his way to the president's office. After entering, as expected, 3 people were sitting around and chatting. He deliberately put on a nervous expression and greeted President Wang. Then he couldn't help letting his gaze fall on Lan Shirong. Lan Shirong hadn't changed much from 2 years ago. He had a baby face that was distinctive even when he didn't smile. But when he smiled, he was very cute. The years seemed to have left no trace on him, except for his pair of incomprehensibly deep, bottomless eyes. Lan Shirong faintly glanced at him, then slightly furrowed his brows. He had already heard from Kai Wei that this person was also called Zhou Xiang and had many similarities to that Zhou Xiang, but he didn't believe it. Zhou Xiang was a common name, but his Xianggu was very different from anyone else. But when he saw this person, his heart trembled. The face didn't look the same, but his body was indeed very similar, especially this person's temperament. He was tranquil and calm, with a certain coolness about him. He wasn't very old, yet he gave people a very steady feeling. When their eyes met, Zhou Xiang's expression revealed an incomprehensible familiarity that made Lan Shirong feel somewhat unsettled. Kai Wei was right. This person was very much like Xianggu. Lan Shirong's expression instantly turned gloomy, and endless pain welled up in his chest. Xianggu. President Wang looked at Zhou Xiang for a long while, then sighed heavily. Fate. It's fate. Kai Wei pointed at Zhou Xiang and said, President Wang, this kid's life hasn't been easy. His mother owes a lot of money because of the treatment for his illness. If there are any good opportunities, please give him some consideration. I know. Shirong, doesn't your MV need a male supporting actor? Will his figure work? Lan Shirong glanced deeply at Zhou Xiang. Yeah. President Wang smiled. I thought so too. As long as he doesn't look better than you. Zhou Xiang took the opportunity to flatter him. Most people won't be more attractive than him. Everyone loved hearing flattering words, especially President Wang. Zhou Xiang used to rely on his mouth to make their President Wang happy, so he was able to get more work than the average employee. Otherwise, how could a little stuntman like him have talked and laughed with President Wang? President Wang liked people who knew their place and smiled easily. Then let Zhou Xiang do it. But let me say this first. You have to do it well. This MV is different from the small advertisements you've received before. A game promotional video is one thing. This is one of the main MVs for Lan Shirong's album. His records have sold more than 1 million copies. There are many people coveting this supporting role. I'm giving Kai Wei face, and I'm also giving face to my former employee, Zhou Xiang, by giving you this opportunity. If you don't do well, then you should give up the role immediately. Zhou Xiang was so elated that he almost jumped up. Being able to show his face in Lan Shirong's MV was more effective than acting in 100 advertisements. President Wang stared at his face for a long time. Your looks are passable. Why don't you get double eyelids done? And fix your chin, too. I'll give you the money. Zhou Xiang's jaw almost dropped, but he didn't want to undergo cosmetic surgery. He felt that this young man's face was quite attractive as it was. Kai Wei laughed. President Wang is just joking with you. Lan Shirong, who had not spoken, suddenly said, This is fine. He faintly swept Zhou Xiang a glance. You have to act it well. Don't bring shame to this name. After saying that, Lan Shirong sighed, then turned and walked out. President Wang frowned. What's wrong with this kid today? So strange. Kai Wei felt pained. Shirong's relationship with Zhou Xiang used to be very good. The two were like brothers. When Zhou Xiang got into the accident, you also know, he almost collapsed. President Wang nodded. But it's been 2 years. This kid is very sentimental. Zhou Xiang lowered his head and sighed inwardly. President Wang and Kai Wei had to talk privately, so Zhou Xiang went out. He ran into Lan Shirong in the hallway. Lan Shirong glanced at him, his eyes scanning him. Zhou Xiang smiled. Lan Gu, I'm very happy to be able to participate in your MV. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Lan Shirong smiled slightly. Just call me by my name. You're older than me, right? Yes. I'm almost 27, just a little older than you. Lan Shirong pulled out his phone. Leave me your cell number. I'll have my assistant inform you of the schedule. Okay. The two of them exchanged phone numbers. Lan Shirong glanced at him again, his lips revealing a somewhat ironic smile. You're lucky. Zhou Xiang was stunned. If not for you having this name, if not for you looking a little like him, no one would help you like this. You have to thank that Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang lowered his eyes and forced a smile. What you said is true. Lan Shirong's face momentarily turned pale. He shuddered and tucked his phone into his pocket. Go. I want to be alone for a while. Seeing his hurt expression, Zhou Xiang felt extremely distressed. He resisted the urge to comfort him and walked in the opposite direction. Since he was already dead, in everyone's mind, then just let him be dead. Chapter 47. Zhou Xiang received a call from President Wang on Saturday morning. He was still sleeping at the time, but quickly got up as soon as he saw the caller ID. Hello, President Wang. Xiao Zhou, you still haven't gotten up yet. Yeah, I'm too tired from yesterday. I'm afraid you'll be even more tired today. Get up. I arranged an ad for you. Head over there now. Huh? Right now? Yes. The big star specifically asked for you to go. He even called me directly. President Wang's tone sounded a little strange. Zhou Xiang rubbed his face. Who is it? Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang instantly became alert. Yan Mingxiu. President Wang thought he was too excited. Yeah, it's that Yan Mingxiu. Although I don't know what he saw in you, this is a golden opportunity. You're very lucky. You'll get to shoot an ad with Yan Mingxiu and even appear in Shirong's MV. Your future will be much brighter. However, Shirong's MV is still in the planning stage. It'll be several more months before they start shooting. This ad is right in front of you. Since luck is on your side, hurry up and head over there. This, Weiga didn't tell me. Who knows what Kai Wei is thinking, not letting you take this job. That's why the call came to me. I'll ask him about it later. Get up and get ready. Zhou Xiang thought about how to refuse. He finally stammered. President Wang, it's not that I don't want to go, but I have something to do today. What do you have to do? I have another ad that's also today. It's no big deal. Have Kai Wei send someone else. Those are minor ads. Just send any handsome guy. It doesn't have to be you. But for this one, Yan Mingxiu specifically chose you, so you must go. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and get ready. Give me your address. I'll send a driver to pick you up. President Wang. Zhou Xiang knew it was useless to say anything else. This small favor for Yan Mingxiu came at such minimal cost that President Wang was naturally willing to oblige. To President Wang, he was merely lending one of his employees to Yan Mingxiu. But for Zhou Xiang, it meant enduring the torment in his heart while being in close proximity to Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang got up and washed his face, loudly patting his cheeks to calm himself down as quickly as possible. Qian ran over after hearing the noise and asked in shock, "Son, what are you doing? You hit your face so hard that it's red." Zhou Xiang smiled. "Nothing. I have to go to work. Wouldn't this wake me up even more?" Qian said worriedly. "Since you started working, you almost never have a weekend off. Though we really need the money, your health is the most important thing. If you get sick again, everything will be meaningless. Don't neglect your health just to work so tirelessly." "Mom, you're thinking too much. My work isn't tiring. I just do a few moves in front of the camera. How tiring can it be? But you need to rest more. Your face has looked so pale lately." When Zhou Xiang looked at Qian, he wondered where all the nutrients from the chicken soup had gone. He had gained some weight, and Qian had been drinking it with him, too. So how could her complexion still look so bad? Qian smiled. "Your mother is almost 60. I can't still have fair skin like a young girl, right? I don't need to rest at all. It's boring staying home. Come back early today. I'm going to buy some big prawns this afternoon." Qian mumbled about what they would have for dinner while wiping the water Zhou Xiang had splashed onto the floor. Zhou Xiang lowered his head and looked at Qian's frail, protruding spine, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. "Don't think about Yan Mingxiu. Think about the money. Doing this ad with Yan Mingxiu, the pay must be pretty good. That's what he should be thinking about." Although he was extremely baffled as to why Yan Mingxiu would ask him to do this ad. Half an hour later, the driver President Wang had sent arrived downstairs at his apartment. While sitting in the car, Zhou Xiang wondered why Kai Wei hadn't let him take this job. Could it be that he hated Yan Mingxiu? But Kai Wei's decision had actually benefited President Wang, because now he could do a cheap favor for Yan Mingxiu. As for Zhou Xiang's feelings and difficulties, it was obvious that someone like President Wang wouldn't consider them. In President Wang's mind, getting to appear in an ad with Yan Mingxiu was such a great opportunity for a minor nobody like Zhou Xiang that he should be profusely grateful. Zhou Xiang revealed a sarcastic smile. It had been more than 2 months since he had awakened in this body. From the very beginning, everything had felt uncomfortable and awkward. Now he finally felt completely integrated with this body. During those 2 months, he had been trembling with fear and trepidation. In fact, he had even become a bit of a yes man, having no personal opinions, especially when facing people he was familiar with. He was truly afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing and making others suspicious. Even though he repeatedly reminded himself that he was no longer that Zhou Xiang, he had still misspoken a few times, no matter how careful he was. For a fully mature person to subconsciously change and force himself to adapt to a new identity was an extremely difficult thing to do. It was almost beyond imagination, but he had gradually overcome it. After acknowledging this body, he had also gradually fallen back into his previous personality. He, Zhou Xiang, should not be such a coward with a guilty conscience whenever he saw anyone. No one could accept something as outrageously bizarre as a soul transfer. This would be the secret of his life. But that didn't mean he should live in its shadow forever. He had to move forward and bring out his former easygoing and optimistic self to start a new life. He was younger than before and had more advantages. He even had a family now, no matter how he looked at it. He was lucky, because things could have been much worse. The only thing he needed to do was completely abandon his past and remove Yan Mingxiu from his life entirely. This process would be extremely painful, but he would still do it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a new life. His heart would remain the same as before, imprisoned in his painful past. The first step he should take was to calmly confront Yan Mingxiu, to face the person he had lived with, the person he had once loved, but who had never loved him in return. He should completely forget this failed relationship and let the two of them become true strangers. After doing all sorts of thorough mental analysis in the car, Zhou Xiang felt much better. The anxiety and nervousness he had felt since receiving the call had eased considerably. When he got out of the car, he saw Yan Mingxiu's assistant. Taking a deep breath, he put on a calm smile. "Greetings, I'm Zhou Xiang. I think we've seen each other before. What is Dai Ji's name?" "My surname is Jiang. We're about the same age, so you can call me Xiao Jiang." As Yan Mingxiu's assistant, Xiao Jiang's position in the entertainment industry should not be underestimated. However, when faced with the only person Zhou Xiang had ever been interested in, Xiao Jiang didn't dare to be even slightly pretentious. "Jianggu, you're being modest. I've never shot an ad before, so please give me some guidance." Zhou Xiang took out a cigarette and handed it to Assistant Jiang. "Jianggu, would you like a smoke?" Assistant Jiang shook his head. "I don't smoke. Let's go in. Mingxiu is waiting for us." Zhou Xiang's heart jumped fiercely. Clenching his fists secretly, he followed Assistant Jiang into the studio, talking and laughing with him. They were shooting an ad for a branded suit that day. The plot was meant to imitate men in black. The general idea was for everyone to wear sunglasses, with Yan Mingxiu leading a group of people in black suits as they walked by. Although the scene looked silly, after computer-generated special effects were added, they would appear to be traveling back and forth through space with all kinds of mind-blowing powers. After Zhou Xiang arrived at the scene, he realized that he was one of more than a dozen people wearing black suits. He let out a sigh of relief. Although Assistant Jiang had arranged for him to stand near the front, he would be wearing sunglasses and the same black suit as everyone else. With an abstract background added, he would become much less conspicuous. When he entered the studio, Yan Mingxiu came out of the dressing room after finishing his makeup and styling. He didn't need to wear sunglasses, so the corners of his eyes were painted with obvious eye makeup. How should he describe the eye makeup? The corners of Yan Mingxiu's eyes were slightly raised. Combined with his expressionless yet beautiful and flawless face, they gave him a strange and bewitching appearance. Whenever he swept his eyes over someone, he was exceptionally captivating, like the evil spirits in ancient literature who possessed the power to drive men mad. Although Zhou Xiang had slept with him for a year, there were still times when he would be stunned by his appearance. Today was no exception. Beauty was an eternal source of joy. No one could escape that truth. If Yan Mingxiu hadn't looked like this, Zhou Xiang wouldn't have wanted to approach him in the first place, and he wouldn't have fallen so deeply. Yan Mingxiu also saw him. With eyes like a deep, natural pond, he quietly stared at him for a full 3 seconds. It was enough to make Zhou Xiang break out in a cold sweat. Zhou Xiang didn't want to appear passive, so before Yan Mingxiu could react, he simply walked toward him with a happy smile. "President Yan, we meet again. I really didn't expect you to seek me out to shoot an ad with you. I don't know how to thank you. Would you like a cigarette?" He knew that Yan Mingxiu was most annoyed by people who flattered him. It would be best if he annoyed Yan Mingxiu so much that he wouldn't want to see him again. If he could occasionally see Yan Mingxiu's indescribably unparalleled beauty while Yan Mingxiu never knew that someone like him existed in this world, that would be the best possible ending for them. Sure enough, Yan Mingxiu was dumbfounded as he raised his brows. Perhaps because Zhou Xiang's initiative and enthusiasm were completely different from their previous 2 encounters, Yan Mingxiu found him somewhat strange. And the way he tried to curry favor with him was so similar to that of many other people. How could Yan Mingxiu not feel that this kind of person was even a little like him? A trace of anger appeared in Yan Mingxiu's expression. He looked at Zhou Xiang silently, then walked past him as if he hadn't heard or seen anything. Zhou Xiang's hand was still suspended in midair, but he didn't feel embarrassed. He calmly withdrew his hand, turned around, and walked into the dressing room. Changing clothes, applying makeup, getting the props. Zhou Xiang prepared everything along with the more than 10 other models dressed in black suits. Zhou Xiang gradually calmed down. Regardless of Yan Mingxiu's purpose in requesting that he come, Yan Mingxiu wasn't even looking at him now. He was perfectly happy to shoot the ad, take the money, and leave. After putting on his suit, he glanced at himself in the mirror and felt that it fit him very well. When he had been in the hospital, he had only thought that this young man's face wasn't bad. Unfortunately, he had been skin and bones. Now that he had gained some weight and exercised regularly, his figure had become more defined. Looking at it now, this body was the same height as his original one, and even its proportions were similar. Perhaps men with the same height and build all looked about the same, right? It wasn't like a woman's body, where breast size was an obvious characteristic. No matter what, Zhou Xiang didn't want to admit that his back still resembled Wang Yudong's. Even though he couldn't see his own silhouette from behind, he didn't want to see it. The scriptwriter came over and told them to assemble. Zhou Xiang and the others headed toward the studio. The scriptwriter gave them instructions on when to walk and how to walk. Then the more than 10 people lined up and practiced their walking speed, rhythm, and how to keep their expressions emotionless. Halfway through, many of them laughed because a bunch of people walking around in black suits looked really funny. Zhou Xiang was standing at the front center of the lineup. With the exception of Yan Mingxiu, his was the best position. Throughout the entire time, his performance was very well aligned. He wasn't distinctive, nor did he bother the crew. However, what made him most uncomfortable was that he noticed Yan Mingxiu looking at him from time to time. That careful, probing expression made him feel very uneasy. They spent almost the entire morning practicing walking in formation. Their movements had to be uniform and consistent. It was a bit of a challenge for this group of young people who had just met. Yan Mingxiu was much more relaxed. He only practiced a few times before essentially knowing what to do, so he sat off to the side. Sometimes he would stare blankly into the distance. Other times, he would glance over at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang remembered that 3 years ago, Yan Mingxiu had also sat on the side like this, watching him film in front of the camera. That day, they had made love in the dimly lit toilet stall. Afterwards, Yan Mingxiu had waited for him from morning until evening. That frenzied passion was forever gone, yet it remained sealed in his mind. Did he really still want to stir up those feelings and break through his restraint to reminisce about what he had felt back then? He had to suppress these ridiculous impulses. After filming for an entire afternoon, the ad finally took shape. Zhou Xiang also consciously observed Yan Mingxiu while he was filming. Yan Mingxiu couldn't be considered a talented actor. This had a lot to do with his lack of expression. But unexpectedly, his fans liked him that way. He was definitely the only person who could make a name for himself in the entertainment industry solely by relying on having almost no expressions. It was said that Yan Mingxiu only smiled when he made guest appearances in his brother-in-law's films. Just to see Yan Mingxiu's smile, the people who went to see those films were probably no fewer than those who went to see Wang Yudong. Zhou Xiang could certainly imagine that Yan Mingxiu, who normally treated everyone with indifference, would only smile when facing Wang Yudong. After the shooting, Zhou Xiang changed his clothes and removed his makeup, intending to go home. He had just walked out when Assistant Jiang came over. Zhou Xiang answered. Jiang, thank you for today. I don't know anything. I didn't give you any trouble, right? Assistant Jiang smiled. You're too modest. You said you're a newbie, but I could tell that you're very familiar with filming. Your performance was the best. Zhou Xiang smiled. That's great. Then I'll leave first. Hey, wait. Assistant Jiang pulled him to the side. When he was sure that no one else could hear them, he whispered, Zhou Xiang, our Mingxiu wants to invite you to a meal. He's waiting for you in the underground garage. Go. Zhou Xiang asked in surprise. This, why? Assistant Jiang glanced at him strangely. You have to ask yourself that. How would I know? Zhou Xiang smiled forcefully. I don't know either. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could that be possible? Hurry up and go. Mingxiu doesn't like waiting for people. Be careful when eating with him. He has a bad temper. When talking, just go along with whatever he says. You're not going? Zhou Xiang's heart sank. Assistant Jiang pushed him toward the exit. Why would I go? Hurry up. Zhou Xiang sighed heavily and took the elevator down to the garage. He immediately saw Yan Mingxiu's low-profile Lexus. In his mind, these capital princes would typically flaunt their identities with things that ordinary people couldn't afford. To say the least, their President Wang's car was very expensive. While Yan Mingxiu's food and clothing must have been of superior quality, he wasn't one to be flamboyant. If Zhou Xiang hadn't lived with him for nearly a year, he wouldn't have known that Yan Mingxiu's background was so impressive when he had initially thought it was merely good. After becoming a star, Yan Mingxiu seemed to be even more low-profile. It was indeed safe for him to drive this kind of car. No one would believe that such a prominent star like Yan Mingxiu would be hiding inside. Only Zhou Xiang knew, because they had had sex in this car many times. He walked over, opened the passenger door, and sat down. President Yan. Yan Mingxiu looked at him faintly and asked, What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Yan Mingxiu started the car and drove out of the parking lot. This was the first time they had met alone since Zhou Xiang had been reborn, and it was in such a narrow space. Zhou Xiang's heart beat like a drum. He repeatedly asked himself, why? Why is Yan Mingxiu paying such special attention to me? Could it be that he saw something? Impossible. He hadn't revealed any flaws. No one would know. Yan Mingxiu couldn't have known. The only possibility was that. Zhou Xiang remembered the day he had run into Zhang Jie during the audition. He still remembered what Zhang Jie had said. Your back looks very much like Wang Yudong's. Zhou Xiang's heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 48. Yan Mingxiu took him to a members-only restaurant that he had previously visited with Lan Shirong. The patrons who came and went here were all from the entertainment industry, so they were protected from being harassed by the public. It seemed that fame had brought a lot of disturbances to Yan Mingxiu's life. It was hard to imagine that a person like Yan Mingxiu, who was so self-centered and indifferent toward strangers, would put himself in the entertainment industry, where there was a complete lack of privacy. Even though gossip about him was very rare, whenever he went out, he would have to conceal his face. Just thinking about this kind of life already made Zhou Xiang feel that it was difficult to bear, not to mention Yan Mingxiu, who had such a bad temper. The waiter took them to a secluded area and politely offered them the menu. Mr. Yan, please. Yan Mingxiu seemed to come here often. He familiarly selected a few dishes. After taking the order, the waiter left. The two of them sat directly across from each other, neither knowing what to say. The atmosphere was awkward. Zhou Xiang unintentionally looked at Yan Mingxiu and was stunned by the depressed expression in his eyes. Yan Mingxiu's facial features had not changed from before, but the temperament of his entire person had changed completely. He had gone from a bright, brave-looking, arrogant, and unyielding young man to this introverted, cold, detached, and unsmiling one. Only one person could make him change to such an extent. Even though many things had changed with the passage of time, the two of them were actually sitting together again. But Yan Mingxiu could no longer recognize who he was. This scene seemed to change in an instant, and the dark, exquisite restaurant became Zhou Xiang's old family home, with the two of them sitting face to face at the table, tasting the dishes Zhou Xiang had cooked. At that time, Yan Mingxiu's smiles and his own smiles, both of their smiles had come from within their hearts. Looking at Yan Mingxiu, seeing this person who was now so unfamiliar to him, someone whose thoughts he could no longer guess, and then thinking of his already dead self, he could only look at life through someone else's body. He was now sitting face to face with this person he had once been intimate with, yet they no longer knew each other. The inner pain and sorrow were like the torrents of a raging river, furiously flooding his heart. This moment was so painful that it was indescribable. People who had not experienced this could never understand how much sadness, regret, and helplessness filled his heart. He desperately appeased himself in order to maintain calm on the surface, even though his heart already felt as if it had been twisted with a knife. Yan Mingxiu's slender fingers tapped on the wooden table as he said in a low voice, "Your name is Zhou Xiang. Is it also the Xiang from Fei Xiang?" T/N, Fei Xiang, means to soar through the air, spreading one's wings and flying. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath, his lips trembling slightly as he nodded. Yeah. Did Yan Mingxiu still remember him? Yan Mingxiu stared at him for a while, then turned away, his half-lidded eyes concealing his emotions. Yan Mingxiu's thoughts. Does he look like him? Not alike. Even his back is a little similar. Why am I only interested in this person? Whenever I'm with him, I always have this strange feeling. It's as if something is pulling at my heart, making me follow this person closely. Why is that? Besides having the exact same name as Zhou Xiang, what else is there? Why am I hoping for this pathetic bit of consolation? Yan Mingxiu's heart tightened. He is nowhere. Nobody can be him. Zhou Xiang asked cautiously. President Yan, why did you want to invite me to dinner? I'm a little embarrassed. Yan Mingxiu did not respond to his question. He did not know how to respond. He simply felt that there was something he needed from this person, but he did not know what it was. He could not even explain this strange feeling to himself. How could he explain it to someone else? He thought of a question he had wanted to ask all along. What is your relationship with Kai Wei? When Xiao Jiang told him that Kai Wei had refused his request, he had been very astonished. Originally, the coincidence of Zhou Xiang working with Kai Wei had been enough to make him wonder. Now Kai Wei's attitude made him even more suspicious. Wei Gu. I'm Wei Ji's employee. Wei Gu takes great care of me. Why would he do that? Zhou Xiang muttered quietly. Maybe because I have the same name as his buddy who died. Yan Mingxiu slammed his fork onto the china plate. His neck stiffened as his deepened eyes probed Zhou Xiang. You know about his matters? Zhou Xiang carefully pondered every word he was going to say next. Wei Gu told me a bit. Kai Wei, what did he tell you? He only said that he was filming in the mountains, had an accident, and died. He's not dead. Yan Mingxiu suddenly shouted, startling Zhou Xiang. Yan Mingxiu's eyes suddenly became bloodshot as he glared at Zhou Xiang. Who told you that he died? Zhou Xiang was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. What did Yan Mingxiu really know? Yan Mingxiu's attitude made him even more afraid to speak. He hesitated. The specifics? I don't know. It's what Wei Gu said. Yan Mingxiu seemed to realize that he had lost control of himself. He gracefully used a napkin to wipe his lips and tried to suppress his emotions. He's not dead. Go back and tell Kai Wei not to speak utter nonsense. These words were not only a warning to Kai Wei, but also a warning to him. Zhou Xiang could certainly understand their meaning. He wanted to ask Yan Mingxiu why he was so certain that he was not dead. He was so obviously and thoroughly dead, so thoroughly dead that his soul had taken on someone else's body. In this world, was there anyone else who could have more say over his life and death than himself? But to say that he was not dead was indeed right. His soul was still alive. But how could Yan Mingxiu be so sure? He pondered over it again and again, but still did not ask. He was afraid of making Yan Mingxiu suspicious. Yan Mingxiu said faintly, Zhou Xiang is not dead. He will come back one day. You should be glad that you've touched his light. Otherwise, why would Kai Wei take special care of you? That was also the truth. Kai Wei was someone who upheld the code of brotherhood, but he was not a completely compassionate holy mother. The main reason Kai Wei helped him was because he wanted to make himself feel better. Even though Zhou Xiang had never blamed Kai Wei still felt guilty about his death. Zhou Xiang responded glumly, President Yan is right. The meal was bland and flavorless. No matter how delicious the food was, Zhou Xiang could not taste it because his heart was suffering from indescribable torment. Fortunately, Yan Mingxiu did not continue the topic. It seemed that he was treating Zhou Xiang as though he were transparent. Yan Mingxiu finished his own food without uttering another word. Remembering the countless meals they had eaten together, Zhou Xiang never thought that one day they would share such a strange and bizarre meal. Zhou Xiang realized that his psychological defenses were not strong enough. All those happy and sad memories still penetrated through the small cracks, piercing his heart and riddling it with holes. It would have been nice if he had really been given more than 2 years. Even if he had simply been lying in bed, that would have been enough for him to rid himself of these overwhelming negative emotions. Unfortunately, although the world's clock had ticked past 2 years, in his consciousness, he had still been sleeping beside the person in front of him just 3 months ago. He would get up early to prepare breakfast, then happily pull Yan Mingxiu out of bed to eat. Such a drastic change. In such a short time, he had experienced such a drastic change. If time was a cure for everything, then the dose he had taken was obviously not enough. After the meal, Yan Mingxiu did not appear to have any intention of taking him home. Zhou Xiang was even more eager for them to leave separately. The two of them left the restaurant and parted ways. Zhou Xiang took out his cell phone and called Kai Wei. He thought it was necessary to tell Kai Wei about this matter, regarding the advertisement, but he had been so busy the entire day that he had not even had time to check his phone. Kai Wei really did not know anything about him going to film the advertisement with Yan Mingxiu. When Zhou Xiang told him about it, Kai Wei was utterly astounded. Zhou Xiang asked, Wei Gu, why didn't you want me to come? Kai Wei did not want Zhou Xiang to misunderstand, so he explained, It's not that I don't want you to get more work. I just don't want you to get too close to Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang quickly said, Wei Gu, you must have your reasons for doing what you did. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just curious. Kai Wei let out a deep sigh. With my buddy's accident, this guy surnamed Yan needs to bear a huge part of the responsibility. I don't want to say more. In short, stay far away from him. He's no good. Zhou Xiang sighed. Wei Gu, don't worry. I'll remember. Clearly, Kai Wei held a grudge against Yan Mingxiu because of him. The reason he had been in the accident was indeed partly due to Yan Mingxiu. To say that he did not hate Yan Mingxiu was impossible. But since he had been reborn, there were many things more important than holding grudges. Not to mention that he did not want to have any connection with Yan Mingxiu. Hate or not hate, what could he do? Zhou Xiang did not tell Kai Wei about Yan Mingxiu inviting him out to eat. Naturally, he did not mention Yan Mingxiu's warning about Kai Wei speaking nonsense regarding Zhou Xiang's death. Kai Wei was not a blabbermouth. What was more, what Yan Mingxiu had said was truly baffling. However, since Yan Mingxiu was so certain that he was still alive, then the things in his home most likely had not been changed. Naturally, Yan Mingxiu would not take the initiative to have his death certificate issued. He had no relatives in Beijing. If his death certificate was not issued, the Public Security Bureau could only treat this as a disappearance. He was afraid that his relatives, who had the legal right to manage his assets, would never know that he had passed away. Then the cash and bank cards left at home were likely still in the same place. Yan Mingxiu simply would not be interested in these things. He had to go back as soon as possible. Zhou Xiang looked up Assistant Zhang's cell phone number. He planned to start with this assistant and get close to him to find out about Yan Mingxiu's recent itinerary. Then he would pick a time when Yan Mingxiu was away to go back home and take a look. Chapter 49. When Assistant Zhang received the call from Zhou Xiang, he wasn't surprised. There were many people who wanted to get in contact with him. However, he dared not treat Zhou Xiang like any of the others and dismiss him casually. His big boss had personally invited Zhou Xiang to a meal. He had worked for Yan Mingxiu for over a year and had never seen him pay so much attention to one person. Who knew what his boss was thinking? He only knew that he couldn't offend Zhou Xiang. The two of them chatted politely for a while. Zhou Xiang used the excuse of wanting Assistant Zhang to introduce him to others as they continued chatting. In the end, he successfully obtained Yan Mingxiu's itinerary. Zhou Xiang got a more precise time. Yan Mingxiu would be flying to Chongqing next Thursday, but it wasn't for anything related to the entertainment circle. He was going there to handle matters concerning his own business. Most people in the entertainment circle called Yan Mingxiu President Yan because, unlike most performing artists who were constantly called upon to participate in various programs or public activities, Yan Mingxiu had his own company. In fact, it was doing quite well. Besides filming or advertising, Yan Mingxiu literally did not participate in any social activities. He didn't seem to care about his exposure rate, as long as he had worked from time to time to ensure that the public would not forget him. According to Assistant Zhang, Yan Mingxiu would not be able to return until at least Sunday because of this meeting in Chongqing. Zhou Xiang decided not to hesitate any further. He would take action on Thursday night. After dinner on Thursday night, Zhou Xiang watched TV with Chening as usual. Shortly after 10 p.m., he used the excuse that he was meeting a friend to go out. He had initially planned on going out in the middle of the night without telling Chening, but he came to realize that Chening was a very light sleeper. It would be much more troublesome if she found out. He prepared a series of things: a hat, sunglasses, a mask, flashlights, pliers, and so on. With all these tools, no one would think that he was actually going back to his own home. Instead, they would think he intended to steal something. Zhou Xiang also felt pitiful and ridiculous. He had to go back to his own home to get his hard-earned money. But in order to do so, he needed to steal it. There was no other way. If he were caught looking like this, he would certainly be considered a thief. He reached the corridor of his old neighborhood and waited for a while to gather his courage. After confirming that no one was around, he quickly pulled out the spare key from the firebox and shuddered as he used it to open the door's lock. He stood outside the door and looked inside for a long time. There wasn't a bit of light within. There shouldn't have been anyone there, but he was still so nervous that he was trembling all over. The security door to his condo was the same as before. It wasn't easy to open. Even after inserting the key, he needed to hold the door handle up to make the key fit perfectly into the keyhole. The sound of the gears turning was especially loud in the middle of the night, gently pounding against Zhou Xiang's heart. The door opened. Zhou Xiang looked around again. He quickly turned the handle of the wooden door inside and walked into the condo, quietly closing the door behind him. The condo was filled with a muggy, dusty smell. Zhou Xiang immediately realized that no one had come to the condo for some time. In this season, if the windows weren't opened for several days, there would be this kind of stifling smell. It seemed that Yan Mingxiu didn't live here. Zhou Xiang didn't dare to turn on the light. Instead, he turned on his flashlight and scanned the room. The light of the flashlight and the glimmering moonlight enabled him to see his home once again. Everything looked exactly as he remembered it. There wasn't the slightest change. It seemed as though the passage of 2 years was all an illusion. He had only been gone for 3 months and had now returned. His home, this place that had been with him since birth, had been kept just as it was, waiting for him to return. In this condo, his memories were everywhere. He and his parents, he and Yan Mingxiu, his 30 years of life. All of it had been concentrated in this old condo, so much so that every old wall was sprinkled with the taste of memories. Zhou Xiang felt a sharp pain. He had an urge to cry. How much he wished he could simply appear here for the mere reason of coming home, as he had done countless times in the past, instead of only temporarily staying like a thief. Zhou Xiang sniffed and didn't dare to think about it any further. Although Yan Mingxiu was in another city, he still didn't dare to stay here for too long. This was likely what was called a guilty conscience. He wrapped plastic bags around his shoes and gently walked in. The flashlight beam passed over the dust on the shoe cabinet. It wasn't thick, just a thin layer of dust, which proved that someone came to clean from time to time. Maybe Yan Mingxiu still felt some of their former affection for him and occasionally had people come to clean the place. That way, the condo wouldn't be abandoned. He walked through the familiar little porch straight into his bedroom, where he had kept his cash. He had a habit of putting spare cash in the bedside table. It wasn't much, just 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, which was still better than his monthly salary. He was ready to take the cash and return to the living room to get his bank card. When he entered the bedroom, it looked just the same as before. Even the bedding was the one he had bought with Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but walk over and touch the neatly folded silk blanket. It was soft and smooth. Zhou Xiang could even remember that comfortable feeling against his bare skin, especially when Yan Mingxiu turned over and wrapped both of them in the blanket. Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly as he gently put the corners of the blanket back in place. He quickly opened the bedside table. Sure enough, the money he had casually thrown in there was still there. Zhou Xiang had had a pretty good life before. 4,000 to 5,000 yuan wasn't a lot of money to him. At that time, he could casually and flauntingly drive his car, take a boy he had just met out for a meal, and give him little presents. There had hardly been any worries in his life until he met Yan Mingxiu. But now, even if it was 4,000 to 5,000, he would save it. In order to save bus fare, Chening would walk half an hour home in the blazing hot sun while carrying a bunch of groceries. Zhou Xiang was also forced to change his habit of buying things without looking at the prices. Instead, he diligently tried to save all the money he could. This 4,000 to 5,000 yuan was already a pleasant surprise for Zhou Xiang. He quickly put the money into his pocket and then returned to the living room. But what he didn't expect was for the flashlight to malfunction. The light flashed a few times and then stopped working. Zhou Xiang was annoyed. He could only use the light on his cell phone to get his bank card from the closet. The cell phone's light would always turn dark after a short while, making it frustratingly difficult for Zhou Xiang. When he went to Guangxi, he had only brought a card for emergency use. In fact, since they were following the crew was responsible for providing the meals. Besides, there was no place to spend money in the mountains, so he had actually brought too much. He couldn't remember how much was on the card. It certainly wasn't much. The card with more money was in the drawer. There was a pile of his bills in the drawer, including documents, passbooks, and so on. Even his parents' marriage certificate was in there. Just as he turned around, he sensitively heard the security door's lock turning. All the fine hairs on Zhou Xiang's body stood on end. Is there someone? Yan Mingxiu? That's impossible. Isn't he in Chongqing? How could he be so unlucky as to be caught red-handed like this? If Yan Mingxiu saw him here, how would he be able to explain this? Even with 10 heads, he didn't know how to explain it. In his moment of desperation, Zhou Xiang was at a complete loss about what to do. He grabbed a few things, including his bank card, and stuffed them into his pocket. Then, he quickly closed the drawer. Panicking, he planned to sneak into the study to hide, but he didn't expect a little mishap as he hurried. He tripped over the small stool near his foot and fell to the ground with a loud thump. The front door opened, and the shadow of a tall figure appeared in the doorway, yelling, "Who's there?" Chapter 50. When Zhou Xiang heard that voice, all the fine hairs on his body stood on end. How could it be him? He immediately remembered that, besides himself and Yan Mingxiu, there was one other person who knew where he kept the spare key. At the time, this person had been very close to him and had gone to his home almost every day. Lan Shirong. One time, Zhou Xiang wasn't at home and couldn't leave work, but Lan Shirong had come to his place, so Zhou Xiang had told him where the spare key was. After all, at the time, he trusted Lan Shirong, and there was nothing valuable at home. That had been the only time. Ever since then, whenever Lan Shirong came over, Zhou Xiang had always been home, so he had long since forgotten about it. It wasn't until he encountered Lan Shirong at this strange time that he suddenly remembered what to do. Lan Shirong quickly turned on the living room lights. His first reaction was that there was a thief. Sure enough, a man wearing a cap, sunglasses, and a mask that tightly concealed his face had fallen to the ground. As he tumbled, several bills, including 100 yuan bills, fell out of his pocket. Lan Shirong angrily shouted, "You fucking dare to steal things here." He hastily rushed forward, not even giving Zhou Xiang a chance to react before stepping on Zhou Xiang's calf. Zhou Xiang smothered his groan. It hurt so badly that he almost cried out. Lan Shirong bent over and was about to capture him. Zhou Xiang remembered that there was a potted plant behind him, so he reached back, grabbed a handful of soil from the pot, and without hesitation threw it at Lan Shirong's face. Lan Shirong was caught off guard and couldn't open his eyes for a moment. Zhou Xiang seized the opportunity to spring up from the ground and kicked Lan Shirong down. Then, with a big stride, he jumped over him and fled out the door. The soil had gotten into Lan Shirong's eyes, causing tears to gush out. He forcefully turned his head and saw the thief's back as he fled through the door. The man's legs were slightly slanted, but Lan Shirong faintly felt that he had seen that figure somewhere before. Zhou Xiang ran out of the neighborhood. As he ran down the stairs, he faintly saw several of his neighbors turning on their lights. They had probably been awakened by the shouting and commotion. As he ran, he removed the things covering his face and threw them into a trash can. These were the things he had brought to disguise himself when he approached the neighborhood. At this time, most of the people in the neighborhood were sleeping, but there were still people on the main street. Wearing these things would easily make people suspicious. He ran several hundred meters away. Only when he saw that Lan Shirong hadn't caught up did he finally feel relieved. His heart was pounding as if it were about to jump out of his chest. Zhou Xiang had never been so nervous and tense in his entire life. He couldn't imagine how he would explain this if Lan Shirong caught him. Confessed him? When Zhou Xiang thought of this possibility, his heart beat even faster. Perhaps Lan Shirong could accept his identity? No, he couldn't indulge in that kind of wishful thinking. The main reason Zhou Xiang didn't dare let anyone know was to protect himself. This kind of outrageous thing, once discovered by others, could have completely unpredictable consequences for him. Even though he still trusted Kai Wei and Lan Shirong, he still didn't dare take that risk. Zhou Xiang hid in the corner for a long time. He was now half a kilometer away from the neighborhood. Because he was hiding directly across from the neighborhood, however, he could clearly see its entrance. He had originally planned to return home quickly, but he suddenly wanted to see whether Lan Shirong would call the police. After waiting for about half an hour, the police car still hadn't come. Lan Shirong hadn't come out either. It appeared that he hadn't called the police. Suddenly, an Audi Q7 drove past on the street beside him. He glanced at it casually. Despite the dim lights and the few other cars on the street, Zhou Xiang could still see the license plate number at a glance. That was Kai Wei's car. Zhou Xiang watched as Kai Wei's car turned into the neighborhood. He was utterly shocked. He knew that his plan had completely failed. Lan Shirong didn't know why he had suddenly come to Zhou Xiang's home, but he had obviously been shocked to encounter a thief inside. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with it, so he had called Kai Wei. No matter how much they discussed how to handle this, there would still be traces left behind. In the end, Yan Mingxiu would surely find out about it. Yan Mingxiu would definitely become even more vigilant in the future. At the very least, he would change the door locks. It would be impossible for Zhou Xiang to go back to his home again. Zhou Xiang quickly pulled the bunch of cards from his pocket and checked them. There were medical insurance cards, VIP cards from clothing stores, hotel discount cards, and so on. Among the pile of cards, Zhou Xiang finally found his ICBC card. To his disappointment, he remembered that this wasn't the card containing most of his money. There might only be 4,000 or 5,000 yuan in this account. Moreover, after what had happened, he didn't dare use this card. What if, after discussing things, the two of them reported the card as lost to the police? He knew that the banking system was connected to the network, so if the card was actually reported as lost, he would be walking right into a trap if he went to withdraw the money. He put the cards back into his pocket and subconsciously patted the cash there, hoping it could offer him at least a little comfort. Although this time couldn't be considered a complete failure, what he had lost far outweighed what he had gained. This made him feel extremely pained. In this world, what could be more unlucky than being able to see your own money but not being able to use it, seeing your own home but not being able to live in it? Zhou Xiang looked at the time and saw that it was already very late, so he could only return home. He planned to go to the company tomorrow and see if he could inadvertently get any information from Kai Wei about what had happened today. Kai Wei wasn't on guard against him, so he might tell him. Early the next morning, just as Zhou Xiang entered the company's doors, Alu immediately saw him and grabbed him. Zhou Xiang, are you planning on looking for Wei Ge? Everyone in the company knew that Zhou Xiang and Kai Wei had a good relationship. Whenever he wasn't out working, he would often go looking for Kai Wei. Zhou Xiang nodded. Yeah. What? Alu lowered his voice. Don't go. Don't go right now. Zhou Xiang also unconsciously lowered his voice and furrowed his brows. What happened? Young Master Yin is here. Lan Shirong is also here. They're arguing right now. What are you going to do going in there now? Be cannon fodder. Zhou Xiang's heart thumped. Yan Mingxiu? Yan Mingxiu came. Alu had known Zhou Xiang for a while, and the two had become familiar with each other. Alu told him without hesitation. Yeah. You've just entered the company, so you may not know. It's said that Yan Mingxiu and Lan Shirong don't get along. They've fought before in the company. I'm not sure why. Anyway, after Yan Mingxiu entered the entertainment circle, Lan Shirong went abroad, mainly to develop his career overseas. It's likely that he wanted to avoid him, Yan Mingxiu. I don't know what's going on today, but Yan Mingxiu suddenly came to the company to look for Lan Shirong and Kai Wei. He caused a big commotion. I just don't know if they've already fought. Alu shook his head. Although his tone sounded very concerned, his face clearly showed that he was enjoying the gossip. Wouldn't it be troublesome if they really did fight? Nobody told President Wang. Zhou Xiang merely wanted to test the waters. It would really be troublesome to tell President Wang. Alu blinked. Who would dare? Even Wei Ge himself didn't call President Wang. Who would dare call him? Isn't that just asking to be scolded? In short, just don't go in there. Everyone is pretending that we don't know anything. After all, it's none of our business anyway. Zhou Xiang nodded and patted his chubby arm. I know. I'm going to go have a smoke. Zhou Xiang got rid of Alu and snuck toward Kai Wei's office. Chapter 51. In Kai Wei's office. Surname Lan, aren't you being shameless? If it weren't for giving face to Zhou Xiang, there wouldn't be a place for you here. Yan Mingxiu's face was grim as he glared at Lan Shirong. Not to be outdone, Lan Shirong sneered. I know your Yin family is powerful and influential, but isn't abroad too far for your family to reach? You don't have to use this to threaten me. I don't depend on you for a living. What do you mean by giving face to Xianggu? You're just feeling guilty. If it weren't for you, Xianggu wouldn't have died. Yan Mingxiu shouted angrily. Talk more shit, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhou Xiang isn't dead. Without seeing his body, he must still be alive. You bastard actually stormed into our home. What bullshit about a thief breaking into the condo? That thief is you. He had received a call from Kai Wei in the middle of the night. Kai Wei informed him that a thief had broken into Zhou Xiang's home and burglarized it, and that he should come back to deal with it. After Zhou Xiang's accident, the key to the condo had always been in Yan Mingxiu's hands. Yan Mingxiu didn't allow anyone to move any of Zhou Xiang's things. It was as if Zhou Xiang would come back someday. He would return from time to time. Sometimes he would stay for a while, sometimes for a few days. Whenever he felt that he could get over it and move on, he would leave. To him, this was a home that could not be violated in any manner. It was the place that held all of his and Zhou Xiang's memories, belonging only to the two of them. Not to mention a thief. Even if Kai Wei and Lan Shirong were to step into this place, he wanted to kill them. Kai Wei knew that Yan Mingxiu had possession of all of Zhou Xiang's things. When Lan Shirong called him to come to the condo, the two discussed for a long time how to handle the matter. Lan Shirong wanted to report it to the police, not wanting to inform Yan Mingxiu. He had never agreed that Yan Mingxiu had any right to this condo anyway. However, after repeated consideration, Kai Wei notified Yan Mingxiu first. If they informed the police and the matter got out of hand, Yan Mingxiu would still find out. Not only that, exposing either one of them would provide enough gossip to feed the media for 3 months. If they really reported it to the police, How would this end? Kai Wei didn't just have to consider the pressure from Yan Mingxiu, but also Lan Shirong's image. In the end, Yan Mingxiu quickly rushed back to Beijing that night. Kai Wei knew he would. Although he hated Yan Mingxiu, he didn't dare to offend him. Lan Shirong had a bit of the ignorance of a newborn calf. He wasn't afraid of tigers. For one, he was young. For another, his career was centered in Europe and America. It wouldn't be easy for Yan Mingxiu to mess with him, so he wasn't afraid. In addition, Lan Shirong had always blamed Yan Mingxiu for Zhou Xiang's death. It was already good enough that Lan Shirong hadn't pounced on Yan Mingxiu upon seeing him, let alone given him face. Kai Wei could only be the mediator between the two. He shouted, "This meeting is to exchange information and think of a way to catch the thief so that we can get Zhou Xiang's things back. What the fuck can you guys get out of continuing to argue?" After he finished shouting, the two of them calmed down a little. Yan Mingxiu sat back down on the sofa, his head lowered and his shoulders shuddering slightly. Lan Shirong took several deep breaths. "Call the police. We won't reveal ourselves. Wei Gu, you do it. This neighborhood is too old. There probably isn't any surveillance. But there's a street outside the neighborhood, so there must be surveillance cameras at the intersections. Maybe he was captured." Kai Wei looked at Yan Mingxiu and asked, "Have you checked Zhou Xiang's things? What's missing?" "The money in the bedside table and a few of his cards." Kai Wei furrowed his brows. "Taking the cash is reasonable, but why take the cards? It's not like he can withdraw the money." Lan Shirong responded, "I'm guessing he wanted to take all the cash from the drawer, but he panicked when I opened the door, so he just grabbed whatever he could. When I got into the room, he was so shocked that he tripped over something and fell." Yan Mingxiu coldly uttered, "You couldn't even catch a thief who tripped. Fucking useless." Disregarding his image, Lan Shirong cursed back. He also felt somewhat stupid, but still refused to show his weakness. Taking Xiang Ji's things and not letting them go, and now you can't even prevent a thief. You're the one who's fucking useless. Kai Wei heaved a sigh. "Enough. Let's talk about something serious. This matter has to be handed over to the police, but it can't be publicized. President Yan, you can handle this matter. Find someone reliable. You don't want to be exposed either." Yan Mingxiu nodded, seemingly agreeing. "Shirong, you're the only person who saw this thief. Later, you'll have to give the police information about this person's appearance. You're right. These days, there are surveillance cameras at most intersections. He must have seemed particularly conspicuous while running away. Maybe he was captured." Lan Shirong murmured, He tried to recall the back of this person. For a moment, he felt that he had really seen that back somewhere before, but he had no clue where. Or it could have been a figment of his imagination. He was just confused, so he didn't say anything. When Zhou Xiang quietly approached the door to Kai Wei's office, they happened to be discussing reporting the incident to the police and had also mentioned the surveillance cameras at the intersections. Zhou Xiang was so petrified that he started sweating profusely. He hadn't thought about that at all. However, when he ran out of the neighborhood, he was still wearing his disguise. In addition, he was wearing newly purchased clothes, so even if he had been captured by the surveillance cameras, it was unlikely that he would be recognized. He had made preparations beforehand in case he encountered an unexpected situation. Based on what he had learned from police films, he had done a few things to mislead the investigators. He believed that finding a person in a haystack was extremely difficult, so he wasn't particularly worried about being caught by the police. What he was more worried about was that he really couldn't go back to his home anymore, even if it was just to take a look. Zhou Xiang was afraid that someone would see him leaning against the door trying to listen, so after standing there for a while, he left and waited in the office area. After a while, he saw Yan Mingxiu leave in a rage. He waited for a long time. Then he also saw Lan Shirong leave gloomily. Zhou Xiang got up and went to find Kai Wei. Once Kai Wei saw him, he thought of Zhou Xiang again. He shook his head and sighed. Zhou Xiang asked, "Wei Gu, what happened?" Kai Wei blew out a ring of cigarette smoke. "Zhou Xiang, I shouldn't tell you this, but I'm so upset. I treat you as one of my own, so you can't tell anyone about this." Zhou Xiang nodded. "Don't worry, Wei Gu. My mouth is sealed." Zhou Xiang's home was burglarized. Zhou Xiang pretended to be surprised. "What?" Since Zhou Xiang's accident until now, his body fell somewhere in the deep valleys of Shiwan Mountain and couldn't be found. So this could only be handled as a case of disappearance. His condo has been kept. He and Yan Mingxiu were once a couple, so the key to the condo is also in Yan Mingxiu's hands. But for whatever reason, last night Shirong drove by Zhou Xiang's neighborhood wanting to go in and take a look. I've told you, before Lan Shirong became famous, he and Zhou Xiang had a very close relationship. He knew where the spare key was, so he used it to open the door and go in. What happened was that he ran directly into the thief rummaging through things. You say, isn't this such a coincidence? On a day when Yan Mingxiu was in another city, Shirong just happened to pass by, and the thief came on that very day. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Maybe God also feels remorseful toward my buddy and wanted to help keep the things he left behind. Zhou Xiang also felt that this was too much of a coincidence. He hadn't gone the day before or the day after. Lan Shirong hadn't gone before or after either, but both had gone at a time when they would have a confrontation. Sometimes he felt that something like fate seemed to have an invisible hand that was truly controlling their lives, making it impossible to resist. Zhou Xiang murmured quietly, "Then what are you guys going to do? We'll leave it to Yan Mingxiu to deal with it." After all, the two were indeed a couple before. Actually, Shirong. Kai Wei could tell that Lan Shirong liked Zhou Xiang, but he immediately realized that it was inappropriate to tell Zhou Xiang this, so he didn't say it. Maybe he'll have to get a professional to look into this. This can't be blatantly reported to the police. The things Zhou Xiang left behind have been decreasing bit by bit. Yeek. Hearing Kai Wei say it that way, Zhou Xiang didn't feel that the police would be able to trace it back to him, but he still had a trace of tension. After all, he had been a law-abiding citizen for more than 30 years. With things having reached this stage, going back to his condo to take his things already made him feel guilty. He could no longer return home. Although he had planned everything thoroughly, thinking that he might forget because he was leaving in a hurry, he had put the spare key back in its original place after opening the door. The police might not be able to know that he had opened the door using the key. After all, powerful locksmiths and thieves could now open doors without breaking the lock. But after this incident, Yan Mingxiu would surely change the lock. Kai Wei inhaled a breath of smoke and snuffed out the cigarette, but, "Let's not talk about this. Why are you looking for me?" Zhou Xiang immediately responded, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to let you know that I've received the money for the last advertisement." That was very fast. "Yeah, the company is operating well, so there's no reason to drag it out." "Oh right, the ad that you did with Yan Mingxiu. The funds are in and will be transferred to you within these 2 days." Zhou Xiang smiled. "That's great." Kai Wei glanced at him oddly. "Yan Mingxiu really didn't talk to you that day or interact with you?" "Almost none. There were more than a dozen people filming this ad together. The entire time, I was practicing with the other supporting roles." Kai Wei pondered over it. Could it be that he really called you over because you were just suitable for the ad? Then how could he explain the fact that he had called directly to President Wang's home? Such a small supporting role, without even revealing the face, could be done by anyone. Why bother owing President Wang a favor by insisting on Zhou Xiang for this ad? Was it merely because they had the same name? Zhou Xiang smiled inadvertently. "Wei Gu, you're definitely thinking too much. After I got there that day, I realized that those people's figures were similar to mine. Since they'll be shooting the ad the day after tomorrow, they're definitely in a rush to find someone with a similar figure, pursuing perfection. Otherwise, why would someone like Yan Mingxiu pay special attention to me?" Kai Wei nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. What was Yan Mingxiu really thinking? His head could explode from thinking about it, and he still wouldn't be able to guess correctly, so he might as well not even try. Zhou Xiang rubbed his hands. "Wei Gu, is there any other work for me?" Kai Wei smiled. "You really can't stand being idle. Don't risk your life working so hard for money. Did you even rest last week? You've only been out of the hospital for a few months. Keeping yourself healthy is earning money. Don't ruin your health just for money." "Don't worry, Wei Gu. I've been lying in bed for 2 years. My entire body feels all right. I just want to work right now." Kai Wei asked, "How much do you still owe?" "It's still that amount. I just paid back a few thousand in the past few days. I want to save some money and rent a different apartment. The current environment is very bad." Kai Wei responded, "Take it slowly. You're still young. As long as you're here and healthy, there is nothing that's too big of a problem." Zhou Xiang nodded. He ate lunch at the company and then went with Alu to bring a bunch of rental props to the studio. While sitting in the car, Zhou Xiang was very sleepy. Suddenly, he awakened to the sound of his phone. He took it out and looked. It was a text message from a strange number. The text message read, "Are you done considering it? Time waits for no one." Zhou Xiang pondered for a long time, feeling somewhat worried as he looked at the strange number. Searching through his phone log, he found that this number had called him last month. Zhou Xiang carefully recalled that day. Then it dawned on him that it was from Zhang Jie, who had wanted to recruit him to be Wang Yudong's stuntman. Zhou Xiang didn't even think and immediately deleted the text. For him to be Wang Yudong's stuntman again, this was even more upsetting than getting slapped. If he had been given this new life only to continue being Wang Yudong's stuntman, it would have been better for him to be completely dead. After taking the props to the studio, Zhou Xiang rounded up a bunch of people to start the installation. They worked frantically the entire time under the blazing sunlight. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Xiang suddenly received a call from his mom. He wiped his sweat and hid in the shade to answer the call. "Hello, Mom." The voice that came through on the other end was not his mom's voice, but an unfamiliar man's. "Hi, are you Zhou Xiang?" "I am." "You are." "I am the manager of Daxi Home Economic Service Company. Is Chinning your mother?" Zhou Xiang's heart suddenly jumped. "Yes." "What's wrong with my mom?" Chinning suddenly fainted during the training. "She's resting here right now. Come over and take her home." Zhou Xiang's heart sank. After he hung up the phone, he immediately went to tell Alu the situation. Alu had a good relationship with him. He immediately told him, "I'll lend you my car. Hurry and go." Zhou Xiang quickly responded, "Thank you, buddy, but I don't have a driver's license. You helping me finish up here is already the greatest help you can give me. Sorry for this unexpected situation. If there's time, I'll definitely be back." Alu patted him. "Hurry up and go. You don't have to come back." After Zhou Xiang ran out of the studio, he remembered that this was the suburbs and there were very few cars passing by. He anxiously ran along the street for a long time before finding an unofficial taxi. At this time, he didn't bother to ask the driver what the cost would be. He jumped in and headed for the city. Chapter 52. It will take a few days for the examination results to come out. You should take your mother home. But according to my years of experience in medical practice, this appears to be a problem with her kidney function. The doctor adjusted his glasses and handed Zhou Xiang a prescription. Zhou Xiang's hand trembled slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Doctor, could it be cancer?" "Don't be so pessimistic. We can't determine that at the moment. Not until the results come out. Once they do, I advise you to take her to a major hospital for a more thorough examination. But as her son, you also lack some common sense. Can't you see that your mother's complexion is very bad? A person of her age may have somewhat yellowish skin, but it shouldn't be this yellow. This isn't normal. It's a sickly color." Zhou Xiang lowered his head. It felt as though an enormous, invisible stone were pressing down on his shoulders, so heavy that he couldn't even lift his head. How could this be? Kidney disease? What could it be? Kidney inflammation? Uremia? Diabetes? Kidney failure? Kidney cancer? Zhou Xiang's understanding of kidney diseases was limited, but every possibility filled him with endless fear and worry. Chinning had lost her husband in middle age, and in her later years, she had a son who lay in a hospital bed for 2 years in a vegetative state. The only thing keeping her going was her son, even though she didn't know whether he would ever wake up. But now that her son had awakened, she had also fallen ill. Moreover, she would never know that another person's soul now lived inside her son's body. Although this had not been Zhou Xiang's choice, he still felt guilty and heartbroken toward Chinning. He would never let her know that her son was gone. After awakening, he had been confused about many things, but there was one thing he was certain of. No matter how harsh or difficult life became, he would always continue playing the role of Chinning's son until the day one of them died. He had never thought that Chinning might not have enough time to enjoy their new life after they paid off their debts. She might even leave this mundane world with regrets and unwillingness. When Zhou Xiang thought of this, his heart filled with an indescribable, intense pain. This woman was too pitiful. Why did she have to endure all this? Zhou Xiang clutched the medical record tightly, his body trembling slightly. The doctor patted him on the shoulder. "I said, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe things aren't as serious as you think. Go back for now." Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He wiped his face and stood up. "Doctor, thank you. I'll come back the day after tomorrow." After leaving the examination room and returning to Chinning, he had to be the son who could hold up the sky for this woman. After the intravenous transfusion, Chinning regained consciousness. The doctor did not require her to stay in the hospital. She was accompanied by a friend she had met during her caregiving training course, and they were waiting in the rest area for Zhou Xiang. When she saw Zhou Xiang, it was as though she had seen her lifeline. Her dark, gloomy eyes suddenly flashed with glistening light. Zhou Xiang quickly went over and supported her arm. "Mom, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I slept for a while. I'm much better now." The auntie beside her asked nervously. "Xiaozhou, how is she?" "The doctor said the results will be out the day after tomorrow. He told us to go home and wait for them." Chening pressed a hand against her chest and trembled. "Xiang, what if I—" "Mom." Zhou Xiang interrupted her. "Mom, don't think too much. The results aren't out yet. Maybe it's just ordinary kidney inflammation." Zhou Xiang looked at Chening's yellowish skin. The doctor's words continued to echo in his ears. He faintly felt that it was not as simple as kidney inflammation. At this time, Chening didn't know what to think. Hearing Zhou Xiang say this, despite her anxiety, she tried to suppress it. She didn't want Zhou Xiang to worry after seeing her like this. Zhou Xiang thanked the auntie for accompanying them to the hospital and then took Chening home. They hailed a taxi, but Chening refused to get in until Zhou Xiang pushed her inside. After arriving home, Zhou Xiang said to Chening, "Mom, don't go to any more training in the future. Just rest at home. You've been worrying about making money for so many years. Now it's my turn." Chening couldn't help crying. "Xiang, why are our lives so hard?" Zhou Xiang gently patted her back and said with a smile, "It's not hard. We're both doing fine now. What could be so difficult? It's only a matter of money. My income will get better and better. Mom, you don't have to worry about anything. Just take care of your illness." Chening held her son and cried intermittently. If she didn't have this son by her side, she would have already died. She never thought God could be so cruel. She had thought that once her son awakened, her hardships would finally come to an end. She never expected that just when Zhou Xiang recovered, she would fall ill. She had actually felt that her body was getting worse and worse, but she had endured it without saying anything. It was her own body, so she knew that this definitely wasn't just ordinary kidney inflammation. She was filled with fear and resentment about the future. Zhou Xiang coaxed Chening for a long time before she finally fell asleep. Seeing her abnormally yellow complexion and the crease that remained between her brows even in sleep, Zhou Xiang felt an unbearable pain in his heart that he couldn't describe. No matter what illness Chening had, it was certain that they would need to spend money. Chening couldn't work in her current condition, and he would probably have to hire someone to take care of her. How much would all of this cost? Just thinking about it, Zhou Xiang could already see that the road ahead was becoming bleak and depressing. From the moment of his rebirth until now, there hadn't been a single day when he hadn't had to worry about money. This had never happened in his previous life. He felt that he was completely unlike the previous Zhou Xiang. The economic pressure was so overwhelming that he could barely breathe. His optimistic personality from the past was something he could no longer afford at this moment. He was now just a poor man working hard to make a living. Zhou Xiang thought of the text message from Zhang Jie. What conditions did he have to be proud? To pick and choose? If he had a job that could make money, he should accept it without hesitation. What right did he have to be picky about whose stuntman he would be? When a man is poor, he should have low expectations. Translator's note: the idiom means that when a man is poor, his ambitions cannot reach very far. Just this morning, he had despised taking on this proposal to become Wang Yudong's stuntman. But now, he knew that he had to seize every opportunity to make money. It wasn't clear what kind of illness Chening had, but it was certain that they would need money. After Chening fell asleep, Zhou Xiang called Kai Wei. Kai Wei quickly picked up. "I've just finished being busy and was about to give you a call." Alu said Auntie Chen fainted. "Did you guys go to the hospital? How is her condition?" Kai Wei asked a series of questions in rapid succession. Zhou Xiang felt a migraine coming on as he replied somberly, "We still don't know yet. She had an examination today. The doctor said to go back to the hospital the day after tomorrow to get the results." "It can't be. Is it anything serious?" Kai Wei asked anxiously. Zhou Xiang let out a sigh. "I'm not sure right now, Wei Ge. I'm calling you about something else." "What is it?" "I recently met a big sister surnamed Zhang from the same company as Wang Yudong. She wants to recommend me as Wang Yudong's stuntman. I wanted to let you know." No matter what happened, he couldn't accept private jobs behind Kai Wei's back. That would betray Kai Wei's trust in him. Kai Wei didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, as though he had finally regained his senses, he asked, "You said who?" "Wang Yudong." Zhou Xiang knew what Kai Wei was thinking. Even he felt that this was difficult to believe. He had clearly changed into a completely different identity, yet somehow he seemed to be following the same old path. When he first entered the martial arts stuntman world, he could only get minor roles. Until one time, he became Wang Yudong's stuntman. At that time, Wang Yudong had also just debuted. But because he had huge financial backing, he was the company's main target for promotion. So, right after his debut, he played the lead actor in a martial arts film. When they were looking for Zhou Xiang to be his stuntman, in order to create Wang Yudong's divine and wholesome image, they agreed to pay him double the usual fee, but Zhou Xiang's name would not appear in the film credits. The film was promoted as though all the scenes had been performed solely by Wang Yudong himself. At the time, Zhou Xiang was also a newcomer. Without much foresight, he agreed without hesitation. Later, he regretted it tremendously because the film became a huge hit. There were several martial arts scenes in the film, and most of them had been performed by him. With the arrangements made by the martial arts coordinator, the cinematographer's shooting techniques, and the later production work, the overall effect in the film was remarkably superb. Those scenes were gorgeous and beautiful. One of them was even regarded as a classic. If Zhou Xiang had insisted on having his name included in the film credits, then simply from the reputation and popularity of the film, he would have received some of the limelight and probably wouldn't have been underrated and forced to struggle for the next few years. Unfortunately, he had already signed a contract. Although not many people in the entertainment circle knew about this, it was not something he could expose to the public. However, even after Wang Yudong became famous, he continued to look for Zhou Xiang to be his stuntman. Neither Zhou Xiang nor Kai Wei agreed to have his name removed from the credits again, but Wang Yudong didn't care too much. The two continued to cooperate. As a result, Zhou Xiang also rode along with the waves of Wang Yudong's popularity. It could be said that by staying beside Wang Yudong, he gained many opportunities. The Wang Yudong of that time could not be compared to the Wang Yudong of today. Even then, he was already capable of bringing Zhou Xiang a lot of benefits. Right now, Zhou Xiang was indeed short of money. Without connections, if it weren't for his bad experiences in the past, he would not have refused. Although he deeply hated having anything to do with Wang Yudong again, reality was like a sword hanging over his head, forcing him to make a decision. Kai Wei sighed deeply on the other end of the line and muttered in a low voice, "What kind of life is this? How could this be?" Zhou Xiang pretended to be confused. "What? You don't know? That Zhou Xiang also used to be a stuntman for Wang Yudong." As a matter of fact, the two worked together on several films. He was almost the main replacement for Wang Yudong. Zhou Xiang muttered quietly, "I've heard it from others." Kai Wei added, "Xiang, I advise you not to go." "Why?" "Because that buddy of mine had a very unpleasant experience with Wang Yudong over something in the end." "Do you think Wang Yudong could accept another person named Zhou Xiang as a stuntman?" "No matter how you put it, it'll be awkward." Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly. "Wei Gu, considering my situation right now, as long as there's a way to make money, even if I have to walk into a bonfire in the dark, I'll do it, let alone this. You don't have to worry. This Zhang Jie only knows that my surname is Zhou. I'll change my name when the time comes. As long as you don't reveal anything, it'll be fine." Kai Wei thought about his debt of more than 300,000, then thought about his mother, who had fainted that day. He couldn't bring himself to say anything to stop him. Zhou Xiang was right. At this time, he really shouldn't stop him from doing this because of his own apprehensions. Kai Wei reluctantly replied, "Give me that person's number. I'll help you get connected through the company. Do it well. You'll be able to meet many people by staying beside Wang Yudong. It's a good thing." Zhou Xiang replied softly, "Thank you, Wei Gu." Chapter 53. When Zhang Jie called him the next morning, she complained to Zhou Xiang for a long time over the phone. She said he should have listened to her before and shouldn't have discussed the matter with Kai Wei. Now that it had been delayed for so long, Wang Yudong's side had already found a stuntman. Only then did Zhou Xiang realize that Kai Wei had put the responsibility for the delay on him. He could only apologize. He thought there would be no chance for him this time. He didn't expect Zhang Jie to still ask him to go to the set. She said that if he performed better than the other stuntman, he could replace him. Wang Yudong had never cared about money. What he pursued was quality. Zhou Xiang rushed to the set before noon as she had requested. Zhang Jie was waiting for him at the entrance. When she saw him, she quickly said, "You finally came. To tell you the truth, the chances aren't high. It all depends on you. If you get the job, don't forget about me. Zhou Xiang nodded. Definitely not. Thank you, Zhang Jie. When the two entered, Wang Yudong was discussing the script with the director. Zhou Xiang looked at the man he was so familiar with. Wang Yudong was still as handsome and refined as ever. Wherever he went, he carried an aura that made it impossible for people to ignore him. However, Zhou Xiang hated him very much. In fact, Zhou Xiang had never felt that Wang Yudong had done anything wrong. People were fully justified in looking after their own interests. Wang Yudong was merely looking out for himself. It was just that Zhou Xiang was jealous of him. Because of Yan Mingxiu, Zhou Xiang was too ashamed to show his face in front of Wang Yudong. He desperately wanted to forget the past, but the past refused to leave him alone. Instead, it was drawing even closer to him. Now he was once again standing beside Wang Yudong, working as his stuntman. To him, it felt as though this had happened only a short time ago. When the two approached, Wang Yudong looked up at them. Zhou Xiang suppressed his panic. Just as he had when he first came into contact with Wang Yudong, he respectfully addressed him. Dong Gu. He knew quite a bit about Wang Yudong. Wang Yudong especially liked being flattered. When Zhou Xiang thought of his own hypocritical smile, he began to hate himself. Wang Yudong gave a soft and smiled kindly. You're the one Zhang Jie was talking about? What's your name? Zhou Yang. Oh, Zhang Jie had nothing but praise for you. But Zhu Xing responded too late. My side had already recommended someone. But if you really do better than him, I'll pick the best person. Of course, the compensation will also satisfy you. It just depends on whether you have the ability or not. Wang Yudong patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Don't be nervous. Perform well. My works have always pursued perfection. Zhou Xiang nodded. I'll try my best. Xiao Gu, take him to get his makeup done and give him a stuntman's costume. Hurry up. A girl responded as she pulled Zhou Xiang away. Half an hour later, after getting dressed for the role, he followed Xiao Gu to the set. Zhou Xiang knew this film's director from before. But now, of course, the director didn't know him. Zhou Xiang nodded. Director Zhao. Director Zhao glanced at him. Who is this? Xiao Gu explained. Dong Ji's stuntman. Wasn't there already one? Said the person standing not far from Director Zhao, frowning as he glanced over. Xiao Gu softly said, I don't know either. Zhang Jie, come here. Zhang Jie and Wang Yudong came over together, and Wang Yudong quickly explained the situation. Director Zhao said, then come and give it a try. Show us a few casual moves first so I can see how they'll look on screen. Zhou Xiang warmed up and then performed a series of self-defense moves in front of the camera. When he was in school, he had practiced swimming, but he didn't have the talent for it, so he didn't continue. At that time, a buddy in his dormitory practiced martial arts. Zhou Xiang thought it was fun, so he often learned a few things alongside him. Although his speed and strength weren't particularly good, he had mastered the poses superbly, making them look more beautiful than drawings. He hadn't expected that it would later become his career. After becoming a stuntman, he followed his teacher and learned about filming martial arts scenes. The focus of the class was on teaching them how to make martial arts movements look good. Zhou Xiang only needed to make a move before all his senses came rushing back to him. Moreover, he had been exercising whenever he had the time. At this point, he no longer felt that his body was as stiff as it had been when he first woke up, so his movements were very smooth. The camera turned slightly toward him. Zhou Xiang felt as though he had returned to that carefree, emotionally uninhibited feeling he used to have in front of the camera. For a moment, he became carried away, completely immersing himself in the performance. When he finished performing the series of martial arts postures from his memory, he turned around and saw that several people, including the director, were staring blankly at him. Zhou Xiang was very confident in his professional skills, so he smiled faintly. Is that okay? Before Wang Yudong could even speak, the director had already snapped his fingers. It's you. Zhang Jie was so elated that she discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Only Wang Yudong looked at Zhou Xiang thoughtfully. He felt that he had seen this series of fluid movements from Zhou Xiang before, but he couldn't remember where. Director Zhao said to Zhou Xiang, go over there and find the stunt coordinator. Discuss things with him. Because the stuntman's role wasn't decided for the longest time, the martial arts scenes have fallen behind. Hurry up and go. Zhou Xiang responded with an okay. As he hurried over to find the stunt coordinator, he passed by a man who was looking at him contemptuously. Zhou Xiang was stunned. Then he remembered that this was the other stuntman Wang Yudong had found. His role had been taken by Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang didn't turn his head to look at him. He simply walked past without reacting. The entertainment industry had always been a matter of survival of the fittest, so there was nothing to complain about. The stunt coordinator was very dissatisfied with the director's last-minute change because he had already spent a long time discussing things with the previous stuntman. However, he soon discovered that this young man was much more professional than the previous one. He didn't have to explain many of the movements at all because Zhou Xiang could understand them immediately. He even proposed several modifications that better suited the role. The stunt coordinator asked him in surprise, "How many years have you been working as a stuntman?" Zhou Xiang answered vaguely, "Not too long. I felt like you've been working for a long time. You're very professional." In addition to being a stuntman, Zhou Xiang had also begun participating in stunt coordination work during the last few years. Of course, he was a professional. The person in front of him didn't know him, so Zhou Xiang could reveal his abilities without any reservations. The more they talked, the more they agreed with each other, and they even modified more than half of the previous action sequences. Director Zhao requested that they try filming a scene first. Zhou Xiang picked the first scene. The person who was going to film with him in this scene soon arrived. Zhou Xiang took a prop sword and moved between the two of them. Using a sword wasn't his forte. It was something he had learned later. In the past, when he filmed Wang Yudong's movies, another stuntman would be used whenever sword skills were required. But this part was relatively short, so Zhou Xiang did it himself. After filming, Director Zhao was quite satisfied with him. "Not bad. We'll start official filming this afternoon." Zhou Xiang thought he could earn 40 to 50,000 this time, so he was deeply moved and very happy. At that moment, there was a commotion at the door. Zhou Xiang looked over and saw Yan Mingxiu arriving with assistant Jiang. Zhou Xiang was initially shocked, then couldn't help smiling. Yan Mingxiu appearing at a place where Wang Yudong was working wasn't strange at all. He slightly turned his head away because he didn't want Yan Mingxiu to see him. He guessed that Yan Mingxiu had come to visit the set. He didn't expect assistant Zhang's eyes to be so sharp. He spotted him immediately. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Zhou?" Zhou Xiang could only turn around awkwardly and address them. "Jiang Gu, President Yan." Yan Mingxiu looked at him in astonishment. Wang Yudong smiled. "You two know each other?" Yan Mingxiu quietly asked, "Why are you here?" Before Zhou Xiang could speak, Wang Yudong answered, "He's my new stuntman. His performance is pretty good. Since Zhou Xiang's accident, I haven't found a stuntman to my liking. He's the best one so far." Both Yan Mingxiu's and Zhou Xiang's expressions changed. One looked unsightly, while the other became nervous. When Wang Yudong saw Yan Mingxiu's expression, his eyes flashed. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Mingxiu, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Yan Mingxiu handed him the things in his hand. "I went to Chongqing to handle some business, and just came back. My sister happened to be on a business trip there too, but she'll have to come back next month. She asked me to give this to you." Wang Yudong handed the things to his assistant. "Oh, okay. I'll call her today. When I'm done working, I'll go see her." Yan Mingxiu was a little dazed and didn't hear what Wang Yudong had said. Instead, his eyes drifted toward Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang wiped the sweat from his face. "Director Zhao, I'm going to get a takeout box. Can I go eat?" "Go right ahead." Zhou Xiang walked to the other side of the set. Just as he got his takeout box, someone patted him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Assistant Jiang. "Hey, Jiang Ge, have you eaten yet?" "No, I'm just about to." Assistant Jiang smiled. "What a coincidence." "Yeah." Zhou Xiang smiled stiffly. "Mingxiu told you to go find him in the break lounge." "Huh. Bring an extra takeout for him. You two can eat together." Assistant Jiang looked strangely at Zhou Xiang. He really didn't understand what it was about this guy that allowed him to get so close to Yan Mingxiu. Could it be that his boss liked Zhou Xiang? Assistant Jiang was very uncertain. He had been with Yan Mingxiu for a long time and had noticed that Yan Mingxiu was interested in neither men nor women. Zhou Xiang could only bring an extra takeout with him. Assistant Jiang stopped him. "Oh, Xiao Zhou, let me tell you something. Mingxiu's mood has been very bad these past 2 days. It's probably because his home was burglarized, so be careful when you talk to him." "Burglary? Was it when he was in Chongqing?" Zhou Xiang hoped to get some information from Assistant Jiang. "Yeah. Mingxiu had just arrived in Chongqing when he got the news. Then he rushed back that night and flew back to Chongqing at noon the next day. It was exhausting. I can see that he's very tired and his mood is terrible, so be careful. Zhou Xiang nodded. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he went to the break lounge with the takeout. Zhou Xiang gently knocked on the door. Yan Mingxiu's low voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and entered. Yan Mingxiu was sitting in a chair, his head leaning against the wall as he rested with his eyes closed. Zhou Xiang put the takeout on the table. President Yan, Jianggu said you haven't eaten. Yan Mingxiu opened his eyes and glanced at him. Zhou Xiang was still wearing his costume, a pure white, heroically noble outfit with a natural and unrestrained air. Yan Mingxiu raised his chin. Sit. Zhou Xiang sat across from him, minding his own business as he opened his own takeout and began eating. He could feel Yan Mingxiu's eyes fixed on him, filled with restless anxiety. Why did you come to be Dong Ji's stuntman? Zhou Xiang felt a little choked up. He looked up and calmly replied, Zhang Jie introduced me. Yan Mingxiu stared at him piercingly. I just saw your video recording, your movements. Who taught you? Zhou Xiang cautiously answered. I took martial arts classes when I was younger. It's something I've liked since I was a child. All of this was true. Chening had shown him photos of Zhou Xiang when he was a child in martial arts class. Yan Mingxiu felt that he was lying. Who was this person, really? Why did he and the older Zhou Xiang have so many coincidences? They had exactly the same first and last names. They both worked under Kai Wei's agency, and now he had even become Wang Yudong's stuntman. Moreover, every time Yan Mingxiu was with him, that familiar feeling struck him directly in the face, making him lose his bearings and leaving him completely at a loss about what to do. This person was like him, the older Zhou Xiang. Very much like him. From the first time Yan Mingxiu saw him until now, he had only become more and more like him. How could this be? Yan Mingxiu desperately restrained his urge to question him loudly. He had become more and more curious about this person. Being with this Zhou Xiang made it impossible for him not to think of him, the older Zhou Xiang. Yan Mingxiu continued asking, How do you know Kai Wei? We met at the hospital. How did you meet? Yan Mingxiu's probing questions had already gone far beyond the level appropriate for their relationship, but he still stared at Zhou Xiang unyieldingly, forcing him to respond. Zhou Xiang knew that, given his current position, he really couldn't afford to offend him. He answered half-heartedly. Wei Ji's father had a stroke and became paralyzed. My mother took care of him at the hospital. He subconsciously didn't want Yan Mingxiu to know that he had been comatose in the hospital for 2 years, because this younger Zhou Xiang and the older Zhou Xiang had their accidents on the exact same day. Before, he hadn't believed in anything paranormal. But now he was convinced that supernatural forces existed in the world. When both of them had their accidents at the same time, his soul had entered this person's body. This was inconceivable to ordinary people. So even with the people closest to him, he couldn't bring himself to tell them. He didn't want them to become suspicious. Yan Mingxiu looked into Zhou Xiang's eyes and felt that he was still trying to hide something. He decided to send someone to investigate this person. He didn't know why he was paying such extraordinary attention to him. It was almost as if he could vaguely feel him through this younger Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang finished eating very quickly, but Yan Mingxiu's chopsticks hadn't moved at all. He kept scrutinizing Zhou Xiang. This meal was truly tasteless for Zhou Xiang. After eating, Zhou Xiang left first. Coincidentally, Director Zhao called him over, wanting to discuss something with him. Just as he walked over, Yan Mingxiu followed him and bluntly asked Director Zhao and Wang Yudong, This film isn't bad. Is there a suitable role for me? The two men's mouths dropped open. Wang Yudong reacted quickly and immediately smiled. Of course, there's a role that's suitable for you. Aside from films he invested in himself, Yan Mingxiu almost never participated in other people's films because he refused to smile in front of the cameras. Because of that, there were many roles he couldn't act in. At present, only Wang Yudong could persuade Yan Mingxiu to make a cameo in his film for a few minutes. Moreover, with just one smile, an expression lasting less than 2 seconds, he could make the box office exceed the expected sales by 30%. To have Yan Mingxiu participate in his film, Wang Yudong couldn't have asked for more. Unfortunately, he had asked Yan Mingxiu for quite a while the last time before Yan Mingxiu finally agreed. This time, he hadn't even dared to think about it. Unexpectedly, Yan Mingxiu had actually taken the initiative to ask. This made Wang Yudong and Director Zhao elated. There was actually no suitable role for Yan Mingxiu in this film. But if they only needed to add a role at the last minute, it would practically guarantee the box office. Director Zhao said to the person beside him, "Hurry and call the screenwriter over. How can a meal take so long to eat?" Quickly, Zhou Xiang turned his head and looked at Yan Mingxiu inquisitively. Yan Mingxiu also looked at him quietly, his gaze probing and searching. Chapter 54. In the afternoon, while Zhou Xiang was reshooting a falling sequence, Yan Mingxiu remained on the sidelines watching, which made him feel very uncomfortable. During the break, Zhou Xiang heard director Zhao discussing the script with the screenwriter. He wanted to add a supporting role for Yan Mingxiu as the protagonist's younger brother. The character would be a frail, sickly man who was bedridden all the time, yet also a scholarly person of great talent. In the end, he would die at the hands of the protagonist's enemies, playing a crucial role in driving the important change in the protagonist's temperament. Yan Mingxiu was also nearby while they discussed the script, and he made a few comments. Zhou Xiang only overheard part of the conversation, but he basically understood what was happening. In order to give Yan Mingxiu more screen time in the film, director Zhao could be said to be racking his brains. In fact, he didn't need to go to such lengths. Zhou Xiang felt that as long as Yan Mingxiu could act in several scenes with Wang Yudong, Yan Mingxiu definitely wouldn't refuse. Zhou Xiang had been working in the entertainment industry for quite some time, so he had naturally heard plenty of gossip. It was said that Yan Mingxiu had never guest-starred in other people's films. The only exception had been for his brother-in-law, Wang Yudong. If there was a first time, inevitably there would be a second. Compared to other people, Wang Yudong was naturally different. Looking at Yan Mingxiu and Wang Yudong standing together and discussing things intently, Zhou Xiang's heart filled with indescribable emotions. When the two men stood together, they were almost as dazzling as the film's numerous magnificent special effects. There was really no need to worry about the box office. After Zhou Xiang finished shooting a short scene, he went to a corner of the corridor to smoke and rest. His mind was constantly occupied by Chening's health, leaving him restless throughout the entire day. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the other side of the corridor. It was very quiet. The bathroom was right beside Zhou Xiang, so he thought someone was coming to use it. Unexpectedly, the footsteps stopped at the corner. A moment later, Yan Mingxiu's voice came from the other side of the wall. "Hey, Bureau Chief Qin, you called me. Have you found someone reliable? When can we meet? I know I reported this to the police too late. For one thing, I can't let anyone know about this. For another, I've been busy with the company's work these past few days. I really can't get away. I'm worried that the media will catch wind of this, so I have to find someone reliable to look into it." No, I didn't go into the room. The scene was kept exactly as it was. I had important matters to deal with overseas at the time, so I had to leave quickly for a business trip the next day. I only looked inside from the doorway and still haven't entered the room. Furthermore, there were two people who moved around in the living room at the time, but they didn't enter any of the rooms. They shouldn't have touched anything. If necessary, I can call them over to cooperate with the investigation. That's great. I'll see you in the neighborhood at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Xiang didn't dare breathe. It wasn't until Yan Mingxiu hung up and returned to the set that Zhou Xiang finally dared to exhale the smoke he had been holding in his mouth. Yan Mingxiu had really found someone to investigate. Zhou Xiang became increasingly worried. Once a professional criminal investigator was brought in to investigate the case, this supposedly simple case of theft had far too many suspicious points. There were so many that Zhou Xiang could count them off one by one. The undamaged lock could reluctantly be explained as the thief's superb lock-picking skills. But after entering the room, the thief had gone straight to the bedside table in the bedroom to take the cash, then immediately returned to the living room to take the bank card. Any ordinary thief entering a condo would have turned the place upside down and ransacked it. If the thief wasn't familiar with the home, how could he have known exactly where those things were? That alone was already strange. Zhou Xiang really didn't know what conclusions they would reach. At the very least, anyone with normal intelligence would suspect that the theft had been committed by someone from inside. Although Zhou Xiang didn't believe they would suspect a dead person, he still couldn't put his mind at ease. The more Zhou Xiang thought about it, the more frightened he became. Tomorrow afternoon, Yan Mingxiu would bring the professional criminal investigator to the supposed crime scene. At that time, they would definitely discover a lot of suspicious loopholes. Although Zhou Xiang didn't think they would suspect him, his guilty conscience still made him extremely afraid. He came up with an outrageously bold idea. He would go back tonight and destroy the scene. According to what Yan Mingxiu had said, they were deliberately preserving the scene and hadn't entered at will. If he could return before tomorrow and mess up the scene a little, they wouldn't be able to find those suspicious traces. The moment this idea occurred to him, Zhou Xiang nearly jumped out of his skin. The hand holding his cigarette trembled. He had been a good citizen his entire life and had always been an honest and upright person. He had never done anything sneaky like this, but reality had forced him to take these risks time and time again. Zhou Xiang stood pale beside the bathroom for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind to go back again tonight. He had to mess up the scene and avoid leaving too many clues for Yan Mingxiu. To do that, he first needed to find out where Yan Mingxiu would be. Although Zhou Xiang didn't think Yan Mingxiu would go back tonight, after his unfortunate experience last time, he wanted to make absolutely sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the courage to step into his old neighborhood. He returned to the set and continued shooting his scenes. That night, after work, Zhou Xiang asked the staff around him whether they wanted to go singing and drinking. These people were all young and loved lively gatherings, so people quickly responded. Zhou Xiang also tried to curry favor with Yan Mingxiu. President Yan, I don't know if you can do me the favor, but I can tell at a glance that you're very busy. You must have some social engagements tonight, right? No. Yan Mingxiu looked at him indifferently. I'll join you guys. Everyone stared at Yan Mingxiu with their eyes wide open. Even in their wildest dreams, they hadn't expected him to agree. With Yan Mingxiu attending, how could the other big and minor actors dare not accompany them? In the end, even Wang Yudong and director Zhao were coming. A small gathering had turned into a welcoming party for Yan Mingxiu. The location was changed from a KTV to a nightclub. Zhou Xiang thought that this was actually a good thing. Yan Mingxiu's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. He was confident that he could get him drunk. As soon as work ended, more than 20 people enthusiastically rushed to the nightclub. Wang Yudong acted as the host and reserved a large private room. The nightclub manager brought in 15 young women and 5 young men. All of them were quite attractive. The staff, basking in the opportunity to enjoy themselves, were all radiant with excitement. Even the women joined in the revelry and became rowdy. For some reason, one of the young men went over and sat right beside Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang glanced at him and thought that this kid's eyes were quite perceptive. He had only looked at him a few times, yet this kid could already tell his sexual orientation. Zhou Xiang thought to himself that he obviously had no such intentions at all, but apparently, a person's natural disposition couldn't be changed. The young man smiled and asked, "Gu, what are you drinking?" Zhou Xiang smiled lightly. "I don't drink. This is just a soft drink. You can help me drink the liquor." "That's got to be a lie. One glance and I can tell you can drink. You don't want to drink with me?" The young man's thigh brushed against his. Suddenly, he leaned closer and said, "Gu, you're exactly my type. I'm not doing this just for money. I won't take your money. Take me out tonight. You only have to pay for the hotel." Zhou Xiang smiled and replied, "I have something to do tonight. Next time." The young man looked at him in astonishment. "Aya, you don't even want it when it's free? Did I get it wrong? You like big breasts." Zhou Xiang smiled and glanced in Yan Mingxiu's direction. The young man immediately caught on to something and lowered his voice. "Gu, you can't have this kind of bad habit, right? You like that big star." Zhou Xiang stared at him blankly. "What nonsense are you talking about? What? You don't think I've seen all sides of society? Every night, those big and minor stars come to us in waves. Whether they're straight or gay, you can tell at a glance. That young master, Yin, is definitely not interested in men. Don't waste your thoughts on him. Just think about me." Zhou Xiang really couldn't stand how presumptuous he was, so he gave him a push. "Give me a bottle of green tea." He hadn't expected the young man to suddenly wrap his arms around him, almost pulling half of Zhou Xiang's body into his embrace. The young man smiled. "Gu, how old are you? Have you just debuted? I've never seen you before." Zhou Xiang was just about to say something when he saw the young man's expression suddenly become strange. Zhou Xiang turned his head and saw Yan Mingxiu standing behind him with a gloomy expression. "President Yan." Yan Mingxiu grabbed his arm and pulled him up from the couch. The private room was very large. To make it easier for everyone to enjoy themselves, the lighting was especially dim. Not many people noticed what was happening in the corner, but Zhou Xiang still glanced around unconsciously. "President Yan, what's the matter?" Yan Mingxiu shot the little duck a cold look and dragged Zhou Xiang outside. To make them look natural, Zhou Xiang could only grab onto Yan Mingxiu, making it appear as though the two were walking out closely together rather than him being dragged away. After leaving the private room, they entered a hallway where waiters were constantly coming and going. Zhou Xiang grabbed Yan Mingxiu's shoulder. President Yan? President Yan. Yan Mingxiu released him and pointed toward the end of the corridor. Go there. I have something to ask you. Zhou Xiang could only brace himself and follow. The two walked to a secluded corner. Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes at him. Are you gay? Zhou Xiang shrugged. Yeah. He had never concealed it. Yan Mingxiu's lips trembled slightly. Why? Why were there so many similarities, one after another between this man and the older Zhou Xiang? What was really going on? It was simply unimaginable. Before he knew it, he blurted out, Who are you really? Zhou Xiang was shocked, but he forced himself to remain calm. President Yan, what do you mean by that? You? Yan Mingxiu took a deep breath. You told me your name is Zhou Xiang, but you told Dong Ge that you're Zhou Yang. How do you explain this? What is your real name? Who are you really? Zhou Xiang remained calm. My real name is Zhou Xiang. It's Wei Gu who told me not to tell Dong Ge my real name. He said Dong Ge definitely wouldn't use me if he heard that name. The explanation was reasonable, and Yan Mingxiu's doubts were slightly suppressed. He continued asking, How much did Kai Wei tell you? About Zhou Xiang's affairs. He didn't say much. Just that he used to be Dong Ji's stuntman and had offended Dong Ge. As Zhou Xiang spoke, he observed Yan Mingxiu's expression. Although Yan Mingxiu looked as though nothing was wrong, Zhou Xiang's heart suddenly began pounding. Yan Mingxiu looked at him deeply and said coldly, You shouldn't know too much about Zhou Xiang's affairs. It has nothing to do with you. President Yan, I've never asked about it. That's good. Yan Mingxiu withdrew his gaze and turned around, intending to return to the private room. Suddenly, he paused as he remembered the little duck clinging to Zhou Xiang. His heart felt uncomfortable for a moment. He couldn't help wanting to ridicule Zhou Xiang, but he didn't know what right he had to do so. He stood there for a long time, then finally left. It wasn't until Yan Mingxiu had been gone for a while that Zhou Xiang could breathe normally again and return to the private room. Yan Mingxiu sat in the corner. He didn't talk much and didn't participate in anyone else's activities. It was as though everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. No one dared provoke him. Zhou Xiang picked up a bottle of wine and, under everyone's watchful eyes, strolled over to Yan Mingxiu. His lips curved into a smile. President Yan, have a drink. He poured a full glass of liquor and handed it to Yan Mingxiu. The people around them thought Zhou Xiang would be completely ignored. Unexpectedly, Yan Mingxiu merely looked at him and actually took the glass. Zhou Xiang poured himself a glass as well. President Yan, thank you for your preferential treatment. I'll cheers you. He had to get Yan Mingxiu completely drunk tonight. Chapter 55. At first, Yan Mingxiu didn't realize that Zhou Xiang wanted to get him drunk. After all, he didn't think anyone would be so brazen as to dare do something like that. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already drunk 3 glasses of liquor and felt dizzy. His tolerance for alcohol was indeed poor. He usually didn't drink much. Yan Mingxiu grunted, What are you doing? Trying to get me drunk. Zhou Xiang smiled. President Yan, don't be so serious. Everyone's drinking. Come join the fun. If you really don't want to drink, that's fine. But I see that you don't want to play or sing, either. Just sitting here is too boring. I'll just drink with you. One staff member had too much to drink and ended up singing as if he were wailing and howling. A few people were already knocked out, slumped against each other with some of the ladies. There weren't many people still sober. Only Wang Yudong, who was apprehensive about having his brother-in-law present, didn't talk to the young ladies. Instead, he competed in drinking with Director Zhao and the others. Yan Mingxiu was really not interested in these things. Instead, he wanted to see what Zhou Xiang was trying to do. What are you going to do if you get me drunk? Let me tell you, my alcohol tolerance isn't good. Maybe I'll make you pay for it when I wake up tomorrow. Zhou Xiang smiled lightly in response. Maybe President Yan will have forgotten me once you wake up. I'm just a nobody, not worthy of President Yan remembering. Perhaps it was because Yan Mingxiu had drunk too much, or perhaps because Zhou Xiang himself had drunk too much, but his thoughts became bolder, and even his usual caution was almost forgotten. Looking at the drunken Yan Mingxiu in front of him, his eyes unfocused and disoriented, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but compare this scene to the same drunken person who had once clung to him while crying out for his Dong Ge. Although he never wanted to remember that scene for the rest of his life, he couldn't stop himself from recalling it. When he said those words to Yan Mingxiu, his tone was filled with grievances that even he himself wasn't aware of. Yan Mingxiu looked at him blankly. At that moment, Yan Mingxiu didn't know whether his thoughts were too sensitive or simply too slow. In short, he experienced some strange emotions. His chest felt unbearably heavy. The more he came into contact with this person, the more he thought of the older Zhou Xiang. Yet he couldn't help wanting to get close to this younger Zhou Xiang. Yan Mingxiu looked at the liquor in front of him. Maybe this was the best thing right now. He picked up the glass and gulped down the liquid he had never liked. The more than 20 people partied until 3 in the morning. Most of them were already drunk and couldn't walk. Only assistant Jiang still had a sense of responsibility. When he saw Yan Mingxiu drinking, he knew he would be the driver tonight, so he didn't drink and remained sober. Zhou Xiang's alcohol tolerance was great. Even though his steps swayed a little, his mind was still clear. The group of people left one after another. Some called someone to pick them up, while others hailed taxis. Wang Yudong was taken home by someone. Assistant Zhang looked helplessly at Yan Mingxiu and Zhou Xiang. In the end, his eyes fell on Zhou Xiang. "Xiao Zhou, you got him drunk. It's really troubling for me." At this moment, Yan Mingxiu was so drunk that he was lying on the sofa. Even though he was very quiet, lying there with his eyes closed and maintaining his usual cool and indifferent image, it was enough to shock Assistant Jiang. He had never dealt with a drunk Yan Mingxiu before. Zhou Xiang smiled and stood up, holding onto a chair for support. "We're out to have fun. Can you still walk? Help me put Mingxiu in the car. I'll take you home while I'm at it. You can still drive? I didn't drink much. It's okay. Let's go." Assistant Jiang pulled Yan Mingxiu up. Drunk people were particularly heavy, especially Yan Mingxiu, who was so tall and strong. The two of them held on to either side of Yan Mingxiu and stumbled outside. Zhou Xiang held onto his waist. He seemed to faintly remember the feeling of holding Yan Mingxiu. They put Yan Mingxiu in the back seat. Zhou Xiang was sleepy and tired. He was too lazy to move to the front passenger seat, so he also squeezed into the back seat. During the dark and silent drive, Zhou Xiang fell asleep. Not knowing how much time had passed, Assistant Jiang pushed him. "Zhou Xiang, wake up. Help me take Mingxiu upstairs." Zhou Xiang opened his eyes and realized that the car had stopped in the underground parking lot. Assistant Jiang pushed him and pointed toward the elevator not far away. Zhou Xiang shook his head and sobered up a little. He quickly got out of the car and helped Assistant Jiang get Yan Mingxiu out. Then the two men took Yan Mingxiu into the elevator and up to his apartment. Assistant Jiang was taking out the keys while holding on to Yan Mingxiu. His movements hurried and flustered. When the door opened, Zhou Xiang quickly held on to Yan Mingxiu to get him inside, while Assistant Jiang hastily pulled out the key. The two men's paces didn't match, causing Yan Mingxiu's weight to suddenly lean onto Zhou Xiang. Yan Mingxiu was too heavy, and Zhou Xiang's knees gave way, causing him to fall at the entrance with Yan Mingxiu's body leaning on top of him. Assistant Jiang cried out in alarm, "Zhou Xiang." The severe collision with the ground made Yan Mingxiu mumble. Hearing the name, Zhou Xiang, made his heart jump, and he instantly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes. Although his eyes weren't focused, they stared at the person beneath him. "Zhou Xiang." Yan Mingxiu softly mumbled the name, but neither of the two people present heard him clearly. Assistant Jiang wanted to help pull Yan Mingxiu up, but Yan Mingxiu swung his hand away. Lowering his head, he brought his nose closer to Zhou Xiang's face, seeming to smell and feel him. Zhou Xiang stared dazedly at the ceiling and tried to push him away, but he was feeling too dizzy. This wasn't the kind of dizziness caused by drinking, but the dizziness from the fall. In short, his hands weren't coordinating properly. He softly muttered, "President Yan." Without a word, something soft pressed against his lips. When he realized it was Yan Mingxiu's kiss, tinged with a trace of alcohol, his entire body stiffened. Assistant Jiang was also dumbfounded. He stood at the door and watched Yan Mingxiu kiss Zhou Xiang. He didn't know whether he should leave or stay. He simply thought it had to be his imagination. Zhou Xiang gripped Yan Mingxiu's face, wanting to push him away, but he didn't know where a drunken Yan Mingxiu had gotten so much strength. Yan Mingxiu kissed him so fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow Zhou Xiang's lips. The rims of Zhou Xiang's eyes burned. Without realizing it, he felt an impulse to cry. Yan Mingxiu asked ambiguously, "Is it you?" Then he hugged Zhou Xiang and cried. Zhou Xiang was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Assistant Jiang was terrified. As a smart and rational assistant, he made what he thought was the most correct decision. He closed the door and fled. Knowing too much about the boss's affairs was not a good thing, so it was better to pretend he knew nothing. Zhou Xiang looked at the tightly closed door, thinking about Assistant Jiang's resolute retreat. This entire series of events had happened within just a minute. When he turned his head back in shock, Yan Mingxiu had actually fallen asleep. Only the tears on his face and his arms wrapped tightly around Zhou Xiang were proof that everything that had happened earlier was not an illusion. Yan Mingxiu cried. Why? Is it you? Who was he talking about? When they first got into Yan Mingxiu's home, had he been calling out for himself, the older Zhou Xiang? Zhou Xiang wasn't sure. Everything was too fuzzy. No matter what, Zhou Xiang couldn't go so far as to overestimate himself and believe that Yan Mingxiu would cry for him. Maybe Yan Mingxiu had simply drunk too much, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly. When Zhou Xiang had gotten drunk before, he had even cried over the crush he'd had on a boy in junior high school. But when he woke up, he couldn't even remember that person's name or what he looked like. Alcohol could magnify a person's emotions infinitely. Why was Yan Mingxiu like this? He had no idea. Zhou Xiang only knew that he might have caused some trouble. He moved his body and tried to sit up, but Yan Mingxiu was still clinging to him, so he couldn't move. Although the weather in this season wasn't too cold, if he slept on the floor for an entire night, wouldn't he get sick? His most important purpose in getting Yan Mingxiu drunk was to ensure that his plan tonight would be absolutely safe. Even though he felt that he was still quite sober, he only needed to drink some water and get some fresh air, and there shouldn't be any problem with going back to his condo. But how could he get out of this place, Yan Mingxiu's home? What if his movements were too big and woke Yan Mingxiu up? Zhou Xiang pondered for a long time, not knowing what to do. Yan Mingxiu's body was leaning on top of him, hot and heavy, and his arm was still wrapped tightly around Zhou Xiang's waist, as if he were holding on to something very important and refusing to let go even in his stupor. Zhou Xiang sighed softly. He endured and endured, but finally he couldn't help stretching out a hand. That hand gently fell onto Yan Mingxiu's back. Through Yan Mingxiu's shirt, Zhou Xiang's palm felt the scorching heat of his body. The warmth from his skin seeped through the palm of his hand and reached into his heart. This is Yan Mingxiu. This was the Yan Mingxiu he used to be very intimate with. Their bodies had joined as one many times. They had once been very close. He still remembered the scent of this person's aftershave, the softness of his hair, the heat of his skin, and the taste of their kisses. Now, they were once again hugging each other. But they were no longer the Zhou Xiang and Yan Mingxiu from before. Zhou Xiang dazedly felt the heat in the palm of his hand. He didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, the scene in front of him would collapse, and he would find that everything was only an illusion. He blinked his eyes. The rims of his eyes felt incessantly painful. Chapter 56. Zhou Xiang lay on the ground for a full 20 minutes. After confirming that Yan Mingxiu was really in a deep slumber, he gently pushed Yan Mingxiu's hand away from his waist and moved out of his embrace. Zhou Xiang rubbed his face. His head hurt a little. He really wanted to collapse and sleep for a long time. Seeing that Yan Mingxiu was still lying on the ground, Zhou Xiang pulled himself up, poured himself a glass of water, and took a deep breath. Then he squatted down and dragged Yan Mingxiu up. He had intended to get Yan Mingxiu into the bedroom, but looking around the apartment, the room that appeared to be a bedroom was a long distance away. He really didn't have the strength to drag Yan Mingxiu that far, so he simply pulled him onto the sofa. It was such a short distance, yet he was so exhausted that sweat poured from his head. If he hadn't been drinking, he could still have carried Yan Mingxiu on his back. Unfortunately, after drinking, his legs were a little weak. It was already difficult enough to keep his footing steady. Moving someone who weighed 184 pounds was simply too strenuous. After getting Yan Mingxiu onto the sofa, he saw a blanket drying outside on the balcony, so he grabbed it and draped it over Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang glanced at his watch. It was already 4 in the morning. If he didn't leave now, the sky would be bright soon. Although he had decided during the day to take this risk, his heart had kept pounding. All kinds of bad thoughts had run through his mind, making him feel that it would be wrong to go, yet also wrong not to go. But after having a few glasses of liquor in his stomach, he had become much bolder. With time ticking away, he stood up and left without hesitation. He took a taxi back to the neighborhood where his former home was. It was only 5 in the morning, yet the sky was already beginning to brighten. The morning cleaning workers were doing their best to clean the streets beneath the streetlights. Zhou Xiang asked the driver to park at the back entrance of the neighborhood. He remembered the surveillance camera Kai Wei had mentioned last time, so he tried to be even more cautious. This back entrance was in a very remote area. It was the door the cleaners often used when taking out garbage. If Zhou Xiang entered from here, basically no one would see him. He entered his building and cautiously walked upstairs. The corridor was especially quiet. It was the time when people were deeply asleep, so it was relatively safe. Zhou Xiang was actually able to retrieve the spare key from the fire hydrant box. It seemed they hadn't suspected that the thief had actually used the spare key. Lan Shirong had also put the key back. After all, if he didn't know the location of the key himself, who would have thought of it? With the key in hand, Zhou Xiang felt much more at ease than before. It seemed as though God had given him an escape route. He carefully opened the door and slipped into the condo. The living room looked exactly as it had when he made his hasty escape. Even the soil he had thrown into Lan Shirong's face was still scattered across the floor. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and quickly walked into the bedroom. He deliberately ransacked the cabinet and bedside table, then went into the study and opened all the drawers, creating the illusion that the place had been thoroughly searched. The only room he didn't touch was the living room. According to what he had overheard that day, the three of them had decided to stay only in the living room in order to preserve the crime scene. They would remember exactly how the living room had looked. Fortunately, there was nothing valuable in the home. Otherwise, the average person's first reaction upon realizing they had been burglarized would be to check what was missing. Moreover, Yan Mingxiu and the others had remained calm and, to the greatest extent possible, preserved the scene. Zhou Xiang spent less than 10 minutes from the time he entered the condo until the time he left. He also knew that he might have left a loophole. After all, he wasn't a real thief or a criminal investigator. But he had accomplished the easiest thing he could think of to hinder the investigation. He believed that creating this chaos would definitely help. After doing all this, Zhou Xiang quickly left. He was only halfway down the stairs when his cell phone suddenly rang, frightening him out of his wits. Zhou Xiang didn't look at it and quickly hung up. The ringing wasn't too ear-piercing in the quiet corridor. He didn't dare stop running until he had gotten out of the neighborhood. Only after reaching what he thought was a safe place did he take out his cell phone. Qining had called him. Zhou Xiang called back. Zhou Xiang, you're still not back yet? Qining had obviously just woken up. Her voice sounded a little unclear. Yeah, I just finished drinking with my colleagues. I'm coming home now. Mom, don't stay awake because of me. Don't wait for me. I fell asleep. I saw that you hadn't returned when I got up to use the bathroom. I'm not worried. It's fine as long as you're coming back. Don't stay out so late in the future. You'll be very tired. Qining yawned. Zhou Xiang hung up. By then, the sky was already beginning to brighten. He caught the earliest bus and rushed home. After returning home, he was too lazy to wash his face. He simply collapsed onto the single bed in the living room and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. He opened his eyes and looked at the clock. His first thought was that he was late for work, and he hurriedly tried to get up. Then he remembered that he had already requested the day off from Kai Wei because he was going to get Qining's examination results. That was today. Zhou Xiang's heart began to tremble. Zhou Xiang, are you awake? Qining asked softly from the side. Zhou Xiang sat up and shook his head. Mom, why didn't you wake me? What was I supposed to wake you for? You got back so late yesterday. Qining handed him a towel. Go wash your face first, then come eat. Zhou Xiang took a quick shower because his body reeked of alcohol. The smell was really bad. Although this cheap little apartment was very dilapidated, Qining was a woman who loved cleanliness. The inside of the apartment was neat and spotless. There wasn't a single dirty area. Standing in the apartment, Zhou Xiang felt almost out of place amid the fresh, clean air. After he cleaned himself up, Qining had already changed into a particularly neat and decent outfit. She sat on the sofa, quietly staring at the second-hand TV Zhou Xiang had bought, even though it wasn't turned on. Mom, Zhou Xiang called softly. Qining turned around and smiled. Eat first. After you eat, we can go to the hospital. Zhou Xiang came over and crouched down in front of her, holding her hand. Mom, don't go. I'll go by myself. I'll go with you. It's my own illness. I need to know more than anyone else. Zhou Xiang still wanted to persuade her, but Qining raised her hand and stroked his wet hair. Don't persuade me. Xiang, your mother is much stronger than you think. Even if the doctor says I have cancer, I'm not afraid. Seeing that you woke up before I die and that you have such a good job, I can go accompany your dad in peace, knowing you'll be able to live well. Zhou Xiang's lips trembled, and the rims of his eyes turned slightly red. Qining patted him. Hurry up and go eat. Zhou Xiang reluctantly suppressed his emotions and casually raked his fingers through his hair. He went to eat the particularly rich breakfast Qining had prepared. Afterwards, he changed his clothes, and the two of them headed out. This time, Zhou Xiang wanted to take a taxi, and Qining didn't stop him. Zhou Xiang couldn't stand Qining's depressing attitude, as though she had already accepted her death. He tried desperately to cheer her up. She did smile, but it was a reluctant smile. The two of them waited in line at the hospital for 2 hours. Finally, it was their turn. They walked into the same doctor's office as last time and closed the door. The room was quiet. The doctor glanced at them and pointed to the chairs in front of him. Sit. The two of them sat down. The doctor informed them of the results using a great deal of medical terminology. Zhou Xiang didn't understand any of it. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Qining, who seemed to be listening carefully, felt her head buzzing and her eyes blurring. But they didn't miss the final term. Uremia. The doctor looked solemnly at the mother and son. You can go to a larger hospital for a second opinion. But uremia isn't difficult to diagnose. We can certainly diagnose it here. In fact, you should be thankful because uremia isn't a terminal disease. As long as the patient keeps up with dialysis treatments, she can definitely prolong her life. Zhou Xiang led Qining out of the doctor's office. In the bleak hospital corridor, various doctors and patients moved about. They might all have unspeakable pain. Everyone's expressions looked very somber. The usual look of despair on this ordinary mother and son didn't attract anyone's attention. Qining murmured, "Why does it have to be this disease? Why this?" She had taken care of Zhou Xiang in the hospital for 2 years and had seen all kinds of illnesses. For a family living in poverty, the financial pressure of uremia was impossible to endure. The doctor said that her condition was more serious and suggested that she undergo dialysis twice a week. Each session cost 800 yuan. In 1 month, the expense would be more than 3,000 yuan. Moreover, uremic patients couldn't perform any heavy physical labor. She had basically lost her ability to work. Zhou Xiang had only just started working. How could he support both of them while also paying for her treatment? Zhou Xiang looked at the mottled walls of the hospital. He wanted to say something, but the words were lodged in his throat. Was this considered fortunate or unfortunate? At least, as long as treatment was maintained, many people with uremia could live for another decade or 2. Qining was already 60 years old. For a person to live to 70 or 80, her life could already be considered fulfilled. However, where could he get the money? 800 yuan was needed every week. That didn't include the cost of other medicines and nutritional supplements. He could only earn 6 or 7,000 yuan on average each month, and he still had to pay for rent, meals, transportation, and everything else. They still owed more than 300,000 yuan in debt. On top of that, if they could find a kidney donor for a transplant, that would mean another 100,000 yuan in expenses. Where could he get the money? If he were the former Zhou Xiang, he would resolutely sell his condo and get more than 2 million yuan to overcome this hardship. But what did he have now? He had nothing. Only a sickly mother who desperately needed money for treatment. Zhou Xiang had never felt so desperate. Qining's faint voice sounded as though it didn't even come from her own body. I'm not going to do the treatment. Zhou Xiang looked up. Mom. Qining shook her head tiredly. As though she had already come to terms with and accepted the situation, she said, I can't burden you. This disease is a bottomless pit. We can't afford to treat it. You're still young and not yet married. I'm not going to do the treatment. Qining kept shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and answered solemnly, Mom, you must get treated. If not for any particular reason, then simply because you can't leave me alone. Our lives have been ordinary, but at least we're still here. If a person is gone, then even if life is good, what use is there? Mom, you must get treated. You can't do this to me. Zhou Xiang refused to believe that he was destined to have no mother in this life. His real mother had died when he was very young. After being reborn, he had actually gotten a mother. But now this mother was facing impending death, and he couldn't accept it. He definitely couldn't accept it. His real mother had died in an accident, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. But with Qian, there was at least hope of saving her. The only problem was money. Nothing but money. Qian simply shook her head, tears continually falling from her eyes. Her eyes were full of despair. She truly would rather die than live and burden her son. Zhou Xiang refused to let her reject treatment. He completed all the procedures for her first dialysis session. While Qian was receiving treatment, Zhou Xiang asked whether she had any medical insurance or anything similar that could be used. Qian shook her head helplessly. After her husband died, she had collapsed emotionally and couldn't work, so she had retired early. Later, Zhou Xiang had also been hospitalized. Her medical insurance had been depleted at some unknown point. Whether it could be used now, she wasn't even sure herself. Zhou Xiang racked his brain for ways to make money, but there was nothing. He even wanted to confess his identity to Kai Wei. However, uremia was a disease that required indefinite treatment. It couldn't be dealt with using just tens of thousands of yuan. It was an expense of millions. Once he opened his mouth to Kai Wei cared very much about their comradeship and still felt guilty about his death. He could certainly lend him money, but Zhou Xiang definitely couldn't pay it back. Kai Wei had a wife and children to support, as well as a father who had suffered a stroke. The pressure on his shoulders was hardly any less than Zhou Xiang's. How could he ask Kai Wei for this? He hadn't confessed earlier or later, but only when he needed money. Using Kai Wei's guilt and their comradeship to force him into helping was something Zhou Xiang really couldn't do. Besides, Kai Wei might not even be able to understand. Qian wasn't his real mother, after all. He pondered over this again and again, but still felt that he shouldn't get Kai Wei involved. He didn't want Kai Wei to hate him. So who else could help him? Lan Shirong? 1 or 2 million yuan might not be much for him. No way. Lan Shirong had been very sad over his death. How could he tell him the truth only when he needed his money? Besides, he and Lan Shirong weren't close enough for that. What qualifications did he have to use Lan Shirong? And most importantly, he knew that he wouldn't be able to pay the money back. No matter how successful Lan Shirong was, the money hadn't simply blown in from the wind. When the time came, what could he possibly use to compensate Lan Shirong? Qian's dialysis took a full 5 hours. Zhou Xiang stayed beside her the entire time, never leaving her side, but he never lifted his head. At this moment, who could really help him? Chapter 57. Zhou Xiang made arrangements with the doctor to have his kidney tested for compatibility the next time he came in. He did this secretly, behind Qian's back. Even if his kidney was a match, the first problem was that he had no money for the surgery. Second, he was afraid Qian would rather die than agree to accept his kidney. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. At least there would be more hope of saving her. Although Zhou Xiang felt a little frightened at the possibility of having a kidney removed, he had no reason to back down. This body had not been his to begin with. It belonged to a young man named Zhou Xiang. He was simply a dying person who had been fortunate enough to have his soul hosted in this body and continue living his life. This young man was Qian's son. Every strand of hair, every bit of skin, and even the life of this body that hosted his soul had come from Qian. He was Qian's closest relative. He could neither evade his responsibility nor be selfish. After the two of them returned home, the atmosphere in the small apartment was like a dark cloud pressing down on them. It was extremely heavy. Zhou Xiang went into the kitchen and quickly made 2 bowls of hot noodles. His cooking skills had always been good, but after his rebirth, these trivial things had always been taken care of by Qian. She had never allowed him to do housework. This stubborn woman had always put her utmost effort into doing what a mother should do for Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang often thought that if his own biological mother were still alive, she would probably be like this too. Zhou Xiang coaxed her for a long time before she finally ate half a bowl of noodles. "Mom, you'll have to undergo dialysis twice a week from now on. You can't miss even one treatment." Qian shook her head painfully. Today's dialysis treatment had taken nearly 5 hours. During the treatment, every minute and every second was torment, especially when she had to live like this twice a week for perhaps more than 10 years. Anyone would feel hopeless, not being able to do anything or go anywhere, while having to expend immense effort and money just to keep living like this. Qian would have rather had cancer, so she could simply die early and not burden her son. Zhou Xiang could almost guess what was on her mind from her expression. This made him panic endlessly. He still had to work, so it was impossible for him to accompany Qian every time. If he didn't go with her, he was afraid that Qian would certainly refuse to go. After pondering it over and over, he decided to find a caretaker. Although that would be an additional expense, the caretaker could look after Qian and take her to the hospital. This was a necessary expense. Besides that, he had no other options. He thought of the Annie who had taken Qian to the hospital with him last time. The Annie was also undergoing monthly training with Qian and had mentioned that she wanted to work as a caretaker. She seemed very enthusiastic, strong, and healthy, so she should be suitable for the role. Zhou Xiang immediately decided to call this caretaker tomorrow. But if he hired a caretaker, this apartment would be too small. It would be best to move to a bigger place. He couldn't have all of them squeezed into one small room, right? Zhou Xiang became instantly terrified and distressed. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Where was he going to get so much money? If he really hired someone to take care of Qian now, it would already exceed his limit. The money he had earned during this time could only support them for 2 or 3 months. Any longer, after 2 or 3 months, he would have no money left to treat Qian's illness. Even food and lodging would become a problem. At that time, what should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Zhou Xiang's head felt as though it were about to explode. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Zhou Xiang looked at it and saw that it was actually Yan Mingxiu. He had been a mess today, so matters concerning Yan Mingxiu and his condo had already been pushed to the back of his mind. Looking at the time now, Yan Mingxiu had probably already brought the criminal investigator to the condo. When people were going through difficulties, it was very easy to think pessimistically. In addition, at this moment, an ominous premonition continued to rise in Zhou Xiang's heart. He really wanted to curse, to see how much more God wanted to mess with him. Without even thinking, he immediately hung up the phone. Right now, he really didn't have the energy to deal with Yan Mingxiu. After comforting Qian until she fell asleep, Zhou Xiang sat on the shabby sofa in the living room and smoked one cigarette after another. Racking his brains, he still couldn't think of any way to get a large amount of money in a short period of time. Unless he won the lottery, unless the money fell from the sky, otherwise. Asking Kai Wei was absolutely impossible. He couldn't trouble Kai Wei. But besides him, how many rich people did he know who could lend him money? Lan Shirong? No, they weren't close enough for that. His current identity wasn't close to Lan Shirong. If he told Lan Shirong his true identity, Lan Shirong might help him, but he would owe him for life. He couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. President Wang? Maybe he could try. President Wang might be willing to help him with a couple tens of thousands of yuan, but that would only solve his immediate problem. There was one option. First, he could ask Kai Wei to lend him a few tens of thousands. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then he could ask President Wang to lend him another few tens of thousands, which would total 100,000. At least that could support them until the end of the year. As for the rest of the money, who else? Who else could help him? Who else was rich and didn't care about money? Yan Mingxiu? Yan Mingxiu's shadow suddenly appeared in Zhou Xiang's mind. He was greatly alarmed. Why had he thought of Yan Mingxiu? However, this was indeed an option. If he told Yan Mingxiu who he really was, at least he could get his condo back. Although his condo was old and small, it had been given to his father by a state-owned enterprise. Its location was the best in the second ring. With such a great location, selling it for 2 million would not be a problem at all. If the condo was sold, he could sell the condo. Zhou Xiang's heart tightened fiercely. It was the last asset his parents had left him, the place he had lived for 30 years, and the only place that held his memories with his parents. He had once vowed never to sell his condo in his entire life. Even if he became so poor that he had no food to eat, at least he would still have a place to live. How could he sell this home? Weighing the home his parents had left him against Qian, which was more important. Zhou Xiang gripped his hair and couldn't find an answer. If he didn't reveal his true identity, then he couldn't get his condo back. How could he simply watch Qian die? But if he got the condo back, he fell into a deep contradiction. His cell phone rang once again in the darkness. Zhou Xiang was afraid it would awaken Qian. It had already taken her a long time to fall asleep, so he quickly picked up. The call was from Kai Wei. He answered the call and went into the kitchen, closing the door before whispering softly, "Wei go. Is everything done?" Kai Wei's voice was a bit heavy. Zhou Xiang made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Being trapped in such an endless, desperate dilemma, he really wanted to hug Kai Wei and cry with him. How did it go? Zhou Xiang's voice trembled. It's uremia. Kai Wei sighed heavily and didn't say anything for a long time. Zhou Xiang murmured faintly, I'm going to take another day off. Right now, I'm really. Kai Wei sighed. You don't have to come this week. Just stay home and be with your mother. Your mother's, her life is too hard. Zhou Xiang responded hoarsely. Yeah, she is. Kai Wei was silent for a long while. Xiang, Wei Ji's ability is really limited. I can give you 50,000. Zhou Xiang choked up emotionally. Wei Gu, I can't pay you back. I don't intend for you to pay it back, unless you get rich later on. Uremia is an illness that requires a lot of money. I know this money can't solve the bigger problem. I'll ask President Wang. President Wang can help you a little more. Zhou Xiang honestly couldn't refuse anything. He really needed the money now, so he could only respond, Wei Gu. Thank you. Kai Wei was also working for someone else. For him to loosen his wallet and be so generous to a completely unrelated person whom he had known for less than half a year, Zhou Xiang had no idea how to thank him. From the moment he opened his eyes until now, Kai Wei had been helping and taking care of him. If there were any positives to getting a new life, it was being able to meet Kai Wei again. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiang stayed in the kitchen for a long time. His legs began to feel sore, but he felt that such a small space gave him a sense of security. At this moment, the phone rang again. It was Assistant Jiang calling. Zhou Xiang didn't want to offend him, so he took the call. He didn't expect Yan Mingxiu's gloomy voice to come through the other end. You deliberately didn't pick up my phone? Zhou Xiang's head buzzed. He subconsciously responded, No, I didn't see it. Then you see it now? Yeah. Is something the matter? Zhou Xiang's tone was low, sounding weak and dispirited. What happened to you? Still not sober. Zhou Xiang really hoped that everything happening now was merely an illusion caused by the alcohol, but unfortunately, it wasn't. He forced a smile. I'm sober. Why is President Yan looking for me? I want you to come to my place right now. Why? No particular reason. I want to see you. In Yan Mingxiu's eyes, Zhou Xiang was still an unknown newbie who certainly wouldn't dare to offend him. Zhou Xiang's voice trembled. President Yan, I'm extremely unwell today. I'm not going out. How about another day? Where are you? I'll have Xiao Jiang pick you up. Zhou Xiang's thoughts were in chaos. Every sentence Yan Mingxiu said made him impatient. He responded irritably, I don't know. I don't have time to see you. I don't have time. I don't have the energy. Yan Mingxiu, don't fucking torment me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, he didn't care whether he had said anything wrong or offended Yan Mingxiu. He felt that his heart and lungs were going to explode. Whenever he talked to Yan Mingxiu, there seemed to be a sense of awareness constantly reminding him that this was the person who had forced him into a desperate situation, leaving him with no choice but to join the documentary filming group. Otherwise, he would not have died. He would still be living naturally and freely with his true identity as Zhou Xiang, without having to experience all this that caused him such immense pain. It was him. Zhou Xiang didn't want to talk to him. He didn't want to see him. He didn't want to touch him. He hoped that everything related to Yan Mingxiu would completely disappear from this world, so that he would never remember it. If Yan Mingxiu had liked him from the beginning, everything would have been different, and all this sorrow would never have happened. He had never hated Yan Mingxiu as much as he did at this moment. Chapter 58. The next morning, Zhou Xiang called Aunt Wang and told her about Chenning's condition. His main reason for hiring her was to look after Chunning and accompany her to the hospital for her treatments. Aunt Wang cried on the phone when she heard about Chenning's condition and said that this mother and son's lives had really not been easy. She agreed to the arrangement. In the end, they agreed that she would come twice a week to accompany Chunning to the hospital. In addition, she would help Chunning clean the apartment. She would be paid 80 each time she came. As long as Chunning adhered to her dialysis treatment, ordinary cooking and other household chores would not be a problem. Because money was limited, Zhou Xiang couldn't afford a full-time caretaker. Since the caretaker was paid according to the number of visits, if he had time on Saturday, he could take Chunning himself and save the money. But in fact, he hadn't had a single full weekend off since he started working. Now he had to turn like a spinning top, finding ways to make more money. At the same time, he had to find some free time to check whether Chunning was eligible for any medical benefits. He felt that whenever he opened his eyes now, There was a pile of things waiting for him to do. He had never felt so exhausted or worked so hard before. He arrived at the company a little later than usual. Kai Wei called him directly into the office. Kai Wei handed him a bank card. There is 50,000 inside. Use this to take care of the urgent needs first. President Wang went to Tibet for his Buddhist seclusion. No one can contact him at this time. When he comes back, I'll definitely talk to him. I believe he will definitely help. However, you two have no relationship, so President Wang's assistance will be limited. You still have to quickly find a way. I'll introduce as much work to you as possible, but you must not casually tell anyone else in the company, or they'll get jealous. Ever since he entered the company, Kai Wei had taken extra care of him. Other people were inevitably suspicious. Zhou Xiang faintly felt that he owed Kai Wei too much. If this hadn't happened, maybe after a year and a half, after he had adapted to his identity and cast away all his layers of defenses, maybe he would tell Kai Wei the truth. After all, with such a huge secret weighing heavily on his heart, he didn't know if he would collapse one day. But he definitely couldn't reveal it now. He didn't want to cause Kai Wei any trouble. Kai Wei's expression was serious. Xiang, you have to be strong. You're young, after all, so don't be discouraged about the future. Zhou Xiang forced a smile. I understand. He naturally understood, but reality was simply too cruel. Kai Wei's desk phone rang. He reached for the handset. Hello? Yeah, it's me. What? Kai Wei frowned and looked at Zhou Xiang, his eyes full of astonishment. Zhou Xiang asked, what is it? Kai Wei hung up, his expression strange. Jiang Yuan is waiting for you downstairs. He said Yan Mingxiu is looking for you about something. Downstairs. Yes, downstairs. Zhou Xiang looked at his cell phone. There was no message. It seemed that Yan Mingxiu knew what to do to force him to give in. Kai Wei knocked irritably on the table. Zhou Xiang, what the hell is going on between the two of you? Are you hiding something from me? Kai Wei's eyes flashed brightly as he glared at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang smiled forcefully. Wei Gu, what Yan Mingxiu wants to do, I really don't know. I'm also very confused. Strange thoughts rose in Kai Wei's mind. Could it be that Yan Mingxiu had taken Zhou Xiang as him? Although they did have many similarities, they weren't the same person. Yan Mingxiu couldn't be this blind, right? If that was the case, then this Zhou Xiang standing in front of him still didn't know how bad his luck was. Kai Wei's heart trembled, but he knew that he couldn't stop anything. He could only warn Zhou Xiang not to get too close to Yan Mingxiu. But even after warning Zhou Xiang so many times, Zhou Xiang still ended up getting involved with Yan Mingxiu. Zhou Xiang didn't want to cause Kai Wei any trouble, so he quickly responded, I'll go first. Yan Mingxiu looking for me probably has something to do with the movie. Kai Wei's eyes followed his back as he left, and the anxiety in his heart increased considerably. Jiang Gu. Zhou Xiang got into the car and nodded to Jiang Yuan in the driver's seat. Jiang Yuan frowned at him. He hadn't expected Zhou Xiang to be so calm. He had assumed that Zhou Xiang had been awake the night before. Even though his footsteps had been unsteady, his mind had been alert, so he shouldn't have forgotten what happened that day. He also didn't know about the changes surrounding Zhou Xiang. If it had been before, Zhou Xiang should still have been at a loss after being kissed by Yan Mingxiu. However, his mind was now filled with thoughts of money. Compared with the shock of receiving Chunning's diagnosis, this kind of shock was simply insignificant. Zhou Xiang glanced at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Gu. Jiang Yuan regained his senses and started the car. He smiled. Xiao Zhou, you've got guts to dare hang up the phone. Zhou Xiang's mind cleared a little. Thinking about his actions yesterday, he realized they had been very irrational. He tried to explain. Something serious came up at home yesterday. I was very agitated and couldn't control my emotions. Jiang Gu, please don't take offense. Oh, why are you explaining it to me? You have to explain it to Mingxiu. You didn't hang up on me. You hung up on him. Jiang Yuan sighed. You should also know that Mingxiu's background is very unusual. No one has ever dared to provoke him. Even big-shot celebrities with the strangest tempers will still show him some level of respect. I really admire you for being so daring, but this isn't a good thing. Zhou Xiang chuckled. Not a good thing. What could Yan Mingxiu do to him? He was still familiar to Yan Mingxiu to a certain degree. Although Yan Mingxiu had a bad temper and was proud and arrogant, he wasn't someone who would seek revenge over trivial matters. It was just a phone call. Zhou Xiang wasn't too worried. Jiang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiang's unconcerned expression and sighed inwardly. He had worked for Yan Mingxiu for more than a year. Although he couldn't be considered someone who fully understood Yan Mingxiu, he was somewhat familiar with his temperament. Yan Mingxiu had never shown such intense interest in anyone like he did in Zhou Xiang. In fact, he had even done many things he had never done before. Based on his assessment as a professional agent and assistant, he felt that Yan Mingxiu had fallen for Zhou Xiang. Although he was very well informed, only a few people knew about Yan Mingxiu's past relationship with someone named Zhou Xiang. For whatever reason, those few people would never tell anyone. So Zhang Yuan couldn't determine whether Yan Mingxiu had fallen for Zhou Xiang because of this. It was only his intuition telling him that this was the case. As for why, he couldn't guess. He felt that Zhou Xiang's appearance wasn't bad. He was somewhat handsome, but not outstanding. Especially when compared with Yan Mingxiu. It was like heaven and earth. Zhou Xiang didn't have any particularly attractive personal traits or especially outstanding qualities. He was merely an ordinary person. No matter how hard Zhang Yuan racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what Yan Mingxiu saw in Zhou Xiang. He only needed to confirm this point. Then he could help his boss pacify all the obstacles and conceal all the bad news. That would be enough. Zhou Xiang didn't know what Zhang Yuan was thinking, since he was still absorbed in his own thoughts. The car quickly arrived at an upscale neighborhood. When Zhou Xiang looked up, he immediately recognized that this was where Yan Mingxiu lived. When he had taken Yan Mingxiu back that night, he had assumed that Yan Mingxiu didn't live in his home. Yan Mingxiu really had no reason to live in his home. Surely, Yan Mingxiu had gone back that time to get some of his things. Zhou Xiang was indeed unlucky. Ever since he had awakened in this body, he had gone back to his home 3 times. The first time, he saw Yan Mingxiu. The second time, he ran into Lan Shirong, and the last time, nothing happened. Zhou Xiang felt a little unsettled. Jianggu, is this where President Yan lives? Yeah. Zhang Yuan stopped the car and led him to the elevator. Jianggu, what does President Yan want? Can you reveal a little? When Zhang Yuan took him to Yan Mingxiu's apartment, Zhou Xiang finally felt a little nervous. Zhang Yuan shook his head and shrugged. I don't know. I'm just responsible for bringing you here. Zhou Xiang still wanted to say something, but Zhang Yuan suddenly turned his head and put a hand on Zhou Xiang's shoulder. He smiled. Ah Xiang, I advised you. A wise man knows when to submit to his circumstances. You'll understand my words in the future. When Zhang Yuan said these words, Zhou Xiang became even more puzzled. Zhang Yuan led him to the front door and pressed the doorbell. Yan Mingxiu opened the door dressed in casual clothes. From the moment the door opened, Yan Mingxiu stared directly at Zhou Xiang. Zhang Yuan smiled. Mingxiu, I'll leave first. Yan Mingxiu didn't even look at him. He simply said coldly to Zhou Xiang, come in. Zhou Xiang glanced at Zhang Yuan, who had just turned and walked away, just as he had that night, with an attitude that this was none of his business. Zhou Xiang couldn't suppress his nervousness. Yan Mingxiu couldn't remember kissing him, right? Could it be that Zhang Yuan had told him? While Zhou Xiang was in a daze, Yan Mingxiu had already grabbed his arm and impatiently pulled him into his home. Chapter 59. Zhou Xiang flung his hand away and stood at the door, making no move to go inside. He had tried to suppress his gloom and put on a flattering smile, but he could not even fake it. His face remained expressionless. President Yan, I really do have family matters to attend to. They're just trivial family matters that someone as important as you probably can't imagine. But to me, they're not something I can afford to be distracted from. You can't be holding a grudge against me just because I hung up on you, right? Yan Mingxiu narrowed his eyes and seriously assessed Zhou Xiang from head to toe. This person seemed to have changed overnight. Or perhaps this was the real him. Maybe something unexpected had happened, leaving him too lazy to put on a flattering, respectful expression. Instead, he had immediately revealed a spiteful side, even speaking to him in this mocking tone. Yan Mingxiu did not believe there had been any ill feelings between them before. So where had Zhou Xiang gotten the courage to speak to him this way? More importantly, where had this hostility come from? Yan Mingxiu's tone turned unpleasant. What do you mean? President Yan, what do you mean? What exactly did you call me here for? Just say it. I really have to go home. Chening's mood had been extremely unstable these past 2 days. Sometimes she cried nonstop, and sometimes she simply sat there in silence without saying a word. With her mental state like this, she really needed someone to watch over her. Zhou Xiang was genuinely afraid that she would be unable to accept their situation, perhaps even harming herself or attempting suicide. He could not accept such an outcome. He would feel like a sinner. Therefore, he truly did not want to put on a facade and continue being polite and compliant toward Yan Mingxiu. He just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Yan Mingxiu glanced at him coldly. Fine. I'll be straightforward. Was it you who took me home the night before? It was Jiang Gu. I merely helped him. I know Jiang Yuan was there. What I'm asking is, were you the one who was with me in the end? Yan Mingxiu stared fixedly into his eyes, as though he desperately wanted to find the answer there. Zhou Xiang had not expected Jiang Yuan to hide anything for him, so he could only tell the truth. Yes, but I left very soon afterward. Yan Mingxiu suddenly grabbed his chin and moved close, his tall figure giving Zhou Xiang a powerful sense of oppression. The hand gripping Zhou Xiang's chin pulled him slightly closer, its strength immense. Zhou Xiang silently looked at him, wanting to see what this man intended to do. Yan Mingxiu suddenly extended his thumb and touched Zhou Xiang's lips. His movement was very gentle, and his expression seemed somewhat dazed. It's you? Why is it you? Zhou Xiang had just wanted to open his mouth when Yan Mingxiu suddenly leaned forward and covered his lips. Zhou Xiang did not even think. He struck out with the back of his hand to push him away, but Yan Mingxiu instantly caught his hand and pressed him against the wall, then forcefully and fiercely sucked on his lower lip. Before Zhou Xiang could react, Yan Mingxiu had already released him. The expression on his face was so complicated that even Zhou Xiang could not decipher it. He seemed surprised, lost, and even a little disgusted. Yes, disgusted. After kissing him, Yan Mingxiu wiped his lips with the back of his hand. It tasted like him, but it was not him. After all, it was not him. Zhou Xiang was so furious that he wanted to slap him. But he restrained himself and angrily said, President Yan, that's way out of line. I'm not familiar enough with you for you to do something like that. Yan Mingxiu released him. He stepped back and assessed Zhou Xiang from head to toe. If he kept this man by his side, would he experience the same feeling as he had the night before? It seemed that only when he was drunk could that warm and familiar feeling become so real. To him, it was an enormous temptation. It was like rain after a long drought, or a fire breaking out in the middle of a freezing winter. He was not dead. He definitely was not dead. But when would he return? After such a long wait filled with uncertainty, Yan Mingxiu did not know when he would completely collapse. The person standing before him was merely a tiny source of warmth, but that warmth could temporarily keep his bones from freezing stiff. Yan Mingxiu made a decision. He opened his mouth, his expression barely changing. It was as though he were a king issuing an order that no one was permitted to refuse. Do you want to be popular? Zhou Xiang did not understand what was happening. He unconsciously stepped backward. If he did not still need to make a living in the entertainment industry, he would have simply turned around and left. What do you want? What roles do you want to play? How far do you want to go, and how high do you want to reach? I'll satisfy you. Be with me. Yan Mingxiu said it slowly. He believed there were people in this world who could not be tempted, but this person obviously did not possess such admirable character. Zhou Xiang stared at Yan Mingxiu in disbelief. Yan Mingxiu wanted to. Yan Mingxiu watched the change in Zhou Xiang's expression. Say it. What do you want? There has to be something you want. Zhou Xiang's voice trembled. Why? The deepest part of his heart was bleeding. Why? He knew the answer more clearly than anyone. Yan Mingxiu did not shy away from it, and bluntly replied, You look like someone, but that has nothing to do with you. If his internal organs had not been overwhelmed by such excruciating pain, Zhou Xiang probably would have done something crazy. He might have loudly cursed at him. He might have ruthlessly beaten the crap out of him, using everything he had so that Yan Mingxiu could experience even a fraction of the pain he was suffering. 2 lifetimes. He had thought that he had already been given a renewed life. He had never expected that this was merely a change of bodies, and that he would continue suffering the same torment. He could now conclude that God was simply messing with him. The soul inside this body had been cursed. Cursed to be nothing more than a substitute for others in every lifetime, only existing to provide them with some kind of value. No matter how many times he died, no matter how many times he was reborn into another body, no matter how many times the same cycle repeated itself, his destiny never changed. He had only made a slight turn before being dragged back onto the same original path. He had thought death could rewrite his destiny. He had been gravely mistaken. From the moment he woke up and saw Kai Wei, He had already been invisibly controlled. He had been battered and tormented throughout the process, yet he still could not take another path. He still ended up walking the same old road. He still ended up becoming entangled with Yan Mingxiu. And he still ended up being treated by him as Wang Yudong's substitute. Zhou Xiang's entire being had become easily frightened because of the trauma from his past experiences. He suddenly surged forward, raised his fist, and viciously punched Yan Mingxiu in the face. The punch knocked Yan Mingxiu to the ground. He did not immediately jump up and fight back. He simply looked at Zhou Xiang coldly. He thought Zhou Xiang felt deeply humiliated, but this resistance was utterly ridiculous in his eyes. He had countless ways to make Zhou Xiang submit. He was no longer the same young Master Yin as before. That youngster who did not even understand his own heart. That foolish young man was already dead. Zhou Xiang's entire body trembled as he struggled to turn around and walk toward the door. Yan Mingxiu stood up. His chilling voice sounded from behind him. You can choose to agree, or I'll find a way to force you to agree. In short, whatever I want, I'll definitely get. The palm gripping the door handle began to sweat. Zhou Xiang knew that he should open the door and leave immediately, going as far away as possible. But once he walked out that door, he really could only walk out that door. Once it closed behind him, he would face obstacles that were impossible to overcome. In the end, he would have nowhere to go. Without anyone needing to warn him, he also understood the significance behind Yan Mingxiu's surname. The Yan family was an influential and powerful family. Yan Mingxiu could do anything he wanted to force Zhou Xiang into submission. He withdrew his hand from the door handle and forced a bitter, agonized smile onto his face. Then he turned around and looked coldly at Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at him condescendingly, as though he were looking at a nobody. Give me money, then, Zhou Xiang said rigidly. Yan Mingxiu raised an eyebrow. How much do you want? A condo and 2 million in cash. With that, the biggest problems facing him would immediately be solved. How ridiculous. In this desperate and endlessly painful situation, as long as a person like Yan Mingxiu opened his mouth, everything could be resolved so easily. Who the hell was he? Yan Mingxiu mocked him. Why do you think you're worth that much? This is what I want. You think you can fuck me for free? Zhou Xiang's eyes were bloodshot. With every word he uttered, he felt his heart bleeding. Fine. Agreed. Zhou Xiang extended his hand. Pay me first. Yan Mingxiu took his checkbook from the table and quickly wrote down an amount. Then he tore out the check and threw it at him. Holding the extremely thin piece of paper, Zhou Xiang's hand trembled uncontrollably. It was that simple. Just that simple. Chening's illness and all his troubles had been solved. Why had he never thought of it before? Why had he never realized that a person like him was actually worth some money? Zhou Xiang really wanted to laugh. Yan Mingxiu had expected Zhou Xiang to have a little more chastity, but he had not expected him to agree so easily. The contempt in his heart became even stronger. It did not matter. He had never expected this person to be noble. He was only a substitute. Whenever Yan Mingxiu needed him, he would appear in time. It was nothing more than that. Yan Mingxiu said, Tomorrow, I'll have Zhang Yuan get the condo ready for you. Move in immediately. I'll go there to find you. No. Zhou Xiang resolutely refused. That condo is for me and my mom to live in. You can't go there. That's your business. You'll have to find a solution, Yan Mingxiu said bluntly. Zhou Xiang gave Yan Mingxiu a chilling glance and no longer argued with him. Instead, he asked the question he most wanted answered. How long? Yan Mingxiu raised his brows. How long do you want me to be with you? I don't know. Yan Mingxiu replied straightforwardly. I need a deadline. Zhou Xiang smiled sarcastically. A condo and cash. How long do you think I'm willing to have sex with you? Yan Mingxiu replied coldly. 1 year is fine. A year it is. Zhou Xiang carefully stuffed the check into his pocket, then turned and left. After walking downstairs, he looked up at the apartment building, which stood more than 30 stories high. The sight was so depressing that it was indescribable. He had only been inside for half an hour, yet he had solved a crisis that would have taken him half a lifetime of hard work to overcome. But he had sold himself. However, this business transaction could be considered a good deal. Zhou Xiang thought of Chening's yellow-tinted complexion, her life seeming as though it could wither away at any moment. That was his biggest concern right now. He patted the check in his pocket and laughed at himself. It was just a matter of having sex with someone. It really wasn't that big a deal. This deal was worth it. Very much worth it. Chapter 60. Zhou Xiang went home during lunchtime. Aunt Wang and Qining didn't expect him to come back so early. Qining asked, Xiang, didn't you go to work? Zhou Xiang gave her a reassuring smile. Weiga gave me a few days off. I'll stay with you this entire week. You don't have to stay with me. I'm not bedridden. Go to work. You just got the job, so don't take time off. Mom, the days off have already been approved. There's no point in me going back. Don't worry. It's only a few days. When Aunt Wang saw that he was back, she told them that she would leave. Zhou Xiang walked her to the door and said, Aunt Wang, I just borrowed some money, so I'm not so tight right now. I've thought about it, and I want to hire you to take care of my mom full-time. I'll rent a bigger apartment. It will include food and lodging, and you'll have 1 day off each week. The monthly pay will be 1,800. What do you think? I'm usually not home that much, so you'll need to take care of my mother and go with her to the hospital. Aunt Wang agreed very quickly. After she retired, she had nothing to do. She had so much free time that she was beginning to panic. Zhou Xiang had already planned everything out on the way home. He couldn't let Qining live in the condo that Yan Mingxiu would give him. He could only rent another place for Qining, one with 3 bedrooms. He would live there, but if Yan Mingxiu wanted to see him, then he would go to that condo. Bluntly put, Yan Mingxiu had bought him. Whenever Yan Mingxiu wanted to fuck him, he would just have to serve him. He didn't think Yan Mingxiu would want to be with him every day, so most of the time, he could still go home. With this 2 million in cash, Zhou Xiang felt as though his entire person had lightened. For the time being, he didn't want to think about Yan Mingxiu. He was only thinking about Qining's problems. This money not only paid off all their debts at once, but it was also enough to support Qining's treatment for 10 to 20 years, and even a kidney transplant. Even if it wasn't enough, he would continue to earn money. He still had that home he could sell. In short, their future lives wouldn't be too hard. Qining wouldn't have to carry the heavy mental burden of being a burden to him. After sending Aunt Wang away, Zhou Xiang returned home. Qining was checking on the pot of soup. It had been almost half a year since Zhou Xiang was discharged from the hospital. Although their lives had always been very difficult, Qining lived frugally and still wouldn't hesitate to spend money on nutritious soup to help restore Zhou Xiang's health. Qining saved on everything, but she was willing to spend money on food. In her opinion, she couldn't provide anything for her son except food. She still had a little ability to make sure her son ate well. After Zhou Xiang entered the apartment, Qining wiped her hands and came out. She looked at Zhou Xiang with a serious expression. Xiang, I really like having Aunt Wang around, but I don't need her to take care of me. I have hands and legs, and I can do anything myself. I'm embarrassed to tell her. You go tell her that she doesn't need to come. We don't have the money. Zhou Xiang smiled and said reassuringly, Mom, besides taking care of you, the most important thing is for her to go with you to the hospital for your dialysis treatments and keep you company so you won't be so bored. Your dialysis takes 4 to 5 hours each time, and I usually have to work overtime. It's so boring for you to be by yourself. Not only will I not fire her, I'm going to hire her to take care of you full time. Qining was shocked. Zhou Xiang, stop joking. You absolutely can't. Zhou Xiang grabbed her hand. Mom, listen to me. Just listen to me. Qining looked at him suspiciously. Mom, I went out today and borrowed some money. Borrowed money? From who? Wei Gu, our boss, and a former friend. What friend? How much did you borrow? Xiang, we still owe money. If you keep borrowing, we'll never be able to pay it off in our entire lifetime. Mom, this friend and I have a very good relationship. Moreover, he's a big celebrity and has a lot of money, so he really doesn't care about a few 100,000 yuan. He's in no hurry for me to pay it back. A big celebrity? Qining was stunned. Then she suddenly grabbed Zhou Xiang's sleeve and said sharply, What friend? Is it that Tannin? Tannin? Zhou Xiang was baffled. Who was this person? He had never heard of him. Qining looked at his bewildered face and suddenly remembered that Zhou Xiang had already lost his memory after waking up, so he shouldn't remember. Although she had seen the boy many times on TV, he had changed his name. Moreover, he was in the limelight. He shouldn't have anything to do with her son. Sure enough, Zhou Xiang asked, Mom, who is Tannin? Qining felt as though she had dug her own grave. She stuttered, No, you don't remember. You met him when you were a model. I forgot. Since you don't remember, just leave it. If it's not him, then it's fine. Zhou Xiang didn't take it to heart. A person this body's owner had known before had nothing to do with him. He explained, "Mom, I don't remember who you were talking about before, but it is definitely not this person. The friend is someone I met after I woke up. He's a Buddhist, very good-hearted and very generous. I happened to meet him at the company today and told him about my problems. He lent me 500,000. Zhou Xiang tried to make it as close to the truth as possible, but he still felt that his mouth and tongue were dry. Although he had already lowered the amount significantly, he still felt that his story was full of loopholes. Sure enough, Qian still looked at him skeptically. "Mom, it's true. I also think that I came across such a good thing. He said that I could repay him slowly, but he'd lend me the money first to deal with our urgent needs. This money is really nothing to him. With the money we owe, we can repay part of it first. I'll work hard. Things will definitely get better in the future. So, Mom, you mustn't feel burdened. You must comply with the treatments. It's only if you live that we can have hope, okay?" Qian's voice trembled. "There are really such good people? How can there be such good people?" Zhou Xiang smiled and confirmed the matter over and over again, just to put Qian at ease. If she knew that he had agreed to such a deal, he wouldn't dare to think about the consequences. If it were his former body, he might not feel as terrible. He wasn't a woman, not to mention that he had slept with Yan Mingxiu before. However, this body wasn't his. Although they had been merged together for so long, Zhou Xiang still couldn't fully accept this body. Using Qian's son's body to do this filled his heart with guilt. Moreover, when he thought of Yan Mingxiu using this body as a substitute, he couldn't describe his feelings. Embarrassment, awkwardness, and resentment. Zhou Xiang's heart was full of negative emotions. The gradual despair in Qian's eyes and her growing hope were the only forces motivating him that made him feel better at this time. Chapter 61. The next morning, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to contact him, naturally telling him that he would come to pick him up and take him to see the condo that had been prepared for him. His tone sounded completely ordinary, as if nothing unusual had happened. It was as though everything was exactly as it should be. He wasn't surprised at all. In the entertainment industry, all kinds of outrageous things stemming from personal interests happened every day. Not to mention Zhang Yuan. Even Zhou Xiang knew that such things were common. Zhang Yuan remained stoic while Zhou Xiang acted even more indifferently. There wasn't even a hint of embarrassment on his face as he talked to Zhang Yuan in the car. Zhang Yuan felt guilty for having such thoughts. He felt that this person really didn't seem like a newbie. He didn't appear embarrassed at all. Zhang Yuan couldn't even tell whether this person was gay or not, but that wasn't his business. He only needed to do his job well and collect his monthly salary. As expected of Yan Mingxiu, whether something was for his own use or a gift for someone else, it was always something good. This condo, located downtown, had a market value of no less than 5 million yuan. Zhou Xiang hadn't expected him to be so generous. Or perhaps, in Yan Mingxiu's eyes, this was nothing at all. All the necessities for living had already been completely prepared. The place was basically ready for anyone to move in. Zhang Yuan explained. Mingxiu originally prepared this condo for his older brother, so everything is fully equipped. Elder young master Yan will be transferred back to Beijing in the near future, so Mingxiu specifically chose to buy this condo near his workplace. But now he's giving it to you. Mingxiu treats you pretty well. Zhou Xiang didn't say anything. He really didn't care about it at all. Zhanggu, I just came to get the key. I already know this place. Thank you. You don't want to go inside and take a look? This condo is very beautiful. Zhang Yuan looked at the handmade chandelier on the ceiling, his voice full of envy. He also came from an average second-generation official family. He was the son of one of Yan Dejiang's former subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to become Yan Mingxiu's assistant. But there was simply no comparison between their positions. He couldn't afford a condo like this. Yan Mingxiu hadn't even blinked before paying for a secret lover. Zhang Yuan felt a little jealous. What left him most speechless was that Zhou Xiang didn't look happy at all. He merely glanced at the place indifferently and seemed even more eager to leave. Zhou Xiang shook his head. Next time. I still have something to do today. Zhang Yuan couldn't help looking at him. Where are you going? Home. I'll take you. No, I'm going to stroll around and get familiar with the area. No matter how beautiful this condo was, Zhou Xiang wasn't interested in it at all. He was only trying to assess its value. After his agreement with Yan Mingxiu ended, he would sell the condo. What did he need such a good condo for? He wasn't the kind of person who could enjoy such a life. Now that the location of the condo had been determined, he would rent an apartment nearby for his mother and Aunt Wang. If Yan Mingxiu wasn't here, he would return there. He and Zhang Yuan went their separate ways downstairs. As he strolled around the nearby area, he found quite a few rental agencies. He had to go to work the day after tomorrow, so it would be best to settle the housing situation today. Then they could start moving. The place where they lived now was in terrible condition. It was definitely unsuitable for a patient. He checked out 4 apartments that afternoon and selected one. After spending the entire afternoon renting the apartment, he hurried home and called Aunt Wang over to help them pack and move. Qian hadn't expected Zhou Xiang to act so swiftly and decisively. He had only mentioned moving yesterday, yet they were already packing their luggage today. However, Qian had never been a woman with strong opinions of her own. Her personality was easygoing and amiable. After her husband died, her son, who had gradually grown up, became her pillar. The 3 of them quickly packed everything in one night. They had a lot of belongings. Although none of them were worth much, they carried the memories of their family over the past 20 or 30 years. Early the next morning, the moving company's truck hired by Zhou Xiang arrived. In one trip, the 3 of them and all their luggage were taken to the new place. The newly rented apartment was still somewhat old, but it was very clean. The furniture and home appliances were complete. The rent was 3,000 yuan per month. In Beijing, where land was so expensive, being able to find such a cheap 3-bedroom apartment in such an ideal location was simply Zhou Xiang's good fortune. If the homeowner hadn't needed to leave the country and been eager to rent it out, he wouldn't have offered it to Zhou Xiang at such a low price. They were busy for the entire day, cleaning and taking care of everything that needed to be done. Finally, they got everything settled in their new home. Qian touched the clean, beautiful patterns on the curtains in the living room, and for the first time in several days, a genuine smile appeared on her face. On Sunday night, Zhou Xiang stayed in his newly rented apartment and received a call from Yan Mingxiu. When he saw the caller ID, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't be nervous. It was just sex, after all. He was a man, and it wasn't as if he'd never had frantic sex before. In fact, he had even lived with this person for a year. To pay such a small price so that Qian could live out the rest of her life well, he should have been glad. So why was he so nervous? Zhou Xiang hesitated for only a moment. The ringing phone made Qian call out, "Ah Xiang, your phone." Zhou Xiang quickly answered the call. "Hello, President Yan." Yan Mingxiu got straight to the point. "Have you checked out the condo?" "I have. Thank you, President Yan, for being so generous." "It's nothing. There wasn't a suitable condo available on such short notice." "Have you moved in?" "In the next 2 days," Zhou Xiang replied vaguely. "Come to the set tomorrow. Director Zhao will give you a supporting role where your face will be shown." Needless to say, this was naturally because of Yan Mingxiu giving him face. Zhou Xiang forced a smile. "President Yan, I asked you for money. This business deal is considered settled. You don't have to bother with me. I know my own worth." Yan Mingxiu didn't take it seriously. "It's simply a piece of cake." Zhou Xiang was too lazy to say anything else. It seemed that Yan Mingxiu didn't need him to go to the condo that day, which relieved him. Yan Mingxiu added, "Come to the set at 9 tomorrow." Zhou Xiang didn't have the habit of sleeping late. He got up early and rushed to the set. The filming for the city scenes hadn't been completed yet. This was a good thing for Zhou Xiang. It was said that the outdoor scenes would be filmed in Guizhou. At this time, he really didn't want to go anywhere far away. He thought he had arrived early enough, but when he got there and looked around, he found Director Zhao already wearing a heavy coat and eating breakfast. Even while eating, he was directing the props team to change the set. It was already early autumn, so the mornings were particularly cold. Zhou Xiang walked over and greeted the director. "Good morning, Director Zhao." "Morning, Wang Gu." As soon as Director Zhao saw him, he pointed his chopsticks toward the dressing room. "Go wait in line. Those young makeup artists really can't endure any hardship. They're still not here at this hour." The tent had been temporarily set up in the studio city and was open on all 4 sides. Zhou Xiang hunched his neck against the cold and headed to the dressing room. He waited in line to have his makeup done. These minor supporting roles didn't have exclusive makeup artists, so they could only hurry over and line up. By the time he finished getting dressed, 2 hours had passed. When he came out of the dressing room, Wang Yudong and Yan Mingxiu were already there, discussing something with the director. Yan Mingxiu signaled with his eyes for him to come over. Zhou Xiang went over. Director Zhao had said that he would give him a role where his face would be shown. It was a villain role. Originally, there had been 3 underlings. Now, 1 had been replaced and 2 had been added. One was Zhou Xiang, and the other was a newcomer being promoted by Wang Yudong's management company. Wang Yudong had canceled his contract with his original management company more than a year ago and opened his own company, bringing many artists with him. His business flourished in Beijing, and his career thrived. Whoever he wanted to promote, it was an extremely easy thing for him to do. Zhou Xiang knew that no matter how much he cursed Wang Yudong in his heart, he couldn't even rattle a single fine hair on his body. The 2 of them came from completely different worlds. What resources did he have to be jealous of Wang Yudong? It was laughable even to say it out loud. Wang Yudong was still as clever at dealing with people as he had been before. Toward Zhou Xiang, he was very polite. Anyone who had just met him would feel that he was a pleasure to talk to. With the elegant and graceful manners of a noble son, he was so gentle and courteous that it was impossible not to feel flattered. Zhou Xiang was probably the only one who could see through him and recognize the snake he really was. Zhou Xiang spent the entire morning shooting the stunt scenes. Director Zhao and Wang Yudong had very demanding requirements, constantly making various requests on the spot. Zhou Xiang's body couldn't compare to what it had been before. There were many action sequences that he felt he could perform, but the results were unsatisfactory. Wang Yudong was sometimes satisfied, but at other times he shook his head. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said to Yan Mingxiu, "He's a far cry from the previous Zhou Xiang." Such a pity. Zhou Xiang was too far away to hear what they said. He was only focused on repeating the previous actions over and over in front of the camera. Yan Mingxiu's expression immediately changed, his tone becoming unusually chilly. "Don't mention him to me." Then he turned around and left. Wang Yudong was startled. He probably hadn't expected Yan Mingxiu to scold him like that. His expression became somewhat awkward, and his eyes showed a trace of uneasiness. He hesitated for half a second before saying to Director Zhao, "You guys continue." After saying that, he turned and headed in Yan Mingxiu's direction. Shortly afterward, while Zhou Xiang was still gasping for breath, he saw the dressing room door slam open. Yan Mingxiu strode out without even turning his head, his expression extremely grim. Wang Yudong caught up and called out once, "Mingxiu." Then he could only stare as Yan Mingxiu walked away. Zhou Xiang didn't know what had happened. He only knew that something unpleasant seemed to have happened between the 2 of them, because Wang Yudong also came out with a gloomy expression. No one would meddle in the Yan family's business. Everyone silently pretended they hadn't seen anything and minded their own business. After lunch, Zhou Xiang closed his eyes and rested for a while. Later that afternoon, he needed to try on the costume for the villain's role. The makeup was the most annoying part because it was really uncomfortable, let alone having to repeatedly put on and remove the makeup and headgear. In the midst of his drowsiness, his phone sounded with a text message. Zhou Xiang took out his phone and checked it. It was a message from Yan Mingxiu. The content was a very simple word. Tonight. The hairs all over Zhou Xiang's body stood on end. Tonight. What was going to happen tonight? It was obvious. Zhou Xiang was no longer in the mood to rest. He stood up, filled with anxiety. He felt that he himself was laughable. Why was he so anxious and frightened like a little virgin? But he couldn't restrain his nervousness, because this was Yan Mingxiu. Not anyone else, but Yan Mingxiu. "Zhou Xiang, come and try on the costume." The makeup artist was calling him. Zhou Xiang rubbed his face and took a deep breath, then walked into the dressing room. Just as he was walking out the door after trying on the costume, he collided with someone and crashed into his arms. Zhou Xiang was scared out of his wits and quickly said, "Sorry." He pushed the person slightly, intending to leave, but unexpectedly, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed from behind. Zhou Xiang turned his head in surprise and saw a very handsome boy staring at him wide-eyed. Zhou Xiang tried to remember. He had seen this person on television. He was a rookie who had been gaining popularity at an astonishing speed. But Zhou Xiang had forgotten his name. "Zhou Xiang," the boy blurted out. This time, it was Zhou Xiang's turn to be surprised. "Yeah? You." The boy suddenly grabbed his arm and forcefully dragged him outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhou Xiang wanted to pull his arm free, but he was afraid of offending this person, so he could only follow him to the side. When the boy turned his face toward him, there was a hint of disgust on his beautiful face. What are you doing here? Zhou Xiang was stunned. Of course, I'm here to shoot a movie. You? Shooting a movie? That's not bad, Xianggu. You finally got your day to shine. The boy smirked and shook his head. But as for what happened in the past, I hope you won't gossip about it. Zhou Xiang took a breath and slowly pulled his arm free from the boy's grip. Brother, you may know me, but I don't know you. The boy was shocked, then smiled sarcastically. Interesting. Is this some new trick? Xianggu, don't even try it. It's been 2 years. You should let go too. Zhou Xiang simply wanted to roll his eyes. Right now, he really didn't have time to deal with him. He pointed to his head. I had an accident 2 years ago and suffered a concussion. I really don't remember anything. I'm guessing that you also don't want me to remember, right? So let's just leave it at that. Zhou Xiang didn't even look at him as he turned and left. He was usually very kind to people. But this boy, whether it was his expression or the words he said, was extremely irritating. There must have been some connection between him and the original owner of this body, but that had nothing to do with him. The boy was completely stunned as he watched Zhou Xiang's back, seeing him walk away resolutely. Chapter 62. Zhou Xiang immediately realized that the person he had just been talking to was Tan Yuxian, the hugely popular newcomer Wang Yudong's company was currently promoting. No wonder he had felt familiar, even though he didn't watch much television. People with such a high exposure rate were always inadvertently remembered. No matter what, Tan Yuxian seemed like a stage name. Only now did Zhou Xiang remember that Chening had mentioned someone named Tanin, a person the original owner of this body had known. He subconsciously felt that they were the same person. It was very likely that the original owner of this body and Tanin hadn't merely known each other. He had always thought it was a little strange. Chening was very secretive and had concealed many things about the previous experiences of this body, especially when he had jokingly tested her by asking, "Did I have a girlfriend?" Chening had been even more evasive and unwilling to respond. 2 days ago, when he mentioned that he had borrowed money from a celebrity friend, Chening's reaction had been extreme. Adding that to Tanin's tone just now, a vague thought formed in Zhou Xiang's mind. The original owner of this body and this man with the surname Tan might have been a couple. After reaching this conclusion, Zhou Xiang felt a throbbing headache. If he followed this line of reasoning, it completely explained why Chening had been so secretive about so many things from his past and had been unwilling to tell him. To her, her son had lost his memory. Perhaps he had even forgotten that he was homosexual. That would have been a good thing. She would never understand that homosexuality was a natural instinct. If this was really the case, Zhou Xiang would need to keep a little farther away from this Tanin. Fortunately, Tanin didn't seem to want to get too close to him, either. After all, he was popular now and had to pay close attention to his image. So Zhou Xiang didn't give it too much thought. He was merely a wild soul who had occupied another person's nest. He had no qualifications to judge the original owner's past. So when Tanin came over, Zhou Xiang looked as usual, as if he didn't know him at all. In fact, he really didn't know him. When Wang Yudong had introduced them and they had shaken hands, the only thing that had seemed somewhat familiar was his name. In any case, Zhou Xiang and Zhou Yang sounded almost the same. Wang Yudong might have forgotten what his name was. Tanin, however, knew him as Zhou Xiang, but had told Wang Yudong that his name was Zhou Yang. Moreover, it didn't seem like Wang Yudong had regained his composure after Yan Mingxiu's hurried departure. His expression wasn't very good. His eyes didn't even seem to register them. After handing Zhou Xiang and Tanin over to Director Zhao, he quickly gave Tanin a word of advice. Perform well. Then he left. Tanin was very respectful toward Wang Yudong and Director Zhao, but toward Zhou Xiang, his expression was obviously hostile. Zhou Xiang completely ignored him and only discussed the first scenes for his supporting role with Director Zhao. For the first time, he saw the 4 subordinates arrange for the villainous boss in this movie. They were all very handsome young men, most of them in their early 20s. Zhou Xiang was the oldest and the least outstanding in terms of appearance. However, when it came to acting and interpreting the martial arts action sequences, no one could match him. Very soon, aside from Tanin, the other 2 started calling him Gu. He helped them correct their movements, saving the director and martial arts coordinator a lot of trouble. Tanin looked at him incredulously. In his memory, Zhou Xiang absolutely hadn't possessed such abilities. If he had, why hadn't he become popular in the past? Not to mention that no performing company had been willing to sign him. When they finished work, the two boys invited Zhou Xiang out for a meal. If this had been before, Zhou Xiang wouldn't have refused an invitation from such young and handsome boys. Although, from the moment he awakened, his mind had never been on getting into another relationship. That was how he had lived before, and it had long since become a habit. However, this time, something more important was waiting for him after work. He had to go see Yan Mingxiu. Just thinking about Yan Mingxiu made Zhou Xiang's mind shudder again. He tried to suppress the throbbing in his head as he refused the two boys' invitation. He hurried to remove his costume and change into his own clothes, intending to leave. He finished work late that day. He hadn't even finished removing his makeup when he rushed out, wiping his face with the wet towel the makeup artist had given him. Zhou Xiang instantly felt impatient. He wasn't a particularly lascivious person, but as a man who liked men, he naturally felt attracted to those who looked beautiful. However, from the moment he had seen Tanyin, he hadn't felt comfortable. There seemed to be something deep within his soul that made him want to avoid this person. Perhaps it was the wish of the original owner of this body. Unfortunately, Tanyin wouldn't let him do as he wished. He caught up with him in a few steps. Furious at being ignored, he grabbed Zhou Xiang forcefully and shoved him against the wall. "Why are you running?" Tanyin glared fiercely at Zhou Xiang. Could it really be what this person had said? Could he really have lost his memory? Otherwise, how could someone who had once loved him so deeply ignore him to this extent? But memory loss was such bullshit. Could it really happen in reality? There was only one possibility. He was pretending. Zhou Xiang grabbed his wrist harshly. "Tanyin, what the hell are you doing?" Tanyin's eyes lit up, and he responded furiously. "You're really pretending. You know my real name. My mom told me your real name when we saw you on TV. I repeat, I was in the hospital for 2 years. I don't remember anything. If you're my friend, you should let go of my hand first." Tanyin reluctantly released him and looked at Zhou Xiang seriously. You've completely changed from before." The previous Zhou Xiang had been a very gentle man, even a little weak. Most importantly, he had never looked at him with such an unfamiliar expression. "I'm really like two completely different people from before," Zhou Xiang said with a pawn. He calmed down. "Tanyin, I don't know what kind of relationship we had before, but I really don't remember you. If I offended you in the past, don't take it to heart. It's also a rare fate for us to be shooting a film together now. Let's just take care of each other in the future." Tanyin stared at him in stunned silence. Looking at this person, using the face he had once known so well, saying something completely contrary to the deeply affectionate feelings they had once shared. This unfamiliarity and indifference made Tanyin extremely uncomfortable. Faced with Zhou Xiang's calm expression, he didn't know how to respond. "Let's just leave it like this. We can have a drink when we have some free time. I still have something urgent to take care of, so I'm going to leave first." Zhou Xiang patted him on the shoulder, then turned and ran away. Tanyin remained where he was, watching his back. His lips twitched slightly, and his brows drew together. Zhou Xiang took out his key and opened the door to the condo. It was already past 9 o'clock. He hadn't eaten yet. After finishing work, he had rushed straight back. His stomach was empty, but he obviously knew that this feeling of panic wasn't because of hunger. It was simply because he didn't know how to face Yan Mingxiu. As soon as he entered, Yan Mingxiu came downstairs. He was wearing a bathrobe, and his hair was still wet. Apparently, he had just taken a shower. When Zhou Xiang actually saw him, the intense panic he had been feeling quickly calmed down. Why think so much? Yan Mingxiu had paid the money. He only had to do as he was told, right? He didn't have to think about anything else. He was Zhou Xiang, but not Zhou Xiang. At least for now, there was no relationship between him and Yan Mingxiu. Yan Mingxiu glanced at him indifferently. "Just got off work now?" "Yeah." Zhou Xiang used the bent slippers to conceal his emotions. "Just got off work now?" He had heard that phrase many times when he had lived with Yan Mingxiu. Every time it was because he had returned home very late. Yan Mingxiu's tone would carry a hint of dissatisfaction. At the time, Zhou Xiang had been happy that someone cared about him coming home late. It had been a sweet feeling. "Have you eaten?" Yan Mingxiu asked. Zhou Xiang replied, "Yeah." He stood in the middle of the living room and looked up at Yan Mingxiu, waiting for his next words. Yan Mingxiu said expressionlessly, "Shower downstairs. Then come up." After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs. Zhou Xiang walked into the downstairs bathroom. As the warm water flowed over his cold skin, he felt the tightness in his heart ease a little. Zhou Xiang, don't be such a coward. Just stay calm. What's the big deal? This isn't a big deal at all. The more he comforted himself, the more resolute and steady his heart became. After showering, he went upstairs wrapped in only a bath towel. The heating in the room was very good, so he didn't feel cold at all, but his footsteps were a little heavy. Yan Mingxiu was sitting on the bed, reading a book. The soft light illuminated the side profile of his perfectly beautiful face, so beautiful that it made people tremendously excited. No wonder so many people had lost their souls to him. Zhou Xiang thought, wasn't I one of them? When Yan Mingxiu heard his footsteps, he turned to look at him, then placed the book against the headboard. Zhou Xiang stood at the door. He didn't know what to do for a while, so he simply stood there. Yan Mingxiu said, "Come here." Zhou Xiang went to the bed. Yan Mingxiu looked at his bare chest. The emotions in his eyes fluctuated as he grabbed Zhou Xiang's hand and pushed him onto the bed, pressing down on top of him. The two of them gasped as they looked at each other. A complicated and strange aura flowed between them. Yan Mingxiu's mind shook violently. It was that kind of expression again, that kind of expression that gave him a sense of familiarity, that made his heart beat rapidly. What did this expression really mean? Why did it seem to penetrate his soul and shock him endlessly? He trembled as he touched Zhou Xiang's face. Zhou Xiang looked at him stiffly. Yan Mingxiu's expression suddenly became distorted, revealing a glimpse of unspeakable pain. He propped himself up as if he were extremely tired. Then he pushed Zhou Xiang away and turned over to lie down beside him on the bed. Zhou Xiang stared woodenly at the ceiling for a long time before saying very slowly, "President Yan, don't bother me. Don't talk." Yan Mingxiu's low voice came from beside him, as if he were suppressing his emotions. Zhou Xiang could feel the body lying close beside his own, and his heart was filled with all kinds of conflicting feelings.